Netizens were watching the young man's ordeal closely when some interesting furry creatures jumped out from under the rocks towards him. The brunette closely watched their movements and tried to imitate the furry ones while they were jumping merrily around the huge, glowing boulder. But their round dances stopped. These creatures looked with hungry eyes at the bright blue ore, exchanging glances with each other. When one of them bared his sharp fangs and hissed angrily, the boy even shuddered. In an instant, the toothy one moved from his place and jumped high into the air, along with his comrades. Kneeling, the boy watched in horror as these fluffy creatures began to diligently gnaw on the large stone around which they had previously danced in a circle. These popoi managed to surprise him considerably, and he did not know what to do now. The audience was also not delighted with such a picture. It seemed that people began to understand what he had in mind. He swallowed a large lump in his throat and thought about the same thing. With fear in his eyes, the daredevil rushed towards the huge boulder and, tearing off small pieces at first, gnawed them, pretending that he found them tasty. After such extremes, he is now obliged to climb this tower and save his life. Our hero has a big goal: to destroy this building. The sharp pieces of unusual food leave an unpleasant aftertaste in his mouth, and he wants to finish it as soon as possible. A few hours earlier, Jaju was in his employee's office, discussing an important topic with her. Given her background, it was indeed very difficult to find a job in their country, and her colleague was very lucky that he managed to do so. The brunette in glasses is sure that this boy will succeed in everything. He never gets his hands dirty. Such pleasant words slightly embarrassed her diligent friend. He explained that he was just taking a closer look at the CEO. The lady sighed heavily, sipping her tea. She felt sad that not everyone had a heart like this young man. Excitedly, she placed the hot drink on the table and confessed that the organization existed at their expense. Without a director, this orphanage will not last more than 3 years. Young Jeju looked down and was very upset. Having collected his things, he went home, and a couple of minutes later he was standing on the threshold of his apartment. Throwing his bag on the floor, the boy ran and jumped onto his bed, landing his head on the soft pillow. In fact, the boss gave him this name so that he would live a happy and successful life. This man loved to experiment and try something new at work. He worked hard and tried to help in any way he could, and lying in bed he remembered everything he had done before. But unfortunately, despite his hard work and perseverance, this money is not enough to support the company, and these thoughts torment him. After a hard day, he wanted nothing more than to lie in bed and relax. But Jaju is thinking about how to get rich during this time. Finally, the hard worker decided to watch a video about this on his phone, and constantly came across videos about the recommendations awakened in the feed. The brunette was interested in the preview of the video where they were interviewed, and without thinking, the boy clicked on the picture. The presenter, like everyone else, was interested in what the most incredible thing that happened in their lives after their return was. The young man spread his arms and thought with a slight smile. And perhaps this will sound arrogant, but it was the popoi who did this, and no one else. The viewer of this video became interested in who they were and why they were here. As it turned out, 7 years ago, a strange tower unexpectedly appeared for everyone. After its emergence, completely random people began to get into the portal, and it was impossible to get them out of there. Very few people could get out of there, which is why no one knows what is happening in this mysterious building. Besides this, none of the survivors could comment on the situation to the media and journalists, who silently avoided answering. And it is precisely these people who were able to be saved who are called awakened. The bodies of such individuals contain mana. Such power makes it possible for magical engineering to exist in the real world. So-called celebrities are now in great demand in all companies and have huge earnings. In fact, they are living energy generators. Jeju sighed heavily and even envied such people. He wants a direct entrance to the tower to appear in front of him. But then his dreams were interrupted by a loud notification from his phone. The boy jumped out of bed and looked at the screen in bewilderment. The messages contained some strange files that he was afraid to open, thinking that he had been attacked by hackers. The brunette wanted to remove them from the notification curtain but missed and clicked on one of them. He became afraid that he might be hacked, and the boy in a panic wanted to turn off the phone. As soon as his finger approached the right button, he heard a familiar voice from there. On the screen he saw himself, frightened and eager to return to work and his usual duties. His eyes almost popped out of his head from this sight. It seemed he recognized who it was. There was no way that Kim Jae-ju could be mistaken. It was definitely him, his face, his speech, his clothes and his physique, there was no doubt. The brunette saw himself diligently fighting someone with a heavy, cold weapon and could not understand what was happening here. The young guy really can't comprehend what he's doing. There's nothing like that in his memories, and he looks pretty strange. Suddenly, a strange, furry creature with blue eyes appears, seemingly friendly. In the video, he shuddered and screamed that these were popoi. This name seemed familiar to him. Yes, he did not disobey. That is exactly what the guy mentioned in the interview on the internet. It bared its sharp teeth. Such a baby can easily gnaw through even metal, but its main food is stones. A lot of questions arose in the head of the young, curious worker, to which he could not find answers. He was given information about awards. The next window was dedicated to this. Pictures and videos showed our hero the right path. It was only now, after Kim had thought it all over, that he realized that this was a video of himself climbing the tower in the future. There is no strategy in the world on how to do this, because none of the awakened ones say a word about it. But now everything is in his hands. The portal to that world is set to open in exactly 2 years, and he is already beginning careful preparations for this event. It is very important to keep himself in much better shape than what he saw himself in the video, and so he joined a gym and trains hard under the guidance of a trainer. In addition, it was no less important to learn how to clear the tower. Our hero diligently took notes on all the videos and learned new material. Kim also got a new job. He became a cashier, and all for the sake of achieving the main goal. With a wide smile and confidence in his soul, the brunette communicated in a friendly manner with the customers. Every time he came home, he prayed that a portal would appear in front of him right now. For this, Jeju left his job a month ago. It is important for him to wait for the opening of the second dimension. He needs money. But for some reason, it seems to him that he has incorrectly interpreted the meaning of the video itself, and he is tormented by many doubts. All his thoughts were mixed up, and the boy himself didn't know what to think about in this situation. If this was just a mistake, then his shelter is facing a dire situation. He doesn't want to allow this. Biting his lip, the boy was ready to cry. The young man tries not to think about it, but worries that he doesn't know the exact time. There's no need to think about it too much and overload yourself like that. Jeju is going to do some stretching and relax. As soon as our workaholic turned to face the door, a strange spot of pale purple color appeared in the air. A light breeze blew at his back, which made him turn around. Very interesting, because all the windows were closed. The hole continued to open wider and wider. A draft blew from it, and the room became slightly cool. Her strength grew rapidly. There was a feeling that a real hurricane was about to begin. Our hero looked at this with misunderstanding. In a couple of seconds, the small spot turned into a huge one, almost as tall as Jeju. It seems that he guessed that this was the very portal that the boy had been trying to achieve and wanted. From right within, he heard a voice echoing, inviting him to come inside. A slight smile appeared on the hero's face. He was very happy, because he was going to do this. His foot moved from its place and headed straight there. The brunette would never back down now and was ready for everything. A system appeared in front of him, asking him to choose a difficulty level before starting a short journey. He couldn't believe that he would end up in a tower right now. Since the rewards depend on his decision, he chooses the hardest one after a short deliberation. This is exactly what he needs. Jeju is ready to do it right now. It became dark in his eyes. After a while, he slowly began to open them and could not see what was right above him. As his vision adjusted to the slightly dim lighting, the boy noticed a stone ceiling above him. The young man lay on the cold floor and came to his senses. But then, he suddenly jumped up and got scared. He couldn't understand where he was and began to look around in panic. Having calmed down a little, he realized that this was the same cave from the video. He was not mistaken, and looking at it, thoughtfully rubbed the back of his head. As soon as a notification window appears behind him, everything will start for real in exactly an hour, then the stream will start. The guy studied everything carefully. He needed to make sure it was exactly like the video, but when he put his hand in his pocket, Kim didn't find the phone in it and was a little disappointed. Even if that were to happen, our daredevil is confident that everything will be fine, since he watched them non-stop for 2 whole years. And the time that is given to all participants of the test is allocated for communication with the audience, so you can get your first coins. That is, with the people who remained in the tower, these are other awakened ones. They can choose their own broadcast and sponsor a lower-ranking streamer, and the reason for this is metal money. If they do this, and the person who passes the test eventually rises to the floor above, then the benefactor receives coins. On the other hand, There is, of course, the possibility that the viewers are simply bored and are doing this for fun. And first of all, without wasting time, our hero confidently greeted everyone. The user love noted his determination and gave him 1 gold. Dark-Eyed happily thanked him and wanted to make a good impression of him. He wants to spend the very first donation in the store. Having made a low bow, the guy again expressed gratitude for this and mentally rejoiced that it was not in vain that he watched so many videos and prepared for this event. When asked by his new fan, he replied that he would most likely change his mind and not waste money in case he encounters a strong enemy. The user liked the way this boy thinks. Love confidently subscribes to him and again hears pleasant words in response. With a wide smile, Jeju was of course delighted, because in the first minutes he achieved this from a spendthrift. After a couple of seconds, his new viewer wanted to see the new guys and said goodbye to our hero, who happily waved back and hoped to meet here again. The start was quite good, and the young man is very happy that he will soon be able to receive a reward for subscribers, moving at this pace. According to the rules of the tower, you cannot follow another person until you unfollow the other person. And also, as an addition, for every 100,000th subscriber, our hero will receive a special reward, which will be very useful in exploring the building. To check his small statistics, Jeju opened the system to analyze his results. There were already 7 fans and donations also increased, and all thanks to the fact that the guy chose a high level of difficulty. One of them said that something should appear soon, and our workaholic pretended that he knew nothing and asked questions to maintain communication. This cannot be discussed directly. It is all because of the admin who controls absolutely everything here. It is because of him that no information about the tower is spread, and it is impossible for outsiders to find out anything about it. And this is all because it was the manager who forbade it from being disclosed, and in principle, our hero, even while watching the video, made assumptions that people were deliberately hiding everything. Now everything fell into place, and while Jeju was flying in the clouds, it was almost time for the most important thing to begin. He needs to pull himself together and prepare himself for a more difficult stage of the test. He stretches up a little and lightly slaps himself on the cheeks. Smiling happily, the boy apologized that he wouldn't be able to read the chat in the near future. He needed to get ready. The audience was very surprised by such concern for them. And so, the hour that was given to him expired. The user love joined again and a bright blue glow appeared near the huge stone. Jej became curious about who would appear in front of him right now, suspiciously, but the portals are very small. Perhaps they will be kobolds. Small outlines of monsters have already appeared. They are about to crawl out. They are very small and interestingly shaped. They looked angrily at our guy. The fog cleared, small fluffy creatures appeared, and no, they are not at all evil in appearance, but very cute. The risky boy looked at them with bewilderment, and someone in the chat immediately recognized that the people standing in front of him were drunkards, and he had no chance of surviving. Although these furry creatures are kind-hearted in appearance, their teeth, when attacking, resemble a shark's jaw, which is capable of chewing through the strongest metals. In addition, they are very sensitive to the smell of their own blood, and will mercilessly deal with anyone who kills a member of their species. People started unsubscribing from our hero en masse. This is not surprising. Every viewer has definitely come across these creatures at least once. The chatterbox turned to his young Nims. He couldn't believe that these weirdos were so dangerous, and as it turned out, you couldn't even attack them with a sword when their fur got tangled. His very first fan went to check other rooms, but it is unlikely that he will return here again, in principle. For Jeju, it is not very important. He was lost in his thoughts. It was very strange that 3 popoi appeared on the first floor at once. It shouldn't be like that. It was too many. Without hesitation, Kim began to remember everything about these cute mobs. They never attack first. It is also important to remember their behavior, communication, and other things. But there is one point here. Why do these creatures not react to the dark-eyed guy? The fluffies seem to ignore him. Our hero decided to take a risk and touch one of them with his foot, the one that was closest to him. It was a bit of a surprise, but Popoi walked around his leg and galloped on with the others, looking askance at Yeya. And yet, it can be concluded that these monsters are aware of his presence, but are hesitant because of him. It seemed that a slightly strange but possibly effective idea had matured in his head. The boy sat down opposite them. In his opinion, perhaps if he imitates the behavior of these fluffy creatures, they will perceive the brunette as their ally. It sounds crazy to everyone, and many viewers have lost interest in watching. He has no chance of winning, but still, maybe it will work. There is no point in fighting them now. It would be unnecessary at the moment, and it would be wiser not to cause a stir. The user Love watched everything that was happening from his device in a separate place. One student from Seoul University has already fought with various monsters to the fullest and tried very hard. Leaning back from his chair, he wanted to give him his subscription for his resourceful character. But a notification appeared in the system that this was impossible. Since the user was already subscribed to another streamer, he sighed heavily. The man added Jeju to his favorites, and according to the rules, if he dies, he should automatically disappear from this list. But this did not happen. He jumps up from his chair when he notices that there are now many more viewers than there were at the very beginning, and he becomes interested in what the matter is. Without thinking, he joins the stream again and sees the priests jumping around the stone as if they were dancing in a circle. The little furry creatures seem to be very cheerful and not aggressive. Looking at this picture, fans and outside observers were surprised and even touched by these mobs. But Kim Jae-ju's behavior made everyone laugh even more. He tried to imitate their behavior and jumped on all fours, making the same sounds. And at that very second, his system appeared to him. The very first fan returned to watching and even sponsored him for as much as 10 coins. After watching many videos, our hero knows that this glowing stone has powerful mana, which allows you to satisfy your hunger. This is their favorite. In addition, this mineral is widely used in the manufacture of magical items and is the main source of energy in engineering. When such a boulder is found, the Snow White Popoi perform a special ritual every time. And when a stranger comes, they circle around their food and do not begin their ritual, and at this time the Fluffies have already recognized the stranger as their own and invited him to the meal. Now Jeju is sure that he understands their feelings perfectly, and right now these furry guys are very happy. But for some reason our quick-witted hero was very excited, so much so that he started sweating. A single small drop of sweat fell from his face with a soft sound onto the stone floor. 3 shaggy mobs turned around and stared at one point, and not with a kind look at all. The one standing in the center bared his fangs with a nasty hissing sound, and the spectators created chaos in the chat. Seeing their evil faces, the young lad felt disgusted to look at them, and deep in his soul, a growing unpleasant feeling also appeared. This monster suddenly jumped up from its place, so unexpectedly that our hero shuddered. But it turned out that everything was fine. These scary guys started eating and did not touch the young guy. Jeju looked at them and their food with fear, and it looked like he was about to join in. With an imitative gait, the boy approached the blue cobblestone and lightly touched it with his hand. It was cold and rough to the touch. Swallowing a huge lump in his throat from worry, he exchanged glances with the priests, and one of them already looked at him suspiciously. In order not to say goodbye to his life, he will have to accept everything as it is, and also indulge in a not very tasty dish, which is what the brunette actually does. The audience was shocked by this madman while he swallowed his first chewed piece of stone. Chaos reigned in the chat, but only at this moment did he feel its true taste. It melted like chocolate, and the second bite truly filled him with energy and refreshed him. He ate quite a lot, and one could say he was full. He couldn't eat more, and he leaned his hands on the cold floor in the tower. Suddenly a bright blue light appeared, just like this same cobblestone. Our daredevil rose to his knees and saw that he himself was glowing and looked at his hands in surprise. All his furry friends gathered around him and joyfully jumped, dancing in a small circle around their unusual companion. But then the guys in the chat started to worry. It seemed that their behavior was similar to preparing for an attack. One of them jumped up and got closer. Soon the cute mobs jumped onto his shoulder, squealing happily and rubbing their cheeks against him, and even purring slightly. Everyone watching this broadcast was perplexed as to how this could be. Such an event was actively discussed in the chat. And in the meantime, the hero received a notification on the screen. He was able to complete the first test and was ready to move to the second floor. Jeju laughed slightly. It felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and he fell to the floor in a faint from worry, having just sighed with relief. It is very interesting that this young man was able to pass the test in such a way and survive. Many still could not get their heads around it. Waking up, Jeju sees all his new friends in front of him, looking at him excitedly. The boy got scared and screamed loudly, and the Fluffies jumped with happiness. They were glad that everything was okay with their friend. The unusually large butt now looks around and cannot understand what happened. It looks like he passed out. The little white ones, like clouds, did not take their eyes off their new friend and squealed sweetly. Kim immediately thought that they were worried about him and decided to ask them about it themselves. The popoi began to jump even more energetically, and it was not difficult to guess that this was actually the case. The brunette watched them and smiled slightly at them in response. Deep down, he was very glad that he was able to make friends with these creatures. He leaned over to one of them and gently stroked their head, finally thanking them for their concern for him. The baby smiled cheerfully and let them scratch his shaggy head. The chat reaction was surprised. It all looks funny, but it was possible to say goodbye to life. It's very good that everything ended well and even fun. Jeju rose from his knees and, clearing his throat slightly, greeted all the spectators present. The chat was updated so quickly that the guy didn't have time to read everything and respond to his fans. There were already 127 people in his stream, and the boy was very surprised to see such a large number. He screamed so loudly in shock that it seemed like every monster in the tower heard him. Our hero was a little embarrassed and, stroking his cheek, thanked those present for such activity and help. And at that moment, when everyone saw how it all ended, the guys bombarded Jeju with questions about his behavior with those drunks. The young man was not sure that they would believe him if he told the truth, and he decided to make it look like he had come up with such a plan of action on the fly. He managed to justify his actions. The brunette lifted one of the toothy creatures into his hand and said that he initially wanted to befriend these creatures. The guys on the air started talking to each other because the description of the test said to eliminate the enemies. Yes, that was true, but the smart boy came up with the idea of making them his allies, and he succeeded. The fans were amazed by such intelligence. They are faced with the most terrifying luck. Not everyone could have come up with the idea of repeating all their actions while drinking, but our hero did a great job. And even if that's the case, he still needs to pretend to be a newbie. Jeju decides to pretend that he knows nothing at all about rewards and other perks. He rose from his knees and reported that he would go to the second floor right now and was immediately stopped. The guys in the chat reminded the hero about his prizes. Raising an eyebrow, the test participant pretended not to understand what was being said and was asked to look at the system window that was directly in front of him. The boy tilted his head to the side and touched the blue screen with his finger, slightly hesitantly. A very beautiful gift box, wrapped in a satin ribbon, appeared in front of him. The brunette looked at it and became interested. The people in the chat also admired her appearance, and without hesitation, Kim Jeju opened it and smiled widely. There was a mysterious stone in it, a small bag with something inside and a pink piece of paper. The boy didn't know what to look at first. He didn't think long and decided to first take a small boulder that was rolling around the box and bothering him. And this surprise is different from those in the video. The fluffy popoi noticed it and thought it was a treat. They all jumped towards the guy and, smiling, wanted to try it with their teeth. But the brunette pulled his hand up and yelled at them. The furry ones instantly became quiet and even got upset that they got a scolding. This stone looks very similar to a mana source, but it is very strange that it is white. Jeju looked at it with interest from all sides. Usually you can buy these starting from the 10th floor and they cost 5,000 coins. It's not profitable to give them to drunkards. The boy kindly apologized to his new friends and promised to give them something tastier soon. The kids looked down and became sad. The audience is surprised at how he can be so calm and not even check the information about the subject. And the boy continued to play the fool and pretended not to understand anything. The awakened ones suggested that if the information about the thing did not appear on its own, then he was useless. Meanwhile, Jeju had already picked up a multicolored piece of paper. A notification with a short description appeared in the window. It turns out that it was a voucher for a free nickname change, and like the stone, it should not have appeared on the first floor. It would be quite reasonable to put it off for later now and use it after completing the 5th one. And finally, there was one last prize. It was a bag, and our hero knew that there were coins in it. In principle, no one was shocked by this, as usually upon successful completion of the test they award a small amount. Jeju turned to face the screen again and happily waved his hand, reporting that he was going to move on. As soon as he headed towards the exit, one of the drunks made a little noise and stared somewhere. With a cheerful squeak, the furry monster galloped off in the opposite direction, and the boy looked after him with confusion. The other kids glanced at their friend and also gathered around him. The brunette tried to stop them in a panic. His new strange friends were going in the wrong direction. Rolling his eyes in displeasure, he asked his viewers why they could behave like that, but no one knew the answer. Sighing heavily, the guy still had to follow them and see what they had come up with. They stopped near a stone wall. His little friends looked around and seemed to be communicating with each other. The Korean watched them with interest. One of them released his sharp fangs and hissed, something that always disgusts viewers, and many covered their screens with their hands so as not to see it. As soon as this fluffy thing jumped closer to the wall and was about to gnaw on it, the fans in the chat laughed. Suddenly they were protesting for that shining stone. But no, the guy, leaning his hands on his knees, realized that these guys had sensed something, perhaps another source of mana. The shaggy little ones crawled deep and dug a fairly large hole in the wall, and in a quiet, sweet voice addressed their new friend. Jeju raised an eyebrow and realized that he was being called to go in there, so he had to lie down on the ground. Finally, he turned to his young Nims and shared that he was going to go straight there. Many of them twirled their fingers at their temples. The passage turned out to be very narrow, and it was painful for the spectators to look at what could scratch him there. The boy managed to injure his elbow, but you couldn't tell from his appearance that he was uncomfortable. He continued walking. And on the contrary, he had the feeling that the protruding stones were giving him a massage. The boy crawled for quite a long time, and the guys on the stream were already tired of waiting, asking him to at least speed up a little or go back if it hurt. He nodded his head. But then, only now did he notice that his right hand was starting to glow. The guy looked at it with a raised eyebrow, and everyone who was watching started to laugh. A minute later, he himself screamed in horror. The brunette was confused and almost hit his head on the narrow passage. Jeju was so scared that he started sweating and shouting something incoherently. But soon he calmed down and noticed how the popoi were jumping around him, laughing merrily. At that moment, the boy felt the same as when he ate the mana stone. The boy was a little confused, but he still had to continue on his way. After all, he knows very well that right now he has the power of a knight in front of him. They are good at close combat and can boast of developed physical strength, and on the 5th floor, you can change your profession. And magicians specialize in a wide range of communication magic and are proficient in these skills. You can also become a sorcerer engineer, which is useful in any field, but you can only choose one of these 3 options or non-combat specialties. And this power that our hero activated right now is very similar to the knight who strengthens his body with an aura. There's just a little bit left and he'll soon overcome this tunnel. Kim strains his hand and grabs onto the hard ore, continuing to move forward. Finally, he sees the edge. In the center, the popoi, his little friends, have gathered, looking at each other and seeming to whisper. Exhaling heavily, the boy leaned on his hands and crawled halfway out of the narrow passage, lowering his head down. Having caught his breath, he looked around. The daredevil found himself in a small room, and coming closer to the fluffies, he noticed that they were guarding something. There was something glittering on the floor, and in front of him now lay a very beautiful necklace that was simply dazzling. He had to pick it up to take a closer look. The popoi had brought the boy here for exactly this reason. In the chat, many awakened ones seemed to recognize the item, but the fluffies and Jeju unanimously denied it. The guy couldn't stop looking at this beautifully shining decoration, and then a system appeared in front of him, which said that this was a very rare talisman. Everyone who watched the broadcast saw it and was shocked by it. They thought that our hero was cheating, but he himself was very surprised. But still, the boy himself does not understand why this thing is useful, and for this his Hyungnims are very angry. He just remembered that very video of how he used that necklace to save his life on the 15th floor, but also got it very early now thanks to the popes. He is not worried about anything except this. Why so immediately? Because such a rarity can only fall out after the 10th, which is considered the minimum. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by a notification that popped up in the system. The user Lubov sponsored Kim for 10 coins and asked him to wear this necklace. And yet he did it, but decided to hide it under a t-shirt so that it would not be noticeable. With a wide smile on his face, he mentally thanked his very first fan. Jeju turned to his young Nims and reported that he was going to head back to the portal. Smart guy. The guy got to his feet and walked towards that place, holding the fluffies on himself. The popoi whispered to go with him. Kim raised an eyebrow and asked if they really wanted this, to which he received a positive answer. He hugged his friends and admitted that he didn't want to leave them alone, and so he would be happy to take them with him. Many are now confident that this young guy can handle everything. These words made him slightly embarrassed. Jeju raised his head and took a deep breath, preparing to move on. The guy took a step forward along with the fluffies and walked forward. A portal has already formed in front of him, and he is ready to go through it. And now our hero has already entered there and is ready to exit from the other side. When he almost crossed over to the other side, a strong wind was blowing there, so much so that it blinded him. The Fluffies also tried to hide behind it and hold on tighter. Soon everything calmed down, and Jeju could look up. Lowering his hand, he began to look around the new place. In front of him stood a huge tower, so tall that it could be called a skyscraper. Dark-eyed, and his friends looked at her, and everything that was around. There was so much, their eyes ran wild. But it would be more logical now to look around and start everything in order. The first thing he noticed was the hieroglyphs on the wall, and the system immediately gave him information about the translation into their language. After reading this, he became a little scared. It seems to him that they want to scare him right now, and the guys from the chat advised him to turn around. The next proverb had a meaning. All efforts are not created equal. This made the guy think. And indeed, the same efforts do not always lead to the same result. He understands this perfectly well. Jeju speaks about this with such confidence because he himself was born in his own world with a dirty spoon in his words. He is driven by his philosophy that it is better to try to do something than nothing. His thoughts were interrupted by a notification in the system. In exactly 10 minutes, the real test would begin. The main thing for him was to survive for half an hour. His eyes were slightly darting around. There was no time to waste, and he needed to prepare for the most important thing as soon as possible. Right now, he is opening his store and is going to test it before launch. Since this is a high-difficulty task, in the worst case, you might get red bears or 2 sea snakes. Clubfoot can spit fire and is gigantic. His entire body emits flames during battle. In order to win, you will have to hide behind a shield. But the crawlers can do almost nothing outside the water, and the main danger is their tail, which especially needs to be avoided. These creatures strangle with it in a couple of seconds, in which case only a weapon with a magazine will help. Jeju is a little worried that things might not go according to plan. He already had an unpredictable experience on the very first floor. But on the other hand, he shouldn't be given impossible tasks only on the second, and right now everything is already starting. The boy looks around and notices that a new portal appears in front of him. He was very small. Our hero guesses that everything is possible, that his opponent will be a sea snake. The popoi also looked at him excitedly. After a couple of seconds, it became bigger, which means there will be a bear, and the viewers are also almost sure of it, forcing the streamer to quickly buy protection. But no, the hole did not stop growing. It was very strange, and the boy even got a little scared. The teleporter continued to grow in size right before their eyes. Popoi and Jeju were very surprised and could only watch. Soon it became so huge that the guy had to run back several meters. It was taller than a 10-story building. The brunette looked at him, dumbfounded, and his legs began to shake. An incredible sight. His furry friends were also in shock. As here at one moment he turned pale, looking closely at what was inside. Something began to appear from the portal, large, green, and with scales. And so the first limb of this monster stepped onto the ground with a loud roar, so loud that our hero almost fell from the shaking of the ground. A few seconds later, a huge, toothy creature emerged from the hole, ready to destroy everything in its path. In front of him stands the dragon turtle, in person, and now everything falls into place, and the awakened ones who are watching this understand why he was given the talisman so quickly. The worst thing that could happen has happened. Our hero is nervously browsing the store in search of a more or less normal weapon for his modest budget. He'll have to buy a one-handed axe. Maybe it will help him in battle. The chat exploded with indignation. It was hard to believe that he wanted to fight alone with a creature that needed at least 3 people, but it was too late to retreat. In addition, if he destroyed monsters during streams, he received hidden rewards. Jeju gets into a fighting stance. The horned monster doesn't count the crows either, and is already examining his opponent with a piercing gaze. Without hesitation, the boy rushes forward and prepares to attack with his fluffy butts on his shoulders, and the guys began to worry about him very much. When he ran as close to him as possible, the monster slowly raised its paw up, and then a loud roar was heard, and the spectators were almost certain that this daredevil would not survive. A huge layer of dust rose up near his foot, through which almost nothing could be seen except a strange silhouette, and the scaly creature looked around. Jeju was able to hit the turtle's soul with his axe, and it seemed to be quite powerful. Here it immediately becomes clear that it is impossible to defeat her with one touch. His plan was to climb onto her back from the very beginning. But then the monster lifts its leg up and looks at its opponent. placing it at eye level. 1 second, and the mutant opens its mouth, releasing a powerful blue flame. Fortunately, our hero managed to dodge the attack and jump to the side, carefully watching the enemy. It's a good thing he's learned the turtle's behavior just in case and knows how it will act. Jeju jumps to the ground. He quickly raised his head, and it seems that the boy is confident that he can defeat this monster. And of course, he will receive a hidden reward for this as he wanted. The big turtle frowned and looked at him with a displeased look, slightly tilting its head to the side. Our daredevil was able to notice this and quickly ran in a zigzag pattern under her, reaching her hind legs along with his weapon. It seemed like he had already formed a small plan for attack, and he clutched his equipment in his hand as tightly as he could. The purple-eyed guy made a strong swing of his arms and prepared for the next attack, while the popoi giggled cutely. In the blink of an eye, he was able to seriously wound the monster in the hind leg, and at the sight of blood, one of the furry friends released his teeth. The huge creature screamed in pain, and the viewers of the stream even felt a little sorry for it, to the point of tears. While she wanted to try to strike again, the brunette was able to slip under her along with his little allies. Everything seems to be going according to plan at the moment. The savvy boy can't let her know what his next move is. The brute with the spikes on its shell sniffed menacingly and quickly looked around, searching for its opponent. Most likely, as Jeju thinks, she is thinking about how to catch him and deal with him. But it looks like it's a little different. She curls up inward, first hiding her head. Then she stuck all her limbs inside like a real turtle and fell to the ground. In the chat, people began to get upset that she was again using this nasty technique to heal even the smallest wounds. And this is the biggest problem. She starts to treat herself, and you have to wait until she finishes and gets out of there. New users started joining the viewing, and everyone immediately had a question about where this creature came from. Only on the 2nd floor. Many even thought that he was on the 11th. Meanwhile, our hero thought about his next steps and made a confident jump upward. Jeju ran very fast, like lightning, and while the turtle was licking her wounds, he climbed onto her back as he wanted. Just in case, he grabbed one of the spikes on her shell. The boy exhaled and mentally praised himself for the work he had done. A small goal had been achieved, and many viewers considered him a fool. It was pointless to hide from her there. And indeed, it's not that simple here. This place on it is also unsafe. These spikes can start to glow red and explode, and then nothing can be done. Now, the first thing to do, as always, is to find this monster's weak spot, which is what our risky daredevil is going to do. At this time, his very first fan sponsored another 10 coins and sent a voice message about those thorns, and thus managed to attract his attention. Kim Jeju ran on her back with an axe and looked for the most vulnerable part of her body, and it seemed he found it. The guy walked up to one of the spikes and, running, made a powerful swing with his cold weapon. In a moment, he thrust it into the middle of that very place that was not so easy to penetrate. But that wasn't enough. It was necessary to do it again, and with a little more effort, our hero glowed bright blue and prepared to strike to kill. 1 second, and the tip of the horn flies off the shell of a huge turtle. Having done this, the boy became quiet and silently looked around, catching his breath. And then the monster begins to crawl out after healing its small wounds. From such shaking, Jeju barely stood on 2 legs. The toothy creature looked at him sideways and was about to take the next step. It ran as fast as it could towards the wall that was opposite it, and our hero guessed that perhaps the turtle was trying to throw him off by crashing into the wall. If this is so, then this cannot be allowed. There is one last chance to win. They need to use it. The guy found the very thorn that he cut down and swings the axe, mentally praying that everything will work. He needed to move it, and he hit it with his weapon several times. A red color appeared. After the final damage, the giant turtle raised its head up and let out a loud roar. A moment later, that same part on the shell explodes with a deafening sound. The huge monster falls to the ground with a loud roar, and the awakened ones watch what happens next. It lay there and didn't move. Could our hero have really defeated the turtle? Everyone present in the chat was shocked by what they saw. Our hero jumped off her back and walked slowly, looking at her. It seems that when he swung at that spike, he pulled a muscle in his arm, and it hurt a little. People in the chat supported him and were happy with the victory. And indeed, the giant monster was defeated. It lay there and did not move, and the boy slightly forced a smile. He glanced at the very place of the explosion and slowly decided to approach it. The brunette sighed heavily. It was very risky, and fortunately, his plan worked. It turns out that at the moment when this turtle was trying to crash into the wall, he came up with a cunning plan. After watching all the lessons he had managed to, the boy knew that her spike exploded when a stream of mana was directed at it. Therefore, Jeju decided to pour into it the mana that he received after absorbing its source, that very stone. So he decided to blow up this huge dragon turtle. When he struck, the spike that was still in her glowed red, causing an explosion. Although he was not very strong, he was powerful enough to deal with the monster, but our hero himself almost suffered from it. His thoughts were interrupted by a quiet roar. The guy turned around and looked at his opponent. The monster barely opened his eyes, but still couldn't move. With a trembling hand, Jeju took the axe and was about to put an end to this battle. He swung his weapon, but suddenly a system appeared to him with a notification that the test had been successfully passed. Our daredevil gets a passage to the next floor and also receives a hidden reward, which is what he was waiting for the most. The Popoi were also very happy for their new friend, as they appeared cheerfully and jumped around the guy. Scratching the back of his head, the brunette assumed that the kids wanted to feast on the injured turtle. And indeed, yes, it is so, because the tower monsters usually accumulate mana and store it for a long time. And for the little white fluffies, this creature is like a huge lump of energy. Little Kim laughed and nodded his head, allowing the kids to eat his favorite dish. They happily began to eat, and the audience was amazed at how they understood his language. He stood and watched as they ate the turtle, and in the chat, everyone was disgusted to watch this as they opened their mouths wide. Jeju was barely able to catch his breath, and like his fans, he couldn't believe that he was able to deal with her on the second floor so quickly. The winner was reading the chat, and many people there thought that he had some cheats from the administrator or another person. And yes, this situation does seem strange, but a simple excuse about pure luck won't do the trick. In response to all the questions, our daredevil simply folded his arms across his chest and did not attach much importance to his victory in the duel, blaming it all on the fact that he simply wanted to try to fight her. He understands perfectly well that people watch him because they are interested in watching the horrific difficulties he goes through, and of course the interesting ways he solves the problems. Just think, there are already 200 people watching him and he is only on the second floor. This is an amazing result. And our hero smiled broadly as he looked at the system. After a little warm-up, he decided to check his rewards for completing the task. He had 3 of them at once. His eyes were running wild and the boy didn't know where to start. First, it would be a good idea to open the prize for completing the floor, which is what Jeju did. After pressing the right button, a beautiful gift box arrived to him. There were several different objects in it, and the viewer's eyes were drawn to a stone, which was the second time he had come across it. Besides it, there was also a bag of coins, which would be automatically credited to the account after opening, and also a rare rank spatial backpack, which the guy liked the most. It was quite heavy, and only the lucky ones get it, so everyone became interested in what was in there. Regarding the mana stone, which he also got, the brunette thinks that it would be best not to show its description directly on the stream. Each small boulder will only be useful to him on the 10th floor, but each one has a different structure, so it is too risky to eat everything in a row. Jeju was about to ask his young Neems another question to get them to switch to another topic, or more specifically, the hidden reward. And then he gets a very interesting stone, dark purple in color. The brunette looks at it carefully and turns it in his hands. This item is of heroic rank. It raises the item level by 1 and cannot be higher than the one embedded in the rune. The boy grinned and put it in his backpack. It would definitely come in handy in the future. Suddenly his head started to spin. The guy threw his bag on the floor and tried to stay on his feet, clutching his head. The guy was feeling unwell. He lost a lot of blood. The guys in the chat are asking to go to the next floor as soon as possible. That's how his wounds will heal. He gave himself a little time to catch his breath and then decided to choose the next reward. This time, he had a blessing. And right now he faces a difficult choice. In the comments, people advised everyone to choose different things. His eyes ran wild, but still, he already knows what he wants. The boy approaches the system and without thinking twice, presses the button he needs. Proudly raising his head, he declared that he was confident in his choice, but the audience condemned his choice. It seemed too absurd to everyone. He knows that the path of magicians and knights is very simple and has almost no obstacles. But magical engineers encounter obstacles and puzzles, and despite their efforts, the class's skills are not always applicable. Usually such people are always perceived as crafters or supporters of the company, nothing more. But Jeju is pleased to think that he is only at the very beginning of his adventure. Besides, He clearly remembers the guy from that video where he fought with a pack of wolves. He had an iron hand which he used in battles with all the monsters. This man is a brilliant magical engineer on the battlefield. After watching the video with him, the brunette began to admire him. He likes it when explosions are used in battles like he does. The young worker of the shelter was very sorry that he would not be able to create his own magic weapon. The popoi saw that he was sad and came to him. The boy picked up one of the fluffy creatures and was touched as it ate the rest of his food. After hugging all the kids, he thought that he could, in principle, imitate the inventions of this magical engineer. The boy laughed slightly and spoke sweetly to his tamed monsters. He praised them for how well they had enjoyed their favorite dragon turtle shell, and the guys in the chat were amazed at how these little guys could eat so much. With a heavy sigh, Jeju decided to move on right now. His strength was already running out and he was very tired. The people watching the stream literally begged him to do the same. With a sluggish gait, our hero was able to reach the desired portal and pass through it to the next floor of trials. Upon entering the new place, he saw an incredibly beautiful palace with large statues of guards. Having breathed in some fresh air, he immediately felt an incredible boost of energy and good mood. He felt much better. The boy smiled broadly and began to examine himself. His wounds had indeed healed and nothing was bothering him anymore. As soon as an important notification appeared in his system, the most important condition of the test is not to leave the territory of the Garden of the Forgotten God. If the hero fails to do so, he will be stuck here forever. It is not difficult to guess that this floor is basically no different from the previous ones, although the previous ones were much more difficult than in the video, the guy thought. But his thoughts were interrupted by an unknown voice. Some cheerful person was talking to the young Nims and thanking the awakened ones for the donations. He also made it to the third tier of tasks and was very happy. Jeju looked at him and seemed to begin to understand something. The unknown short-haired guy glanced at him too. It seemed like he didn't understand what another participant was doing here either, but it was possible that they would have to go through the test together. The guys stood and looked at each other for a minute and didn't know what to say, but the green-eyed one was the first to break the silence. He extended his hand forward to greet our Jeju, and he noticed that his friend was trembling. The shelter worker greeted him back, looking at him intently. The boys shook hands firmly and smiled at each other, looking into each other's eyes. The new guy looked at him and asked if his new friend was a streamer. Kim raised his head and proudly confirmed it. And then the modest boy flinched a little and asked Jeju for forgiveness for his excessive curiosity. This is not surprising. He was probably meeting a person in the tower for the first time. The green-eyed man teared up slightly and admitted with a little shame that he had no experience in testing. After clearing his throat, he smiled broadly and introduced himself, wiping tears from his eyes. His name is Ha Yeon-seok. Our Kim Jeju said his name in response, rubbing his neck awkwardly. It sounded very unusual and interesting to his new acquaintance. The guys smiled at each other. Young-seok, looking around the area, tried to remember his nickname. Later, he glanced at the long-haired man and noticed small, fluffy things on his shoulders. He was not mistaken that these were popoi. It is clear that the audience enlightened him, and he knows these creatures. The short-haired man laughed and nodded his head. Everyone in his chat was wondering what these little ones were doing here. They looked very cute to him. Jeju looked at him awkwardly and laughed. He decided not to reveal the details of why they were here, and even with him at the same time. The new guy thought for a bit, stroking his little butt, and was about to say something. But he was interrupted by a loud rumble of the earth, which began to shake. The guys nervously looked around. And right in front of them, a couple of seconds later, those same huge statues appeared, which literally came to life before their eyes. Ha Yeon-seok instantly turned pale with fear. Now is not the best time to continue the dialogue. The guys have serious problems. One of the stone knights slammed his weapon down on the stone floor and looked at his opponents. The time to prepare for the test was exhausted. It was time to start what they came here for. If you think about it, the difficulty of the floors is relatively the same, which means the weaknesses are the same. Kim takes out his weapon without thinking. He knows that the statues of the defenders are a stage of real trials. On low difficulty, there will be only one enemy, and on medium difficulty, there will be two. And on his high the same, you need to try to apply the same strategy. Jeju tightly squeezes the axe in his hand. The boy looks at them together with his butts and remembers those same lessons from the video. The difficulty of passing the floor is that you need to defeat them at the same time. Otherwise, they will come to life without stopping. One of them was about to attack his opponents without delay, swinging his spear. The first blow landed right next to them, and a large crack formed in the ground from the impact. From there, a huge layer of dust immediately formed, which flew in all directions. Yongseok fell and screamed in fear. He had never seen such strength. He was screaming in panic, trying to find out where Jeju was. He was silent and did not answer. Fans thought that he had died, but the stream was still going on. But he was found almost immediately. Two monsters were about to attack him, and the boy confidently rushes forward. One of the statues tried to crush him with a shield, and our daredevil ran right under it. In a moment, he found himself pinned to the ground by it. The sound was so loud that the floor here shook. His new partner was very scared for him and started screaming loudly, trying to find out if everything was okay. The warrior raised his fence and was about to look at the results of his work. He stood in shock when he saw that there was no one underneath him except cracked earth. Jeju was behind him. He swung his axe and ran straight at him, trying to repeat the previous plan. Coming as close to the monster as possible, he pushed off with his foot and made a high jump upward. He managed to fly up to the knee level of this huge statue, and it seems that this time he is glowing much brighter than on the second floor. The audience noticed this. The boy swung his arms and hit his leg with the blade of the axe as hard as he could. The damage was so severe that half of his leg literally flew off to the side. His friend Yongseok covered his mouth with his hand and watched everything that was happening with great surprise. The stone friend saw that his ally was wounded and extended his hand. The audience was slightly amazed by the fact that these monsters help each other and support each other. The victim leaned his hand on his assistant. Jeju doesn't have time for unnecessary actions. He needs to deal with the second statue before the wounded one comes back to life. He exhaled heavily and mentally encouraged himself. They couldn't be allowed to be reborn. Taking a deep breath, the boy breaks forward and runs at great speed straight towards them. The brunette got to the two-legged giant and pulled a dirty trick, striking the surviving opponent in the leg. He puts in a lot of effort and literally drives a huge axe into his limb. But it's not enough. Darkeye makes a second powerful swing with his hand and is about to double the force of the blow. One jerk and the sly one copes with him. His leg, just like his comrade's, flies off to the side. The two grabbed each other even tighter and tried to find some kind of balance. However, to no avail, the Knights of Stone fall to the ground with a loud crash. The guys could barely stay in their places. A thick layer of dust rose around them, making it impossible to see anything. After a while, the sandy fog began to dissipate, and Jeju saw the silhouette of the giant's leg. It stood in the same place where he had struck. The boy looked at the result of his work with shining eyes. It seems that he has won. Two giants lie and do not move in front of him. Suddenly, the guy heard a familiar voice behind him, and Yongseok, who was very worried about him, was running towards him as fast as he could. Looking at the lying knights, he even trembled and asked his proud ally how he was able to do this. Suddenly, one of these stone monsters moved a little. Jeju heard a small rustle and turned around nervously, trying to understand what was going on. It opened its eyes and seemed to hiss. Examining the situation around it, the monster aimed at his new friend. The daredevil, with his butts on his shoulders, shouted as loudly as he could and warned of the danger. He stood there and looked into the distance, not suspecting anything bad. But hearing the scream, he looked at his self-confident friend with slight bewilderment, and only at that moment, raising his eyes a little higher, he noticed that something sharp and incredibly gigantic in size was flying towards him. Kim repeated himself and asked him to bend down again, but he stood there like a pillar and the guy had to run to him. A huge, fiery arrow flew straight at his inattentive friend with incredible speed. Fortunately, he managed to come to the rescue and jumped on him. The spear fell next to them and a small explosion occurred. The guys looked up and watched what was happening, and what they saw made their mouths drop open. These giants ran straight towards them, safe and sound. Apparently, cutting off their legs was not enough. Jeju thought about it and only now realized that simply dropping it on the ground was not enough. He confidently picks up his one and only irreplaceable axe and prepares to fight them again. One of them had already put up a shield, and the second one was in a fighting stance and was about to attack. Viewers began to support their streamer and wanted him to deal with these stone blocks as soon as possible. The boy rushes forward at high speed and prepares for the next action. The little fluffies cling tightly to his clothes and briefcase. He was able to climb onto the giant's hand with the shield, which was holding it. It seems that it doesn't notice where its opponent is yet, and this will play into the boy's hands. Having taken a low start, he got ready and after a couple of seconds moved forward. Having gotten close enough as he needed, he confidently jumped as high as he could. The daredevil made a powerful swing with his hand and the axe, and the knight raised his head at the very last moment and looked at him. But alas, It was already too late for him. The boy deals a crushing blow, so strong that it cuts the stone statue. Small boulders fell from his body and landed on the floor with a soft thud. The boy jumped onto the severed body of the hard monster and watched as the upper part of it fell with a loud crash not far from him. As soon as he had time to catch his breath, a giant hand began to approach him. It sank into the wounded creature's body, and Jeju managed to jump away from the scene of the attack. With his other limb, he tried to catch our little guy, and it seems he won't be able to dodge it this time. There is no time to think at all. Everything needs to be done quickly. Our hero's eyes darted around. It is also important to consider that if you do not finish everything right now, the broken statue may be reborn again. Taking a deep breath, the brunette made a strong swing with the axe and prepared to deal with this bad guy too. He jumps very high again and looks straight at him while he tries to catch him and keep track of his opponent's movements. With a deft movement, the fighter was able to cut off the stone giant's hand. The part above his elbow cracked, and the knight began to shake his head nervously from side to side. The crack began to spread further, and Jeju managed to push the cut stone body into it, and it was unable to maintain its balance. Without wasting any time, the young warrior ran away from them and after a while, stopped. There was a loud crash behind him. Those stone guys fell. The Popoi looked at them with interest. Somehow one of them managed to turn his head and look after the attacker, trying to get up. But he didn't succeed. His eyes went out and he froze forever. The smart boy was able to defeat him. Kim Jaju was retreating from the battlefield, and his system was literally bursting with notifications about subscriptions and donations. He walked further and thought about the battle strategy. Initially, he planned to destroy the red eye, since it was a weak spot. But it was enough for him to break the statues themselves to pass the floor. In any case, he was able to do it successfully. The people who watched it did not even have time to cook themselves something to eat before watching the stream. But why doesn't the portal appear? The guy doesn't see it and turns his head around in confusion. And yet he found it and was about to go there, and suddenly he heard a familiar voice from behind. He had to stop and turn around, which he did. His new acquaintance, Youngseok, was very embarrassed and asked to talk a little, but he snorted with displeasure. Jeju didn't want to waste time and, smiling sweetly, asked to postpone the conversation until later. He was sure that such a chance would come again. The friend felt a little offended when he looked after him. The short-haired man felt abandoned and became very sad. And in front of our hero was the most important building of this location, which he had to get to. He slowly climbed the steps, looking at everything around him with interest. Going upstairs, the brunette noticed an unknown scroll lying on a beautiful table. Kim came even closer and slowly unfolded it, beginning to study what it was about. It was written there that they expected their own destruction every day. During the chaos, the cries of starving people were constantly heard, and the spirits of fallen soldiers wandered throughout the empire. It is about Astrud in the year 957, when the mad ruler proclaimed the beheading of a young general who had just returned from the war. And all because of his disobedience. There was also a warning in the sheet never to provoke the emotions of the main emperor. The guys in the chat were trying to figure out what it meant, and Jaiju decided not to go into details now, but it's a good hint to the 5th floor. When he managed to finish reading everything that was there, a portal appeared in front of him, from which, as always, a cold wafted. But before he could go any further, he needed to check his rewards. The awakened ones thought that it wouldn't be the best due to the easy test. After pressing the right button, a large box with a gift immediately came out to him. The guy carefully took it in his hands. Indeed, it was just a bag of coins, and the people watching the broadcast laughed. Kim Jaiju was also unhappy with this. On high difficulty, he was given 3 items. However, after looking at the system, his opinion about the surprise changed. There were as many as 5,000 in the bag, which is a lot on the 3rd floor. Now he will be the one chuckling, not his audience. The boy worried in vain about such a modest reward. As always, before starting a new mission, he needed to look at the system. He had a good increase in the audience, most likely all because of Young Seok. He really wanted to learn more about magical engineering, but his thoughts were interrupted by active questions in the chat. Everyone was worried that his pets, the Popoi, had gone quiet somewhere. The boy looked around and noticed his furry friends, who were lying on the floor not far from him and were very lethargic. He ran up to his little monsters and became very worried about their health. Perhaps they were sick. The little ones really weren't like themselves. They are usually cheerful and noisy, but now they were as quiet as a mouse. Jads had no choice but to ask the chat for help, but even here, it was a bummer. Almost everyone unanimously said that their streamer was the first one who was able to tame the furry ones. When one of them suggested that they might be hungry, it made the guy think. But this can't be. The Popoi had a hearty lunch on a huge turtle shell on the second floor. He got an idea on how to check for a desire to eat. The brunette reaches into his briefcase. The boy took out a mana stone from there and slowly held it out to them, carefully watching the reaction. The fluffies snorted in response, and without opening their eyes, turned away from their favorite treat. Their owner scratched his head, and it immediately became clear that it was not a matter of hunger. His panicked thoughts were interrupted by a donation from the very first fan. User Love recommended that he first go up to the 5th floor, and people in the chat already understood what he was talking about. And then it dawned on him that there was someone there who could look at his little friends and help. Kim quickly grabs the Popoevs in her arms and confidently declares that she is going to move on to quickly find out the reason for this. Suddenly he hears a familiar and tired voice behind him, approaching him. This is his new acquaintance, Yongseok, who is already exhausted from running and looking for him. He sighed slightly displeasedly and wanted to quickly finish the dialogue that had not even begun yet. Jeju is very worried about his fellow priests and does not want to linger. The short-haired guy felt a little awkward. He understands that he is getting on his nerves, but still wants to say something. He bowed down to his dark-eyed friend and thanked him with all his heart for his help. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been able to go so far and pass this test with the Stone Knights. Yongseok raised his head and smiled sincerely, once again expressing his respect for his new acquaintance. Kim was of course slightly surprised by this turn of events and looked at him with slight shock. After a couple of seconds, he came to his senses and cleared his throat slightly. Jeju chuckled in response and made it clear that he was also very happy to meet him. His friend was very pleased to hear such words. He is looking forward to the next moment when he can see him. The men said goodbye and our hero went straight into the portal so as not to delay it any further. In a moment, the caring boy finds himself on a new level, holding little fluffy creatures in his arms. This time there was no time to prepare, and the test has already begun right now. Now the most important thing is to destroy the necessary seal. Kim sighed, slightly displeasedly. He was a little irritated by that very intimidation at the end of the whole text. He also didn't want to spend money on food, but he didn't plan on staying on this floor either. The brunette slowly walked around the room he found himself in and looked around. He looked around, and putting his drink on the floor, decided to first go to the wall, which he liked the most. There were strange hieroglyphs written on it, apparently in a language completely unknown to him. Moving to a slightly different place, the boy saw a lot of buttons. In front of him was a real test of intelligence. Scratching his chin, Jaiju decided to go into his store and buy something useful for himself. There was also a wide selection of food and all sorts of sweets on offer. Now there is a battle against time and one cannot relax, no matter how tempting it may be. This could result in a death sentence. The guy thought that he didn't really need anything from this. And besides, there weren't that many coins, so he didn't give in to the temptation in the comments to buy himself something tasty. First of all, the most important thing for him is to save them for the most needed moment. Besides, his kids are not well, and he is very worried about them. From the video lessons he watched, the boy remembers that here he needs to study the inscriptions on the crystals and eventually choose the right color, which he slowly approaches them. These stones on the wall change color as soon as you lightly touch them. Jeju remembered the basic rule and showed the audience how it worked by touching one of them, which lit up red. Looking at the whole picture in person, he couldn't believe that it had caused him difficulties at home. The guy continued to study these stones and looked at the inscriptions on them, which also plays an equally important role. The next crystal with a certain symbol glowed green, but it also had a different order of colors. While watching the videos, his brain literally exploded from such an amount of information. Kim could not remember all the hieroglyphs. He needed to replace these signs with numbers while doing his homework, so that it would be easier to remember everything and not bother his head. But even despite this, even though he knows everything will be much more complicated. These sneaky crystals can change color suddenly, and it is impossible to predict this, but the audience has brewed tea and prepared something tasty, and is watching the solution of the puzzle with interest. In his eyes, such a test looks like a Rubik's Cube that needs to be solved correctly. Having repeated the solution strategy in his head, he began to touch the ones he needed and gradually put together a picture in his head. Of course, many changed their color, and it took a little effort. The guy watched everything carefully and adjusted to the circumstances. And so, after some time, Jeju manages to solve this riddle. All the stones glowed with their own shade. Those watching the stream accumulated a lot of questions. The guy smiled slightly, and it turned out that in the process he became less scared. If he continued in the same spirit, he would need a maximum of half an hour. Only 7 minutes into the test, the resourceful brunette was able to speed up and work faster. People watched his movements and thoughts. Everyone had already decided that he would be able to climb to the next floor without any problems. Kim Jae-ju's eyes were running wild, but he still coped with the task perfectly. All the puzzles even made him sweat. And finally, he managed to make all the crystals blue, except for one, which suddenly changed to green. Touch, and the last stone acquires exactly the same shade as the rest. Great, the test was passed and our hero has access to the next floor. And then a man donated him again for as much as 200 coins. He was amazed by our hero and asked if he was a member of the Mensa. Scratching the back of his head, he denied it. His very first fan sponsored the hero for 500 gold and praised him for the work he had done. Kim smiled and decided to check his rewards before the next start. And again, he only got one prize. The audience can't believe it. It's a bag of money again. Jeju was very happy. Thanks to the accumulated amount, he would be able to buy a heroic rank skill book. While he waits for the coins to be credited to his account, he looks at his furry babies. The popoi are not feeling well. You need to hurry to help them. The guy runs up to them and picks them up. They purr painfully. And he doesn't even want to overtake a guy who is already at level 7 and surpasses him. You need to do everything calmly. The brunette, along with the sick mobs, hurried to the next floor. In Astrude's world time, he will be given a week. He will become the owner of one painting. But besides his, there will be another one. Other than that, there are only 2 ways to pass this test. Either reach the chosen end or deal with another user. So the new location for testing turned out to be a luxurious palace. A guy in a perfectly clean and ironed suit walked into his room and calmly sat down on the sofa. Looking up, he saw a large book on his small table and grinned slightly. He took it to read and slowly began to leaf through its thin pages. He was now about 10 years old, and it was the Empire of 944. For his birthday, the little boy asked his father for a magical pet, but instead received a hard slap in the face and a disapproving look from his brother as a gift that broke his heart. 2 days later, he created a secret space without the knowledge of the head of the family. In addition, he offered a gold coin to Fordrick for his help, but he did not accept it, but promised to give a magical animal. Looking at the book, he exhaled, and was surprised at himself that he knew who he was copying. It was the second heir of the Astrude Empire, Nioli du Toprox. The emperor noticed how the prince was raising a pet, and he was ordered to burn it with his own hands. Plus, he got the nickname of the executioner. The guy closed the book with a bang. This kid copied this character about whom he mentally read a short history and was given the task of becoming an emperor. But taking the throne by force will not be considered completing the task. His test also began. He threw the work on the table and was very angry that he was given such a complex plan of action. The green-eyed man stood leaning on a hard surface and was unhappy that he had to play such a role and really wanted to become a magical engineer like he had previously desired. And Jeju studied what was written in his system. He had already managed to calculate that in the real world, passing a floor would take no more than a minute. But here it would take a whole week. Viewers will not be able to leave the stream during this time, and he has only 2 options: destroy another user or complete the task. And if the enemy reaches the end first, he will feel the destruction of this world. After these words, our hero got goosebumps. People started arguing in the chat about this, and Kim yelled at them and demanded that they calm down. Otherwise, they would face blocking the chat. His lecture was interrupted by a notification in the system asking him to choose his desired power. Depending on his choice, he is given a figure that he will have to copy here. In his case, it will be a significant historical figure of the Astrude Empire. He knows that magical abilities are prescribed for the chief magician of the kingdom. Magic engineering is only for platinum design. And physical forces are for the guards of the empire, but besides this, there are also others. Namely, there are still high non-combat classes or assassin paths, but their abilities are much lower. Jeju crossed his arms over his chest and thought. In the chat, people's opinions were scattered, and everyone recommended their own. After a minute of thought, he finally decided to settle on magical engineering, and his eyes even lit up. He voiced his choice and was about to confirm it. The audience condemned him for it. But for some reason, a completely different option appeared in the system. connected with magical animals. Kim did not want this. A portal appeared behind him. He started shouting and demanding that the choice be cancelled, but to no avail. His opponent put his head on the table and was very upset for this very reason. He wanted to choose the same direction. He sighed heavily and realized that it was too late to get carried away now and tried to calm himself down in every possible way and think about his next steps. He believes that if the final goal is not difficult, then he will easily achieve it. He also has another option, to deal with another player, and this seems to him to be the right choice. On the first day, he got used to his new body and read the character's diary to know the situation and get information about him. Just then he heard footsteps behind him, turned around and saw a dark-haired man standing at the entrance. Green-eyed, playing the role of his character, as a true heir to the Empire, demanded to call Fordrick, who obediently nodded his head. After reading the book, he has to understand what this man is planning. The audience even shuddered from such an incredible game. A couple of minutes later, he himself came, bowed, and asked if he had been called. The red-haired prince nodded his head. This man came to him just in time. In a calm and docile tone, the bearded Fordrick Domarun called his subordinate and prepared for such a sudden visit, bringing a magical animal from the north. He brought with him something that was under the white cape and slowly walked into the room. The man put it on the table and with a slight movement threw off the sheet. And underneath it were the butts, those same fluffy ones that Jeju had to look after. They were in an even worse condition than before. He completely forgot about them because of all the commotion, but the prince carefully examined these pets, and it was suspicious that their energy was at 0. The subordinate suggested that perhaps these small creatures had eaten too many mana stones, and that was why they were acting like this. The green-eyed man listened to him and was not too involved in the dialogue, when suddenly the man thought and shouted out his name. Fordrick ran up to the prince and, holding him by the shoulders, nervously shook him. He did not understand how mana could come out of his body. Something definitely happened in his opinion during the month of absence. The boy in Nioli Dutoprak's body snorted in displeasure, and removing his hand, said that he was fine, without revealing the truth. The brown-eyed man didn't stop raging. He couldn't believe that everything was as simple as he said. Usually people explode from the mana inside them. It turns out that she actually got into his head. At the moment she does not threaten him, until he starts to get angry or nervous. There is a great risk that he will get out of control. Just thinking about it made him feel a little panicky. He even had to breathe through his mouth. He was asked not to absorb mana. In order not to spoil anything, he lightly patted his comrade on the shoulders and promised to listen to his advice. The man looked at him with concern. He wanted to continue the dialogue, but he could not contradict him, and bowing was about to leave. But before he did this, he, with his master's permission, reported that the first prince had recently begun to behave very strangely, and finally asked him to be careful. The green-eyed man smiled and thanked his subordinate for such concern, and declared that he would send the drunks to the basement himself. Fordrick bowed again one last time and slowly left the room. He was the only advisor to Kaoli, and was also his mother's personal knight. But it all ended when she, his mother, left this world, and after that he specifically became the young man's advisor. The red-haired man walked around the room and thought that most likely it was all about the magic stones. In theory, he should have been shaking with fear at the moment when he fought with the dragon turtle. But most of all, he is worried about the words that the first prince is up to something. He thought about it the whole way while carrying the cage with the sick fluffies. He has exactly 1 week to defeat him and become the emperor. Of course, it is easier to deal with him, but if you reach your goal in another way, the reward will be more pleasant. He walked and looked around the room, putting the mobs on the table. He looked for the right book and slightly moved it towards himself. At that very second, there was a loud rustling sound, and the cabinet she was on began to move. As it was said in that very work, in front of him there was a secret passage underground, which opened up to him. Now the red-haired guy carries the Popoev there, slowly descending the stone steps. He entered a slightly dark room where there was a light but pleasant smell of dampness. There was silence all around, and only his own steps could be heard. Having moved a little further, the boy noticed other pets. They were not at all scared, but on the contrary, very happy to see their owner. These are the creatures that Kaoli was guarding. When he placed his babies next to the others, they opened their eyes and looked at him with slight resentment. Our hero couldn't hold back and started crying. He really didn't want to leave them here. The kids also started crying and were depressed. It was for their own good, their safety, Even if it was so, the fluffies could not calm down and squealed, sadly looking after their friend. He would have liked to buy a skill book for the popoi, but he couldn't find anything useful for them. So he bought one for himself and created the skill of basic animal magic. The guys watching the stream were wondering if there were any changes. Jaju smirked and said that he didn't feel anything special. Besides, he already had a small trip planned to another place. He tried to quickly close that secret passage with a heavy wardrobe. It seemed that the green-eyed man guessed that his opponent had more likely chosen the knight or mage class, judging by everything. If you think about it from a rewards perspective, as he does now, it becomes clear that the guy needs to hinder this streamer as much as possible. At the same time, the pumped-up brunette took out a large sword, and it was clear that he was fighting with someone. He swings his sword and in an instant cuts the enemy into pieces. Standing up straight on his feet, he grinned, looking down as the Motlock fell from behind. This fighter is named Lee Sungjai. On this floor, everyone is getting stronger, and he looks energized and confident. The strongman used the skill book, and with each swing of the sword, he feels an incredible surge of energy. He already knew about our hero. He found it funny that he chose a high difficulty and received a lot of donations because of this and his persistence. Our daredevil easily defeated the monsters, used another participant as a human shield, and instantly moved to the next level. His thoughts during training were interrupted by comments from the audience. It seems that he has a guest. The man turned around and raised an eyebrow, staring at him, and his followers recognized who it was. The second prince stands in front of him, and the jock's skin crawled when he looked straight into his eyes. Sungjai stood there like a pillar and couldn't utter a word. The guys from the chat told him that he needed to kneel down. The brunette listened to them and did so solemnly, as expected, greeting the important guest. The green-eyed man asked him to stand up and assess the swordsman's training during the Empire. He looked up and expressed great honor for this, but he himself began to suspect that he was also a streamer, but his guesses seemed stupid to him. His character uses a sword and is a great master. He is very honest and hates liars. His speech was difficult to get used to, but he was able to adapt quickly. Lee stood up from his knees and slowly put away his sword, asking what brought him here. People noted his excellent acting. Our hero, in the body of Nioli Dutoprox, smiled sweetly and remembered how he burst into tears at his last birthday party because he couldn't find his favorite alcohol. The brunette looked at him awkwardly. The red-haired man laughed slightly and said that he wanted to send his favorite drink, but forgot the name and wanted to clarify it. The unknown guy in the body of this character got excited and started sweating heavily. He has no idea what this is about. He nervously looks at the chat, hoping to hear the correct answer. Just in time, the man managed to read the name from the system, and bowing, he replied that it was called Pertale. The prince thought about it. It seemed familiar to him, and he promised to send it to him tomorrow. His interlocutor expressed gratitude and promised to try for the good of the Empire, kneeling down, and in his soul it was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He was able to survive. But that's not all. The green-eyed man had one last question that he wanted to voice. He smiled slightly. The boy in the yellow vest extended his hand and asked him what his Korean name was, looking into his eyes with interest. The brunette grinned and began to slowly rise from his knees, looking at him from under his forehead. Straightening up, he asked in a cocky tone who he was, his eyes wide open. But his interlocutor did not tense up for a second and continued to play his role. He confidently repeated that his name was Kaoli. The jock walked up to him and laughed slightly. Since it was a prince standing in front of him, the fact that he hadn't brought his advisor with him for protection looked suspicious. Taking out his sword, Sungjai slowly approached him. He was interested in asking him some leading questions, but he didn't see any reason to answer. And the fact is that introvert prince wrote down every little thing he did in his diary. The dark-haired man mimicked him mockingly. After that, he expressed his opinion. It turns out that he believes that he is without any talent or abilities, who can go to the next world with just one swing of the sword. The green-eyed heir to the emperor laughed and pointed out that he had immediately noticed the frivolity of his interlocutor, as well as his overly vulgar behavior. These words touched him, and Bruno decided to teach him a lesson for this, slowly pulling out the blade. The guys were ready to fight and had already clashed angrily with their eyes, but then a worried man ran towards them. It was Fordrick. He noticed their skirmish and pushed the attacker away. He was very worried about his prince and asked if everything was okay. And he didn't give a damn about the request not to make noise. He saw with his own eyes how they raised a cold weapon at him. Jeju, in the role of the prince, tried to smooth things over and covered for the rowdy guy by saying that he himself had asked to demonstrate his sword skills. The brunette nodded his head uncertainly. The servant leaned over the dark-haired man and presented him with a noticeable thirst for blood from his master. This time, the man issued a simple warning to be more careful, otherwise he could easily be accused of attempted murder. Fordrick leaned over him and whispered in his ear what they could do to him. If he continued in the same spirit, the brunette was thrown into a shudder from what he heard. He bowed to him at the moment and admitted that he was guilty. On this note, they decided to close the topic. Since the prince wanted to spare him, there was no point in developing this topic. He nodded his head and ran out of the room as quickly as possible to avoid getting into trouble again. The subordinate noticed that something was wrong with the swordsman today. He couldn't believe that the heart of the empire could act so frivolously. Judging by the way he speaks, our hero seems to miss the old days. Fordrick looked away and thought he needed a little time to answer. A few seconds later, he praised his prince for such a malicious remark and admitted that he did not remember anything that happened before taking the oath of allegiance to Empress Prodigy. Jeju, in his new body, smiled slightly and simply nodded his head. He stated that he wanted to wander outside the room. He was bored there. The subordinate bowed before him and asked him to avoid collision with the first prince as carefully as possible. With his permission, the man in the formal suit left the room. Our hero lost much more time than he expected due to all these incidents. He urgently needs to visit the workshop of magical engineers tomorrow. People in the chat were wondering what he would do now that he had already found another streamer. Jeju was a little confused. And yet he decided to act according to his old plan. He wants to achieve the chosen ending. Such a decision was extremely illogical according to users. But in his mind he thinks that he must find some other way. Meanwhile, Lee Sungjae requested the documents he needed on Mr. Fordrick. He thanked his subordinate and took the important papers in his hands. He even felt better after that. What a lucky guy he was. Sungjae was very worried that this prince could easily order the servants to deal with him, and tears flowed from his excitement. There was one genius among the fans who had a plan of action and ordered him to go to the administration office if he wanted to win and find information about the second prince and Fordrick. And right now, having left his office, he leafs through the documents and studies everything that is written in them. Here they also mentioned those furry creatures that Jeju had been messing around with from the very beginning. The knight began to read the chat. His fans began to speculate who it could be. And many guessed that it was that same crazy weirdo from the first floor who ate stones, and many left his stream when they saw the drunks. The brunette had some doubts. He was not sure that he needed to know about the identity of that person, but the audience assured him otherwise. And so it is because of this that this guy is right now heading to a very new place for him, which was pointed out by one of his subscribers. The chapel that he had been working towards for almost the entire evening began to appear before his eyes. Songjai needed to go straight to that place. After talking with his donors, the swordsman learned that the method of fighting they had discussed would only work if the enemy's identity was known, which made him incredibly happy. This plan looks perfect in Sungjai's head. He is confident that he will be able to show that he is the boss here. An hour ago, the swordsman was walking down the corridor of a small palace as if nothing had happened. A couple of minutes later, he heard someone's quiet but confident steps and looked up. The same green-eyed guy who was walking opposite him appeared in front of him, and a small, sly smile appeared on Sungjae's face. The men met eyes and stopped, literally a meter away from each other. The brunette, smiling sarcastically, decided to expose his opponent. The dark-haired man looked him straight in the eye and said the full name that his fans had told him, Kim Jaiju, but he just tilted his head to the side and said nothing. The jock, seeing his reaction, realized that this was true. He was right, and an incredible feeling of pride flared up inside him. He laughed loudly, and a moment later he ran somewhere. Our hero tried to stop him and shouted something after him, but no one listened to him. He ran as fast as he could, and was very glad that he would not stay here forever and would not go to another world. The viewers told him about a secret place on the 5th floor that not everyone knows about, and Sungjai is heading there. Finally, after a couple of minutes, he stopped and decided to catch his breath. All this time, he was literally guided by the awakened ones. Thanks to them, he was here. But not everything is so smooth. In case of a mistake, he will receive a huge penalty, and such easy command of the floor will cost him the opportunity to improve his skills. He approaches the door and lightly touches it. However, on the other hand, right now his life is at stake, and he cares little about some abilities that he cannot raise to a new level. The guy found himself in a very beautiful place. Entering the building, he had to go to the statue, next to which stood a small basin of water. There was a key in it, and Sungjae had to carefully take it. Having done everything as he was told, he held the instrument tightly in his hand and knelt down, looking down, awaiting further instructions. A few seconds later, a system appeared in front of him, and he had to complete the most important part, naming the name of the second participant in the test. Although he was sure that he was right, he was still a little worried, and without delaying, the man said the name Kim Jaiju in a slightly trembling voice, and simply waited. Right now, the information verification has begun. After confirming his words, he will not be able to change his decision. Sungjae confidently agrees with his choice. After this, the large statue that had been standing in front of him all the time began to move, and the floor in the room began to shake. The man became wary. It turned out that the answer he provided was incorrect, and for this, as punishment, the participant was cursed by an evil spirit that laughs at wisdom. More specifically, the frivolous and illogical boy lost all his acquired skills in the blink of an eye. The brunette couldn't believe that this could happen, and literally screamed from hopelessness in this situation. How this could be a mystery to him. His screams could be heard even on the street. He could not come to his senses. At the moment when this fool confidently ran into the chapel, our hero pretended to be worried and tried to stop him, while the audience began to say goodbye to him, waiting for his end. When he had already run too far, Jeju exhaled and calmed down that this guy turned out to be such a fool. Having adjusted his hair, which had gotten into his eyes, he raised his head and smiled. From his look, it was clear that this sly fellow had hidden another trump card up his sleeve and had not told anyone. Chuckling slightly, he walked slowly down the corridor. Kim wanted to return to his room and opened the door contentedly. The first thing he wanted to do was find his briefcase, which was standing in the far corner and looking nervously around. Having found this important thing, the guy was happy and began to diligently search for the instrument he needed. His fans already knew that this was not without reason. In any case, their insidious streamer had something in mind. And yes, our resourceful hero gets hold of that very coupon for a name change that he had saved for the most force majeure moment. To begin his small changes, Jeju activates it by tearing a multicolored piece of paper in his hands. A system window appeared in front of him asking him to choose a new nickname, and the guy, flexing his fingers, began to come up with something unusual. That's what his viewers thought. This genius decided to add a number at the end, and nothing more. The brunette knows perfectly well that the swordsman must learn the necessary sword skills. Before he carried out his plan, he was aware that failing a wisdom check would result in all of his opponent's skills being nullified. And after that, the player will be forced to buy training books again. But if there is no major sponsor among the spectators, then he will not be able to reach the ending. And our hero is almost certain that there are hardly any such fools among his people. After the operation, the boy closes the briefcase. But Jadzu was a little upset that his followers didn't like the new change and criticized him. Such massive criticism towards him slightly upset the guy. Even his very first fan did not appreciate such a hasty decision. His thoughts and conversations with the awakened were interrupted by strange and loud screams behind the door. Many guys on the stream recognized whose voice it was. To calm everyone down, the red-haired boy went out into the corridor and indignantly asked what was going on. 2 guards looked at him in confusion. The men in armor were holding back the rowdy guest, who introduced himself as Sir Royance. It was already late, and they could come tomorrow, but he persistently continued to row. Chuckling nervously, the brunette looked at him and asked to talk alone for just a couple of minutes. The green-eyed man did not torture him and still decided to let him in for a while. The audience was surprised that he agreed to this so easily. The guards left, leaving these guys alone. Entering his modest office, the enemy, looking angrily at the prince, began to slowly approach. He looked at him with such a fierce gaze that he was ready to deal with him with his own hands. Sungjae is haunted by the thought of who this guy is. Jeju smiled widely and didn't want to repeat what he had already said and simply stared at him. The only thing separating the 2 boys was a small chair that stood nearby. The swordsman grabbed it as he approached his enemy. He couldn't calm down that they were playing with him like that, and that all his skills were cancelled because of the curse. He throws the seat right at his interlocutor. Kim was able to easily dodge by jerking his head to the side. The viewers on the stream were amazed and laughed that the security guards standing behind the door were not worried about Kaoli. In any case, this test must end somehow. An enraged Sungjai decides to stop everything with his own hands, slowly drawing his sword. The brunette decided to check which of them would be the first to fall in this battle, and literally declared a duel. He tried to inflict at least some damage on our green-eyed hero, but most likely, due to the loss of all skills, he cannot even move normally. It was not difficult to intercept his hand waving in unpredictable directions, which is what the red-haired Kaoli did. To stop him from swinging his blade as much as possible, Jeju, in someone else's body, deftly wrapped it around his back. It was quite painful, Sungjai screamed and demanded to be left alone. Kim squeezed his hand even harder. Many viewers noticed that the guy really was superior to this psycho in fights. From such strong pressure, the brunette let go of the sword from his hand. After this, our hero came closer to him and whispered that he had saved his life, only because there was a good profit to be made from him. In this case, mercy for fear should not be accepted. Songye was trembling with fear and begged the prince to let go of his hand. Slightly, the green-eyed man did this, and with a light movement he pushed the ignoramus. The bully fell to the floor. Just think, after losing his skills he can't even stand on his feet. Jeju shook his hands and, looking at him, demanded that he get out as quickly as possible. The yellow-eyed bully slowly stood up, and limping on one leg, ran to the door, closing it behind him. The boy understands that this time he pressed too hard, but this proud swordsman will finally stop bothering him. He only has 6 days at his disposal, and it's a good thing that another streamer is no longer a problem. He can be dealt with at any time. He was tired of the whole tense situation, and the first thing he did was jump face down into the pillow. He was slightly calmed by the thought that if the current emperor does not die, then there cannot be a next one. But even if this happens completely suddenly, the next one will be the first prince, and that is why it will be the best option for our hero to study magical engineering before the last day. Jaiju decided that it would be better to get rid of the other streamer later, but he would have to give up the rewards, and this confused him. He closed his eyes and continued to remember something. He had one attempt. He was practicing with weapons as always, as it was said in that very video. After such a hard workout, he couldn't feel his legs and was drenched in sweat. He was very hot. The axe that they gave him was incredibly heavy and unwieldy. The guys on the stream were outraged that he was able to go so far, and now he was whining over such a trifle. Such comments shamed the young guy a little, and he became embarrassed. Suddenly, he was interrupted by strange people who had gathered nearby and were getting ready to go somewhere. The boy stared at them in surprise. The dissatisfied spectators began to accuse him of being distracted just to avoid training, and Jeju frowned. But there were other people who said that some event was planned. This interested our hero, and he looked up. The red-haired guy was sitting in the building. He was very sad. His hands were literally handcuffed. The brunette in the new body looked at them in surprise when he overheard that they were talking about some kind of trial. Smiling sweetly, he asked his followers to tell him at least something about it. But they did not want to talk and decided to keep everything a secret from him. But he was allowed to go and see everything with his own eyes. Kim Jaju jumped up happily upon hearing this. He came closer and listened to the indignant conversations of people who were whispering among themselves, discussing this news. Then one of the guests came up from behind him and asked who had come to see him. It was Count Seon. He immediately recognized our brave swordmaster nicknamed Black Wolf Alec. The men greeted each other joyfully. Their conversation did not start with the most pleasant topic. The imperial court was about to take place, and the brown-eyed man did not understand what they were talking about. The mustachioed man noticed this and decided to quietly explain. But first, he looked around to make sure that no one could overhear them. He leaned over him and whispered in his ear that the second prince had been taken into custody and accused of murdering the emperor. After these words, the boy's eyes almost popped out of his head. But even with this scenario, the red-haired man is not upset and believes that this is most likely for the best. There will be no benefit from this green-eyed man. Jeju concludes that this huge crowd of people gathered precisely for this reason. For the trial, all the emperor's relatives and the aristocracy came here. The boy with the scar sighed heavily and simply nodded his head at the words of his interlocutor and began to examine the room. The brunette with a scar all over his face looked around, and suddenly someone hit him hard on the shoulder in a hurry. It was Fordrick, who stopped and asked the sir's forgiveness for such a slightly unpleasant incident. He was the prince's only comrade, and it was clear from his face that he was not happy. He was literally morally killed by all the events. The emperor did not trust anyone at all, and that is why he placed his knights everywhere. And for this reason he becomes suspicious of the fact that they were able to deal with him. If you think about it, all the defenders are beastmen, and how this could happen is a big mystery to Jeju and the others. Our hero is not sure that this prince could cope with these people. He looks weak. All that remains is to wait what the court will say. And now, time was running out. The guests took all their seats and prepared to listen to the speech. Kim sat quietly on the bench and sat with his eyes closed, thinking about something. While the spectators discussed this situation, everyone's opinions varied. This is quite a serious matter. The brown-eyed man ran his eyes around the room. It was almost completely filled with people. All the most important magicians, incredibly wise masters, have gathered here. But no one has seen magical engineers. It is unlikely that they will waste their time on this. And so the host cleared his throat and, as befits a judge, rang his bell, which meant it was time to begin. Having put the bell back in place, he began his speech. This man understands that high-born nobility is present at the trial, and the Astrud court decides all issues and controversial points fairly. The initiators of the disorder are judged with all severity, and it does not matter what his status is. The first thing he decided to do was to call the commoner Cain to him. The man with the tail jumped up from his place and proudly announced himself. From the middle podium, he needed a representative of the nobility, Marquis Krautz. The blonde bowed politely, and the viewers of the stream of Jeju laughed that he was wearing a wig. Imagining him without hair, our hero even lost his speech, how that crazy guy managed to take it off. And from a high level, since His Majesty had passed away, the Grand Duke Magnus was appointed to the hearing, and he nodded his head. The judge turned to everyone and asked if the guys present swear to analyze everything impartially and not to give in to emotions. Everyone unanimously agreed. It was also important to take into account that this collection was collected in great haste, since the defendant was caught red-handed, but he did not confess to the crime. The bespectacled man adjusted his lenses and asked for understanding from everyone present. All this was necessary for the official protocol. Jeju looked at this whole picture, and apparently, if it came to that, these people would not need to prove the fact of the crime itself. But it was not clear what the point of these disputes was, since the culprit had already been caught. He was asked to stand up and take a seat in the courtroom. He sat nearby and listened to what everyone was talking about. The green-eyed man raised his head and, slightly nervous, got up from here. After he somehow made it to the fence, he needed to introduce himself. With a trembling voice, Kaoli Dutoprosk said his name. Since the fact of the crime has been confirmed, the question of the suspect's identity is not before the court. And besides, the lawyer will not be present at the trial. The boy lowered his head. He had to nod and somehow managed to squeeze out 2 words. The bespectacled man took the document and decided to begin his speech. It was important to understand how everything happened. According to his information, today at 2 o'clock in the morning, Toprox went to the room of the sleeping emperor with a request for an audience. He invited him to the table, and their conversation on this matter lasted about half an hour. After the speech was delivered, he turned to the witness and asked if it was possible to confirm what had been said. The man, who looked very much like a snake, confirmed this, and after hearing the sounds, the Knights Guards ran to open the door. Men with huge spears suddenly entered the room without asking and saw a terrifying picture. The emperor lay on the floor in a large pool of blood, and next to him was only this green-eyed boy. Toprox looked at this whole picture with horror and trembled with horror, already expecting what awaited him next. The people present in the hall looked at each other and whispered about something. The red-haired man lowered his eyes and became very agitated. This whole situation just didn't fit into his head. He nervously shifted his hands, which were handcuffed, trying in every way to calm himself down. After the incident, an investigation was conducted into the cause of death of an important person. Powdered lapa leaves were found in his tea, which he drank with great pleasure, and it was this substance that was found on the prince's clothes. This flower is very poisonous, and has neither smell nor taste, and is actively used for such methods of reprisal. The judge glanced at everyone present and was ready to listen to any possible objections or additions to the story. Toprox, overcome with nerves, could barely refute this, his voice trembling. Since no one wanted to say anything, the bespectacled man declared the small but urgent meeting over. This decision without any rules did not please anyone, There was a noise in the hall, and indignant cries of people could be heard. Jeju was also unhappy with this conversation. He couldn't believe that everything would end like this. Trying to think it all through, he still couldn't find any logic in such a trial, and looked at the others in confusion. But then Duke Magnus asked everyone to shut their mouths. The gods who look down on Astrode must be laughing at such a farce. He gives the order to tie the second prince to horses and drag him to the empire to clearly show everyone what happens to those who attempt on the life of the ruler. In conclusion, the green-eyed man will have to beg for forgiveness and confess to what he did. The old man looked up and asked if everyone agreed with him. Kane jumped up happily and agreed with this turn of events. The blonde guy, who actually wears a wig, was also not against it and considers it a reasonable decision. Only Fordrick objected. The man shouted at the presenter and declared that such behavior was the delirium of a speckled mare. The man who was sitting next to him wanted to ask where the court could have made a mistake since such harsh statements came from his lips, and he was slightly confused. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, he came to the logical conclusion that since the investigation was carried out so quickly, this was an obvious attempt to hide something, as if someone insisted on it. He wanted to ask politely to reconsider everything from the very beginning, but before he could finish speaking, the Duke interrupted him, making it clear that he was not going to do this. He sighed with discontent and declared the matter finally closed, demanding that the criminal be removed from his sight. Fordrick looked down and sat back down as two knights walked up to Kaoli and grabbed his hands. Jeju sat in shock and could not find the words to express what he really thought about it. He felt sad that such a world really exists, and that's how rose-colored glasses break. He clenched his teeth and was already outraged out loud. He would never have agreed to such an outrageous test. Unable to contain his emotions, the guy promised to destroy this tower. And as for Astrode, he will have to express his dissatisfaction to the admins. But the question is whether he is ready to take responsibility for his words. After this comment, our hero jumped out of bed in the body of that same Kaoli. It was just a dream. He did not notice how he fell asleep during his thoughts. The aftertaste was, of course, terrible. The trial of this man looked very terrible. It seems that our hero from those videos was deeply moved by the results of the hearing. He recalled all the events over and over again, and the viewers were interested in his further actions. Kim Jae-ju had no intention of dealing with his opponent, but he had already made his decision. He knew what he should do now. In fact, the guy knows one loophole that can play into his hands, and that is why he feels so confident. He stood up and went to the shelf, starting to study the books he needed. The boy was most interested in the Beastmen. The savvy test participant knows full well that the reason why Kaoli was fixated on animals is hidden in the Emperor, but his sources of information are limited, and he will have to figure it out himself. The boy diligently read that diary and could not understand anything. Jeju began to frantically skim through all the pages and found nothing useful. There were very few necessary details here. He sighed heavily and was about to ask for help from Fordrick, who was already standing at the door like a bayonet, having heard only his name. Such incredible and lightning-fast speed of arrival greatly amazed our hero and his viewers. How long this man eavesdropped on everything is unknown. The green-eyed man cleared his throat, and gathering all his strength into a fist, declared that he had an important question for him. The servant was ready to listen to his master. Kim remembered Kaoli's childhood, namely the day when he asked for a magical animal. He wondered if he cried that day. The man put his hand on his chest and said, slightly sadly, that he remembered every detail connected with him. It seemed to the audience that he was behaving like a real father right now. The boy listened to him and decided to take advantage of the moment. He was outraged that he still hadn't revealed to him the reason why his father was angry about this. This time Fordrick decided to confess and tell the truth to the young prince about his past. And before that he walked down the corridor to do one very important thing. Even after the words of his servants, he went straight to the Emperor himself. All the guys who watched the stream reacted negatively, but in principle, that's how it should be. After the death of his wife, the most important person began to lose his mind. After this incident, he began to lose his mind and closed himself off from everyone, no longer trusting everyone. This man loved the long-haired beauty so much that such hatred towards her abandoned child seems completely illogical to him. His thoughts were interrupted by the memories of Fordrick, who was about to begin his speech and reveal all his cards. It was about that very magical animal that the little gentleman wanted very much. But the one thing everyone was afraid of was that this creature was very dangerous for Kaoli. But this did not stop the baby. At the same time, when he was approaching his so-called father, he seemed to be a little stuck, and the spectators advised him to be more careful on his territory. Right in front of him, there were already 2 guards, watching everyone who passed by or entered the most important door. Before heading straight there, our hero decided to turn off the chat for a while to improve his concentration, although many were against it. Smiling sweetly, Jeju asked the boys not to be angry. They would still be able to see everything that was happening with their own eyes. Now that nothing is stopping him, he needs to prepare and fully get into the role. He sets himself up that he is Kaoli, and in the end, instead of a shy and timid boy, a self-confident one will come to the Emperor, who will certainly amaze with his behavior. He turned to one of the guards and praised them for working so hard from early morning until late at night. One of them stared and listened attentively. Coming closer to the matter, Jeju directly explained his desire to ask for an audience with His Majesty. Right in front of his nose, they blocked his way and said that right now it was impossible. But really, even for the Prince of the Empire, our hero did not retreat and insisted on his own. The same man responded no less menacingly that there are no exceptions here, even for such an important person, unfortunately. The green-eyed man exhaled indignantly. These beastmen clearly do not show emotions, which means we will have to act a little differently. Taking a deep breath, Kim, in the guise of Kaoli, shouted so that the Emperor would hear his request and express everything in this way. Its loud echo could be heard in the corridor of the palace, and the guards looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. A couple of minutes later, the door that they had so carefully protected began to slowly open with a slight creak. Another servant of the Great Majesty approached our hero and asked him to wait a little in the reception room. Jeju was very happy in his soul. Finally, half of his plan had come true. 2 people led him inside, politely indicating where he should go. The boy sat down at the table and waited with a smile for the most important person. The guards stepped back so as not to disturb the young prince. The red-haired man closed his eyes and once again reminded himself that he was Kaoli, and he needed to act as if he was. And yes, finally he was able to calm down and remember all the most important things he wanted to talk about with his supposed father. The door opposite began to open. Finally he appeared, the blonde ruler of the Astraud Empire, Radiak Dutoprox. Looking around, he went to his son. The man raised an eyebrow, expressing slight confusion. It was very strange that this quiet guy was looking for him so diligently. Jeju, as expected, bowed to him, and with his permission, was about to sit down, not seeing anything strange in the fact that he wanted to meet with his father. The Emperor smirked slightly, and was amazed that he still considered him that way. The boy only smiled in response, trying to get into the role more realistically. It was very important to him that behind the firm words, there was an equally strong foundation, and he hoped for understanding on his part. The young prince knew that His Majesty had assigned the beastmen to him, most likely because they were worried about him. The mustachioed man laughed. His son was making a rather strong and bold assumption, and he, in turn, as a child, is obliged to follow his father if this is an act of parental love. In fact, Kim Jae-ju learned that he was being pursued by security guards from people in the chat. After listening to his little one, he smiled and was amazed at his Kaoli's confidence and intelligence. The man leaned against the back and asked if there was anything else he wanted to discuss with the Emperor himself. The green-eyed man looked around and glanced at those beastmen at the door and asked permission to throw them out of the room. The blonde, rubbing his palms, decided to clarify why he wanted this so much. The boy giggled a little, playing his part, pretending that he was embarrassed to discuss this topic in their presence. The family members looked at each other for a minute, Radiak fiddling with his fingers and thinking about his request. And yet, since this is his son's wish, he will not refuse. Waving his hand, the mustachioed man asks all strangers to leave the room. When they obediently closed the door behind them, the Emperor glanced at the prince and asked him to voice the real reason for this decision. Kim Jae-ju tilted his head slightly to the side and mentioned that ring on the blonde's finger that magically had the ability to control those beastmen. But there is one more thing. It is actually fake, and our hero immediately noticed it. The man shifted his position in his soft chair and looked at Kaoli from under his forehead. Everything he says to his father next will decide the fate of the green-eyed man. This time, he needs to provide compelling evidence. Having cleared his throat, the red-haired man decided to speak directly. He knows that his father supposedly has 2 such rings. According to his data, the first prince received recognition and approval from the emperor himself 3 years ago for his leadership and bravery, which was the victory in the battle on the Lawalik Plain. However, during the celebration, an unpleasant incident occurred. Under the influence of alcohol, he spilled an intoxicating drink on the emperor. Rodiak Toprox interrupted Jeju's speech, raising an eyebrow and making it clear that he was not particularly interested in quoting stories from documents. Our hero picked up the piece of paper and confidently declared that this was not the end. He had something to say from himself. The father looked at the boy with curiosity. It turns out that he knows that this sly fellow, wiping alcohol off His Majesty with his handkerchief, managed to secretly steal the very ring that he always carries with him. After this, the scoundrel exchanged it for a fake, hiding the original in a handkerchief. The emperor frowned and demanded real evidence, not empty guesses without confirmation. Kim began to worry and tried to calm himself down mentally. He was sure that Kaylee's father had no reason to be angry with him, so he just wanted to say that he knew about everything too. This did not make the man emotional, but rather the opposite. It made him laugh a lot. He laughed so loudly that the guys behind the door heard everything. The guy can live a little longer. Rodiak didn't know that his son had such an ace up his sleeve. He pretended for so long that he didn't know anything. If it came to that, it was obvious that Kaoli wanted something from him, and Jeju made no secret of it. He rose slightly from his seat and declared that he wanted to take his throne. Blue Eyes did not appreciate this idea. In the Empire, there is only room for one emperor. Kim knows this very well. Swallowing the lump, he was about to say the last thing. The boy smiled broadly and, looking up from under his forehead, asked Rodiak to say goodbye to life. At that time, one of his fans was watching everything that was happening and laughing loudly. This streamer is clearly not an ordinary one. Everyone who was present was also surprised. It doesn't seem like he's an ordinary newbie since he has such intelligence and strength. The brunette watched the broadcast from beginning to end and was amazed by it. It seems that this little man has no equal, an incredible participant. He was exactly what he needed. User Van Patch sponsored Jeju for a whole 1,000 coins and asked him in a voice message to deal with all the villains. Money for this test from the Awakened literally rained down from the sky. He felt awkward about it, but pleased. Finally, he turned on the chat and was able to communicate with his audience. The sounds of donations interrupted each other. The guy had already lost count. After everything that happened, it was time to continue. Fans ask what he will do next. He thought for a bit. Kim Jeju smiled cheerfully and expressed a desire to have a snack, and then the plan was to learn new skills and improve. The weather was pleasant outside, the sun was shining and a cool breeze was blowing. Our hero was heading to a very important place for him. After some time, he found himself near the entrance to the workshop, and finally he could begin to fulfill his main goal and dream, to study magical engineering. His hands were full of things he needed. It was quite heavy to hold them, when he heard a displeased voice behind him. In front of him stood the first prince of the empire, Elephant, who looked down on the boy and asked what he was doing there. The so-called Kaoli also had the same question for his unloved acquaintance. The long-haired man noticed a change in the manner of communication, not for the better. This man must have received information from those under his control with the help of that very stolen ring. It is not difficult to guess that this sneak was interested in what he had talked about with his father then, and most likely came here out of impatience. The boy scratched his chin and agreed that he had indeed seen Rodiak at dawn, pretending to be innocent. Jeju directly concluded, saying point blank that Elephant had deliberately received such information from an unknown source, and he immediately blushed and bit his lip. This really angered the young prince. He couldn't believe that he had changed so much. Kaoli did nothing but hide behind Fordrick's back, trembling with fear. The blonde couldn't stand such an attitude towards himself, and was going to teach the impudent boy a lesson. He was going to hit him in the face with all his heart. But he was stopped by a rough voice behind them. It was the master of the imperial court, known in these parts as Bran. Holding the cradle in his mouth, he raised an eyebrow and expressed indignation at what these two were up to. And in front of his workshop, no less. Elephant to Top Rocks rudely untied himself, but immediately received a response. Such behavior is unacceptable, sorting things out right next to his workplace. The man asked him not to behave so rudely, even if he was the first prince. He had no right to treat even a simple master in the yard like that. He only gritted his teeth. This little man is not yet an emperor, but he already demands to be treated with respect. The audience was glad that this bully was finally put in his place. If this young boy really wanted to get his praise, he shouldn't have made a scene in such an inappropriate place. The elephant got very angry. The proud son sighed with displeasure and looked at him angrily. Blue-Eyed will never forget such humiliation towards him from some commoner. He cannot believe that he was scolded in front of Kaoli. But the bearded man didn't give a damn about his feelings. He just chuckled slightly. And as his last wish, Bran would like to write a few kind words on his grave addressed to this cocky young prince. He literally laughed at him. Jeju looked with slight bewilderment at him, then at his so-called little brother, who stood with his hand clenched into a fist. When he becomes emperor, he swears to himself to cut off the head of this ignoramus. Right now, he has nothing to talk about with him. The elephant turned around and walked away with a quick, firm step, calling the smoker disgusting, which he did the same in response. Kaoli thanked him for his help, but Bran only grinned. He only stood up for himself. The work schedule is very important to him. The bearded man turned around and was about to begin his duties when the second prince stopped him. He had one request that he wanted to voice. The gray-haired man immediately thought that he wanted to ask him to deal with that impudent blonde guy. The boy panicked and denied it, which was a pity, because if he had insisted, the old man could have changed his mind. The guys went into the workshop. Jeju's eyes were running wild, but he was very glad that he did not make a bad impression of himself. The boy went deeper and deeper into the small office and looked around. There was quite a lot of junk here. Our hero took a deep breath and smiled broadly. Here it is, the atmosphere of a magical engineer. The smell of oil invigorates him incredibly. There was a lot of material to work with around. Everything he needed to work effectively was right there. As here, he is stopped by the system window. Since our hero was on the territory of such a powerful character, then all his skills associated with such a skill will be strengthened. He looked at the monitor. All the skills he could buy were incredibly expensive, not counting those related to his main profession. The names alone gave the audience a headache. Many had already seen the skills that only ruined their lives, but Kim chose those that would be useful to him. He also read the chat and consulted with himself about what exactly he needed. And those who were rowdy and insulted his elections in correspondence, he removed from viewing the broadcast without a second thought. Right now, the red-haired hero decides to use the skill book and confidently presses the confirm key. As a result, skills were created that would be useful to him in the future, and the skill of learning them was also increased. But then, he suddenly felt sick. It seemed to him that right now he would throw up after learning 4 skills at once. Even if that's the case, the boy isn't worried. With incomplete knowledge, he can still imitate them if he doesn't create them from scratch, and this thought calms him down. He raised his head and, running his fingers through his hair, decided to raise the level of his abilities, while the audience was a little indignant that no one was listening to them. He liked everything so much that Jeju decided to stay in the workshop for a while and was about to tell the owner, but he slammed the door and left. The boy watched him go and wondered what he should do next. Well, it was time to start. But then he remembered that he had something to do with him and needed to talk urgently. Kim came up to his little room and lightly knocked on his door with his fist. The smoker looked out through a small crack and asked what request he had been called for. The green-eyed man confidently stated that he wanted to ask the old man for a favor. The guys from the stream were amazed that this straightforward man could be so polite. The gray-haired man took a step back and asked the young boy to come to him. Jeju walked under cover through the door and apologized for the intrusion, slowly looking around the room. Meanwhile, Elephant Dutoprox ran down the corridor and was indignant. He heard that Kaoli had met with his father in the morning. At first the blonde thought that this impudent fellow was going to hide something, but most likely he was just plucking up his courage, nothing more. He smiled broadly and seemed to be planning something dirty. It would have been better if his brother had stayed in his little room and kept his head down. Looking at his ring, which he had stolen from the emperor, he was pleased that now this impudent fellow would watch his coronation from underground. And Kim Jaiju slowly walked down the steps where the experienced magic engineer had called him. He was interested in what he had forgotten in such a place. The boy confidently replied that he wanted to use his workshop for a while. He just snorted in response. This is not a place for games. Bren doubts that this kid has serious intentions to learn such a complex skill. The test participant told him that he had basic knowledge in many subjects that were related to this and would be very useful, which greatly interested the experienced craftsman. Taking the cradle in his mouth, he found among the many instruments a pen and ink. lightly dipping them in and tapping them on the edge of a small jug. The gray-haired man began to draw something on paper with them, and Jeju watched attentively. Having finished, the old man extended his hand with the sheet of paper to the young man. Everything he had depicted on it needed to be interpreted by him. The green-eyed man looked at him, and a little hesitantly agreed to try to decipher it. The interlocutor nodded his head and good-naturedly offered him a chair, asking him to sit down for comfort. This circle is often used to create a material called leighton, and our hero is faced with the task of solving it. He knows that this material is used as a replacement for steel. Kim began to try to reason logically over this little riddle of logic. Slightly nervously, he began to write something on a piece of paper, and Bren, like a teacher, stood behind him and tried to see what the young man was writing. A couple of minutes later, our hero finished, contentedly placing his fountain pen next to his written homework. The master approached him and took the piece of paper in his hand, closing his eyes. He replied that he had noticed only half of the correct answers. Jeju managed to get a little upset. Perhaps he would be banned from using the workshop. The man chuckled a little. It was not like that at all. Although not everything was marked correctly, he liked the interpretation and even slightly surprised him. He allowed the boy to use his workstation as much as he wanted, to which he saw the green-eyed boy's smile spread in response. But he was only confused by the fact that the prince himself was interested in such a complex subject as magical engineering, and he tried again to dissuade him from this idea. Our hero did not retreat and was seriously going to do this. Under the guise of Kaoli, he thanked his friend and asked for help in guiding him for the future. Finally, the smoker promised to do everything possible to ensure that the impudent elephant would not disturb him. The red-haired man continued to smile and said thank you again for providing him with a workspace, asking him to be understanding if he got a little bored. So much had happened in all that time. Meeting Fordrick was the big event of the week. In addition, the boy found his fluffy popoi, who were in very poor health after overeating. And also learning new skills and much more, the boy's head was literally boiling from all the work that fell on him. Being a prince is not easy. And now, right now, it's the 5th day after the test began. Jeju has only a day and 16 hours left to complete the mission, and he's trying hard to figure out magical engineering. He ran down the corridor towards him as fast as he could, and the servant looked for the guy everywhere. Fordrick walked quickly down the steps towards him and opened the door with a loud bang, which greatly frightened the young prince, and he shuddered violently. A man came to him with very important news. In a trembling voice, he said that someone dared to deal with the emperor. The red-haired man jumped up from his chair, and the audience was already in anticipation of something interesting, because everyone was tired of watching him tinker with the hardware. Kaoli asked who the suspect was, but he didn't know. The investigation hadn't started yet. Their conversation is interrupted by a loud cry from the guards who came to the second prince. The bailiff came to them and was ready to arrest the young scoundrel for such an act. Fordrick began to cover for him and try to find out what was going on. He loudly declared that he had come to handcuff Kaoli Dutoprox's hands because he was the murderer, and the servant had to retreat. In a moment, the boy was arrested. Since the case is exceptional and unusual, it is necessary to force the young man to confess his sins in the courtroom. And Jeju watched, and was surprised that the hearing had not even begun yet, and they had labeled him a scoundrel. Obviously, this bailiff was sent by the first prince. The gray-haired guy orders the criminal to be taken away. 2 knights in armor approached him from behind and took him by the arms. Fordrick tried to stop them. They have no right to make such decisions without clear evidence. Soon a large courtroom was assembled, where almost all the people from the palace came. It was noisy, but the booth was interrupted by the quiet but ringing sound of a bell. The judge put it on the table and began his speech. He sees that now at the trial there are high-born nobility present. The green-eyed man listened to him and noticed that the words completely matched what was on the video. The man continued to talk about the importance of resolving the situation. Kaoli D. Toprox was asked to introduce himself when he was already standing in the middle of the room. The boy looked at everyone who was here and now perfectly understands his character, what it was like for him in his place to look at these angry faces. Mr. Fordrick was watching him too and was worried. Things were going very badly and he didn't know what to do. He knows that most of the people here are on the side of the first prince, but not the first one. There are no allies of his here at all. And even in this position, this guy continues to stand without fear. Perhaps he already knows how to get out of such a difficult situation. The servant was very worried about him and hoped for all the positive thoughts that came into his head, even though there were few of them. The judge explained that since the fact of the crime had been confirmed, the question of identity was not relevant here and there was no lawyer for him. Coyote understood this perfectly well. The bespectacled man nodded his head and began to follow the plan. He said that last night Prince Toprox went to the room of the victim, who was sleeping, and asked for an audience. He was there for about half an hour, and now he needed a witness. One of the beastmen confirmed this without hesitation. And after these words, Jeju understood something, and they continued to broadcast. As the sounds in the reception room stopped, then the guard opened the door. Kim closed his eyes. Everything fell into place. This was just a show trial planned to indict and eliminate the rival. The guy was addressed by name, and he raised his head looking at those vile faces. After investigating the cause of death, his men examined the room and settled on the tea that the emperor drank with pleasure. They contained powdered lapa leaves, which was also found on the clothes of the second prince. The bespectacled man glanced at the suspect and asked the audience if there were any objections. The green-eyed man made it clear that it looked like they were indeed present. The judge, in a calm tone, but not as confidently as before, asked him to continue, giving him the right to vote. Jeju, in Coyote's body, admitted that he did not kill his father Radiak, taking a step forward. One of the people in the audience couldn't take it anymore and banged his fist on the wall. The blow was accompanied by violent indignation. Some disgruntled old man demanded proof of his words. Since it comes down to it, either there is some, or the trial can be declared closed. The boy turned the body towards him and said that there were no verbal facts, but there was one witness, and as the cherry on the cake, he allowed his head to be chopped off if his words were subject to even the slightest shadow of doubt. The viewers watching the stream were in anticipation. The inadequate man again hit his hand on what was closest, but still, gritting his teeth, asked to call this hero here. He was invited into the hall, and from behind the large passage one could hear footsteps that were getting closer and closer. It was a man in a white suit and a red cloak. He was in a great hurry to get to the courtroom. The person who was closest to the entrance already saw who it was and was very surprised. The other guys, who had been doing nothing but making disgruntled faces, also had their jaws dropped. There was real chaos among all those present. No one could believe their eyes. That same necklace that everyone knows so well sparkled on this man's chest. The emperor himself entered the courtroom, proudly looking at everyone around him. Everyone looked at him and started whispering. Nothing was clear. They said that this man was no longer with them. And then the blonde stopped and glanced at the most cocky people here, and they, noticing his eyes on themselves, suddenly jumped up from their seats. Radiak laughed and sarcastically greeted these scoundrels, noting that they got along well with his vile son. Even that rowdy colleague was shocked by what he saw. He couldn't believe that everything had turned out exactly like that. Could he really be a witness? He looked at him and thought how he could be alive even if the criminal had found him. The mustachioed ruler looked at him and addressed him by name. The Grand Duke Magnus had become much more handsome since their last meeting. The brunette had not expected that they would speak to him, and in a panic, he also stood up straight. Even despite the relatively warm greeting, Radiak didn't like looking up at him. Hearing this, he shuddered to the bone. His pride was hurt. But even if that was the case, he and his treacherous friends still had to get up from their seats and run closer. Having come to a sufficient distance, the men bowed before him, falling on their knees and addressing him as is proper. He looked at this circus and only rolled his eyes, while his subordinates and other people at the palace bowed. Radiak turned to his green-eyed son and smiled slyly. He was having fun watching this performance. Passing by everyone lying on the floor, he began his speech by telling them that there were places in the empire where taxes had increased significantly. The people listened attentively, and so the blond man approaches the duke, who was afraid to look him in the eyes and was literally trembling with fear. Just think, such a person is afraid of the emperor? What a disappointment. Having adjusted his cloak, he asked the great Magnus to rise from the tiles and not wipe the dust with his clothes in front of others. The brunette slowly rose to his knees and could not go any further. His body did not listen from such experiences. He barely heard and responded to how they spoke to him. Radiak glanced at the throne and asked who, in his opinion, should sit there. The answer was not long in coming. Of course, His Majesty and no one else. Blue-Eyed leaned over to him and asked permission to pass sentence, if this smart guy would allow it, of course. With a trembling voice, he conveyed the entire will of the government to him, which made all the people in the hall darken. Even those knights who carried his high chair were unhappy with the current situation. They placed him right at the feet of the emperor. His performance was delayed, and it was time to get down to business. Radiac sat comfortably in his place, intended only for him, and was ready to begin the main speech. The first thing he did was turn to the famous three men in the palace, namely Krauts, who was already trembling with emotion. He needed to outline the voiced theses in general terms. The mustachioed man looked askance at Magnus and muttered something under his breath. He couldn't say a word. The blonde lowered his head and simply closed his eyes. He shouldn't have cooperated with this psycho. Now everyone would get into trouble because of him. Earlier, he had gathered with him in a quiet but beautiful place where there were no prying ears and asked him to take care of him. The old man smiled and reassured him that there was really no need to worry, and as a token of gratitude, the Duke handed him a small gift that was in a small chest. Extending it to his kind but treacherous friend, he saw a smile spread across his face from what he saw. This surprise really made him happy. The men shook hands. But now he is very angry with him and sits trembling, not knowing what to say to the emperor himself, who turned out to be alive and is now sitting right in front of him, hoping to hear an answer. After listening to this mumbling under his breath, Radiac sighed heavily and cast a displeased glance at him. This loser was no good. He couldn't even utter a word. His Majesty turned to Kane, who jumped up on the spot upon hearing his name. Maybe at least he would say something unlike his friend. And yes, surprisingly, he was able, rubbing his sweaty palms. He said that Kaoli du Toprox was currently under arrest after being accused of murdering the emperor himself, and he was given the right to provide a witness. Blue-Eyed snorted and waved his hand, declaring that he was ready to pass judgment on this case. His phrase was that he was not guilty. And now, Radiac was ready to hear objections and gave the right to vote to everyone present. But wow, no one was against it, and on the contrary, they praised him for his wise decision. Having thought over everything that had happened before, Father Kaoli, rising from the throne, concluded that in his absence, Duke Magnus had done many inappropriate things. He won't get away with this. The emperor from now on removes from him all powers of a judge blessed by the goddess of justice. Approaching this impudent fellow, he asked if he had anything against it, to which he heard a refusal. This is a wise decision. Looking closely at his trembling body, Radiac was glad that he could now do whatever he wanted. The man shouted at him, reminding him of his oath to judge impartially, without relying on emotions, swinging his hand hard. In a moment, the scoundrel receives a powerful slap in gratitude, so to speak, for all his deeds behind the back of his Majesty. And now a second one will come, this time for the fact that he did not fulfill his requests, and specifically did not monitor the nobles and public opinion as he asked. Hearing the next clap, the servants and other children from the yard held their breath and continued to sit in a worshipful pose. As they say, God loves a trinity. Radiac gave him another slap in the face for uniting with his impudent son Slan, after which he became a real rat and began to devour his empire. The ruler was completely disappointed in him, but he, even in this situation, tried to justify himself, saying that he did not sleep at night thinking about the starving residents. Blue-Eyed saw through this lie immediately. He knows that he signed a document that increases the price of grain tenfold, and after that it was sent and approved by the elephant. The Duke's eyes darted around, and he didn't know how to protect himself now. All the cards were on the table. There wasn't a single drop of remorse or responsibility in his words. Having finished his conversation with this blockhead, the Emperor turned to the fourth great master Alec and the fifth Linahi, who stood up straight on their feet and bowed, ready to listen to their master. Radiac ordered the vile Magnus to be taken to prison like a dog. From that moment he was declared a first-class criminal. From what he heard, a strong tremor ran through his body. Two young guys obediently approached him and took him by the arms, but he immediately began to act up, trying again to shift the blame onto someone else. The Emperor just looked down on him and was amazed that such people could be in his circle. He was almost carried out of the courtroom. The Duke continued to shout, demanding to let him go, but who needs it? The guys just slammed the door, and there was silence. Father Kaoli was a little surprised that this judge mentioned some kind of conspiracy. He glanced at his son, and yes, it was true, and he himself listened to it. In fact, 4 days ago, when our hero came to him with a request to kill himself, he did not fully understand what was going on. Jeju in the body of this character confirmed everything. It must be done exactly this way. With his arms folded across his chest, the Emperor listened to the indignation about his brother, who was doing something inappropriate. Radiac leaned back on the sofa and still did not understand why his death, which his son wanted to arrange, was here. The boy explained everything to him clearly. If something happened to the ruler of the empire himself, then this impudent elephant would definitely try to eliminate him. And all simply because he was like an eyesore to his relative, the green-eyed man lowered his gaze. Having explained everything, the emperor still did not understand what it was all about. Jeju did not back down and said that he would publicly want to humiliate him and blame him for the incident by holding a secret hearing. His father looked at him and guessed that his little boy had some kind of plan on how to resolve the whole situation. Placing his hand on his chest, Kaoli smiled and nodded his head in agreement. He raised his head and confidently replied that it was so, later revealing all the details of his plan. And now, with a gesture, Radiac praised his son for the work he had done. "It's time to end this abnormal trial." The ruler orders the guards to release the green-eyed man. This, of course, is not the end. Besides this, the first son needs to be arrested. Soon he was brought here, by order of the ruler, but he demanded to be left alone and kicked. His little brother looked at him, and inside he began to get irritated, looking at his behavior. He behaved like a little child, raising a ruckus throughout the palace, and the two strong guards did not listen to him. And now, finally, he stood in the place where the guilty are put. The atmosphere immediately changed, and what surprised the audience most was that they did not put handcuffs on the elephant. Nothing had even started yet, but the long-haired blonde began to make excuses, shifting all the blame onto Kaori, citing the fact that he had something planned. Hearing this scoundrel call the emperor father, Radiac gritted his teeth. It didn't seem like that was the case at all. He scolded the elephant for treating him disrespectfully, and felt a little ashamed. He shuddered and asked for forgiveness. Bowing before the ruler, all the spectators laughed at how scared he was. Jeju didn't react to this in any way, and patiently waited for his time to come, while the first prince looked at him sideways with a displeased expression. Then he received a notification in the system that one of the fans had sponsored him for 1,000 coins, asking for forgiveness for the time when he had been rude. Our hero just chuckled and simply closed the pop-up window. So, it was time to begin. Radiac was about to declare the court open, but his second son interrupted him. It was important for him to say that he felt offended and insulted after he was put on the defendant's stand. The people in the hall whispered among themselves and could not believe that he had interrupted the ruler's speech, but he didn't seem to mind and asked to continue what he had started. He thanked him and expressed his desire to personally prove the guilt of his little brother, Elephant du Toprox, asking him to publicly explain his innocence and bring the criminal to justice. After listening to his son, he crossed his legs and, smiling slightly, gave permission to do so. Those present and onlookers looked at this picture with wide-open eyes, not understanding how this could be. The red-haired man raised the corners of his lips. It was really hard to believe. If the emperor everyone knew was in front of him, he would most likely have thrown him out of here for his liberties. And so it was time to begin the most important thing, the hearing of the case of Elephant du Toproc. Our hero declared the meeting open. Kaoli asked his little brother his full name, but he just looked at him and gritted his teeth. However, according to the law, if he continues to remain silent, this may lead to a decision without consideration of the case, and therefore it is better not to play with it. The blond boy, hearing this, clenched his fist tightly. His pride was hurt. As much as he didn't want to, he had to answer, blushing deeply in front of everyone who was watching what was happening. The green-eyed man looked at him and decided not to drag things out and get straight to the main question of the day. It was quite banal, but it was still necessary to ask whether the second prince had accepted the attempt to deal with the emperor. The elephant looked at him silently and did not know what to answer, swallowing a large lump in his throat. Since he did not deign to squeeze out a word after minutes of deep silence in the hall, our hero decided to ask the same question again. Unable to withstand such strong pressure, the criminal prince slammed his fist on the table. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe that some pathetic little brother was interrogating him. This all seemed like some kind of nonsense. He asked if he had evidence that could refute the accusations. Kim asked this specifically. He knows how he will react to this. The long-haired blonde just laughed, the people in the chat panicked, and it seemed that everything would not go according to plan. After a couple of seconds, he did it so loudly that the room echoed. He glanced at his little brother and mocked his pathetic attempts to imitate the emperor. Wiping away the tears that had been released after such a sudden outburst of emotions, he turned to Kaoli and looked him straight in the eyes. It wasn't hard for him to guess that this little impudent fellow wanted to take his father's place. Grabbing him by the shoulder, he thought that someone had put the boy up to this. Even in such a losing position, he demands that she fall on her knees before him and beg for mercy before it is too late, laughing hysterically. The boy stood there like a pillar of steel and wasn't going to tolerate this. Jeju shook his hand off and reminded him that a trial was going on right now. The green-eyed man looked at him point blank. If it were not he who stood in front of him now, but that same innocent and timid Kaoli, who was easy to manipulate, then he would have believed his only brother even now. He remembered those very notes from his book. It was the Empire in 944 on February 19th, his birthday. The kid was very sad that his father had been in a bad mood lately. He would really like to somehow cheer him up and raise his spirits. That day, he asked his brother about it, but he only smiled broadly and said that Daddy loves magical animals and would be very happy if he asked for such a gift for his holiday. At that time, he was only 10 years old, and as the second prince had said, he expressed a request for the animal, for which he only received a slap in public. This answer could not fit into the head of the timid boy. Even 3 days later he cried, and Fordrick noticed this, who promised to find out what happened and went wrong. The boy's tears flowed even more from attempts to calm him down, and the next day the green-eyed man created a secret space under the room. The red-haired birthday boy offered his servant a coin, but he did not accept it, but promised to give him many magical animals in the future. Yes, that's what happened. The space gradually began to fill with them, but he asked not to tell his father anything. But the kid didn't understand, because his brother said that Radiak loved them. After several months, his secret hideout was noticed by him. This greatly angered the ruler, and he ordered them to be burned with his own hands. Kaoli cried and could not understand how he could recognize a place that was carefully hidden from everyone. He didn't tell anyone about him except the elephant, and the first thing the young prince suspected was Fordrick. These thoughts tormented him so much that he tried to avoid them, and no matter how cruel it was, he had to burn all the fluffies. Out of the heartbreaking pain within himself, Kaoli went to a commoner's bar and dressed like them. He didn't care what his father and others would say. He got drunk and promised himself to raise the animals again, but not to tell his brother. Next to him sat hunters of magical animals and boasted about the results of their work. After hearing this, the green-eyed man screamed without noticing it and threw a mug with an intoxicating drink. When the beatings were over and the baby woke up, Fordrick was standing in front of him and trying to bring him to his senses. And so, after such a cruel incident, the young prince could not trust or open up to anyone, so he simply sat in his secret lair and spent most of his time in it. He no longer liked people who broke his heart and hurt his soul. It seemed that animals were much better. But in this life now everything is different. In the body of this character is the person who can teach a good lesson to the offenders. He now insists on continuing the trial in a dissatisfied tone. The elephant agrees, but asks to call the beastman into the reception room as a witness. Jeju in the alien body agreed and asked the guard to take his place where he was supposed to. The yellow-eyed man stood still and waited for further instructions. The long-haired blonde turned to him and was ready to voice his question. At the same time, while he was speaking, he put his hand in his pocket and quickly looked for something in it. And finally, I felt what I needed. It was a handkerchief in which the control ring was hidden. Pretending to need to wipe his face, the first prince asked who he had seen with his own eyes in the emperor's reception room. Victory in his pocket with such a powerful tool. The elephant was very pleased and smiled. He has something that can control the beastmen. And now, all you have to do is look at him and wait for an answer. Controlling their speech is as easy as pie. Now he glanced at Kaoli. This time he was definitely finished. He couldn't win. The guard cleared his throat quietly and was about to start speaking. Raising his head, he loudly and clearly called out the full name of the first prince in the empire. Let's look him in the eye. He immediately felt a pressing feeling in his chest. Maybe he misheard. It couldn't be that his plan didn't work. But he was not mistaken. When he repeated his answer, the elephant's eyes widened. His father turned to him and asked what had happened, but he stood there trembling. Radiak smiled broadly. It was obvious that his vile son was very upset about something. With a slight sarcasm, he continued to interrogate him about what was going on. Why such a strange reaction? In brackets, of course. He deliberately held out his finger with the ring, teasing the scoundrel and making him worry even more. Trembling with fear, Elephant Dutoprox begins to guess that most likely the real weapon, so to speak, is in the hands of the emperor. After realizing everything that had happened, he lowered his hand with the handkerchief and the fake. He no longer had the strength to hold it. Naturally, it didn't stay in it and fell out of its small hiding place. Everyone present stared at it and watched as it bounced across the tiles with a quiet clatter. And lo and behold, it fell right at Coyole's feet, hitting his boot. The green-eyed man looked at it and bent down to pick it up. Well, he himself handed over to his, so to speak, enemy, evidence of his guilt, relieving him of the burden of searching. From that moment on, he was finally accused of attempting to assassinate the emperor. He was trembling after these words. The second prince picked up the small fake decoration and showed it to the emperor himself, asking him to comment on such a chic find. Radiac twirled his hand and innocently noted that it looked quite familiar and identical to the one he used to control the beastmen at the right moment. This original is Master Brand's greatest creation, and what the green-haired son holds is a fake, which was created by a greedy apprentice using stolen designs and is not even close to the original. His own father no longer perceives him as his son and asks him to stop tarnishing his majestic name with his inadequate actions. Jeju turned to him and politely asked him to make the final decision, with his permission, which was not necessary to wait for. Hearing the ruler himself address him and allow everything, the elephant felt sick. He couldn't stand it and raised his voice at both of them. The blonde doesn't want to accept this. He believes that such a court doesn't adhere to any rules. The bully pointed his finger at his brother, who, he said, had no right to judge him. Then at other people who sit with their mouths shut and behave quietly and docilely like innocent lambs, although they themselves took money from him. Kim Jae-ju, in the role of the character, concluded that he had lost his composure and had unknowingly confessed to giving bribes, and therefore asked permission to ask the audience. It was important for him to hear if anyone wanted to speak out on the side of the defense of the elephant du Toprox. Those present began to exchange glances with each other. There was a deathly silence. Everyone was silent and tried not to make a single noise. No one wanted to stand up for their ally. They turned away from him at the most crucial moment, even though he gave them money. It's time to make the final verdict. All the charges of attempted murder were confirmed, and also eyes were opened to additional factors that are unacceptable in the Empire. This is enough to arrest the scoundrel. But before the elephant was taken away, Coyote asked Radiac for permission to pass on a message, and he raised an eyebrow and asked for what purpose. He had a moment when he was falsely labeled. Now the boy would like to get some revenge. He sighed slightly and agreed through a smile. The long-haired man even blushed from anger, but he couldn't move since he was already being held by security. Jeju slightly stretched his hands and asked to consider his further actions as partial retribution for everything he had done to him over the entire time. Blue-Eyed looked at him intently and did not understand what he was going to do. Our hero swung at him and warned that his face would hurt a little. After these words, a tasty bream hit him in the face, and besides, he put his strength into it and the spectators noticed it. The first, more serious blow was dealt to him for laughing in the face of imperial law and the will of the goddess of justice. The second time he got into trouble for using his title for his own gain. What a disappointment. Yeah, the guy really got into trouble. Jeju wasn't going to feel sorry for him. He got into his role perfectly. Elephant du Toprox could no longer hold back his tears from such humiliation and simply listened to his speech. The emperor watched all this and did not say a word, and the no longer timid and quiet Kaoli continued to scold his little brother like a little child. The fact that he was going to kill their father caused incredible disgust towards him. After he had finished, he rubbed his hands together and reported that the little message had been successfully conveyed to him. And now the time has come for the final verdict, which will be carried out by his brother. After clearing his throat, he began his speech by repeating what crimes he had committed, which were completely unacceptable for a prince. After such behavior, from now on, all the residents must know about his sins. That is why the criminal must be tied to horses and dragged through the settlements. Hearing this, the elephant trembled with fear. In addition, they ask the gods for justice and forgiveness. Jeju hands over the right to the court and the judge to make a fair verdict, after which his speech ended. The green-eyed man opened his eyes. Now he was only one step away from the chosen ending. The emperor scratched his beard and expressed his opinion that he considered this decision fair, asking the thoughts of others. All those present who had been bribed with money stood up and bowed, making it clear that they had no objections. Radiac raised his hand and was also going to contribute to the verdict. He repeated everything that his second son had said, but from his terribly angry tone, The elephant became afraid just to think about it. After this, he is scheduled to be executed and hanged at the highest point of every city for a month. And he doesn't care that it's his son, and the audience doesn't see a problem with it either. Everyone is equal before the imperial law, and there are no exceptions. The ruler's strongest men take the blond boy by the arms and carry him away. He resists and does not want such reprisals against him. Our hero noticed that one of these people would be Sungjai. It was clear that he was also starting to get irritated by this guy who was trying to escape from his hands. And now it was time to finish. The cruel but fair Radiak Dutoprox wanted to announce the end, but he was interrupted. Kaoli asked him to speak to him as the second prince, and not as an investigator, since the trial of the scoundrel was over. The blue-eyed man rubbed his chin and asked if this was somehow connected with the trial. The boy denied this, but it was still important to him that his speech be voiced right here and now. He stepped forward and first apologized for talking about something unrelated to the matter, and now he was ready to give the reason. And all because in this room there are still people who lead the empire to prosperity. Radiak raised an eyebrow and wanted more clarification. The boy dared to tell himself that he was striving to get closer to the gods who were watching from above, and from his lips it sounded very confident and plausible. After a short speech, he directly expressed his desire to become the son of the Astroud Empire and asked his father to give him permission to do so. Standing before the gods of the kingdom, the center of this world, he turned to the only higher power. He asks Radiak Dutoprox to resign and hand over to him all the powers of the emperor from now on. To the surprise of the entire audience, he did not get angry and did not interrupt his son, but on the contrary, he smiled broadly. And soon he himself burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. It sounded funny to him. Having cleared his throat, the ruler rose to his feet and walked quickly towards him, his words sounding incredibly decisive and convincing. However, even if that was the case, for the first time he liked this demand. Approaching the green-eyed man, he patted him on the shoulder, and the boy listened attentively. The man turned to everyone present and asked for forgiveness for what was about to happen in such an inappropriate place. He raised his hand up and declared that this was his last order as emperor, and the viewers in the chat began to rejoice for their streamer. Radiak came closer to him and put his arm around his shoulders like his son, and loudly began his speech. And so, from that moment on, he officially handed over the title of Emperor Astroud to the second prince, who confidently looked somewhere into the distance. Finally, it was all over. The boy was very happy with this ending and smiled widely. But suddenly, the world around turned gray and everyone seemed to stop. The joy of the moment disappeared from the young boy's face. He looked around, everyone stood and did not move. The emperor's speech was interrupted. Jeju's hands began to tremble strangely and he didn't understand what was happening. What went wrong at such an important moment? Very surprisingly, his palm and fingers began to peel off, changing to his usual skin color. Everything began to disappear before his eyes, turning into dust that was blown away by a light breeze. Soon his hair became the same color. He stopped being Kaoli and became himself, the man he was before the trials began. His usual clothes, his voice familiar to everyone. The boy no longer plays the role of his character, and it immediately became clear to him that the administrator had started all this. Looking a little to the right, he noticed a system congratulating him on successfully completing the 5th floor. Jeju, having returned to his original form, decided to clarify whether he had made a mistake, and indeed, the admin himself was in front of him. The brunette folded his arms across his chest and asked what he wanted from him, since he had called him to his place. And he had only one request. The person in charge of the tests wanted to change places with the young guy and literally tortured him by repeating the same thing. His voice came from everywhere and drove the boy crazy. His head was already hurting and he wanted to know only one thing. Just the thought flashed through my head about what would happen if I refused, and immediately a response followed from the admin. In case of disobedience, according to him, the player will say goodbye to his life forever. But even in spite of this, Jeju did not agree to such an offer. The voice suddenly died down and only an echo could be heard, pressing on the guy's ears, which, thank God, eventually stopped. And so our hero caught his breath and his invisible interlocutor addressed him, but had no intention of dealing with him, which confused the brunette a little. The stranger slowly opened his eyes, finally promising to meet him on the 10th floor. The test was passed. A system appeared in front of Jeju with a warning about moving to the next level. He confidently confirmed his choice. At that moment, the very location of the court palace appeared around him. Everything was still gray there, and a strong wind rose. Our hero has become the new emperor again, Kaoli. His hair color, eye color, clothes, and physique have returned. The boy turned his head from side to side. Everything seemed to be in place. But for the audience, it looked like a small glitch. His father noticed his slight confusion and slowly approached his son, touching him on the shoulder. Jeju looked into his eyes. The blonde was interested in why he stood so surprised. Because he had wanted to become an emperor for so long, he was given the right to speak. The green-eyed man still couldn't get over that conversation with the administrator and felt out of place. He shook his head and sighed heavily, asking for forgiveness for such behavior. Radiac turned away from him and reminded him that from now on it was beneath his status to apologize. It was not befitting of a new ruler. Father chuckled a little and hinted who was now the most important person in this empire, starting from today. Hearing his name, the boy looked up and looked at him with slight absent-mindedness, but he only smiled. Finally, our hero plucked up his courage and promised to take this into account in the future and move forward. After some whispering, his father turned to everyone present and invited them to a small banquet. No one could miss such an opportunity. Everyone in the hall unanimously agreed to take part in such a wonderful event. And it was already evening outside. The guests of the court had already sat late. Meanwhile, Songye was quietly leading the impudent first prince, who still could not believe that the death penalty awaited him, into the dungeon. After the little messages from his little brother, his whole face hurt. The elephant did not find any sense in what happened. The jock watched his hysterics and giggled a little. Blue-eyed couldn't help but hear this and slowly turned towards him, looking at this guy with a devouring gaze. The proud boy wanted to teach him a lesson for mocking him and was going to punch the thug in the face. But it was not to be. The jock got ahead of him and a tasty bream flew at the blonde guy. The brunette didn't have time for this empty-headed person. He was much more concerned with dealing with his opponent, Kim Jaiju, who had really fooled him that day. All the viewers are already waiting impatiently for his boring stream to end, and he tried to somehow calm them down by hinting that something interesting would happen soon. How he was distracted from his conversation with the Hyung Neems by a notification in the system about the test failure. He looked there in surprise and did not know how to react. His opponent reached the goal first, becoming the Emperor of Astraud, while the elephant grabbed tightly onto his arm while he looked around in confusion. And since he couldn't reach the end, he will feel the end of the world with his whole body. The long-haired man looked at him and smiled widely. It seems that Sungjai will come to an end now. The brunette had not yet had time to digest everything in his head when the accused attacked him, and he was unable to resist the force. But in the Emperor's Hall, they were still more happy about Kaoli's new post than he was himself. This is the most interesting stream of all that exists in the world. Many subordinates solemnly greeted the new ruler, bowing respectfully to him. Jeju seemed to be not there. He was wandering around the room and flying in the clouds. Had the holiday really already begun? He got permission from Radiac himself, but before he could go all out and have fun, the boy had to finish one important thing and then join in. Moving away from the panoramic window, the young emperor walked further towards the door, unhurriedly, with a slow step. Right at the entrance, he stopped and languidly touched the handle, pressing lightly on it. He found himself in a beautiful, luxurious hall, looking at everything that came his way. With a light step, he walked further to the opposite end of the long corridor, and finally he reached the place he needed so much. The boy looked up. In front of him was a large portrait that hung on the wall. This is the mother of that same Kaoli, the character that our hero plays for. He had to visit this place. And all because he was still at home, sitting on the couch, and was very sad, holding the phone in his hand. He watched the life of this same unfortunate green-eyed boy, who was very worried at the trial. Watching everything that was happening, he couldn't hold back his tears. He is a very sensitive guy. At that moment, wiping his eyes, he vowed to himself to help this little boy by going out to support him on the 5th floor. Remembering this, Jeju felt a little sad, but at the same time he was proud and happy for himself that he kept his word. That was all he wanted to do. After that, Kim turned around and went back to the celebration room. Everyone there was already waiting for him. As the viewers said, this world in which the player finds himself is not real, it does not actually exist. And our guy is not Kaoli at all, but a simple citizen of Korea. But he is still very happy for his character, and really hopes that after everything he has done for him, he will be happy. Finally, it's time to go back. Jeju walks up to the door and slowly presses the handle. His friends were already waiting for him. Radiac was smiling broadly. There was also Fordrick, who wanted to meet the new emperor again. The boy confidently walked towards them. After a small party, our hero slept like a log. He literally threw all his things around the room and passed out. Kaoli slept for a very long time, soundly. It seemed that his snores were heard by the whole palace. And now he's already woken up. The first thing he wanted was to drink very much. All the awakened ones laughed at him, almost clutching their stomachs. It looks like yesterday someone went a little overboard, or more precisely, was unable to refuse alcohol in time when it was offered to him. Suddenly he felt a little uneasy, and his stomach hurt badly. The guys in the chat asked him to be a little modest in front of them and be patient. To bring himself back to normal, Jeju had to turn on invisible mode for a while. A couple of minutes later, he came out of the bath a little red and was glad that no disasters had happened. Now he could finally turn the microphone and camera back on. He glanced at the chat and saw a message from one viewer asking to use the coins he donated to him yesterday. The green-eyed man looked at him with confusion. Rolling his eyes upward, the boy in Kaoli's body pretended that he knew nothing about it and apologized to the guys. The fans began to get a little indignant, but he just sighed heavily in response and was about to say that he was slow on the uptake. But then he was interrupted by a loud sound from the system with a notification that there were more than 16,000 coins in his account right now. He couldn't believe what he saw. Jeju looked at the chat, then at the window with the message itself with a slight misunderstanding, while the audience laughed at him. And the very first subscriber didn't even forget about him, and as a reward for his incredible work, he donated him another 10,000. Not only the participant in the test, but also the awakened ones were surprised. Was his wallet really bursting with money? Well, since he gave him so much goodness only on the 5th floor, it means our hero received recognition, which makes him very happy, and he bows low. Raising his head, the green-eyed man promised to try harder and visit a couple more places before he reached the next level. Meanwhile, Radiak was sitting and reading a new interesting book that he had just received, and suddenly there was a knock at his door. Old age is no joy, as they say. He was wearing glasses, which he had to take off, and from his voice he immediately understood that it was his son behind the door. The boy Kaoli entered the office and was very happy to see him again. This was evident from his smile. Sitting on a luxurious sofa, the father recommended that the new emperor have a good rest before unprecedented tasks and affairs, and not burden himself with unnecessary worries. But the boy, having caught his breath, said that it was important for him to meet him. The man put the book down and realized that he had important business with him. Jeju shook his head. It turned out that he had recently looked through his own personal diary and had a question. Looking down, the red-haired man remembered his childhood, when he was caught breeding magical animals, pretending that it was very painful for him to remember it. He was interested in the reason why he was forced to deal with them so cruelly that day. Radiak listened attentively. Instead of scolding him, he only sighed heavily, because he thought that Fordrick had already told him everything. Looking at the luxurious ceiling, the blue-eyed man decided not to hide the truth and tell everything as it is. That day, when he went down to the basement and looked at his collection of these unusual animals, he noticed something that shocked him. Among the small and seemingly harmless creatures, Radiak saw those who were ready to go mad, which frightened him greatly. He thought that it was all because of the lack of experience in keeping magical creatures. The green-eyed man lowered his head. Leaning back in his chair, the former ruler admitted that it soon became clear that this was the work of one not very good person. The blonde hinted that our hero knew them very well, and just the thought of it tormented him. He had mixed feelings at that moment. And all because Radiak saw in his son at that moment his wife, who was also very easy to manipulate, and this drove him crazy. After a short story, he felt awkward. The former ruler grabbed the book and nervously began to leaf through it, asking the emperor to return to his duties. The boy nodded his head and was going to visit him again soon. With a slight smile, he was going to leave. But before leaving the spacious little room, Kaoli remembered that he had forgotten to tell his father something. The green-eyed man turned to him and was about to speak. Radiak looked at him questioningly. Jeju, in the body of his character, made a deep bow and thanked his family member for putting up with his timidity and weakness of character. Hitting himself in the face with a book, he admitted that he did not recognize his son after he took over his post. A completely different person was in front of him. This young guy still has a lot of work to do, and his caring dad is going to help him and teach him everything he needs. After that office, Jeju came out irritated and stamped his feet menacingly. Finally, another hole was closed, but this is not the end. In the chat, people offered him to take the knight's weapon with him, which could be very useful to him, but our stubborn man refused, shaking his head in displeasure. As he walked to his next destination, the young emperor sincerely shared with his viewers that magical engineering was a very cool thing. And now he had almost arrived and noticed that very kind smoker. This was Bren, smiling sweetly, holding his cradle in his hands. As always, he couldn't help but greet the son of the empire. In fact, our hero came to thank the master and asked how he was feeling. But even in such a situation, the old man did not want anyone to worry about him, and now it was important for him to get to the most important thing. The gray-haired man reminded him how the kid had lost a drinking battle to him, and now he was asking about his well-being, which embarrassed the boy a little, and he apologized with a slight smile. It seems that it's time to end with the lyrics. Kaoli came for those very gloves that he made. The guys went in the right direction. But before our hero gets them, his friend gives him a little warning that they are slightly unstable, although they have great power, and you need to be careful with them. He has no idea why the young emperor needs such a dangerous thing, but what can you do if that's what he wants? Jeju thanked him for his concern. Such excessive politeness slightly embarrassed the master, and he turned to face him. The boy bowed to him, and again expressed his gratitude for everything he had done for him. He sincerely wants to see even more cool and useful inventions from him in the future. After hearing this, the old man felt a little awkward that the emperor himself was bowing before him, and he blushed slightly. Our hero himself was very pleased to hear that he was respected. He just lowered his gaze and smiled sweetly. Having taken everything he needed from the workshop and said goodbye to the man, he went on about his business. He realizes that after passing the test, this beautiful world and everything around will disappear. He would like everything to be completely different. And as it was said, Kaoli's unfair death will become part of history again. Jeju really hopes that the time he spent on the 5th floor had at least some meaning and influenced something. Meanwhile, on the 3rd level, which our hero had already overcome, some kind of trouble happened. User Baekjinha took this challenge, and viewers were freaking out because he chose the highest difficulty and kept whining about how hard it was for him. He reached that very statue and looked for a portal to the next level. The subscribers discontentedly told him that in front of him lay a scroll that would open it. The blonde was also unhappy with such fans who did nothing but scold him, because he was the one risking his life here, not them. In the 957th year of the Asteroid Empire, for the first time in history, the most just ruler sat on the throne, without any dark deeds. He was very wise and full of courage. He was liked by absolutely everyone without exception. Civilians always praised him and greeted him with loud applause. And his nobles expressed deep respect and bowed before him in fear and incredible honor. But why is everything like this? The viewers noticed that it was a completely different story. Something had changed. And finally, there was a message to the travelers, never to play with the emperor himself, although he has a kind heart. But if you anger him, it is better for no one to know what the consequences might be. Everything that was written there, Fordrick signed personally, and yet his fans were not mistaken. Something really is wrong here. Kaoli's servant personally confirmed everything in writing. Since our hero has completed all the tasks so quickly, then it's high time to visit his old little friends right now. And now he needed his old friend, whom he began calling loudly, so loudly that he frightened all his fans. The man immediately rushed here as fast as he could, bowed before the emperor, and asked how he could be of service. The green-eyed man asked if he had found out why the Popoi were in such a depressed state right now, and as it turned out, no. But according to his observations, the kids do not have rabies. They are completely calm. There are no anomalies, which means the prince can move towards them. He thanked his assistant and let him go. The brunette bowed before him once more and walked on with a quiet, calm gait, going about his business. Since there are no more problems and obstacles, the boy can calmly run to the basement to his cute little fluffies. All the spectators missed them very much and were glad to see them back. And so finally, he arrived at the place after a couple of minutes. Now is just the time that all the animals, including them, are fast asleep with a quiet snoring. Jeju found the right cage with the poops and admired them. He was very happy that the babies were safe and resting. Hearing quiet steps, one of them slowly began to wake up and open his cute blue eyes. As soon as the fluffies saw their old owner, they literally glowed. After deep dreams, they definitely felt much better. Kim noticed this, but still decided to ask again, just in case. Fordrick took good care of them, it was obvious. Finally, our hero will be able to hug them. He eagerly opens the cage. As soon as he put his hand to the cage, one of them sweetly licked it and beat against the bars to be released quickly. As soon as the lock clicked, all three little bundles of happiness, pushing each other, jumped up with a quiet squeak. The kids cried with joy. Finally, they were next to their unusual friend again. Jeju was also very happy to meet and could not hold back his smile. He did not leave a single one of the puppies without attention, and happily stroked their fluffy heads, and they, in response, showed their little teeth and laughed. And so, it's time to move on. The guy climbs back up the steps and reads the chat. He would like to quickly finish what he was doing, and the fans suggest making a fuss since he is now the emperor. Coming out of his room, the green-eyed man released his unusual animals onto the floor, since they would interfere with what he was going to do now. He found in his room a spacious table on which lay various tools that he had scattered, and with an iron hand, Jeju pushed back the chair and sat down. This thing that is right in front of him, as I said, master, is unstable. He needs to be very careful, because he has a great risk of exposing himself and others to danger. It won't be easy for him to figure out the magic circle. Parts of this weapon break over and over again. He calls it an endless cycle of breakdowns. The guy gets to work. The boy has great respect for Reynold, the magical engineer he saw from his videos. The whole direction was divided into before and after his appearance. Although Jeju is not as genius as this man, he still does not want to give up, and therefore tries hard to correct all the flaws in this mechanical hand. He only had 10 minutes left, and finally he finished his work. The piece of iron glowed blue. It seemed that everything really worked out. In this form, he can already use it. The green-eyed man puts it on his hand and tries to move his fingers. He does it without any problems. Now, to make sure everything works as it should, he takes a deep breath and uses his power. A slight tremor began to spread through the palm of the hand, and the blue spot became even larger. Soon it was fully operational and shining much brighter. It seemed that everything was ready for use. But still, not everything is perfect. He feels a slight delay when he makes a couple of hand movements, but in principle, even so, everything looks pretty good. The green-eyed man can already see that she is much more useful than he could have expected. Just thinking about it, he smiled widely. His chat pause time is over. Right now, he will turn it back on, and he will be able to talk to his fans again. And so everything fell into place again. The boy asked his guys for forgiveness for such a delay. He needed to concentrate on his own and get distracted. The timer for completing the test has also expired. There are literally a couple of seconds left. Our hero is already turning into his original form. A portal to the next small world appears in front of him, which is already ready to accept a new player. A strong wind blew from there again, and the system displayed a warning about moving to the 6th floor. But that's not all. The entrance was blocked, the user was deactivated, and a sudden transfer of viewers of another stream of the same level began. Because Lee Sungjae was killed, a lot of new guys joined him, and many of them were completely ignorant. The guy had to turn off the chat for half a day. A slightly unpleasant and tense situation occurred. Jeju scratched the back of his head and suggested that everyone calm down and check the reward. Having cleared his throat, he pressed the necessary button in the system. He was very interested in what would happen this time. A gift appeared in front of him, or rather a beautiful box, as always. The boy was a little surprised by her. She still looked a little different, and the popoi were frightened by the loud noise and jumped up in place, moving their eyes in fear. Many viewers began to throw in 10 coins, bypassing the restrictions in the chat. There were some smart guys. Jeju raised the limit on voices to 500. Our hero is sure that these newbies won't send so much money since they came from another stream. But one genius was found. He sent twice as much. It would be fine if it was something important, but no. User Luca wrote a whole poem asking to remove his block here. The guy just laughed. He was very interested in the reward, and he immediately opened the box. Inside it were ordinary clothes. Seeing that there was nothing special about it, as there was no option to get additional information about the gift, he was a little upset. But later he smiled broadly. It seems he was deliberately provoking him. It was easy to guess that this was all the work of the administrator, who was trying to prove that the brunette was the same Jeju as in the video. Perhaps this is also a hint that our hero cannot do whatever he wants in his space. A small popoi came up to the clothes that the boy had already placed on the floor, thinking that it was something edible, and began to chew quietly. But to his regret, Kim yelled at him, forbidding him to eat the cloth, and besides, it was not tasty at all and did not resemble his favorite mana stone. While the fluffy one was sad, The guy wanted to check the next box that caught his eye. And it looks like this time there will be something really interesting. Opening it, a bright light shone in his face. Indeed, the brunette came across a pair of heroic rank Lotanto leather shoes made from snakeskin, which retains its abilities within itself. Without delay, the guy decided to put on these boots and test them. Now he is completely confused and does not understand what the admin has in mind. Standing up straight, he took a couple of steps and realized why no one on the stream was surprised by the dropped item. This is because these things are very difficult to control, and many have tried to master them. But even if so, he is interested in how bad things are. One of the participants could not control them. He climbed up a steep mountain and eventually, unfortunately, lost his footing and fell down into the abyss. Our hero in the video himself couldn't use them either, so he had to watch separate video lessons from other guys who had gone through this. Jeju began to fly in the clouds for a while, but later opened his eyes and looked with confidence at his new speedwalkers. His sneakers seemed to blur. He put them on, and the audience was outraged that he said that they were difficult to use. The guy tried not to get distracted and not to read the chat, carefully adjusting his sneaker. The fans were even more confused after what they saw. Scratching the back of his head, the brunette tried to calm them down by saying that everything was fine and he was comfortable. He thought that their only downside was their bad reputation, and he is also helped by the fact that he has enjoyed the mana stone, but now he still needs to see what is left in the box. Jeju kneels down and reaches out his hand there, and as always he was also given a bag of coins. They certainly won't hurt him. The guy is very happy. In fact, he was thinking about learning other skills, but at the rate he was currently collecting game money, he would be able to save up for a small dream already on the 10th floor. And then he remembered that at this level he was facing a group test, which he didn't really like. The boy is a little afraid that others will be furious when they see his fluffies, and he has to do only one thing. He opens his backpack and invites his little friends in there, and most fans were against this decision. They would like to see these funny creatures. The kids happily jumped up to him. They didn't care where they were. The most important thing was that they were with their most beloved owner. Jeju throws his backpack over his shoulders and prepares to confidently walk to the next floor. The audience is very excited. But the guy is interested in what will happen there. He is not afraid at all, and with a bold gait enters the portal, where there are already 4 participants. He finds himself in a forest of evil spirits. The main task is to deal with the enemies that can appear right in front of him. He has to go through 5 waves. Some unknown guys gathered around the fire and discussed this test. But they were interrupted by quiet footsteps. Everyone turned around and looked at Kim Jeju, who was slowly approaching them. The guy who looked like a knight smiled sweetly and invited our hero to talk to them. It was cold outside after all, and it wouldn't hurt to warm up by the fire. It seems he was the last one to arrive. The team was formed. The hero calmly greeted everyone. He also began to closely examine everyone around him. The muscular guy was most likely a knight, and the one next to him looked very much like a magician. Standing aside from everyone was a short-haired girl in a mask, who didn't really want to talk to anyone. Jeju stared at her. Soon she noticed his gaze and asked what was the matter. He opened his eyes wide and was slightly confused. The brunette seemed rude to him, the way she looked at the newcomer who arrived here and spoke to him. The guy did not have the best impression of her. He tried to smile back at her. The girl had an interesting mask, and he decided to blame it all on that. She just raised an eyebrow. The short-haired boy decided to try to calm everyone down, because the most important thing now is not to quarrel but to pass the test together. The man in armor looked away and in a strange tone suggested getting to know the new guy better. Many in the chat didn't like this suspicious guy. After clearing his throat, he pretended that everything was fine and introduced himself. It turns out that his name is Jung Kang-yuk, and by profession he works as a health trainer, and it is clear that he is very proud of it. As you can see, he is now a knight who got the role of a great sword master for choosing a high difficulty level. With a wide smile, he assures that his skills can be relied upon. A man with a light beard peeked out from under the hood. He doesn't like to talk much about himself. His name is Park Jinsu, and he is a magician. Our hero Jeju assumed that there had been some disagreement between them before this, since he so badly wanted everything to end quickly. The short-haired girl also did not remain silent, and at the request of her ally, she identified herself. This is Lee Seha. She does not really want to reveal her profession, and therefore decided to remain silent about this for a while. And now it was the turn of the owner of the popoi. Having heard his name, he became slightly confused and looked thoughtfully at everyone present. After clearing his throat, the boy said that in real life he works as an ordinary salesman in a store, but by profession in this world, he is a magical engineer. Hearing this, all the guys condemned him. Blind Kanhek knows that these people are not fighting on the front lines. He can't understand what this new guy was thinking. It seemed to him that his parents were villains, but he denied this, saying that this decision was made independently. The short-haired man clutched his head and thought he was going crazy, since even the audience tried to convince this guy and asked him not to go there. Sokka just snorted at all of this. She thinks that the team can handle it without any problems with just 3 of them. These guys are worrying about trifles. Nobody was happy to have an engineer on their team. He was of no use. The old man with short stubble asked not to waste time and energy on such trifles, and it is really important now to think over a plan of action. And the first thing Park Jinsu suggests is to look at their situation and soberly assess it. They are completely surrounded by fog. You might think that yes, it is normal, and there is nothing special about it, but it is very dense, like a wall. In short, it is the boundary of the floor. He suggests that Kanhyuk and Seha fight on the front lines, as they are very good at close combat. And the old man himself wants to support the center, just in case. He declared Jeju a non-combat class, and gave him the task of helping those who needed help, but he looked at him in surprise. Rubbing his chin, the short-haired man gave the order to follow this strategy for the time being. Our hero grimaced a little but tried not to show that he didn't like anything. That's how magical engineers are perceived now. But even if that were the case, the guy shouldn't have any particular problems, in his opinion. And at that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a system notification. A couple of seconds, and the first wave would begin. And then, the earth shook slightly. It seemed that the time had come. From behind a large and thick layer of dust, a huge mustachioed creature appeared to the heroes, which was getting closer and closer. With a nasty grinding sound, it began to stretch its paws and prepare for battle. Kanhek had already drawn his sword and was confidently about to attack, but then he was stopped. The other guys from his team read the chat, where people wrote that the whole situation looks very strange. The schoolgirl suggests waiting first. But the frivolous guy did not attach any importance to this, and proudly recalled how he was a great master on the 5th floor, 6th on the list, by the way. He is sure that the one who strikes the monster first will be the winner. After these words, Kanhek made a strong swing with his sword and attacks. And now the brunette is already next to the huge cockroach and is about to chop off its annoyingly squeaky paw. But unfortunately, he can't do it. Only during the blow, he opened his eyes and wondered why the ghost type was so hard. With incredible force, the nasty giant insect knocks the knight's sword out of his hands, and it flies away somewhere far from its owner. While he was turning his head in different directions, the mustachioed monster grabbed his fragile body and armor and began to lift him up. The inattentive boy began to panic. He became very scared, but he could not get out. His claws had a strong grip. And it seems that the frightened participant in the test has come up with something to do. He raises his hand up and meets his gaze. There was a loud scream and a girl in a mask ran up to him and demanded that he retreat immediately. It was too dangerous to stay there. His fingers were literally torn off, and he screamed from the incredibly severe pain and kicked the bastard. But even after such a powerful swing at him, the beast continued to resist and squeeze him harder. Even the iron armor didn't help. Kanhek was in incredible pain. He was spinning like a fly caught in a web, screaming to be let go. And thank God he succeeded. The monster loosened its grip and the short-haired guy fell to the ground, hitting his butt hard. As soon as he came to his senses, looking up, the man saw something terrifying. The same big guy was coming at him. It looks like the health coach was really scared. This time he couldn't even move normally from fear. The strange thing about this whole situation is that this cleaner shouldn't appear on the 6th floor, even though these creatures are low-ranking, but they should be at least level 25. Our hero understands that this fight will be one-sided with 100% probability for the people who immediately found themselves in this place. The boy expected that it would be an appropriate difficulty for a team challenge, but he couldn't even imagine that the admin would play with it again. The victim sat on the ground and did not move from the spot the entire time due to pain shock. Now he is terrified of cockroaches and everything connected with them. The giant insect twitched its antennae with a nasty creaking sound as it looked at him. It crouched down sharply, and in an instant jumped up, spreading its wings. It was not difficult to guess that it wanted to deal with this knight and then get to the others. Having gotten closer to him, it growled and opened its mouth. From what he saw, he instantly turned pale and clenched his teeth. He no longer saw a way out of this situation, so he just closed his eyes and prepared himself for the worst possible outcome. Seeing his friend in a bad situation, the team member went to help and deftly jumped on the monster, grabbing those nasty fangs. Hearing a familiar voice, the coward opened his eyes and saw a schoolgirl. It was she who had broken free to protect him. From one look from her, the cockroach began to tremble, but she held herself confidently and was going to teach the offender a good lesson and finally pass the first wave. Grasping it tighter and clenching her other hand into a fist, Sokka already knows what to do and how to act. She couldn't waste time thinking, so she gave the monster a good punch right in the face. The spectators were shocked by what they saw. The mustachioed man's head instantly flew off his shoulders and galloped off somewhere far away. The first wave was past. The guys had to wait a little less than half an hour until the next one. Looking at herself, she felt disgusted. She was all in the disgusting liquid of this monster and tried to shake it off somehow, but she didn't succeed. The girl looked at the cowardly Kanhek and scolded him for getting into a fight without asking and without consulting others, and in the end, almost writing a will. She didn't like this guy from the start. He was an incredible weakling. With a jerk of her hand, the brunette walked away, muttering something under her breath, and the so-called knight simply sat silently on the ground. She couldn't believe that they had such a coward on their team who only knew how to talk senselessly. Jeju watched her as she passed by him. He knows this girl very well from that very video. At that time, she was a famous, awakened one. The fighting lady noticed his gaze on her and, raising an eyebrow, also glanced at him with slight misunderstanding. She looked the newcomer who had arrived to them from top to bottom. The only thing that confused her was his profession. At that moment, Sekka turned around and sighed loudly, turned away from him and went in the opposite direction. He also seemed like some kind of weakling to her. But then a thought comes to her mind. This guy seems quite familiar to her. The girl can't remember exactly what, but in her soul she has a feeling that she saw Jeju somewhere. He just moved his hands and went in the other direction, to the place where the first skirmish with the cockroach took place. He stepped on it with one foot, and finally he was glad that he could take a closer look at it, and besides, at the moment he shouldn't make his move. He was distracted from his thoughts by a notification from the system that the team of spies on the schoolgirl's chat had returned. He did not quite understand what was happening. People in the chat began to discuss the young rude woman. Viewers repeatedly noticed that they consider her their daughter and do whatever they want, and then suddenly throw donations at her. But besides this, the fans began to embarrass our hero. They still remember how he was an emperor and was called His Majesty. He became a little awkward. The guy in the hood turned to the brunette. He was interested in what she was doing on the 5th floor. She just snorted and was not going to answer him. Soon a team of spies on the uncle's chat joined in. Everyone saw him constantly in a bad mood and somehow depressed. The two comrades turned to the victim. Everyone had forgotten about him. Kanhek was sitting on a fallen tree clutching his hand and did not want to talk to anyone. Jeju approached him. He noticed that he was flying in the clouds. He asked how the pseudo-hero was feeling. It seemed like he was getting better. The coward was to blame for asking for trouble. Several of his fingers were literally cut off. A lot of time had passed since that battle, but his arm was still in great pain, and the man had just burst into tears. Our hero looked at his mechanical hand and warned that this place could hurt a lot right now, but he would have to endure it. The short-haired one only raised an eyebrow. Jeju raised his hand and activated it, pointing it at the victim. It seemed that it was truly unbearably painful. His screams could be heard, it seemed, throughout the entire forest in which they were. Finally he finished after a couple of seconds. The brunette fell to the floor and cried even harder, but at least he wouldn't have to suffer from blood loss anymore. Everything would be better soon. Chinsu slowly approached him and asked if this wonderful invention, the iron glove, was his doing, to which the boy only nodded his head. Such an unusual weapon really managed to surprise the old man. Scratching his stubble, he asked what it was like to create something so incredible. Jeju raised his hand and replied that of course it was not a 5-minute task, but it was possible to do, which pleased the taciturn man very much. He would like to get to the 10th floor as soon as possible and also study the basics of this, but while the guys were talking, Seha approached them. The girl heard everything they were chatting about, even though it was magical engineering. She didn't see anything special in it. The first to notice her was the old man in the cloak, and he praised her for her brave battle and courage. Now he offers her to move forward while he covers her, and our hero was asked to stay behind. He could not refuse. Jung Kanyuk was lying on the cold ground, which Jinsu noticed most likely. His mental trauma after such a misfortune was too serious. The same one did not stop crying. In this state, he would only interfere with the team, so the best solution would be to leave him alone. The guys didn't even notice how the second wave began, as if two huge cockroaches had already appeared from underground. They emerged from the thick layer of dust and hissed angrily as they looked at their victims. The brave girl breaks forward again and runs straight towards them. Seha deftly jumped very high and swung her fist, intending to deal with these creatures. In flight, she attacks the first one, hitting him in the face with a loud cry. The second toothy one became wary after his ally was defeated and nervously twitched his antennae. The schoolgirl with the bob haircut followed his every move and already knows what to do next. The rude girl didn't like the way this giant was looking at her, so she deftly walked up to him and gave him a good spanking, for good measure. The insect only hissed loudly and fell to the ground without moving. The spectators were amazed at the strength of this fragile lady. Seha was once again furious that she had gotten herself dirty with the monster's blue blood, and Jeju watched her and was amazed at how she was able to overcome two waves so easily with only her own strength. He knows her from the video. It's not for nothing that she was called a gift of close combat. It seems that this girl has no equal. The schoolgirl in the mask is a player who easily and practically without obstacles climbed to the 4th floor. She was helped only by donations and pure luck. On the 5th, she was cunning and played as a commoner. Wandering the streets, she came across a master recluse who taught her such incredible close combat skills and helped the girl wake up. Soon, she was nicknamed that. The nickname quickly spread throughout the tower, and she was from the same generation as Jeju, but he could not even imagine that they would meet right here. So, now is the time to think about what is happening in the present. If there were 2 of these beetles last time, now there will be 4 in the next wave. Chinsu asked Sehu to hold them back at the front line, and our hero was given the order to deal with those who could slip past them. He nodded his head. The old man smiled, and just before the start, expressed gratitude and joy that he would finally be able to save face. The timer has expired. It's time to start. The guys are getting ready to act according to the plan. The monsters have already emerged from the depths of the forest and are heading straight towards our daredevils. But the only thing that confused Seika was that now there is already a 3rd wave, but there are only 2 of them. Something is wrong here. She decided to warm up before giving them a good 2. She still had to deal with them first. After a little physical exercise, the girl breaks ahead and runs towards them as fast as she can. They can't escape from her. But for some reason, Jeju has a strange bad feeling. He is a little worried that something might still happen. Chinsu agreed with him. He also somehow didn't understand everything. Why so few of these monsters came out. While the 2 were chatting, only our hero noticed that one was moving towards them and managed to catch his eye. When he turned to face him, the beetle was already standing right in front of him, preparing to attack, its nasty legs spread out. One could conclude that there were not 2 cleaners in this wave after all. And if you think about it, there are so many of them coming out at once. That is, the monsters go in pairs. Jeju thought and just looked at them. Chinsu excitedly shouted after him, demanding that he quickly move as far away as possible. The magician was about to cast a spell and created something similar to a fireball. What he said was impossible to understand because of the loud noise. Having finished casting his spell, the man released it directly at the beetle standing nearby. But it seemed that it had no effect on him, and it was felt only as a tickle. It was clear that he seemed to be mocking this unsuccessful sorcerer. Such impenetrable armor, if you can call it that, greatly amazed Chinsu. For the first time in all this time, he was so shocked and did not know how to defend himself now. Jeju watched this, and with a serious look approached him, patted him on the shoulder, and asked him to step back. He stepped back cautiously, and the boy, adjusting his glove, was going to deal with these creatures on his own. Seika also did not sleep and fought with all her might with the opponents who appeared in front of her, not giving herself or them a minute to rest and catch their breath. As she jumped away from them to cool down, she immediately remembered her team and was worried about all the people being alive. Hearing Chinsu's cry of how his spell failed in such a situation, the girl became wary and turned back. The brunette looked around the small battlefield and also realized that there were more than 2 cleaners next to them. She definitely couldn't be mistaken now. There was no time to be distracted either. One of them was already about to attack. Brave Seika turned sharply towards him and was slightly frightened. He was very close and approached so quietly that it was impossible to hear his steps. The girl came to her senses too late. Now it is impossible to counterattack and try to win. She has no choice but to defend herself. Somehow she needs to be more careful next time and not lose her vigilance from extraneous distractions. Bortsuka put her hands in front of herself, but for some reason it suddenly stopped. Seika began to slowly open her eyes, because she did not understand what was going on. The enraged creature stood motionless and simply stared at her, raising an eyebrow, and she stared at him too. Unexpectedly for the girl, the beetle's head began to slowly fall, and behind it, the familiar hair of the test participant was visible. It was Jaiju, who looked at her with a slight smile and apologized for the fact that the monster's blood accidentally splashed on her face. Before he could hear an answer from his new acquaintance, Chinsu approached him, but he also did not say anything because he heard more steps that were getting closer and closer to him. Mages can become easy targets when going into battle against the creaking cleaners who are already running straight towards them. This time our hero will have to act. He prepares to attack, swinging his hand with a mechanical glove. It's time for him to make his small contribution to this battle. He knows very well that these creatures are capable of flying at high speed and in a straight trajectory. In addition, their hard shell cannot be penetrated even by steel weapons. Our hero has hit the monster hard and is preparing for the next step. The boy knows that these are the only advantages these beetles have for them, nothing more. And that is why he activates his glove. It lights up bright blue. In one moment, it pierces right through the annoying cockroach, leaving him no chance of victory, much less survival. But for some reason this creature is still standing on its feet, even though he gave it a good beating. This really pissed off Jeju. It was not appropriate for him to waste his energy on just him now. Finally, the second time he succeeded, twitching his hand, he looked together with Chinsu at the results of his work. He was very glad that he was able to deal with him. The boy turned to his other allies, and had already managed to rejoice that the clever girl would quickly deal with everyone now. But it seems that not everything is going smoothly. This monster was about to attack Seihu, and she did not have time to answer him. Our hero was scared for her. If he didn't do everything quickly, it might be too late. The brunette was far away from him. He has no choice but to connect the acceleration from the boots he received recently. Jeju immediately jumped up, his heels sparkling, and rushed to the rescue at top speed. Literally, a couple of seconds later, he found himself behind this huge beetle, which was about to attack the schoolgirl. Without thinking twice, he flexed his fist where the metal glove was and literally thrust his hand into it. It froze and could not move, but due to the injuries it received, it began to slowly fall. When a huge obstacle in the form of a giant insect fell to the ground, and finally our hero saw his ally and asked how she was doing. She just looked with her eyes wide open and couldn't believe what she saw. Sokka didn't notice anything at all, but fortunately, the third wave was past, and she could rest. After a while, Jeju sat there, slightly depressed, and could not utter a word. And the girl in the mask was depressed, and also not in the best mood. He had to turn away from her to avoid making eye contact for fear of getting a good spanking. To distract himself a little, he decided to change the subject. Since the guys were going to warm up by the fire, why not get to know the old magician better? He, unfortunately, does not know particularly strong spells, and what he showed in the fight with the monster was the best he could learn. Chinsu was also interested in how an ordinary magic engineer could have such incredible speed, even higher than a knight. But the boy avoided answering and said nothing. The injured Kanhek, as always, put in his 2 cents and asked not to worry about the current situation. He considers his allies strong in any case. The boys looked at each other and laughed awkwardly, but the schoolgirl was slightly irritated and could no longer stand this guy. They didn't have much time left before the fourth wave, time to get into position and get ready. Jeju reminded everyone of this. This time there should be 8 cleaners, but the coward deep down still hopes that in case of danger, others will protect him, and smiled nervously. However, not everything is so simple. The old man knows that they will attack from 2 sides. That is why the test participants stood in one big circle, with their backs to each other, and became as quiet as mice, trying to hear the slightest rustle in order to be completely ready. Our hero looked around. He was a little worried that the number of monsters had not doubled, but had been squared, which was a little suspicious. They obviously didn't want the participants to clear this floor so quickly and easily. The guy gritted his teeth at such injustice. And now the first beetles have already appeared, coming from different directions, and Jedge immediately gave his a good slap in the face. The girl also does not sleep and tries to fight them off and hit to kill, but the cowardly Kanhek runs away from them with a childish squeal and does not try to defend himself at all, for which he gets a scolding from the schoolgirl, who is already tired of watching him and pulling the not independent guy out of a difficult situation. And this wave was passed, as always. All the boys decided to rest before the next one, sitting down by the fire. Nobody was happy about such victories. They were all very tired and afraid to imagine what would happen next, when the next crowd came. Judging by all the logic of this floor, we can calculate that this time there will be as many as 256 cleaners. Old man Chinsu seems to be going crazy soon, and his viewers are also in shock and even sent a bunch of complaints to the administrator, which remained unviewed. Kanhek immediately yelled at him for this. He didn't like it. Everyone was on edge, and so the man didn't keep quiet and was rude in response. There were literally a couple of seconds left before the real nightmare began. He should prepare himself. While Jaju was adjusting his hand, he remembered only one way he could help them. The boy stands up straight in front of the guys. The most cowardly member of the team stares at him and asks what's going on. Without explaining anything, Kim orders everyone to step back and lie down on the ground just in case, and he himself goes somewhere forward, and so confidently. He insists that they listen to him, if they want to live, of course. The guys looked at each other and just shrugged their shoulders. A huge crowd of these nasty bugs with which he needs to fight has already appeared in front of him. The guy heads straight towards them without any fear or doubt. When they began to hiss and attack, he activated his unusual glove, made with his own hands, and pointed it straight at them. Seeing that something was brewing, Seha fell to her knees and lowered the head of your ally, Kanhek, or rather, pinned it to the ground and watched the actions of the newcomer. He also did not sleep and at one moment released all the power he had. Their armor was very difficult to penetrate, and the boy had to give it his all, so much so that he himself began to slide along the ground. It seemed as if a spark would light up right now beneath his feet, but he was not going to stop. As he unleashed all his power on these vile creatures, he noticed that the backlash was incredibly strong. It could be felt. He looked at his new friends and decided not to delay this. Jeju wants to defeat everyone with one blow. The boy acts according to his plan, and attacks so strongly that it seems he really won't be able to stay on his feet, while the guys look at him from behind in surprise. A huge crowd of mustachioed cockroaches glowed white and began to disperse into small particles of dust. After a couple of seconds, he finished his work. The dust cleared, the ground around them burned like magma from a volcano, and the allies looked at each other and simply remained silent. The magician and the young girl were amazed by what they just saw. Before their eyes, this magical engineer was able to defeat all 256 cleaners with just one blow. Just think about it. Jaju was trying to catch his breath and pull himself together after such a difficult move for him, and Seha couldn't get up from her knees and just looked at him. With a heavy sigh, our hero began to turn over that very weapon of mass destruction and examine it. But then, unexpectedly for everyone, the boy threw off the mechanical glove from himself. It fell to the ground with a quiet, muffled sound. The boy himself fell to his knees and began to cough violently. He suddenly felt ill and blood began to flow from his mouth. The audience couldn't help but praise their clever emperor, but he doesn't consider himself as such, because he wasted much more magical powers on a crowd of pathetic monsters than he originally expected. In advance, he placed a magic stone in his glove just in case, but even such incredible power was not enough. He spent everything he had on the blow. If it weren't for the blessing, Jaju would most likely have passed out before he dealt with them, but fortunately, it's all over, and he's alive. Sitting on the ground, completely immersed in his thoughts, he heard someone's footsteps behind him, quiet and unhurried. He turned his head with slight confusion to find out who it was. There stood his new friends, who were very worried about him, although they didn't really want to show it. Wiping his face, the boy nodded his head as a sign that he was okay. The girl did not back down. It seemed to her that not everything was okay, since he had such a terrible cough with blood, and she looked at him with concern. Our hero jumped to his feet and hugged Chinsu, saying that this was just a side effect of him using up all his strength in the battle. The stubbled man confirmed this, because he was a magician. He looked at Seha and her slightly worried look, and asked her not to worry because there was nothing to worry about. She only frowned in response. She folded her arms across her chest, looked at them askance, and shaking her head, said that she wasn't worried at all. She couldn't lie. Chinsu again decided to check with our hero about his well-being, but his answer did not change. So, it's time to end this and get down to business. Jeju wanted to check the rewards first and ordered the others to go further, just as a portal appeared. But they just stood motionless and looked at him with slight misunderstanding. The boy did not understand their behavior because the test had been passed, and now they could go their separate ways. He called out to them, hinting that he wanted to know what was going on. Kanhek was a little confused and was about to talk about what had happened today. But his speech was interrupted by a girl who also began to approach the incredibly strong newcomer, grabbed his mask, called him uncle. He turned around and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. The girl sighed heavily and unfastened the strings that held her accessory on her. Seha decided not to keep her identity a secret any longer, so to speak, and deftly took it off at that very second, adjusting her hair. The boy just looked at her and was a little in the clouds, already without a mask. She again turned to him, and this time more insistently. She was only interested in the name of this young guy, but he opened his eyes wide and looked at her in surprise. But she knows his name. Why is she asking such stupid questions? Jej didn't understand. He repeated himself, but the girl interrupted him, saying that her people on her stream were saying that searching for the name didn't give any results. They began to have ideas that the young guy might have a split personality, and he remembered the day when he was forced to change his name. These people's followers are very loyal, judging by the words of his fans. But the same cannot be said about those who sit on Kanhek's stream, who is still trying to establish contact with them. It's strange that they asked for his name, but he's not sure that many will just run over to his stream, so overall there's nothing to lose. Jaiju decided to say that he needed to add a 2 at the end of his name, deciding to just watch how other fans would react to it. And indeed, after what was said, the number of his viewers began to grow incredibly. From each notification that came every second, he began to have a ringing in his ears. Kanhek didn't like this at all, and he indignantly turned to the strong newcomer. It turns out that all his viewers began to leave him, which was to be expected. Looking at him with displeasure, Jeju promised to put a block on the entrance, and after these words, the cowardly guy seemed to feel better. However, after blocking Zhang's viewers, there aren't many new ones, so it will be very difficult to get a reward for subscribers on this floor. One of the users sent a donation of 5,000 coins and thanked the hero for saving the girl. He was only a little embarrassed. Such a thing was a mere trifle for him. But still, some guys returned back to the stream to the cowardly guy, and he, as always, promised to work harder on all the difficulties. Thank God he got away with it. But he was very angry at the new guy, because he almost lost all his guys because of him. Chinsu tried to somehow smooth things over and hinted that they had been standing in one place for too long and could not stay there. He looks from Jeju to Sehu and suggests that they quickly open their rewards and go on their way. The other kids pressed the right buttons and were given gift boxes that they had to check. And our hero, who worked harder than everyone else and didn't seem to be planning to open them, but so that people around him wouldn't grumble, he would have to. He is slightly unhappy that since there are other streamers around, it is very obvious that the reward will be small, and nothing special will happen. When all the men finally fell silent, a schoolgirl decided to speak to him, who was again trying to say something. And this time she was interrupted again. Now it was his box with the reward that he had summoned. Seeing what she was like, Chinsu and Kanhyuk were horrified by what they saw. It's true that she doesn't look very impressive, as Jeju thought. The schoolgirl also had a very ordinary box. The guy just sighed heavily and sat down over her. No matter what, it was still worth checking her out. The guys crowded around him and literally stood over his soul, which slightly infuriated the magical engineer, and he asked what was going on, but they just wanted to see what was there, because only his reward was unique. He just shrugged his shoulders and continued doing his business, but Kanhek got angry at him. He was such a prude, you see. Having untied the beautiful ribbons, he saw a bright light coming from there. This time he came across leather gloves that looked very beautiful and were also of heroic rank. Just like those same boots, they were made from snakeskin. Well, since the administrator insists, the boy will never refuse such a pleasant surprise. Jeju puts gloves on his hands and examines them with interest. The same coward started whining about how it could be that he came across such a cool object. But the spectators, The men with stubble had a different opinion. They said that these armbands were completely useless. Chinsu turned around and went to his small cardboard chest to check what they had prepared for him there, and the timid knight decided to talk to our hero. He didn't know how to start the dialogue correctly, and therefore was a little nervous. Having thought everything over, he cleared his throat and went to him. Kanhek came closer and quietly asked the engineer to remove the entry restriction. His viewers were complaining to him, but he was not going to do it, because if he did, they would start swearing. Narrow-Eyed frowned and became very angry. He didn't want to continue streaming with such an audience. And our hero looked at everything else that was left in the box, and as always, last of all were those same coins. Nothing special. After viewing all the surprises from the administrator, the beautiful chest began to slowly disappear into thin air. The other guys also studied what they were given after passing the test, and approaching the portal, Chinsu thanked the new guy for everything he did for them. And he finally admitted that his magical engineering wasn't that bad, and he really regretted not learning it earlier, which slightly embarrassed the young man. His new friend waved goodbye and expressed incredible gratitude for everything. After pleasant words, he entered the portal. Kanhek didn't say anything and just looked at him sideways. He never said a word and simply walked on silently, while the spectators were outraged by this man's behavior. Even that magician said goodbye, but he didn't. But even if everything turned out that way, then Jaeja is not very worried about it. It was only their first meeting. Who knows? Maybe sometime in the future they will become enemies. But now he had to wait until his glove cooled down, and only then would the boy be able to go to the next floor. He took the backpack off his shoulders and wanted to rest a little while he had time. Suddenly something moved inside it, and the lock began to slowly unfasten. From there, small blue eyes peered out, looking at each other, and also at that same mechanical hand. In the blink of an eye, little Popoy jumped out from there, which Jeju had tamed and completely forgot about with all the troubles. It was easy to guess that they smelled the magic and mistook the glove for food. The boy looked at them with horror and decided to act. He couldn't let these gluttons eat her. Many hours of work had been put into her. Kim ran up to them and caught them all in a panic, ordering them to stand still and not move. The spectators were simply touched by this picture, and the children began to cry because they were forbidden to enjoy such a sweet treat. The fluffies turned to him and started making eyes, hoping that they would be allowed, but the boy was strict and did not fall for even that. His work was much more valuable in any case. Our hero was about to leave, but he heard a familiar female voice behind him and was slightly frightened. It was Seka. She saw everything that was happening here, and the guy was a little confused, not knowing how to justify why he was walking around so easily with drunks. The brunette stared at these kids and just remained silent, not responding to the words that Jeju was telling her, and blushed slightly. The blue-eyed balls of happiness also stared at the lady. They looked at her with interest, sitting in their owner's arms and seeming to purr. It was very sweet for her, although she didn't like to openly show her emotions and feelings, but it was impossible to hide something like that. Her emotion was interrupted by Kim, who noticed how she stood as if she were a stone, staring at one point. The sharp remark slightly frightened her. She didn't know what to answer him. On the one hand, she wanted to express what she thought about drunks, and on the other hand, she wanted to talk about a more serious topic. The schoolgirl's thoughts were completely confused, and she couldn't put a word together, so she quickly ran to the portal, promising that they would meet again soon. The guy stood there in slight bewilderment, as were his fluffies. What was happening now was strange to him. Well, okay, now is not the best time to linger. The guy urgently needs to hurry up to the next floor. Finally, the glove cooled down, and he was able to pick it up and put it in his backpack. His pets also needed to go back there, but before that, he scolded them and demanded that they not eat it. The little ones looked out from behind his head with great interest, and he was about to finally enter the portal. In the chat, people warned that some kind of psychological battle would now await him, but the guy didn't read the chat, so there were no spoilers. Somewhere on the next floor, a dark-haired man was wandering around and examining the location he found himself in. He knows what will happen now, what a test it will be, and he was very interested. For him, this seems like a mere trifle, and he is confident that he will easily defeat his opponent without any particular difficulties or hassles. Our hero slowly extended his hand into the portal and began to remember everything about it. He had watched a lot of videos about it, and he understood perfectly well what awaited him. There was a strong wind blowing as he entered, and his long hair made it difficult to see what was ahead and kept getting in his eyes. which irritated him a little. And then he received a notification in the system that 2 users had connected to the test. The required number of people had been reached. And so from this moment on, none of those present will be able to leave this building and the stream as a whole. The guys will begin to be tested by the statue of liars. The first participant was already standing in front of the huge stone block, and soon Kim Jae-ju approached him and looked at him. The man heard someone's quiet steps and, rubbing the back of his head, began to slowly turn towards him. And so they finally met eyes. The dark-haired one had a cold and lifeless look. Our hero recognized this guy immediately, and when he saw his face, he was very surprised. His eyes almost popped out of his head. In front of him stands the same man from the video, whom he was also surprised by there. Everything matches. He remembered how, having shaken the dust off his suit, the man in the formal suit asked him to mind his own business and promised not to bother him. But our hero yelled at him because he didn't understand why he was so cruel and killed so many innocent people for no reason. The man just stood there, hands in his pockets, looking at the results of his work. Indeed, there were a lot of bodies of boys and women, teenagers and children around, which horrified Jeju. The dark-haired man looked at him ominously at that moment, perceiving it as an attack on him, although that was what it was, and threatened that he could easily end up next to them. Although the boy was brave, he decided not to take risks and retreated, gritting his teeth in fear. And it's good that he knows his history, and one should be careful with him. This sadist is very dangerous. His thoughts were interrupted by his voice. He stood smiling and asked what his new friend's name was. Without showing that anything was wrong, Jeju identified himself and asked his future opponent the same question. Leaning over a little, the man introduced himself as Han Ji-seok, and viewers became curious about what people in his chat thought of him. Our hero pretended to be very glad to meet him and asked him what he had been doing before getting into the tower, which aroused his serious suspicions. The young guy now has the first person in his life in front of him, whom he wants to hit hard and teach a lesson. He is the worst of all possible opponents. Jeju touched the wall and silently thought they were about to undergo a lie detector test, where they had to either catch their opponent on it or deceive them with their own lies. It all sounds quite interesting. A system board appeared in front of him with a list of all the rules that need to be studied before starting, and so it was time to begin. Kim asked his opponent whether he had gone to the tower of his own free will or had been dragged there by force, to which he froze and did not want to answer. But in the end, he had to answer, calling the first option correct, looking at Jeju with displeasure. He only sighed heavily and thanked him for his possibly honest answer. It could be that this man really didn't lie to him. The Korean glanced at him sideways. Ji-seok is not one of those people who is so easy to catch in a lie, and our hero will have to come up with a plan to ask him something in order to catch him in it. After a minute of silence, he turned to Jade and said that he was going to go to the other board, just as its color had changed as well. The time for preparation was already over, and it was time to begin. The statue raised its hand up and moved. She pointed her finger at the very first member who arrived here, Ji-seok. He was given 1 minute to think and ask his question. The man, rubbing his chin, thought. He asked his opponent if he knew him before entering the tower. A tricky question, of course, which made our hero a little nervous. The boy was confused and couldn't understand how he had guessed. Clenching his hand into a fist, he began to set himself up for a positive mood. Well, at least he tried. And his final answer was a denial. Jeju was sure that his opponent couldn't know all this for sure, so it was best to remain silent. Without thinking at all, Ji-seok presses the button and claims that his opponent lied, with a slight smile on his face. The statue's middle eye, which was located on its forehead, lit up blue. The awakened ones who were watching the stream sat and did not understand why this happened. Now the huge lump of stone pointed its finger at Jeju, giving him the right to voice his question, and he asked about killing people, if even the test did not require it. There was nothing to think about. A confident answer came from his lips. He was ready to do it even right now. The statue appears to have stood motionless, and nothing has changed in it, and viewers suspect that this is the work of an admin. Taking the stone ball with the silhouette of a circle inside, Ji-seok was about to clarify the next thing that interested him. Whether his opponent knew what the 7th floor test would be like would be revealed right here. Jeju started to play the fool and pretend that he didn't understand what kind of nonsense this man was talking. Without waiting for a specific answer, he again inserted the ball into the right hole, saying that this was a pure lie. The result was checked and the statue's blue eye lit up, which again meant that our hero was lying. Jeju didn't expect such a turn of events, but that sly fellow managed to lure everything out of him in such a short period of time. Now he begins to completely doubt himself. Were his emotions during the meeting with him really so obvious and understandable, suspicious? But on the other hand, no. As soon as he entered the 7th floor, he most likely did not notice anything. This is his mistake. He turned his head towards him and asked if he would dare to do so if he had to deal with his own wife. The brunette became a little nervous and looked at him sideways, calling such a question pointless, but his opponent still insisted on hearing the answer. He only tried to run away from the answer, but Jeju did not back down and demanded to speak directly. Jiseok, lowering his head, replied that he couldn't do that to his beloved, trying to pretend that he was very sorry and even sad to think about it. Our hero also fell silent and looked down, lowering his head. He confidently raised his hand up and pressed the button on the desired ball, declaring that it was a lie. The dark-haired man became a little nervous, waiting for the final decision, and the result was checked. Her eye lit up red this time, and Jiseok's eyes almost popped out of his head. He looked at Jeju in panic and asked if he knew he was married to begin with. The boy didn't lie this time and answered honestly, and without hesitation, that he really did have such information. The stone giant with many arms continued to stand motionless, which meant that our hero really had not lied. So now it was his turn again. He stretched his arms and thought about the next question. He sighed heavily and decided to ask again about this guy's wife. This time there was a more unpleasant and complex topic. I wonder if his beloved had stood in his way, would it have been a reason for murder or not? Specifically, a very cruel reprisal, and after that, to scatter everything that belonged to her and her body around the street. Jeju looked him intently in the eyes. Jiseok visibly tensed up and replied that his opponent's questions were going too far, and he found it unpleasant to even think about it. The young lad did not back down and continued to press, knowing that the statue determined lies based on facts. But besides this, he takes into account the mindset and thoughts, and therefore the killer, pretending to be sad, replies that he could not do that to her. The boy laughed and basically agreed with him, or rather pretended that it was so, since this was true love between them. And then, looking sharply into his eyes, she declares without any hesitation that this is a lie. Having made his final decision, he presses the button in the shape of a ball, as expected. He had now figured out this opponent completely. Jiseok, after hearing the question, thought whether he could really decide to do such a thing. And Jeju knows very well that yes, his character is very cruel and cold-blooded, which was always noticeable from his facial expression, and now, how worried he is. The result check began again, as expected. The stone statue closed its left eye and determined whether it was true or false. It was obvious that he was lying. When he opened it, the pupil glowed red, and the audience watched with interest. Jiseok leaned on his member's seat and hit his head, smiling nervously, his true personality fully revealed. Blushing slightly, he admitted that he had come across a very funny opponent. It had certainly been a strange test. Now it was his turn. The corners of his lips were stretched almost to his ears, and he turned to Jej and seemed to have already thought of a question. Namely, he was interested in whether this was the second time he had passed this tower. Well, the boy was in deep trouble. He was surprised and even a little nervous. His eyes darted around. Trying to calm down and breathe evenly, Kim replies that it is not at all as he tells him. Rubbing his chin, the opponent only nodded his head, placing his hand on his belt. Before making his final choice, Jiseok advises to stop lying right now. After his speech, he presses the button, confidently declaring that what he said was not at all the truth. The statue shook slightly, and there was an analysis of the answers. The guys looked at it nervously. The stone brute leaned over the cruel man and froze in place. This time the color of one eye turned red and looked at him intently. Jiseok stood still and couldn't move. It looks like he failed this test, and he no longer has any chance to win. In that same video, the administrator Jeju offered to take his place and make all his dreams and desires come true. It sounded quite tempting as far as our hero remembers, and he was even going to answer him something. But now, he is not the same boy from that video that constantly gives him flashbacks. In fact, if Kim felt inside that he had been in this place more than once, he would have been caught, and he would have lost this battle. And yet that person was not at all like his real self. The young guy was able to convince himself of this and realize it. And his opponent, after seeing what he saw, still stood there and could not move from fear. How did it happen that he lost This thought literally haunts him. While he was engrossed in examining the giant statue, strange things began to crawl along the floor behind him, very similar to a snake. The first one grabbed him by the hand at one moment, and he screamed loudly in surprise and dismay. The second one crawled up to his leg and grabbed him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out, unfortunately. Soon, his whole body was literally shackled by these strange tentacles, and from the inability to stand, the man fell to his knees and simply trembled. He had no chance of getting out. The huge judge began to slowly rise with a loud roar, looking angrily at the loser, instilling in him great fear and the desire for this nightmare to end soon. He still tried to get out. Twitching his arms and legs, Jinseok could not stand it and asked his opponent who he was after all. The young man just rolled his eyes and made it clear that he didn't think it was particularly important right now. But for his losing opponent, it seemed like it was very important and necessary to know. The audience began to think that he really was a psychopath. Remembering what he saw, Jeju only turned his gaze away. In that very video, he saw a man who looked like him. He approached this cruel guy and spoke to him. As if it were now, he remembers how this killer sat on the huge roots of a tree, and his interlocutor was only interested in why he decided to climb the tower and not be afraid of unforeseen situations. He wasn't even afraid of dying or anything like that. Jiseok had only one reason, and that was boredom, which he tried to overcome no matter what the method. In fact, he simply felt nothing but emptiness in his soul, and was indifferent to everything that was happening. One fine evening, or not so fine, he washed his hands, which were stained with blood, and it was obvious that it was human. This Jeju approached him, and there was only one thing he couldn't understand in his head. How could he have ended his closest friend so easily? Raising his head, he looked straight into his eyes with an empty and lifeless gaze. For him, any kind of relationship was not important at all in this tower. It was quite cruel to hear that. Kim immediately closed his eyelids and sighed heavily, wanting to say something. But the statue is about to start attacking. It has already raised a huge stone axe, which it held for a long time in a practically motionless state. And at one point, it swung it at him, and Jeju decided to get out of this situation by saying that they had known each other in the past, to which the brunette only widened his eyes. Before he could say anything to his, so to speak, old friend, he received an incredibly strong blow to the shoulder, and only a scream could be heard from his lips. In order not to see this horror, the guy simply closed his eyes, and many of his viewers did too. Some even felt guilty for the words they said towards Jiseok. That's it, he's gone. The test can be declared complete, and whether he'll be happy when he gets to the tower or not, no one will know now, and it will remain a big mystery. The rather scary statue began to smile widely, as if enjoying torturing the losing fool. She needed to finish this job. All our hero did was get rid of the unhappy future he saw that very day. And in principle, now all this is not important at all. The most important thing is that he passed the test and is ready to go to the next floor. In front of him at this very moment, a large portal appears from which, as usual, a strong wind blows. First, as is his tradition, Jeju checks the rewards he received after this mission with the assassin. But he was hampered by multiple donations from those impolite viewers from Lee Sungjae, who wanted to get into his stream and demanded that the restriction be lifted. But even under the guise of money, Kim did not change his decision. As his fans said, the emperor must be steadfast, and therefore he does not need to be distracted by extraneous things now. He confidently opens the box. This time, he came across the armbands of the Master of the Seven Snakes, with the help of which Lotanto controlled these creepers. Only the name made the audience feel disgusted. Without thinking, our hero puts them on. The properties of these little things included the ability to nullify spells, which is quite good, and in principle would be useful to him. He looked at them and criticized them a little. Jeju would have liked their color to be lighter and not so gloomy. After his words, something strange began to happen to them, and he did not understand what and just looked. Suddenly they changed color to pure white. Well, as always, the very last gift was a bag of gold coins. The amount did not change, and this slightly irritated all the fans. But there was nothing to be done. It was time for the guy to go to the next floor. He was already very close to the 10th, the one he wanted to get to most of all. And so he steps into the portal and is ready for new adventures. The boy found himself in a very beautiful and fresh place, where a light, invigorating breeze was blowing, and birds were singing somewhere in the distance. Even though everything was very beautiful and refreshing, Jeju felt out of place. His thoughts were confused, and he felt bad mentally. He had literally 10 minutes left before the main event began. The sun was blinding his eyes, and he could barely read about it in the system. All he wanted now was to rest, even if only for such a short time. He took his backpack off his shoulders and placed it next to him. The young man was out of breath and sat down near a large tree with great relief. He closed his eyes and didn't even notice how he dozed off slightly, quietly snoring through his nose. The boy didn't even notice how it was time to begin the test, but he continued to sleep until very familiar white and fluffy balls began to appear from behind the grass. After their quiet whisper, he even woke up. He really didn't want to open his eyes, but now was not the time to relax. The boy found himself surrounded on all sides by very familiar monsters, but even so, he couldn't wake up normally. The little ones looked at him in a not very friendly way. They were all gloomy and in a bad mood. They were arriving from all sides, a huge number. Our hero was still able to open his eyes and look at the whole picture around him. Suddenly, one of them suddenly rushed at him with a nasty squeak. His other comrades followed him and rushed straight at Jeju, who jumped up from his place and simply watched them. Small, fluffy, and at the same time evil creatures flew at him with a loud squeak. It seemed that they would attack him right now. But it was not to be. The babies jumped into his arms and purred sweetly, as if they were trying to hug him. First one jumped in, then the second, and then the third flew in. The boy was confused and didn't know who to catch first and what was going on. But on the other hand, he really liked it. It didn't look like a test at all, but rather like a vacation, and even with cute scenes that even the spectators were touched by. The snow-white fluffies looked at him and smiled. Soon all such behavior is because he learned the basis of magical animals. Now they like him. The boy also looked at them with a little surprise, and what was most incredible for him was that he could feel their emotions. And right now, the kids are definitely very happy to see him and are incredibly happy, just like he is. But then, Jeju noticed that his backpack, which he always carries with him, began to slowly open. His 3 blue-eyed friends suddenly jumped on him from behind, with a loud and indignant cry that even slightly frightened the young guy. He turned around and saw those little kids he was running around with in the same bag. They were very angry and slightly puffed out their cheeks. The brunette was a little confused. One of them climbed onto his head. He certainly didn't expect that, but he scolded the kids a little for such a sudden intrusion. The pets he had tamed still pretended to be unhappy with something and grumbled under their breath. He looked at them and tried to figure out what was going on. And only when he calmed down a little, he realized that his little unusual friends began to be jealous of others. Thanks to such a useful skill, this was his easiest victory in all the time he had passed the floors. The path to the next level was open to him, and a portal appeared. Kim let go of his new babies who live on this lawn and kept only his own with him, and it seems that they were very happy that he put them in their place. He really knows how to show jealousy towards those he loves. It was obvious that right now the situation was the same as it was at the very first stage of passing this tower. Everything turned out very simply, and since these little ones do not show hostility and do not have such an evil aura towards him, the system considered this as getting rid of enemies and gave him victory. As always, according to tradition, before going to the next floor, the boy wanted to check his awards. This time, some kind of portal appeared at the bottom again, and something began to crawl out of it. This unusual thing fell right at Jeju's feet, and he and his puppets looked at it with slight bewilderment. The boy bent down and saw a golden scroll. Without thinking twice, he decided to read its contents. The blue-eyed kids also looked there with interest. It had an unusual but beautiful tree drawn on it, with various quotes about life written on it. Our hero studied everything carefully. After he read everything and understood the meaning, the piece of paper literally scattered into thin air in his hands. There were mentioned the names of Forin and Forden, which are known as the name of the world tree. That is one of the factors that confused the fate of the world of Astrode. His fans did not quite understand what was being discussed. After this important object that suppressed the devilish spirit fell, this realm fell into complete chaos. This is the test matter of the 25th floor. Kim Jeju walked around the lawn with his pants down and thought that the brave man saw his fall as an opportunity to grow. And before he began to further conquer the tower, he asked his viewers for forgiveness because he decided to take a little nap as he was very exhausted. When he had settled comfortably on the soft green grass, the boy closed his eyes, trying to fall asleep. He was surrounded by fluffy creatures who did not want to leave him, and some chewed his clothes. He slept so soundly, but after a while the noise began to wake him up. Jeju really didn't want to get up from his place. A lot of these little monsters jumped on his chest and couldn't sit still, which touched the fans. This made our hero wake up and suddenly rise. Rubbing his eyes, he saw these pupwevs who had already flown away from him in different directions. Most likely, Jeju took a nap for about an hour. Immediately, he got to his feet and picked up his bag, getting ready to continue on his journey. His furry friends jumped into his arms and went with him. As always, the brunette headed towards the portal. But the only thing that stopped him was that the other blue-eyed little girls were right now looking after him and were very sad, almost crying. Although his audience asked him to take them with him, he could not do so, and so he simply asked them to take care of themselves as he said goodbye. Finally, he just waved his hand at them, smiling sweetly, together with his pets from the first floor. And so he entered the portal with his butt, and they shouted something after him as if they were also saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Jods has already been given a new test. There will only be 2 people at this level. The main task is to break the main seal to open the exit from here. He wandered around the room, looking at it closely, but to the audience it seemed a little suspicious, since there was only 1 wall for everyone, and not 2 as it should be. I read the chat. Everything becomes clear to the dark-eyed one. The admin is being naughty again. He just won't give him any peace, and the time was also cut in half. And finally, he sees a second person who was already studying the same space. The brunette approaches him and tries to greet him, to which he hears this kind of female voice, a little distracted. The girl turned to him and, smiling slightly and awkwardly adjusting her hair, greeted him in return. To avoid looking too mysterious, she removed the hood that hid half of her face. The long-haired girl smiled sweetly and immediately noticed those same popoys that were sitting on his head. She was a little surprised at how this man was able to get along with them and took his hand in a friendly manner. The guy felt a little awkward, and he asked to first pass the test. Blushing slightly, he noticed that some interesting aroma was emanating from her. Seeing that he felt out of place, the brown-eyed girl removed her hands and asked for forgiveness. The brunette gave his name at her request. She really liked it, and the girl's name is Hyon. She smiled sweetly at him, looking straight into his eyes. In fact, this cheerful lady is very famous, especially under the nickname of a witch, rather than under her real one, and in fact she is incredibly cruel. The girl didn't even raise an eyebrow at the unusual complexity, but the first thing she noticed was those very fluffy ones. Many people were waiting for a sad end after being charmed by her beautiful appearance and look. Viewers immediately saw through her fakeness after she admitted that her opponents were helping her. It was not clear that anyone liked this lady. Our hero basically remembered the whole scheme. Everything is the same as it was on the 4th floor. But there is one problem. It is Jin Hyan herself. He had a little less than an hour and a half left to complete the task, and he decided to just click on what was needed. Almost 40 minutes passed, and his, so to speak, Allie was still puzzling herself over this task and could not understand how to complete it, or at least pretended to, as our hero thought. Most likely, his not-so-best guesses were true, and so he confidently told the long-haired girl that he would speed up right now. After a couple of minutes, he finished. All the buttons were lit up in the same color as they should be, and he was really tired of waiting for her to decide whether to do the task correctly and whether she would decide at all, so he offered to do everything for her. The charming witch pretended to be a little embarrassed to accept help, but Jeju had completely different plans. He quickly dealt with everything. All the buttons were red and Hyan stood there slightly surprised. On the other hand, everything was also perfect. Everything seemed ready. In all her time in this tower, she had never seen such a fast young man, and she carefully examined everything he did. In her eyes, it looked incredibly beautiful and fast, as if he was a professional in this matter. From what she saw, she even trembled. And then she decided to use her dark trick on the fly, throwing herself at the young guy with hugs, praising him for his excellent work. I couldn't take such flattery from her normally, and so I answered her rudely because she knows everything herself. The fact that she pretended not to understand anything made Jeju even more angry. He couldn't stand it and pushed her aside. Even the little Popoy looked at this woman with suspicion, and Kim asked if it was true that an hour would be too much for her to solve all 4 walls. Looking up at her, he saw only her wide smile that said everything for her. Once, in that very video, they asked her how long it took her to get up to the 5th floor, and the brown-eyed girl just turned around and blinked her beautiful eyes. A few seconds later, she turned around and told him that it only took her half an hour, and that in her opinion, it was incredible luck. An unknown guy approached them and asked Heian not to lie. In fact, it took her less than 10 minutes to complete the task. And now such a question from her new acquaintance made her laugh incredibly. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl asked who Jeju really was, and whether he had really passed this tower more than once. To which he frowned seriously and clarified that such a thing was completely impossible. The long-haired girl winked at him and simply said that her fans were very wary of this, and asked her to ask such a thing, for a handful of coins, of course. Well, of course it doesn't matter right now. Kim said directly that if this were really the case, he would deal with her right here and now, which the girl was horrified at. Now she has suspicions that it's all about reincarnation or regression. But even here, the guy doesn't understand what all this is about. Maybe she has reasons to think so. In fact, her boyfriends gave her a coupon for a replay, and Hayoung was able to watch his test on the 7th floor. Well, for the second time, the guy doesn't look like someone who knows anything about the tower. It was like our hero just knew very well the person he fought with on the lie detector. We are talking about Ji-seok. The brunette knows that this woman is a witch, and she is known for the fact that if she falls in love with someone, she will pursue them to the end of the tower, and the guy does not want him to fall under such a distribution. He cleared his throat and decided to tell her what she wanted to hear, but correctly, and he himself asked for something in return. The brown-eyed girl walked up to him and looked straight into his eyes, looking at the boy with a sweet look. Jeju turned away from her and, gritting his teeth, demanded that she give him her cape, which she always wears. The lady took his request a little differently and became frightened, thinking that perhaps he was joking. She frowned a little and warned that after something like that she definitely wouldn't leave him alone. Hayan began to fulfill his request, which was very unexpected for everyone. Having done what he said, the girl held a dark green cloak in her hand and puffed out her cheeks as she looked at him. It turned out there were a lot of inadequate people in the chat. The boy didn't understand what she meant by the fact that he should look at something, and again demanded that she simply give him that cape. She was not happy with this and looked at him with frowning eyebrows. However, her curiosity was stronger, and she extended her hand with this large piece of cloth, announcing in advance that it had a mana-enhancing function. Our hero knew this very well, and that's why he demanded it, and without wasting time, he tried on the new useful accessory. The lady crossed her arms over her chest and asked him to fulfill his part of the deal, stamping her foot on the ground. The guy immediately opened her eyes to the fact that it was not about the second time in time travel, and not even in reincarnation, but in something completely different, which she may not even suspect. He knows more about the structure of this tower than anyone else, and this is his little secret to easy victories. Its entire structure defies logic, and besides, all the information about the streamers is in plain sight, and without viewers' donations, it's very difficult to advance each time. Well, it turns out that all the fans are a group of overwhelming force, and the guys on the ground floors can only pray for mercy. A simple example would be if a guy screws up, then the audience who enjoy watching death or failures will gather together. And so our hero confessed that he is an ordinary person who simply knows everything about this tower. She snorted in displeasure and asked if he knew the user's information. Jeju didn't want to answer her question and looked away, giving her the opportunity to think about it herself. The big-eyed beauty, although angry with him, tried not to show it, and gently hinted that her new friend had omitted the moment to explain how this was even possible. The boy looked down and was not going to give her an answer, but in the end he still answered her question about possible reincarnation or regression. The girl stood there depressed, but our hero felt proud. He had the confidence of an emperor. Having finally digested everything he said, she just snorted, looking at him with displeasure. Even the little popoi were frightened by her gaze. They trembled and hid near their owner's handbag. But now, Hayoung found it funny and laughed so loudly that the room echoed, and yet after hearing this, she couldn't believe his words. Having sweetly adjusted her hair, she admitted that she really loves men who behave mysteriously and have a lot of secrets. Jeju, looking at her, said that he was glad about this. He sat down near his little pets and took them in his arms, seeing that they were nervous. Now no one should have any doubts that she was a witch. And now, since this conversation was over, it was time for him to go, but the annoying lady stopped him with a nervous jerk of her hand. Finally, she would like to know his real name. It is unlikely that the one he gave is real. She simply cannot believe it. The boy was very surprised by this question, and did not want to tell her anything else. So as not to get into trouble up to his ears, he immediately jumped into the portal that was already open. This time he finds himself in the free zone of the 10th floor. he has some new community functions added to him. And in addition, the guy finds himself in a very beautiful town. Now he can watch broadcasts of guys who are lower in level than him, but those who are below 20th will not be able to follow him. Before he started, Jeju decided to look around and warn his remaining viewers. He also turned to his little ones and asked them to stay in his backpack for a little while longer. He even felt sorry for them because they had been putting up with this method of transportation for so long. So, it was time to start the main mission. The guy put on his hood and headed out to the city. He walked along luxurious streets, where there were high-rise buildings and a lot of people. The alley was decorated with different trees and beautiful lanterns. It was obvious that designers had worked on this. Jeju, looking around, noticed that something was wrong here. There was some strange and incomprehensible feeling inside him. The guy was so carried away by his thoughts that he didn't notice how a red-haired girl ran past him, collided with some 2-meter-tall man and hit her forehead. She fell to the ground, and it was quite painful. She screamed and was a little confused. When she looked up, she saw a mustachioed blonde man who was staring at her, and it was clear that he seemed angry. People around started whispering. Some commoner touched a nobleman. Most likely, it will be almost impossible for her to survive. He scratched the back of his head and swung his hand at her. The residents watched everything that was happening with fear. The girl thought that she was about to get a good beating, and she closed her eyes so as not to see it. But surprisingly, the man smiled and asked her to be more careful next time in crowded places, gently stroking her head, to which she smiled. He helped her to stand up. It turns out that nobles are not so scary. The mustachioed man gave her advice to try as hard as possible. She has every chance of taking a post higher than him. After all, this empire is ruled by Emperor Kaoli. It is very surprising that such a significant person could pet an ordinary girl. Our hero became wary. Having heard only his name, Jeju turned away and walked on. During this time, something had definitely changed, and this worried him. After some time, he found himself in a beautiful park where there was a huge fountain, the sounds of which were relaxing and calming. On the bench next to him sat some unknown man who was feeding pigeons, to which they cooed happily. It was clear that this activity brought pleasure to both of them. He had a lot of crumbs, which they happily gobbled up. But at one moment his sweet smile disappeared from his face, and some strange shadow appeared next to him. It was our hero who approached him, looking intently into his eyes, and it was clear that this was not a good sign. Without removing his hood, he asked permission to sit next to him, and the old man didn't seem to care. The brunette remembered how, in that very video, he met the administrator right here, in this very park, and now he needs to figure this out. To avoid an awkward pause, Jeju asked how long he had been living there, but the man didn't remember. It must have been a long time ago. When asked if this bald man was happy, he, scattering seeds and crumbs through the air, could not give a specific answer to this question. It is unlikely that he has emotions. And yet, the two fell silent and simply watched the water flowing from the beautiful fountain and quietly rustling. Immediately, for some unknown reason, our hero had a flashback to how he was offered to take the role of administrator in that very video. A positive answer came from his lips at that moment. As soon as our hero's memories ended, the man dropped a bag of bird food on the ground. The pigeons suddenly scattered in all directions. They were very scared. But one bird was caught right by the throat and held, and it looked around fearfully. Turning his head towards him, Jeju asked what the administrator was thinking about. The bald old man looked at him angrily, as if he was ready to kill him, and simply remained silent, holding the poor bird tightly in his hand. At one point, strange silhouettes began to appear in the guy's eyes. It was very similar to a vision. He had definitely just spoken with the leader of this tower. He found himself in some strange snowy place, where a man in a white cape stood, whose name was Taruk. His warriors were below him and simply shouted something loudly in response in his support. Looking at this whole picture, Kem was dissatisfied. His soul became somehow scared. He was sure that this was a destroyed Taruka. More specifically, we are talking about the location where the 15th floor is being tested. Its history began with the place falling to demonic monsters who took over this level. Each of them was at a rank that no user could even scratch, and there were an incredibly large number of such monsters there. Brave knights fight them, or at least try. The battles here are almost never ending. People are trying to win over these scum. The guys are divided into groups, but everyone fights for themselves. There are an incredible number of them here. Some fall without any signs of life, and some are reborn and again point their huge and sharp fangs at people. Our hero watches all this and knows that none of the warriors died, but this does not mean the end of this endless battle. In fact, on the 15th floor there is no end to these waves. They go on constantly, even without minute breaks, which really exhausts people. And then the young lad looked at the mountain and saw a large flower that had not yet blossomed. Only after he noticed it did it begin to blossom, with incredibly abnormally fast growth. This is the very heart of the reproduction of these demonic monsters that endlessly appear from there. This beautiful plant is very dangerous, and teems with them. They literally jump out one after another onto the battlefield, and it seems that there is no end to this, and never will be. Or rather, it will happen in any case, but only when Taruha completely falls and nothing else. Horrifying creatures that look like giant dinosaurs and ogres, as well as the well-known bugs, will be there permanently. One of the warriors laughed loudly and greeted the god who challenged them. No one was going to retreat. Everyone was fighting for what was so dear to them. As soon as they had time to calmly catch their breath, the next wave of these bloodthirsty killers was already awaiting them. People are desperately fighting for their lives, for the lives of others, and of course for their kingdom. But of course, not everything always goes as smoothly as everyone wants. Some of the monsters inflict good damage on the warriors. Many fell into their hands and could not escape, especially when they were surrounded on all sides and had nowhere to go. The disgusting creatures that could climb the walls were very similar to lizards that could easily climb up to people from above. Our hero watched this in the battles closely, and he also probably admired this in the brave warriors. But at one point, he heard a strange rustling sound behind him, and he had to turn around sharply. He was horrified by what he saw. Behind him stood a huge monster whose entire mouth was covered in teeth, much sharper than the sharpest knives. After such strange visions, he felt uneasy and even a little scared. Jeju fell to the ground. The administrator asked in a sarcastic voice what it was like to see his own, and not the best fate, squeezing the bird in his hand. But he didn't chicken out and deftly rose from the ground. Even if he continued to play with him, the boy would not change his decision. After all, last time he actually managed to change his future, which was shown to him. Our hero must inform him about this. The old man just smiled, and only now did it dawn on him that this boy knew that he had been watched all this time, and that was precisely the reason he wanted the kid to become an administrator. This made him very angry. He is sure that he is very different from himself in the video. The man closed his eyes and laughed. Does this man know why he got this recording? Even though he has no idea, he will still reject such a proposal. He is not afraid of threats. It will be easier for him to pass all the tests that will stand before him. Grabbing the bird by the throat, the admin got a little furious. Was he really not at all interested in what was hidden behind the information that was provided to him? The young man confidently stated that he wanted to know. Everything would be better, even if it was unpleasant, than not knowing anything. Finally, the cruel man released the dove and it flew wherever his eyes looked, and finally began his speech. Did our hero wonder what an administrator is like? Perhaps, judging from the name itself, this is the one who looks after and manages the tower. But if you look at the world of Astraud, it was certainly not created for the entertainment of users. This made the boy think, no, if he thought that the world of the 5th floor was fake, he wouldn't bother playing as the prince. It would be easier to just deal with Sungjai manually. Taking a deep breath, the bald man admitted that in fact, there were several other users who would be quite suitable for such a role. They were before he got into the tower. Well, now our hero is a little confused. Are there really several administrators? But no, the old man claims that only one can take this position. The nails, whoever surrenders them, lose their life. He did everything during his, so to speak, reign. But every time he put the world of Astraud in order, he was overtaken by failures. He was constantly destroyed. This infuriated him so much that he could no longer restrain himself. His nerves were at their limit. He kicked the ground. The impact was so strong that it was as if a small blast wave had passed through and a strong wind had risen. But in one moment it stopped. His attempts to fix something were like trying to fill an endless vessel with water. It's a very surprising observation, but in front of this guy, Kim Jeju, he becomes strangely emotional. Clearing his throat, he compared his position to a jug, and this country, which was beyond his control, to the water he had to pour in. But the main problem is that he played this role of a pitcher for too long. The old man doesn't even remember the reason why he became an administrator in the first place. An incredibly long amount of time has passed. His face has become blurry. Having turned his head into a dove, he can definitely call himself broken. There is absolutely nothing in him, no love, no sadness towards people. The only thing left in him is a sense of duty. Everyone who takes this position will have the same feeling inside themselves after a long time of work. They will try to fill the jug with water as if they were suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder, but they will all fail. Well, either the liquid spilled over the edges because the vessel was small, or it cracked from expansion. But not in this case with this guy. Jeju was able to handle the role much better than the others, lifting that damn astrude without the jug overflowing and breaking. And only now, after this speech, the old man explained the meaning of that video. This is his future, in the role of administrator, or to be more precise, for him it would be the past. He sent these videos to himself. But the man doesn't know the reason for this. He doesn't know how to look into other people's thoughts, much less share them. If that were possible, he wouldn't be so annoyed. The guy laughed and decided to check if he really sent all this to himself, and it turns out he has no idea for what purpose, smiling slyly. Still, the fact that these two personalities were the same young man remained unchanged, and his curiosity should have been at least partially satisfied. But even if that is the case, then Jeju does not agree. He, who is the admin and who is now, are two different people, and yet there remains one last question for him. It was too noticeable that after the test of the 5th floor, the famous atmosphere of the 10th floor changed greatly. Perhaps there is some explanation for this. The man got a little angry and repeated again that he had handled the role of leader much better than others, and that was the whole answer. The results of his actions corresponded to the proposed role. This young man can literally fix the tangled world, step by step. The bald one was already tired of standing, and so sat down on the bench from which he fed the birds. In his eyes, Jeju still remains there, someone who will not change himself no matter what. The guy clenched his fist, and only now did it dawn on him that what he was doing on the 5th floor ended up coinciding with the changes he made to Astrud in the video. Tired of the intense pressure being put on him, Kim turned to face him. Looking straight into his eyes, he, without holding back his speech or himself, rudely asked him to leave him alone and leave him alone. Meanwhile, a girl who was his fan was watching everything that was happening. She found it funny that the witch was trying to charm such a smart boy. She admired how he quickly ran away from her without saying his name again. This girl was the very first fan who was known as the Love User. Her name is Kang Soha, and she was incredibly annoyed by Ha-young, who was trying to hit on Jeju. She always rooted for him and begged him through the screen to climb higher as soon as possible. But now he would never agree to take his place, except perhaps in his dreams, which he had already imagined in his head. This treatment of the administrator angered him. This young man was not capable of conducting a dialogue at all. He said this in a strange, hoarse voice, which made the boy a little wary, and after that he began to spin around, muttering something unintelligible under his breath. Jeju watched this and became a little wary when it fell to the ground with a suspiciously quiet sound. The administrator turned into a dove and, emerging from under the neck of his shirt, began to purr. Having glanced at his interlocutor, he flew off somewhere into the distance, and the boy only looked after him. After he literally evaporated into thin air, the annoying old man's clothes began to crumble under his feet, and indeed, it was probably not the admin who sent him those videos. And yet, he wonders why he sent them to himself. Perhaps something happened then. In order to find the answer to this difficult riddle, he needs to continue climbing higher, and while our hero was flying in the clouds, his backpack began to slowly open. From it came out little furry friends who missed their friend very much and purred sweetly, licking him. The boys noticed that he was worried and very concerned about something, so they decided to somehow support and encourage him. Jeju understands perfectly well that if he does nothing and just sits idly by, he will not reach his goal. He has many more subscribers left with him than he could have imagined. Well, most likely what is more surprising and strange is that someone stayed with him after seeing him dancing with those dangerous drunks on the 1st floor. Looking at Han Ji-seok and Jin Ha-young's viewers, exposing his stream to a wider audience could be very dangerous for him. Many new guys joined the viewing. The guy greeted them joyfully. Many thought that he did not survive when the broadcast turned off. He apologized for doing this. The chat was literally crashing from the number of new messages. My eyes were running wild. And all of them were friend requests and invitations to different clans. But now he doesn't need to deal with this. The guy has other priorities. And before going to the next floor, he needs to sort out some things here. Since he already had such an opportunity to visit the free zone for the first time, he wants to change the channel. There are only 100 of them in the entire country, while our hero was only on the first. The only thing that changes after such an action is the users next to you in the tower, and everything else remains as it was. And now that there were no more useful materials for magical engineering, he wondered if the image of the workshop had changed. Kim passed by all sorts of market stalls where people were indignant that the apple pie was too expensive, although the fruit was fresh. This did not affect their decisions. Having followed the familiar path, he finally reached the right place in this empire, namely Kray's workshop. People remember it completely differently. This was Mr. Brand's workplace. It looks like some kind of parallel universe. Without thinking twice, Jeju opened the door and walked in as if he was its owner, asking if anyone was there. There was some unknown man sitting at the table, yawning and obviously not having slept well today. He thought that some traveler had come to visit him, but our guy didn't come for that at all. He asked if his old friend Bran was here. The man who works here just raised an eyebrow. Scratching his chin, he wondered why this wanderer was looking for the best master of the empire here if he needed to go to the palace. And of course, that's not all. The brunette wanted to fix something and asked the man to use the workshop and its materials, telling him that he had knowledge of magical engineering. The unexpected request surprised him, because usually travelers are not interested in such a complex science. He really liked this guy, and they shook hands, introducing themselves in a friendly manner. It turns out that his new acquaintance's name is Kray. The pumped-up master admitted that he had a very beautiful name, and quite unusual. It was time to get down to business. He asked Jeju to show him the project he needed help with. He absent-mindedly began to rummage through his briefcase. The man analyzed this mechanical arm. It looks like it was made in a hurry, and in addition, extremely dangerous magic circulates in it. However, this does not frighten him. Kray promised to help him, and also reminded him to buy a magic stone to check the quality of the work done. Right now, our hero needs to quickly go to the place where he can get it. Yes, he reached the 10th floor. A special free auction house opened for him, in which he can sell and buy items, but only those that can match his level, which can cause problems. And besides this one, there is another one, which is less fiddly, and it should definitely have all sorts of magical elements. And the main disadvantage is that he will not have access to information about the subject, and therefore, in this case, he has to rely only on his eyes. The most ideal stone for him is called Bloody. He has an incredible desire to get only it. But his thoughts were interrupted by some people turning to him from behind his back. It was a blond man who, just from his clothes, concluded that a magician was standing in front of him. Before our hero could say a word to her, this man called out to some girl. A fair-haired lady actually ran up to him. He reported to her that he had found a real sorcerer, and it was clear from him that he didn't have much experience. Soyeon realized that he was going to the auction house, because most likely he couldn't find the desired one for free in the same building. The brunette reluctantly nodded his head. An unknown man advised him not to go there, and he was not allowed in only with 10,000 coins in his account. But in reality, he was mentally planning to gain Jeju's trust and convince him to join, so that there would be benefits for both of them. Which he did immediately, with a friendly look and hugging his beloved. The blond guy told that they easily passed this floor and moved to the 12th without any obstacles. Kim frowned. It sounds very plausible. After all, you can return to that same free zone after the 10th level, and it's not hard to guess that they are looking for party members here. The purple-eyed boy thanked them for the offer, but turned around with a displeased look and left, citing the fact that he had a lot of things to do. The impudent girl grabbed him by the arm and tried to stop him somehow. She wanted their plan to work, but from her persistence, the guy's eye was already twitching. He gritted his teeth, pushed her away, and removed the elbow that she had grabbed. Everything was fine with him, and Jeju admitted that he was not a magician. Soyeon was frightened by such a sudden movement and screamed loudly. Her lover ran up to her, who was watching everything. The man hugged his girlfriend and scolded the guy for such careless behavior with the girl. Rolling his eyes in displeasure, the young participant in the test apologized for his rudeness, and in order not to stay with these strange people, immediately said goodbye and left. The sweet couple began to whisper behind him, thinking that he would not hear, but they did not try to speak more quietly. They let him go so easily only because our hero is not a magician. They don't need people like him, and they are also rude. Meanwhile, our hero had already arrived at the appointed place. The entrance was guarded by guards who asked him to prove his worth since he was a traveler. Looking down, he pressed the necessary buttons in the system to display his account balance. The number of coins he collected exceeded 42,000, and so he was automatically allowed into that very auction house. The strange man and woman's jaws almost dropped from what they saw. They couldn't understand how this was even possible. Jeju just turned to them, hearing a scream behind him, closed his eyes and walked through the guards. He walked down the corridor and looked at it, looking for the door he needed. And soon, the boy arrived at the place. He entered a luxurious hall and came closer to that very main table in the center. The friendly worker asked Jeju with a smile whether it was his first time in Silenon, to which he merely nodded in response. He was given a small sign that he had to pass to identify himself. The young guy took it in his hands and began to carefully read what was required to be indicated there. And the very first point, as always, was to state your name. How trite. But he got stuck on this and didn't know what to write. The audience laughed at him in the chat, which pissed him off a little. A minute later, the piece of paper was filled out, and he gave it to the long-haired man, who thanked him. Now there will be a check. What he wrote in it had to be scanned through a special device, which immediately indicated that the data was invalid. The inspector was a little confused and pulled the document out of there. Having extended it again to the client, the man asked to check the veracity of the information and to inform him when it was ready. As awkward as he felt there, the boy had to add the number 2 to his nickname as required. And now, the long-haired auction house worker thanked him for completing the verification and asked him to wait in the waiting room until all the fun began. In addition, he asked Jaya to leave his robe in the wardrobe, all for safety reasons, which he did. Having given away his precious cloak, the boy entered the hall, where people were discussing the results of Kaoli du Toprox's reign. When our hero arrived and looked at the others present, he couldn't believe his eyes. The nobility communicated so easily with commoners. How this was possible, he would probably never understand. Turning his head slightly to the other side, he was slightly surprised when he saw a familiar face. The hero quietly walked closer to her and greeted her kindly. It was a rather unexpected meeting. It was Seha, who was slightly frightened when she heard her name being addressed. Kim said that he wanted to buy something very important for himself here and asked the girl's permission to sit down next to him, to which she nodded her head in a friendly manner. He adjusted the soft seat and was finally glad that he could stretch his legs. The boy was very tired of walking today. One of the auction workers approached the guys and said with a smile that the start of the event would be a little delayed, and as an apology offered them some kind of drink. Jeju ordered regular water, but Seha wouldn't refuse a cup of her favorite cocoa. It's her favorite. The man nodded his head and a minute later brought a cool and hot drink, wishing them a pleasant rest. When he left, the two boys took a sip of what they had ordered and sat in silence for a while with their heads down. The silence that was literally driving him crazy was interrupted by the girl, turning to the boy. She became interested in what he wanted to buy for himself here. He did not need to hide it, and he said directly that he came here only because of the magic stone. He really needs it in order to restore the working mechanism of the glove, which last time used up all its strength. The brown-eyed girl nodded her head and made it clear that she understood what he was talking about now, and that was true. And then the boys fell silent again. Even the spectators themselves would go crazy from the awkwardness of the situation. Seha suddenly remembered the moment when he saved her life, and although it was unusual for her to say such a thing, she thanked the boy for his help. But he asked not to do this. The brunette did what he had to, because then the difficulty of the level increased precisely because of him. The girl continued to dramatize, but the guy didn't want her to remember it again and decided to quickly change the topic to something else. He couldn't think of anything smarter than to ask the reason why she was still wearing a school uniform. The lady, looking at herself, shared that such clothes on her keep very valuable memories of something important to her. Jeju smiled back, and in that case he understood his interlocutor perfectly. He remembered how the girl in that very video even wore her school uniform, and it was not difficult to guess then that everything was not simple. The brunette knows that after the 5th floor, Lee Se-ha will gain incredible power that will be impossible to ignore, and that is why he wants to befriend her. He directly stated his desire to become her friend, looking straight into her eyes with a slight smile, and right then and there he sent her a request in the system. The girl was a little confused and didn't know what to answer her friend. But even if the guys don't become friends in the generally accepted sense of the word, Kim offers another option to remain partners who will always come to each other's aid. This was a little unusual for the young lady, She was a little confused and needed a minute to think it over. Reaching out her hand to the system, Saiha finally accepted Jeju's friend request, which made him very happy. In general, deep down she wanted to do this from the very beginning. But she was embarrassed, and now she was interested in a completely different question. The girl still remembers those little fluffies. She is curious how this man was able to become friends with them. She was even a little jealous. However, unfortunately, our hero did not want to answer this question, saying that it was a secret. The lady with the bob got a little angry, and as always, their conversation was interrupted by a voice from the loudspeakers. The auction was about to begin, and the participants were asked to go to the bidding room. This notification made her even more angry, and the schoolgirl jumped up from her chair. Turning to face her new friend, she only snorted one last time. She doesn't like the fact that someone can hide something from her. The guy just looked after her, and she, loudly stamping her feet, walked to the designated place. Our hero also has no time to relax. He doesn't want to be late, and therefore he also needs to move forward. All those present were invited into the large hall, where people began to gather little by little. This place was elegant in its own way, and the host had already taken his place. Our hero also soon got there and looked at all the people with interest. All the participants sat around him, chatting and wondering what might happen this time. Maybe it would be something truly precious and worth a lot of money. And now, it was time to start the main fun. The bell rang, and everyone who was talking suddenly fell silent and sat down more comfortably. A man in a formal suit greeted all the visitors of Selainen. It was the host of the midday trades. His name was Raiden. He said that this auction is held for the royals, nobles, and commoners, so that they can understand each other without regard to social status. Kaoli worked on this. And besides this, the entrance was open even for travelers like our hero, and the spectators laughed with Jeju as he sat furious and completely in a bad mood. The presenter, as always, had to tell the instructions for carrying out this procedure. Initially, the starting price is named, after which the participants can add the bet. Well, and accordingly, if after 3 repetitions the price is not increased, the product will go to the one who bid the most. The very first lot was the Earth Dragon egg. Our hero studied the basics of interaction with biological doors, and in principle, it will not be difficult to pet such a creature, but it will be dangerous to carry such a beast with you because it is fire-breathing and huge. The first bids flew in very quickly, and such a precious item was sold for a whole 6,000 after the judge knocked. Now Raiden and his assistants are ready to introduce the 8th product, which is considered quite mysterious and enigmatic. Its history is very interesting. The daughter of the royal family, Claudia, sold it at auction. The producers of the material are unknown to anyone. The only thing that is visible to the naked eye is that this pendant is incredibly prestigious and has a beautiful and pleasant appearance and has an original price of 10 pieces. When Jeju saw him, his eyes sparkled and he named his price before anyone else. Proudly taking his number in his hands, he looked confidently at the brunette in the suit. Looking straight at such a luxurious decoration, the boy immediately understood that yes, this is exactly what he was looking for. This pendant contains the very red stone that our hero needs so much. He must get it at any cost. Repeating his price once more, he looked at the presenter. The audience naturally condemned the guy for such a choice. He wants to throw away too much money on this trinket. Of course, a stone expert will not be able to determine the material. Everyone knows this very well. And all because this bloody little boulder is not precious, that's all. The auctioneer has decided that the minimum bid increase is 1,000 coins, so others must bid as much as 11. And yes, such a person was certainly found. Player number 47 made such an offer. It was a blonde. She was known as a great lover of jewelry, young Lady Greytell. She is the youngest daughter of a family that owns a business related to such stones and other valuable trinkets. She has never been interested in the family business at all. Meeting Jeju's gaze, she only winked sweetly, covering her face with a fluffy fan. Our hero took this as a challenge, which meant that this young lady wanted to play with him. He had to immediately raise it to 12,000 in order to at least try to beat her smoothly. And each time they did what they did, they endlessly raised the price. But once the bet exceeded 20 pieces, the judge was very surprised and finally asked whether visitor number 71 would raise it again. He felt sorry for his money. It was almost half of everything he had on his balance sheet. In principle, nothing as terrible would happen as he thought if he didn't receive it now but a little later. He had no choice, and the guy decided to give in, lowering his expectations. But then a response came from a completely different participant from the audience, who raised the price by another grand. Now there was 21,000 at stake, and it was his new girlfriend Lee Seha. No one in the chat understood why she wanted him so suddenly. The yellow-eyed one grimaced slightly, although she hid her face and glanced sideways at her. The girl in the school uniform also glanced at her but said nothing. A heated battle ensued between them. Even the judge was a little tired of it. And now, finally, he is ready to announce the winner. And it was the girl, number 70, hearing about herself. She smiled broadly, because she had bet a whole 30,000. At this point, their interesting test was over. Raiden thanked everyone present for visiting the auction and wished them a pleasant evening. Everyone began to slowly disperse. Looking at his hand, Jeju felt offended that he hadn't gotten the bloodstone, but on the other hand, he had managed to get a not-so-bad magic one for only 6 pieces. While he was sad, he saw his new girlfriend near the door and got a little scared. The girl was waiting for him. She asked why he hadn't shown up for so long. She already thought that she had missed him, twirling that same necklace on her finger. At one point, she grabbed it in her hand and handed it straight to her friend, forcing him to take it immediately for himself. The boy's eyes darted around. He looked up at her and asked why she was giving it away so easily. The schoolgirl only raised an eyebrow. She was tired of watching such a brave and courageous guy hesitate, so she simply grabbed his hand and forcibly handed him the jewelry. Seha immediately realized that it was a magic stone, since he suddenly started making bets, not paying attention to other jewels. Our hero was only embarrassed by the fact that she spent a lot of money on him, but since she agreed to be his friend, then this could be considered her first gift. Such warm conversations put her in an awkward position in front of him, blushing. The girl wished him a good day and a quick meeting. Her last request was that he not pretend to be a stranger the next time they met after this. It was important to her. After these words, Kim thought, maybe she really wants to be friends, but because of their past experience together, although it is too suspicious, she does not seem like that kind of person. In his opinion, 30,000 is not such a big price to pay for saving her life. But still, it is possible that this is not so. Unfortunately, Jeju cannot get into her head. When Sokka went outside, she decided to stretch a little after standing by the door for a long time. Her whole body was numb. Looking at her uncle, she apparently realizes that he doesn't understand anything at all. One fine day, she left the store and, crossing the road, looked into the distance. Having decided to review her list, she was very indignant about why school uniforms were so expensive. With a heavy sigh, the little girl walked on and was about to open the door. But she was beaten to it by a tall and handsome man who was just coming out of her. This guy looked a lot like Jaiha, and he ordered her to be a good girl and obey the principal. But why did he talk to her when the little girl had never even seen him before? Shrugging her shoulders, she walked up to the important man, and after introducing herself, was allowed into the office. The woman asked why she had come to her, and the girl said that the high school had sent her a warning that she needed to buy a school uniform. It was obvious that Sokka was very worried, and so the sweet aunt from the shelter promised to buy her a new one. The short-haired woman placed a white envelope with money on the table. This man left some currency for the students for this very purpose, and asked to keep everything a secret. For the little schoolgirl, this sounded very strange, and she asked who this hero was. And only after the question was asked did she begin to understand everything herself. Could it really be that same uncle she had bumped into at the entrance? He looked so kind and was in such a hurry. The little girl exhaled and thought about it. In principle, she was not even against it then, and was very grateful to him for his help. And now, as an adult, Sokka remembers this with a slight smile on her face. It was definitely him, and yet she is not going to tell him this story. Meanwhile, Jeju returned to the man from the workshop, who was just sitting and puffing at full capacity. The young lad looked at his work and saw that the object he was working on seemed very familiar to him. Viewers looked at this gorgeous creation and couldn't believe that it was the same ugly glove that their streamer gave to the repairman for repair. Even despite such a huge and painstaking job, the man felt great as an engineer. He likes working on such tasks. And finally, our hero showed him his most magnificent find, taking that very necklace out of his pocket. The brunette admitted that he did not expect that he was already finishing his work, and it turned out that this stone was smaller than he expected, and he needed to adjust the size. Putting on his glasses, he reassured him that there was nothing to worry about. Based on the structure of the glove, he figured out where this small part of the product should be inserted. Of course, the size may differ, But in general, this is not critical, because an experienced engineer already knows how to solve this. Looking at the stone through special glasses, he said that he had added a mechanism so that the glove itself would adjust to them, and there would be no problems. The man took the equipment in his hands. It is difficult to explain in words, so it is better to show how it works in real life. The whole point is that he added something new to his work of art, so to speak, namely a special button, and in front of our hero he shows how to activate it. Once pressed, a moving circle of magic appears in the center of the glove, which starts the main process. And only after this a special compartment opens, where you need to put the source of power. The master carefully takes the bloodstone with tweezers and throws it into that small depression. After this, metal holders appear that will firmly fix the object there. After such an improvement, he does not need to worry about the size of the mana source. He can safely use any, which the engineer is very proud of. Hearing about all the delights of this new mechanical hand, the main character almost burst into tears of joy. Such work is quite expensive, and now he is most concerned about the price. Seeing how his pleasant acquaintance became agitated, the man hastened to calm him down for the umpteenth time, waving his hand. It was enough for him that it was fun and interesting to work with his so-called weapon. This was evident from his gaze and wide smile. But in order to put the finishing touches on the work, the master will need another hour of his time, and that is why, when he gives her the red stone, he asks Jeja to wait. Finally, after such a productive day, he was able to go outside and breathe some fresh air. The guys from the chat suggested that he relax and have some fun, but this time he was categorically against it and nodded his head discontentedly. The brunette had already passed the test, and a portal to the next floor had even opened for him, from which, as always, a strong wind blew. This time he was located a little far from him, but this was not a hindrance. The most important thing was that he easily coped with the tasks set and could rest. And tomorrow, early in the morning, he promises himself and his viewers to go and conquer the 11th floor. He fell asleep in a warm bed very quickly. No wonder. So much had happened during the day that our Jeju was literally exhausted. It seems that everyone who was behind the wall heard his snoring, and at that time, he was seeing happy and sweet dreams. And then suddenly one of the little fluffy creatures that he always carries with him in his briefcase jumped onto his chest and began to purr sweetly. Having looked at his master, he quietly became indignant and soon became quiet. The boy was fast asleep, dead on his feet. He didn't want to wait another couple of hours until the morning. The kid had one important matter for him, and it seemed he had finally come up with something. The blue-eyed Popoi growled angrily in his ear. The boy opened his eyes, and seeing his sharp mouth with fangs in his sleep, he screamed loudly in horror. The little one managed to spit on him at the end, but even though it happened by accident, the guy did not appreciate such a sudden awakening, and his little friend sat as if nothing had happened and smiled sweetly, purring something under his breath. Our hero knows that if he doesn't talk to him now and find out what he needs from him, they won't leave him alone so easily, and whether he wants it or not, he has to get up. Opening his eyes a little, he noticed that to his right were sitting his other little animals, the Popoi, who were almost crying. Most likely the babies were hungry. And yes, that's how it was. Wiping the drool off himself, Jeju was about to turn on the stream, which he pauses for the night. Surprisingly, after the broadcast began, 200 viewers had already gathered, all of them waiting for a notification that he would start it again. And he had 227 subscribers, and indeed, they were probably waiting for the opportunity to join. While the boy was rummaging around in his bag, he was thinking about it. He managed to find the very same mana stone that he bought for only 6,000 and brought it to the Fluffies, who instantly beamed with joy. In an instant, he threw it to them and wished them a pleasant appetite. The little Popoi looked at him intently and were already licking their lips. While he stood up and put on his cape, the Fluffies crunched on it all over the room, eating their favorite treat. While they were chewing, Jeju read a very interesting message from a fan who asked him what he called his new glove. He looked at his hand and couldn't understand why he had to give it a name. The brunette remembered how before going to bed, he went to the master, who had already invited him to try on this piece of iron. And the first impression of it was that it was very comfortable and pleasant to wear. Looking at it, our hero moved his fingers and examined the new design from all sides. It was obvious that he really liked this new thing, and Cray immediately broke into a smile. But now, after Jeju was given such a luxurious product, He felt ashamed that such a masterpiece had come to him for nothing, and he wanted to at least pay for the consumables. To which he immediately received a refusal. If he also receives money, then it will definitely be the best day of his life. The young magical engineer had nothing to say in response to this, and it made him slightly embarrassed. But the experienced master of his craft had only one single request that would make him incredibly happy: to give her a name, because without it, she would have no life, and that is a fact. The boy smiled widely and nodded his head. Before leaving the room, he promised to do as he was told. And now, remembering this pleasant dialogue, Jeju clenched his fist and decided that yes, now was the time to do it. You need to really rack your brains and think, because without effort there will be no point in his promise. And after a couple of hours, it was already noisy and light outside. The portal was still open and a cool breeze was blowing from it. And besides, in addition, except for the users who participate in the tower, no one else sees these gates. Even though Jeju had changed the channel, the place was still full of people. And now, when he moves to the 11th floor, he will face a lot of challenges, and therefore users form a party after studying a special page. And our hero would incredibly like to work with those guys who have been sitting and watching him from the very beginning of his adventures. The only thing he is afraid of is the actions of the admin. No one knows what he might do. First, he needs to make sure. If he forms a party right now and gets those same people involved in the same level manipulations, then things will be incredibly bad. And now, before entering, he must choose the level of difficulty he needs, and the reward will naturally depend on this. Users who have become more confident and stronger on the 5th floor, in their case, increase it. And cowards like Kanyuk, for example, who are still very afraid and very frightened by the words and advice of the viewers, then they need to look at a simpler option to save their lives. Our hero just shrugged his shoulders. He has nothing to worry about, and that is why he chooses the highest difficulty level. All his fans were delighted with him. As always, the young boy is on top, and now he is heading straight to the next floor. And this is a very interesting place, it turns out. It looks like an uninhabited island surrounded by water, and there were already 2 people in it who were shouting something there. It seems that the guys couldn't get along with each other. The man showed his hysterics to the girl. He couldn't find the answer he needed. She also did not remain silent to some bully, and tried to convey her point of view to him. But their quarrel was interrupted by a portal that formed next to them, which expanded sharply and rapidly. A new man in a strange green hood began to slowly emerge from it, and the 2 stared at him. The young people were already so tense that they didn't know what was waiting for them now. What if this was that same monster, but undercover? But no, it was our Kim Jeju who arrived just in time. The heat here was terrible. Fortunately, his cape was made of durable but not hot fabric. The dark-haired girl was very happy. It seems that this is their ally, and he looks very much like a magician. Suddenly, this is really so. The boy smiled and quietly greeted the new people, and they immediately invited him to their place for an important conversation. The brunette looked at them seriously and began to examine the landscape. In front of him stand a 2-handed swordsman and a spear wielder. Very nice guys. And it immediately becomes clear why they were happy to see a man in a magician's costume. The first thing the guy unknown to him stopped him, because he immediately noticed the glove. Now he has some doubts that a real sorcerer is standing in front of them. Jeju was a little tired of answering this question more than once, and he said that he was a magical engineer and nothing more. His answer so surprised the man that he even opened his mouth wide. But at one point it dawned on him that from all this fuss and the incredible heat, his brain and thoughts were literally melting. The girl tried to appear friendly and asked how many items the new guy had for the support role, knowing that he could only wear up to 20. The guy raised an eyebrow and boldly replied that he only had 1. The lady sighed heavily and was obviously very upset. But there was no time left for talking. By the time it started, there wasn't even a minute left. Immediately after this, the sea began to seethe strangely behind them. The small crew turned around and watched closely to see what would happen next. It seems that the cowardly guy has already begun to understand what awaits them, and he really does not want this. It is better for him to endure a battle with 10 sea snakes, but not with this creature. Meanwhile, the sea began to act even more naughty. With each passing second, the splashes increased and foam appeared. The girl was no less afraid than that boy and grabbed the spear most likely. She also realized who they would have to face right now. And that young brunette was already trembling with fear and was literally preparing to write a will. He only wanted to safely escape from the clan, but in the end, he could already say goodbye to his life. Jeju stood and looked at them. These guys had bad reactions, but he wasn't too worried about the whole situation. Although no, he was only worried about one thing, that perhaps this was again the work of the administrator. Perhaps he did something that scared the young people so much. The water in the sea began to darken with every second. Soon the small team would see who they would have to face right now. And only at that moment, Kim Jeju listened and realized that he had heard that sound somewhere before. It was so familiar. The face of this monster and its huge, hate-filled red eyes were already beginning to appear. And yes, our guy was not mistaken, and he really is familiar with this monster. This is the same huge dragon turtle. The young people tensed up. The boys grabbed their weapons tightly and watched as they roared so loudly that they could go deaf. Just the sight of him made them start to tremble, while our hero stood there in slight bewilderment and even slightly irritated. Attracting unnecessary attention is not a good idea for him right now, so Jeju is going to use his glove. However, even if so, he can't control his power, so he can accidentally break it. He created his favorite weapon, which he fought with last time. Now it's time to move forward and finish this quickly. He pushes the two guys away and heads straight for the dragon turtle. So that no one bothers him, he asks them to step aside and away from him. I promised to deal with her myself, since he already knows what to do. But these two stood and did not move. This was already starting to irritate the brunette, and he already yelled at them, repeating his request. The brown-eyed guy couldn't resist and wanted to tell him in response. But our hero swung his weapon and jerked it down sharply. The coward in armor looked at him a little scared and finished his sentence, but decided not to get involved anymore. Meanwhile, the dragon turtle was going wild as best it could, preparing to attack its opponents. Jeju was already tired of listening to these two guys talking. He didn't have time to explain everything to them, and he demanded that they step back so that they could save their lives. The girl stood behind him and seemed to be flying in the clouds, while the red-eyed monster headed towards them. His first blow created a small explosion on the spot, and a large dust of sand rose up around. When the unpleasant fog began to dissipate, the toothy monster examined the result of his work and slightly raised his eyebrows, which in fact were not there. The first thing her gaze fell on was the two cowards who were running away as far as possible on the orders of their new team member. Our hero watched this picture and could fully assume that these two were acting like bait, and most likely were not even distracting him for him. Well, it will be even better for him. Activating his boots, the daredevil rushes forward with his axe. In less than a minute, he had overtaken her and was almost right in front of her nose. To make his first strike, Kim swings his newly created weapon, aiming at where he has already spotted it. And this place turned out to be the leg of a huge turtle, into which he plunged the sharpest part of the blade. But here's the problem. The weapon broke in an instant and only a stick was left in his hand. When he pulled it out of his leg, the blade flew in a completely different direction from him. What a strong animal, apparently impenetrable. The sharp part of the axe flew back and got stuck in the ground, while the huge monster roared from the injury it received, although it was not very serious. The boy looked at what was left in his hand and was a little confused. Most likely, what he had created was not very durable. But he does not lose hope and activates his glove again, holding this iron stick in his hand. The blade of the axe began to move in the ground, gradually emerging from there. Another second, and it crawled out and flew up, heading towards our hero. The audience watched as he was able to independently, and so to speak, remotely restore his weapon. The dragon turtle fell to the ground with a loud thud, and looked at its opponent from under its forehead. At that moment, for some reason, she decided to go into healing mode, and besides that, our hero needed to deal with her quickly, faster than on the second floor. And all because there is water nearby, which restores it in a matter of seconds, so you need to act quickly. The monster completely hid in its spiny shell, leaving only its tail and part of its head outside, which began to glow with a slightly greenish color. And the guy understands perfectly well all the risks that are here. Thank God she was not able to go into the water. If she had gone too deep, he would not have been able to follow her. Watching the whole scene, a guy from his team approached him and was about to offer his help. But Jeju interrupted him and asked him to stay where he was standing. In an instant, he activates his speed boots and jumps onto the back of this huge creature, while the young people's mouths are wide open at what they see. And you can immediately see how much progress our hero has made. On the second floor, he had to use all his strength to climb up to it, but now just one jump is enough. Scratching the back of his head, he was about to think about his next move, but suddenly noticed her gaze on him and flinched a little. And now he has no time to think at all. She has completely healed and has already begun to crawl out slowly. The shell began to tremble, and our hero could barely stand on his feet. He found the very spike on her back that was the perfect size for him and stared at it. In a moment, he flies off her strong armor, then cuts it right down to the root. The turtle twisted and turned its head, and could not find this clever fellow, having lost sight of him. But after a while she found it, and that very place lit up red. It was hard for me to guess that she was now furious. The audience was amazed at his calmness and coolness of mind. He had to hurry. He wanted to do everything he had planned before she exploded, and so he rushed forward and ran as fast as he could. The problem is that he can survive such an explosion, but not those two who were standing almost next to him and watching him. By activating his magical power, he transfers it to this sharp thorn. In an instant, he threw it as high as he could and looked at what to do next. When the thorn had flown a sufficient distance away, Jeju broke forward and ran towards it. Having reached the edge of the shell, the boy gave it a strong push. A moment later, he jumped high into the air, looking straight at that small object. When he got close enough, he did a small flip and stared at the glowing spike. Now he knew what to do. A couple of seconds later, our hero is already at a sufficient distance and makes a strong swing with his axe. But before that, he obviously needed to activate his power and, in addition, remember his baseball experience, which was actually in arcade games. He needed to find the right moment to make the decisive blow, and finally, it came. Holding his cold weapon in his hands, the daredevil strikes the blunt end of the spike, applying as much force as he can. It all happened so quickly that the guys who were standing on land could not make out what he was doing, and in the meantime the barbed wire was already flying at full power to the designated place. Gaining incredible speed, it flies straight to the place where the turtle is hiding in its shell. It didn't take even a second before it pierced her skin and glowed red, starting to heat up very quickly. At the same moment, a strong explosion was heard, which completely engulfed the entire island. There was smoke all around. And Jeju, having finished his part of the work, deftly landed on his feet on the ground. As he said, he stayed alive. And now he is interested in what is happening to those guys. The young man looks at everything that was around him. As he had predicted, his plan worked. The turtle lay seriously injured and did not move. He won. This test was passed. The way to the next floor opened for him. He sighed heavily and was very glad that he made it just in time. 2 portals opened behind him. Finally, he could put his axe away, dissolving it back and hiding it for the next necessary moment. The strange liquid has finally cleared all of his hands and he is ready to move on. The boy was about to leave, but he was stopped by these 2 guys who quietly approached him. The brunette and the girl expressed incredible gratitude to him for saving their lives, without even knowing who they were. When they raised their heads, they simply broke into smiles. They really thought that this was the place where they would end. Our hero, as always, was modest and did not want to accept such solemn thanks. For him, it was some kind of nonsense. He still had to pass this test. The young man, rubbing the back of his head, wanted to hear only his name in response if he didn't mind, of course. But Jeju instantly turned cold at the mention of this topic and demanded that he quickly go about his business. That's what the audience thought. But in reality, he didn't drive them away because of that. Their horseshoes themselves were driving the Korean out of you. After clearing his throat, he decided to look at his rewards for completing this level, as always, according to his old tradition. The 11th floor turned out to be normal, but the 9th was changed. It is clear that the admin played with the difficulty. He would not want to attract attention again with a huge reward. With a heavy sigh, the boy presses the necessary button in the system. 2 whole boxes fell out of thin air. One of them was very similar in material to wood. And the second one was, of course, ordinary and not particularly distinguished by anything. Kim decided to take a look at what was in that interesting brown package and slowly opened it first. And first, as always, he comes across a small bag of coins, but this time there were 5 times fewer of them, which was to be expected. The second surprise was a little new for him. He was given a voucher for an extra place in a spatial backpack. Now he can carry up to 500 kilograms in it. And the last item here was a low-level magic stone, usually of the rank used in magical engineering and would perhaps be useful to him someday. The awards are very interesting, however. They look quite ordinary without the administrator's intervention, which is what our hero thought about. And in the white box, a prize for the 9th floor was waiting for him, and it was time to see what was there. While he had time, Jeju untied the beautiful ribbon, and the first thing he saw was a bag with 5,000 coins. This was already the base. And that wasn't all. There was something else lying at the bottom, and the guy was going to look at it. What he saw made his eyes almost pop out of his head. The brunette took out some piece of fabric and tried to unfold it. He was given a leather cloak of the Master of the Seven Snakes, heroic rank, a very useful thing that will help him in self-defense. Without wasting his precious time, Kim decided to try it on right away and see how he would look in it. He looked in this cape as if his mother had bought it for him to grow into. It was too big, although the fabric was very pleasant to the touch. The leather coat is too noticeable. The texture needed to be changed and the length adjusted. Thank God he had that available. Besides this, he also could use a hood, which he also decided to add. By making some adjustments to this chic outfit, he made it not only stylish, but also much more comfortable than it was originally issued. But still, it is very suspicious that the administrator has not done anything like that lately. The viewers have already begun to miss his tests, and therefore our hero wants to check it out. Namely, Jeju was going to go through the 11th floor again. Maybe this bastard was just playing with him. He returned, and again, using the same principle as last time, defeated the huge dragon turtle, inflicting fatal damage on it. The new people who arrived with him were incredibly impressed with his fighting skills, and surprisingly, through his little experiment, he noticed that the difficulty remained the same. At one point, a large wave rose up, which was about to cover the island, and immediately the cloak turned out to be very useful to him. The brunette covered the other participants and himself with it. And again, but the new guys asked him to at least say his name, and he, as always, ran away as quickly as possible to a quieter place. He had to go back to the 10th floor, to the place where he hung out as an administrator, near the beautiful fountain and the bench with pigeons. He was a little worried because he was in a place that brought back unpleasant memories, although it was the calmest, so nothing could be done. Having put his briefcase next to him, he heard after some time how it slowly began to open. Cute little faces appeared from it. The babies were already tired of sitting in it and wanted to see their owner again. They took turns jumping out of the carrying case onto the ground, looking around. The eyes of these furry creatures were running wild. The popoi decided to examine everything that caught their eye. Jeju asked them not to go far. And he himself looked after them and was touched by what cuties he had tamed. Taking the annoying hood off his head, he came up with the idea to give them names. In my opinion, now is the perfect time, and he needed help from his subscribers. The boy became very attached to them. They are now like family to him. Besides, there are 3 of them. He can't address them all by the name of their species. One of the guys who couldn't get into his stream sponsored him for 1,000 coins and suggested some pretty terrible options that made him throw up. Fans in the chat also came up with different options, but since their streamer studied magical beasts, most are sure that he can handle it just fine himself. Looking into his system, Kim Jae-ju noticed many discounted books related to this skill. No matter how you look at it, he had to buy it. Just think, it seems like he's the only one spending money on it just to give names to his little guys. From the blue window, these 3 reading materials that our hero had acquired lit up before his face. As expected, he instantly learned all the information, and new skills were added to him, and the level of the old ones was also raised. Although our hero likes the fact that he doesn't have to read everything that's written there, fatigue from absorbing knowledge still remains a big problem for him. The popoi noticed that their dear friend was not feeling well and began to worry about him, quietly purring under their breath. After he had his first interaction with them after using his new skills, he began to feel a completely different sensation after communicating with them, and it was such an incredibly pleasant feeling in his soul that he couldn't get enough of it, and of course, he stroked his babies. Now, Kim gets up from her seat and is about to move on to the most important part of this task. Time to start giving them beautiful names. He named his very first blue-eyed fluffy one in honor of the goddess of love. Now his name is Laka. Even though he is a glutton, he still makes sure that the others get their share. He squeaked happily. The second friend, who was the bravest and took on the responsibility of protecting others in times of danger, he gave the name of the God of Courage, shortening it to Koden. And it was reasonable to give the little girl, who is the most caring and tactful, a name in honor of the goddess of wisdom. Now the baby is called Baron. Hearing their new nicknames, all the little bundles of joy jumped into his arms and were very happy. How nice it is to have such a smart owner. They love hugs, just like their owner. At this moment they feel a special closeness between them. Although this is all good, our hero is currently on stream, and after clearing his throat, the guy decided that it was time to head to the next floor. This time he addressed his pets by name and began to slowly open the spatial backpack. The fluffies obediently went there, and the audience noticed that they were already climbing into the bag as if it were their own home. Any extra attention is not at all appropriate for our hero right now. These little ones still need to sit there until they reach the 15th floor. If anything, the guy was mentally talking to himself, because after absorbing new skills, he felt somehow bad from keeping them locked up all the time, although this had never happened before. Entering the portal, he found himself in a very beautiful place, where grass grew here and there, a quiet breeze blew, and a notification came that there would be 4 people here. And it seemed that Jeju had already met the first of them, who turned around and informed the others that a newcomer had arrived. As always, Kim was the last one. The guys looked at him with slight interest. The first one to introduce himself was a friendly-looking boy with a large scar on his eye. His name was Kim Jae-yeon, and he extended his hand. Our hero was glad to meet him too, and squeezed his new comrade's hand tightly. Suddenly, a new testing partner heard a strange sound and became very scared. Maybe it was a snake. A long-haired girl, who always complained that he was always imagining things, approached him, and upon seeing Jaeja, introduced herself. Her name was Lee So-hyun. The brunette really hopes that he will have excellent and productive collaboration with these young people. It turns out that the guys met on the 10th floor and formed a party. Also, the young lady appreciated his unusual style of clothing, a long coat with a hood, and you won't find anything like that in a store. The guy hinted that he sewed it himself without revealing the details. Besides these two, there was also one little man who stood to the side and did not want to talk to anyone. He looked very strange as he stared at the newcomer with puppy eyes. He even felt awkward, scratching the back of his head. Jeju asked what was the matter. Why was he looking at him like that? The blonde was a little confused and asked with a smile if he had heard his name correctly. Our hero frowned and asked what was wrong with him. Why was he clinging to him like that and looking at him with a devouring gaze? Blushing slightly, the young knight asked if he had been the emperor of the empire, which made the brunette's eyes almost pop out of his head. After a couple of seconds of silence, his eye twitched and he quietly screamed in a panicked voice. Running up to this nosy blonde guy, he covered his mouth with his hand so that he wouldn't talk too much, and immediately leaned over him, demanding that he not say another word about it, especially in front of everyone else. The viewers in the chat laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. He also asked not to kneel before him, to which the young knight was confused. He wanted to somehow express his honor and respect for this man, but Jeju only hit himself on the head and asked him to simply introduce himself, without any unnecessary formalities. The blonde boy suddenly jumped up from his seat and proudly declared that his name was Jeon Sang-jun. He was incredibly pleased to talk to his new friend. Our hero couldn't even imagine that he would cross paths with any of his viewers, since he only kicked 8 people out of the broadcast, and now everyone in the chat is laughing at them. The curious girl asked if he was a friend or a guy, so as not to explain the whole situation in detail. Jeju lied that he had crossed paths with him on the 11th floor. Seo-hyun, after listening to him, was very happy. It was better than being complete strangers, and the guy with the scar on his nose turned to our hero's subscriber. Today he has some strange behavior. Recently he bragged about what cool equipment he has, and now he suddenly got nervous. His eyes immediately started darting around. The blonde immediately panicked and was about to say a word about the emperor again, having heard only the beginning. The new guy rudely whispered to him not to do it. After clearing his throat, Kim asked if the 2 guys were in the clan, looking at the girl and the guy in turn. The lady laughed awkwardly and said that life inside such a place was not for them, and her friend sighed heavily and said that they did not help them at all, although they asked for donations from the treasury, and because of this, they were forced to leave there. Also during the conversation, our hero found out that they were conquering the 12th floor for the first time. Well, at least they were trying. As for streams, things were much worse. Jane decided to share that he didn't even have 20 viewers, and those who were there were talking nonsense, and besides, they didn't donate. Jeju guessed that most likely the guys had already partially given up, since it was very difficult to obtain information about this level, because he is the one who is a tough test for knights and other melee classes, and since there are 2 of them, it will be extremely difficult for them to cope together for the first time. The guy asked his fan, whom he met in real life, how he managed before he got here. The blonde looked at him with interest and thought. But he had a completely different situation. He was literally thrown out of the clan, so he wandered around the area and looked for newcomers, and in principle, any allies. And after that, he soon came across a stream of an amazing newcomer, that is, the Emperor. And when he was mired in wealth, he began to donate to him, and was able to buy equipment. Well, of course, he got here and got stuck on the level with inexperienced newbies. The brunette nodded his head and didn't even know whether this guy was lucky or not. The man with the scar on his eye interrupted their pleasant conversation. There was very little time left before the start, and therefore it would be very important to discuss the plan of action now. The fanatic obsessed with the Emperor began to defend himself for the object of his affection, and here he simply asked him not to show excessive emotion. Now this is really the main thing. His joyful cries were already beginning to irritate our hero, in which case, he instructed Sanjun to decide for himself what they should all do. The guy with a broom on his head started making fun of him a little, which the blonde didn't like very much. He was being humiliated right in front of his idol. It's time for the boy in the dark cloak to reveal that he specializes in magical engineering, which no one liked, and it already sounds like a failure from the start. Well, the owner of the drunks didn't care. It was the first time I saw him react like that. Even his fan stood behind him and was furious, and he himself didn't know why, because of this or because of the insults. There was very little time left, so Jayan approached the inventor and asked what useful devices he had, and then happily presented him with his mechanical hand. The man saw no need for it, and yet he condemns his choice. It would have been better if he had chosen the night class and not done any nonsense. And our girl is already an assassin, and unfortunately, such a location is inconvenient for her. There is nowhere to hide. And it's true, besides, her skills are weaker than others. The blonde fanatic decided to put in his 2 cents and suggested, as agreed, to draw up a plan of action. Everyone was not against it. He sat down almost on his knees over some stones and asked the boys to come closer and take a closer look at them. When everyone had gathered, he used figures to show the plan of attack and defense against the monsters that they would have to fight, giving the role of Jeju to support the front line from the center. He also gives a sensible recommendation that in this battle you shouldn't rely too much on your skills, since the opponents will most likely be poisonous hounds or yetis. More precisely, these are species that very easily adapt to any circumstances, which is why they are considered dangerous. If one of them gets to another world, then the others will not fall for the same trick. Besides, repeating the movements of mastery of the sword carries great risks. They will immediately understand everything and find how to resist. His friend with a scar on his eye immediately yelled at him. He was outraged that he would have to forget all the skills that he had learned. And besides, relying only on his own strength was stupid. The blonde didn't want to explain anything and simply shook his head, agreeing that he could handle it himself. It was useless to explain everything to newbies like him. Kim Jeju watched from the sidelines, and it was obvious that these guys were not going to cooperate at all, which made the situation much worse. Seeing the intense gaze on him, Sanjun cleared his throat and slowly walked towards him. He wanted to ask something. He initially thought that this emperor could easily clear the level alone, but he deliberately stood aside, and here he only snorted, because he didn't think that completing group trials alone would be a good decision. The blonde-haired man again felt like he was showing off in front of him, and he almost called him a forbidden word again, which was already starting to irritate him, and he threatened not to meet him again if he continued. He laughed and nodded his head, and now it finally seemed to get through to him. The system started beeping. Jeju looked up and saw that there was literally half a minute left until the start. He was overcome by a slight panic. This time passed almost unnoticed, and he ordered everyone to stand in their places and prepare for battle. And now it was time to start. A cold wind blew from afar, and a crowd of black silhouettes was visible, which were getting closer and closer. There were various creatures. Their skin was purple, their teeth were sharp, and their eyes were incredibly angry red. All of them were scarred from brutal battles. And there were a lot of such vile creatures, and that's when the nightmare began. The beasts were shouting something. It was hard to make out what exactly, but it sounded pretty creepy. The creatures are called yetis. Sanjun immediately guessed who it was and ordered to raise the weapon. His hands were shaking. He could hardly hold the sword, and all because he hadn't fought for a long time, and besides, this was the entire 12th floor. Our hero decided to calm him down a little, because if he worries, then someone will definitely get hurt. He is sure that everything will be fine. The guy believed his words, and indeed, feeling such support made him feel much better. And Jaein stood and laughed, looking at them. He couldn't get his head around how they could be afraid of creatures that didn't even have weapons. Seo Hyun already has information that there will be a total of 16 opponents, and that the boss, who is over 3 meters tall, will also be at the front. The brunette with a broom on his head gave the order, after counting on his fingers, to take on 4 warriors at a time and fight. He was now impatient to get his money, and he rushes forward and holds on quite confidently. Sanjun was chatting with his idol. Their formation was destroyed because of this crazy guy. He just exhaled and suggested to follow the course of events. No one stopped him, because those people who ignore other people's warnings must experience the consequences of such actions on their own skin, because in the future, they may pay for such stubbornness. Right now, the best solution is to let him understand this on himself, because later, if you don't do this, he may die. It will be a good experience. And the 3-meter boss was already waiting for him, waving his hand and examining the entire area. Seeing his prey rushing straight towards him, he clenched his sharp fangs and cast a piercing gaze. His roar was so loud that it seemed like the earth began to shake, a real nightmare. And just as our smart daredevil assumed, the confidence of the guy with the scar on his eye is sharply undermined, and he loses confidence in himself, while the thug is already sniffling and heading straight towards him to fight. Looking up at him, Jaein realized that he had overestimated himself too much. He had never seen such a giant before, and didn't know how to deal with him. Pointing a finger at him, the hairy creature said something to him in a language no one understood. Perhaps Jeju could help translate. He nodded his head. He couldn't do it. He only knew one word from what he said, and he still felt the emotions of this big guy, just like with the little Popoy. These huge creatures are monsters that live in the northern part of the 15th floor, and as they age, they become weaker, and when they lose their leadership position, they die. However, instead of feeling fear, their desire to stay alive is transformed into a will to fight, because they want to prove that they still have an inexorable age. And then a new surge of confidence appears in the stubborn guy. He doesn't want to embarrass himself in front of the other guys just by avoiding a fight like a coward. The boy rushes forward, swinging a large and sharp spear. It was clear that he was only trying to act tough. Gripping his weapon tighter, the brunette prepared to strike to kill the largest monster of all present. He had already aimed the tip straight at his chest, and calling him a sumaha, the monster dodged such a pitiful attack from his opponent. Of course, a man full of pride does not like the fact that he did not succeed the first time. The guy with the broom on his head decided to kick him. It looked pretty cool from the outside, but in reality it didn't bring any results. He avoided the collision again. The spectators were outraged that this stubborn man completely ignored the blonde's plan, but it seems he had something in mind. Simple attacks on the opponent do not work. He now went to extreme measures. His spear began to glow bright blue. His last hope is to activate his skills. Maybe they will work, and he will break ahead again. Jane's new tactic was to blind them with his aura, and then go for the main attack. He was sure that was the only way to deal with them. Even though it's a base, it's perfect for a surprise attack. The monster stands still. A moment later, he closed his eyes full of hatred, which greatly amused the boy with the scar on his eye. Perhaps everything would work out right now. He was sure that right now this would be the end of it, but it didn't happen. His weapon flew off to the side on its own, and his hands started shaking. He didn't immediately realize what had happened, and simply stood motionless with his eyes wide open. The monster came too close to him and looked at him with a devouring gaze, muttering something under its breath, a terrifying sight. He again uttered that word sumaha, which meant something incomprehensible, and swung his huge, muscular hand at the boy. It seems that the young man's death is now inevitable. He looks at him with horror and cannot move. Mentally, he begged for everything to be okay with him. The brunette closed his eyes, but nothing happened to him, and he began to slowly open one with a slight misunderstanding. He was rescued by a new guy, the same one he had criticized for specializing in magical engineering. Hearing his screams, the former emperor asked him to get out of there so that he wouldn't get on his nerves. He obediently ran away from the battlefield, his knees still shaking with fear, so he could only crawl on all fours. The young warrior didn't have much time. He needed to quickly deal with everyone before they studied him from head to toe. Kim Jae-ju held his ground confidently, holding off all of the big guy's attacks with just his axe. The shaggy subhuman swung his fist at him with a loud cry and was about to attack with all his might. Finding the right moment, the boy with the bangs found that very chance for the decisive blow. With a sharp jerk of his hand, he was able to do this. Only he alone was able to catch this giant. It seemed that his scream could be heard throughout the entire 12th floor. He was in great pain. After our hero had beaten him, he started bleeding, and his voice gradually died down. Well, basically that's it. The boss was finished. Kim triumphantly throws the axe over his shoulder, examining the result of his work. But now is not the time to relax. He needs to get to the other bad guys before they figure out his plan. The shaggy ones stood with their mouths wide open, and their eyes even twitched from what they saw. Now it's not our guys who are afraid, but they. And in principle, this is logical after the death of the leader. Their Yeti spirit has weakened greatly. This is an excellent chance for a winning position. 1 blow, 2, 3, and a few more repetitions, and the whole crowd was defeated. Finally, the guy was able to stand up and catch his breath after such a warm-up. When his breathing calmed down, he and the boys examined the results of his work, very quickly and deftly. The test was passed. At that very second, 2 portals opened, one to the recreation area, and the second to the next floor. The dark-haired Korean turned to his allies and thanked them for their excellent work, although the audience was outraged because he did everything for them, and so unfairly. The girl was very happy, and she already had suspicions that this so-called newcomer was already at the 19th level and then simply went down. Even though it wasn't true, she found an excuse for why Sanjun acted like that when they first met. The modest Jeju only lost his cheek and nodded his head uncertainly. He still didn't want to say anything or comment on this situation in any way. The long-haired girl beamed with joy that thanks to this man they had passed the tests and even survived. But this partner was nothing but trouble. The guy didn't answer them, but simply watched the two of them as the lady dragged this loser, who almost lost his life, on her back. And finally, Jane decided to ask the one and only question that tormented him the most. What does that word mean that the boss of the Yetta kept saying, Sumeha? He couldn't get that same cold look out of his head that he saw when he stood in their way. And for him to know such a small thing was incredibly important. Jeju also remembered that this was the very first thing he heard from that very video. It means child. It turns out that the boss called this stubborn guy a child, and his eyes almost popped out of his head when he heard that. He felt very ashamed that even such a monster had shamed him in front of his new friends, but he still thanked him for the answer. He couldn't look any of his acquaintances in the eye, and so he quickly moved on so as not to be caught in their sidelong glances anymore. So Yun, turning to our hero, expressed great gratitude for such a pleasant meeting and suggested that the next time they crossed paths, they should eat something tasty at some establishment, and without thinking twice, she jumped into the portal. The guy just looked after them and stood there a little perplexed. Just like his fans, he thought that it was a couple in front of him, but he had already been invited to breakfast. His admirer ran up to him immediately and was incredibly happy, so much so that one could say he fought side by side with him. Sanjun asked if he was currently broadcasting live, because he felt awkward about being stuck on the 10th floor, and it seemed like it was time for him to run away. The blonde had some kind of premonition that Jeju's audience would now scold him, and without delaying, he approached the portal, but his interlocutor stopped him. Our hero became interested in what floor he was watching him from, and clearly not from the first. It all started with the fact that the blonde man became interested in how this newcomer would deal with the dragon turtle. After listening to him, the brunette thought about it, and still decided to thank him one last time. Namely, because he watched it so diligently and donated, most likely it was difficult for him to do so, but still, no matter how annoying he was, they are grateful to him. Such warm and pleasant words brought a wide smile to his face, and he didn't know what to say. Before going further, he knelt before him like a true knight and wished him success in reaching the 100th floor and starting to live a happy life. He felt a little awkward and repeated that he had asked not to be treated like an emperor or an important person. But then, our hero suddenly screamed and opened his eyes wide. He couldn't understand what was going on and just looked at his interlocutor. He made some strange face and literally broke into a smile with a girlish squeal. At that moment, the blonde guy jumped up and jumped into the portal, mentioning the Popoevs. Jeju now stands in complete bewilderment and does not know how to comment on this, his friend lied, and it turns out that he is still from the 1st floor. When he came to his senses, he somehow didn't care anymore. Now he needs to check the awards as always, according to tradition. This time there was nothing special. It was obvious that since the difficulty was normal, the reward was appropriate, in the form of a bag of coins. In principle, our hero had nothing more to discover. That was where all the surprises ended. It was obvious how upset he was. The brunette threw the backpack on his back, and turning to face the red portal, declared that this was not at all the case. Everything suited him, and now he needed to change the channel and move on. Somewhere on the 13th floor, a strong wind was blowing, and nearby there was a view of large, snow-capped mountains. The men who had arrived here earlier were already sitting and warming themselves by the hot fire when suddenly a portal appeared in front of them. One of them smiled. It looks like a new friend has arrived, and he definitely needs to get to know him. Our hero arrived, and surprisingly, he was not at all cold in such light clothing in the middle of an icy biome. Once he was there, Kim approached the people and greeted them in a friendly manner. The bald man first asked if this guy was new here, and it was noticeable that he had changed the channel. His speech was Korean, not English. It was easy to figure out because what mouth movements he has remains, even though his speech is translated automatically and the guys understand each other. Jeju immediately appreciated his excellent observation skills and, a little embarrassed, revealed that he was a resident of Korea. The bald man tried to make a joke, but immediately apologized and introduced himself. His name is Kuttner. The young guy smiled sweetly and shook his hand in response. The old man asked if his new friend was streaming. This man seemed very strange and suspicious to him from the very beginning, so he lied that he wasn't doing it. He didn't have an audience. After listening to Jeju, he simply nodded his head in response and completely forgot that he had not introduced the other guys present there. The same one sat like a statue and did not move, and only looked at the newcomer with displeasure from under their foreheads. The Korean pretended to be very glad to meet them, even though he had just met them, but he did not doubt for a second that it was he who should introduce them. Our hero is not stupid. It was immediately clear that these people were not strangers to him. Even the viewers in the chat saw it. In front of him is a black scorpion, also known as one of the most vile clans that commit various atrocities, hiding behind friendliness so that others lose their vigilance. Such people are very cunning. Groups of them will deliberately make mistakes, luring out enemies, and then they will shake out coins as compensation for the thwarted sortie. And these same inadequate people, who are standing in front of him right now, take all his things and later kill him. Pretending to be good, the blue-eyed man asks to sit down next to him and chat with him. Kettner completely forgot to ask what class this young man had. In principle, this is not such confidential information. Kim said that he is a magical engineer. The ill-wisher smiled with all 32 teeth. Since that was the case, he was completely motivated to cover their backs. And then their conversation was interrupted by a man who arrived on the floor. He could barely drag his feet along the ground. It is clear that these bandits treat him and the victim kindly, because they have become weak prey, and therefore the bald man pretends to be worried about the newcomer who arrived here. He ran up to him and grabbed him by the arm. He pretended to be worried about his well-being and asked why he didn't run away to a quiet area, and the red-haired man panicked and said that they had blocked the entrance to the 10th floor. The blue-eyed man felt sorry for him, while at the same time some blond man laughed behind his back at this situation. The red-haired victim jumped up from his seat and wanted to hit him hard for his mockery. But at that very moment they reassured him that most likely they were simply happy for him that he was able to escape and stay alive. The other guys suddenly stood up from their seats and said that it was almost time to start. The bald man waved his hand happily and said that it was time to take their places, but the red-haired man was worried that they had not yet assigned positions. He reassured the newcomer, saying that everything had already been decided. He would just need to help the magical engineer, even though he was just a knight. Just as he wanted to object, he heard a strange crackling sound behind him, which made him shudder. These strange sounds spread throughout the forest and became closer and closer. And then the first silhouette became visible. Some kind of creature came out from behind the bushes. Or rather, there were several of them, huge, black, skinny dogs with a feral look. It was a disgusting sight. Strange green mucus dripped from their mouths and did not freeze in such frost. Green-eyed Jake was very scared and suggested retreating, and the bald one sighed with displeasure. This man was already really annoying him. There were about 40 of these bloodthirsty beasts, and he planned to deal with the first 12, and he would let the rest go behind his back, after which he would begin to act according to the main plan. Our hero also noticed them, and therefore jumped as high as he could. He broke straight towards the first dog, which was growling and preparing to attack. One moment, and the toothy one was already lying on the ground with no signs of life, and a group of people watched him in surprise. Kim Jaju jumped to the ground and looked at everyone with displeasure and asked what they were doing. It's very strange that the guys are in the clouds during such a serious battle. Something is fishy here. The bald man didn't even have time to notice him. He was a little confused because the young guy was behind him, and now he somehow ended up in front of them. But now it doesn't matter. While he was distracted by the conversation, a couple of toothy ones were already about to attack him from behind. Kuttner warned him in advance, pretending to be worried. And now one of the dogs is right next to his ear, breathing down his neck, showing its insanely sharp fangs. But it was not to be. The attempted attack was unsuccessful. The brunette dealt with everyone in an instant and remained safe and sound. And finally, the smart guy concluded that these guys have no particular desire to fight. Instead of swinging a sword, he only indulges. The bald man got really angry at him, and the magic engineer tells him this. Now he's worried about what kind of cloak he has on his back. Jeju smiled and spread his hands. It was just an ordinary object, nothing more. His invisible eyebrows twitched, and he told all the boys to gather around him. This guy who stands in their way is clearly much more dangerous than these poisonous dogs that are growling in front of their noses. Our hero was surrounded, on one side by these unkind people, and on the other by these vile creatures. The animals have very good intuition. They immediately sensed that he posed a great threat. The situation on the so-called battlefield became more tense. Everyone literally rebelled against the young guy. He got tired of this, and the daredevil asked directly what these scoundrels were up to, looking at them with a piercing gaze. Even these disgusting dogs began to be afraid of this kind. Some began to slowly retreat back but not give up their positions. Insisting on him with my blade, the bald man made the assumption that right in front of him right now stood a criminal hunter, looking intently into his eyes. Jeju simply remained silent, and so the old man had to repeat his question. But what's the point of telling him anything if this person won't believe a single word you say? And now, the blue-eyed man is completely sure that the engineer standing in front of him is not even a magician. He sees his lie in every sentence. But the dark-haired man only began to laugh. He was already ahead. This man was very much mistaken. And it turns out that he made such conclusions after he saw Lotanto's items on him, which constantly make a snake-like hiss. But this has nothing to do with his profession. When a person who is not of the knightly class puts on such a set, his business is not able to withstand it, and this makes him angry. Other people also began to look at him with horror and exchanged glances with each other, and some were already preparing for battle to protect the boss and show what they were capable of. The leader's eyes were filled with a burning desire for revenge. This was not the first time they had dealt with such showy people as this boy. They always met on their way, but only one side survived, the one that stands right in front of Jeju himself. Red-haired Jake was spinning around in panic and didn't understand what was going on here. Our hero had already begun to slowly prepare his weapon and repeated his question to clarify whether he had correctly understood that he had been accused of lying, that he was a magical engineer. One of the subordinates of this vile leader reported that the strange glove had turned into an axe. In principle, this was not surprising because it is a rare item that can only drop from the 20th floor and is a heroic class. The other long-haired guy's eye even twitched at the last word. Our hero got tired of talking to these annoying men and took his backpack off his back, placing it carefully next to him. The bald man only smiled. Did this really mean that their opponent had surrendered so easily to them and was already happy about such an easy victory over the loser? The guy guessed that it was because they saw it with their own eyes, since they didn't believe his words. And that's why right now, he's going to make these bullies trust him by slowly putting on his improved glove. And now it's time for him to prove something that will make his enemies' eyes pop out of their heads, and he's incredibly happy. A couple of seconds, and his mini-weapon is already activated, gaining its power. The blue-eyed lunatic laughed, saying that this guy was just wasting their time, but he didn't have time to finish because he heard a terrible roar behind him. These were hungry dogs, who were already extremely angry at just standing there. They immediately rushed at the people. They didn't want to wait anymore. The dogs had to do their job. But then something slowed them down. They stopped abruptly, licking the saliva from the poison they were releasing, and looked around in surprise. As soon as the second dog turned around, he was very surprised to see a terrible picture. Some young engineer made a powerful swing with his hand, from which a bright blue light emanated. He managed to hit one of the vile beasts right on target, which whined after the blow and fell onto the snow, its body shaking. And now, it's time to show the second one where the crayfish spend the winter. Having seen what happened to his friend, he stood and didn't know how to behave. Kim Jaiju looked at him and was incredibly angry that these creatures were in his way. It was time to deal with them. Kettner watched the whole scene with wide eyes. He couldn't believe that this man wasn't a weakling, and at the same time, they would be in danger. But then he raised his head up and saw a strange man standing on the branches of the trees. The dogs began to gather in one big pile, trying to somehow come up with a battle plan. It wasn't hard to guess that they were all getting together because they felt threatened by him, and in general, such behavior was even better for him. The guy activates his glove for the second time, fully opening his palm and pointing it at his opponents. A powerful energy emanated from her, which blinded all the dogs present and caused incredible damage to them. After such a powerful flow of magic stopped, he saw the hot ground where the beam had passed. The result of his work was very pleasing. This glove is more stable, although the combat power is weaker than during the battle with the cleaners, and its main advantage is that it consumes much less energy. And besides, the recoil is much less, and therefore he can now not rest on the ground and hold on due to the strength of his legs, which makes him very happy. And the strange man, who had already taken out a sharp blade, watched everything from a tree and found the right moment to strike when he had dealt with the magical beasts. Without thinking twice, the stranger jumped up from his place and tried to do it silently. And now, he has already come close to the designated object that needs to be dealt with and is preparing to deliver the decisive blow from behind. Taking the knife out of its case, he mentally hoped that everything would work out, and now was the time to end it all. However, it was not to be. Our hero heard everything, and using the cloak, changing its shape, he pierced the enemy. Unexpectedly for everyone, the test had already been passed, 2 portals had opened, and as always, the men looked at each other and simply shrugged their shoulders. One of them was so scared that he didn't want to stay in that terrible place any longer and ran on, noticing that the other one shouted after him to take him with them. Noticing these 2 cowards, Jeju made a strong jump and blocked their way. He had unfinished business and a conversation with them. They stopped and, looking confused, tried to somehow begin to justify themselves, not even knowing what to say. The only person he could let through in a friendly manner was Comrade Jake. He had done nothing bad to him. The red-haired man was a little scared, but he was also very happy, and thanking him, he ran into the portal. As for the rest of the guys, the brunette wanted to talk to them alone for a little longer. The most important thing was that they cooperated with him, and not much time would be wasted. Well, of course, if there are any objections, it's better to voice them right now, and our hero didn't want to just kill them. These scoundrels won't get rid of him that easily. Well, now is the time to talk to these guys purely as new acquaintances. And the very first thing that interested Jeju was how much money they had in their account now, he asked with a slightly sarcastic smile. It seemed like such a simple question, but they were already confused and began to look at each other, not knowing what to answer. Since everyone was silent, the brunette offered to sit down, but the fair-haired guy asked him to resolve everything calmly and clarify the misunderstanding. However, he did not want to talk, and insisted on his request. If they were just a group of bandits, young Researcher and Towers don't remember their name just like that. If everything is abandoned, these guys will start committing even more crimes, having a notorious reputation. The long-haired guy couldn't think of anything better, except to say that they were just joking and making fun, for which he immediately got hit in the face with a cloak. Judging from the video alone, their gang was committing arson and murder, so it was necessary for him to set some rules to make them more accommodating. While he was holding one of them, he demanded that the first thing he did was to speak only when he was asked something. The purple man looked at him with tears welling up in his eyes. The second very important rule was not to lie during the answers, because it would be immediately noticeable. To make sure he was a good boy, Jeju turned a piece of her cloak into a sharp fang and beat him to the ground with it. He hit his head hard and looked at him with fear. The guy hopes that they understood each other. He had to repeat these rules again so that he would hear them clearly. The brunette stared at this scoundrel and could not believe that such people still existed in this world. To make sure he got the lesson he had agreed on, Kim Jaiju hit him again. He slowly approached the long-haired man, looking at him as if he was ready to kill him now. His red-haired friend could not tolerate such humiliation and simply gritted his teeth. In response to such attitudes, he became indignant, and putting his hands on his hips, tried to exalt himself as more important than some leftist upstart. Since the enemy has taken off his glove, this is a great opportunity to take his items and money, but everyone stands there and doesn't lift a finger. unlike him. And seeing how they were breathing heavily, looking somewhere into the distance, he himself became scared, not understanding what had happened. The purple-haired man also sat silently and simply stared into the distance. Red tried to somehow reach them, but in the end he couldn't stand it and decided to turn around, and he also froze. There was some very strange tentacle behind him. It looked scary. Such a sight even sent shivers down his body. The monster grabbed his tongue, and Jeju, in an angry tone, promised to show them right now what happens to those who break the rules he dictates. At one point, without feeling any pity for him, the wicked boy tore out his tongue, and in response heard a loud scream and terrifying looks from the others. For him, offenders are those who should not be treated like people. Viewers on the stream were amazed at how his second personality was revealed, cold and cruel. And since the guys present might have objections, he suggested that they voice them, but there was no response, which meant that everyone was happy with everything. The long-haired guy ran up to the victim and still agreed with his opponent in order not to receive the same painful damage. Now it was time to get down to the main thing. The young guy asked their leader Kotner to come forward, putting his hands in his pockets. The bald man had to listen to him. He was trembling, and asked what he had in mind. The boy didn't answer him for now, but simply smiled and narrowed his eyes. Without getting to the main point, he said everything he thought about him. He is an ordinary criminal with whom no one wants to deal. But as a boss for his subordinates, he was incredibly good. Jeju continued to mock him with a grimace, and he promised to scatter his knights with just one wave of his hand, but he stood there and did not understand what he was leading to. Before starting the most important thing, he demanded that he accept his request for friendship in the system, which he did, however, without his consent. The hairless man was very surprised how he could have found out his username, since he had never disclosed it to anyone. He got tired of messing around with this stupid bandit. The young guy had to be reminded of that very first rule. So as not to get a slap on the wrist, the old man had to obey. In fact, his nickname, the Thug, means a nickname. The other guys tried to run away, but they were stopped and demanded to turn around. But thank God our cruel lad allowed the wounded man to sit, and he himself again turned to Kettner, but he only remained silent. Kim demanded that he answer him, turning his cloak into something dangerous that tore out the red-haired man's tongue, one memory, and he spoke like a good boy. Our hero smiled. Since he is a bald, wonderful leader, he must plan for the future, and also prepare for the 20th floor, which means he knows how many coins his comrades have and other things. The thug swallowed a large lump in his throat and didn't know what to answer. How did this guy know such confidential information? And since it was on that topic, Jeju asked how many coins his comrades had collected. The old man was tasked with sending the data via private messages. The former emperor threatened him that if after the investigation a significant contrast was found in the information provided, he would be extremely disappointed. He just knows that the system works in such a way that it is impossible to take money by force. After the death of a player, it simply disappears, but only if it was not transferred in another way, namely through trade. And that is why this group of this man used complicated methods to steal coins, and he is now beating his chest, trying to appear poor and miserable, as if they are going to steal from him something that does not exist. But his screams were interrupted by the quiet voice of our unpredictable guy, who whispered in his ear about reaching the 20th floor. When the bald guy gets there, he will definitely say that he regrets that he forced the magic stone on the 10th level of the guild building, because he ran away too quickly. Hearing this, the man got goosebumps and tried to get out of it by saying that it was a pure lie. Jeju ignored this and reminded him of that very pre-men who was worth tens of thousands, and it wouldn't take him much effort or time to go through all the thousands of channels to get to the truth. In fact, Kotner's personality is complex and extremely suspicious of everything, and in any case, he has an ace up his sleeve to just save the coins and that very cobblestone, but he convinced people that this is for security purposes. Therefore, our hero offered him to give all the coins that were at his disposal, in exchange promising not to touch that stone and send it to the 10th floor. The man thought about it. He just remained silent but did not answer anything. After talking with him, he turned to that tongueless guy. Now he has business with him. The redhead only missed his head, and he had to dance to his tune. If he had more than 2,000 coins, he should nod. And if not, then shake his head. He made it clear that he had less. The dark-eyed guy scratched his chin and said that if you take into account the cost of the vacation, according to his leader, The victim should have at least 3,000 in his account. Hearing this, he was afraid that he would now get even more in trouble for lying, and quickly nodded his head. Kim Jae-ju laughed, reminding them that they shouldn't fool around like that, and also hide the truth, because for that he might not let them go alive. Now our hero had access to all their budgets, which he could safely write off for food and other things. Looking up at the other guys, he asked if no one was hiding anything, but they just lowered their eyes and carried out his next order. This time they have to serve all the remaining potions in the bag and give it to him. The purple-haired man was very angry. This young guy looks like a bigger villain than them. They handed him a small shopper, and after examining everything and checking all the bottles, he nodded his head. And now the time had come to turn. The hero joyfully pointed to the portal and smiled. The other bad guys couldn't help but smile, because they thought that freedom was waiting for them now, and everything would be fine. But will it really be like this? Behind him, the guy had already formed a sharp spike from his plastic cloak. Not sparing anyone, he dealt with everyone at once in one moment, leaving no chance for the serial killers, thieves, pedophiles, and other individuals who were hiding in this small group to survive. After rummaging around in his new bag a little, the guy found a special potion that removes traces of blood and used it. But the leader remained alive, slowly rising from the ground. He looked around, not understanding what this meant, hearing the voices of his comrades. Our hero stood over one of them and grabbed him by the collar. He told the uninformed guy that the 14th floor was a labyrinth designed for 6 people, which made Kuttner wary. It makes sense that these guys had already foreseen this and formed the necessary group of the necessary number of people, and since that was the case, Jeju was going to help them. One of the guys tried to stop him, but then he just pushed him. Yes, our hero promised to send them straight to the 10th floor, but there was a condition for this, that they would not hide a single coin from them, which they did not do. After looking at his system, the Korean thought, despite the fact that there was unaccounted money left, no one even thought of giving it away. The blue-eyed leader of the whole gang yelled at him, the liar, and was not going to let them go. But he responded rudely. It was not a lie, as she was told. It was all because of a broken agreement on their part, and even now they still have hidden coins. And then that very prize for completing the floor jumped out in front of him, and he couldn't wait to see what was there. And finally, having rubbed his hands, he was finally glad of their conversation, and the spectators begged him to tell them what he had said to Kuttner then. The boy just smiled and decided to keep it a secret, like a little affair. After a little warm-up, it's now time to get back to the fun part. He turned to those rowdy guys and said that no matter how many times he cleared the 13th level, he would always receive at least a coin as a reward when he turned to face them. Kuttner wanted to say something in response, but he was stopped when he was grabbed by the hood. Jeju confidently thrusted into the portal, wishing them luck in passing the test. Now they would all do everything on their own. And besides, the labyrinth without one leg, which miraculously but cruelly disappeared from him, will be very difficult to pass through, even tantamount to suicide. Now the brunette is ready to return to his boxes and finish this. This time the prizes weren't very impressive. Just a bag of 1,000 gold and a normal-class magic sphere. Not much of a sight. Even the spectators were a little upset by this sight. One of the guys thought that he could go back to the free zone and sell a couple of items there, but since the backpack wasn't very heavy, there was no need for that. On the 14th floor, luck plays the most important role, although it is a team test, but it can only be called that by a stretch. After entering the portal, he found himself in a very interesting place called the Labyrinth of Evil. He had a choice to take a starting point from which to get to the center. He made a decision and found himself at the appointed place, holding his briefcase, and began to examine the room itself. Here other guys were already waiting for him, male knights, who were talking among themselves and discussing the strategy for passing, waiting for the next participant. And finally he showed up, and Jeju was quickly called to them with a wide smile on his face. The man with the beard greeted him and was glad to see a Korean here, as he considered them to be completely unusual and interesting. The cheerful participant in the test joked a little, and laughing, said his name, and also wanted to get permission to introduce his comrades to the newcomer. He turned to them and named them all from left to right. In front of our hero stood Fordman, Ricky, Cuddy, and Chris, who smiled amiably at the new guest. It was clear that these guys had known each other for a long time, and judging by the overall atmosphere, our hero was facing an experienced team. The bearded man praised our hero for his intelligence, but the audience, judging by their conversations, does not see any gangster character traits in them. While the other team members were watching them, Our hero and the cheerful Robert started chatting about something. They originally had 6 men, but Fordman's friend was seriously injured on the floor below, and so he temporarily left their gathering to get some treatment. Unsurprisingly, their gear is in pretty good condition. The old man said that they wanted to wait for him, but he insisted that they make this decision, because he did not want to be ballast, and there was no one to replace him. The brunette asked the young guy not to worry about them being some kind of bandits, and expressed understanding for his feelings, to which he responded with a broad smile and behaved calmly. Finally, the little show was over. Now the pumped-up knight offers to discuss strategy. Before the start, he asked if it was his first time here, and Jeju just nodded his head, and that was already a reason to explain everything in detail. But in fact, our hero knows the format of the test. But since everything changes every time, only luck will help here, and it won't hurt to discuss everything. First of all, this place is very confusing, and if you get to a dead end, then traps or magical beasts will appear. On the tablet that was provided, you could choose the starting point. The man showed with his fingers which ones. And there was only one condition for passing: to get to the center by any possible means, and that's all. Looking up, Robert explained that the path that leads them from the starting point to the destination, as well as the length, never repeats itself, so it is impossible to make any assumptions with great accuracy. And only during the smallest game, players can decide what to do. They can start all together, or go their separate ways. Kim raised his hand and wanted to clarify about the last option. He didn't understand if they were on the easiest path, whether only one person could overcome it. The brown-eyed man lowered his head and said that unfortunately this would not happen. There was a huge risk that one could say goodbye to life alone. Since the structure of the labyrinth is random, no one knows what might happen there. And if our hero has to use his glove, other team members in the narrow space may interfere with him. In this case, crossing his arms over his chest, the guy suggested that one should go along one of the paths, and the others should unite and walk together. The friendly man slammed his fist on the table, and these guys aren't so shameless as to do that. Robert couldn't believe his ears that he thought they would let him be in danger because he wasn't a member of their group. Taking a deep breath, the brunette said that he made this decision because he was confident in his abilities and could handle it himself. Even though he has high fighting skills, the guys can't just sacrifice him for their own good. For Jeju, this sounded too surprising. Unlike the previous team, it was too much of a torment to his conscience and desire to work as a team. But even so, he started to be naughty. The young guy stamped his foot and said that she decided that she would not move another millimeter until everyone left this room. The other guys were simply shocked by such a nasty character, but the leader sighed heavily and gave in. He wouldn't be able to convince him otherwise. Finally, the bearded man handed him some kind of potion in a test tube. There was nothing surprising about it, according to him, but it would definitely help the young boy. Just in case he feels any danger, which could even threaten his life, he will just need to stand still and wait for the guys to come to his aid. Kim smiled amiably and thanked him for such concern. This proposal suited him perfectly. And now it's time to begin. The team of the good-natured knight Robert is ready to start in the west. One moment, and they are no longer there. They have moved to the right location and are ready to start. The young boy warmed up a bit and decided to start from the north. The spectators were rooting for him and wishing him luck in the chat. Having reached their first dead end, the team of 5 people was already fighting the first monster, which was easily defeated by the group leader. And yet, the guy in the straw hat was very worried whether he could cope alone. Having hidden the sword, Robert reassured his comrade. He is sure that he will remain alive. But opinions were divided. The blue-eyed girl still had doubts about this, and could not understand why he assumed that this Asian was smart. The old man drew conclusions from the fact that he was able to determine how experienced they were based only on their greetings, and also recalled that there were very few people for testing. And besides that, despite the suspicious situation, he remained calm and smart. Perhaps he has something else besides the cloak and other trump cards. Even if that is the case, despite his confidence, going through the labyrinth alone is very dangerous, as the young lady reflects. The knight turned around and partly agreed with her. No matter how powerful his weapon was, there was nothing wise in his decision, and that was why they needed to get to the center as soon as possible. Everyone nodded their heads. The man made the assumption that perhaps, most likely, he would stop halfway and wait for their help. So as not to waste more time talking, the guys went on. They came across a dangerous monster, although they moved carefully due to their experience, but this made them an easy target, so it immediately jumped on them. This is the strongest monster that can appear on this floor. The sword of one of the participants also became unusable, and all because of the acid that corrodes the metal. The bearded man lowered his head and thought, although they managed to win, the weapons of the knights of the first line of defense were damaged. Now they really need to prepare for at least one death in the group. The black man in the straw hat looked into the distance. At this rate, many would really die, and there was more and more doubt that their new friend would be able to pass the test alone. But then he heard a strange sound, which scared him a lot, and he turned to his guys. They just looked at him in surprise. There was a strange but small explosion causing dust to rise. The group looked in that direction and were already preparing to attack somehow, with fear and misunderstanding in their eyes. But then they hear a familiar sound, some strange bright light, stones fly to the sides, and the guys fight back with rusty weapons so as not to injure themselves. Their friend in a cloak appears in front of them, clears his throat, and begins to look at them point blank. Kim Jaju was a little scared and giggled, asking if they were okay. And this is how it actually happened. After they left, the guy was already thinking about what to do next. Closing his eyes, he thought through several options and still decided to go north. Using a small pocket compass, he determined the direction he needed to go and looked for the best entrance for him. Throwing his backpack over his shoulders, he walked on and had no intention of stopping. After a while, it opened as always, and a small, tame monster looked out from there, squealing cutely. It was Baron. Jeju looked at him with a raised eyebrow, asking why he jumped out and at such a moment. Fluffy jumped on his shoulder and began to rub his cheek softly and with his fur. Most likely, he just got bored of sitting locked up all the time. And now he asked to go down to the ground, and the guy let him go, but asked for what purpose. The baby began to spin and turn around. Now our hero began to think that he was hungry and wanted to find something to eat. But it seems that his assumptions were not justified. The little one was jumping on the grass without knowing where, and then he came closer to some wall. Unexpectedly for everyone, the blue-eyed one bared his fangs, which scared the viewers of the stream, but they have already gotten used to it, and now it seems very cute to them. Fluffy began to gnaw on the rock without saying anything to his owner, who only looked at him with bewilderment and watched. And soon it seemed to dawn on him why he had done this. He couldn't believe it. Could there really be some kind of magical power in some black wall? He had never heard of any black mana stones in his life. Baron continued to eat her, but the viewers did not find this logical. She does not even break when using skills. What kind of cheating is this? While Jeju was watching him, the other babies also jumped out of the spatial backpack with cheerful squeals. The Fluffies went to their friend. They seemed to be from a hungry land. Could it be that their owner was starving them? But in fact, he always gave them large rocks to snack on when the opportunity presented itself, of course, but now their behavior is a little strange. One of the priests brought a piece of this stone on his small, fluffy head and went to the brunette. The toddler looked up and looked straight into his eyes, as if he wanted to say something. He thought that his friend was angry, but he was just thinking and thanked the little boy for bringing this stone. Before he decided or did anything, he needed to check if it was really a mana source. Activating his glove, Jeju pulled out that red expensive one and decided to hold it in his hand. This way he certainly won't lose it anywhere, and now he inserted this cobblestone into that little nest. If this is really so, then in theory his device should activate. The guy looked at it carefully. But no, it fell out of his hand with ease, from which one could already draw the appropriate conclusions. He sighed heavily and realized that it wasn't a mana stone after all, but the Fluffies were happily jumping around it. His pets jumped onto his shoulders and head and joyfully made it clear that they wanted to go exactly this way. It's incredible. Our streamer's fans began to think that these creatures can see through walls. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain such behavior. The boys walked straight until they reached a fork that stood right in front of them. Jeju crossed his arms over his chest and wondered what he should do now. He didn't have much time to think about it. He was distracted by a loud sound and an incomprehensible red light. The guy took a closer look and realized that it was most likely a bloodsucker, which meant that Robert and his company were there. In order not to beat around the bush, the brunette still had to turn to his little friends and ask what they thought, whether it was possible to get through here by punching a hole in the wall. One of the little ones, cute, forbade it and jumped off his head. While he was in flight, he frowned and revealed his 2 rows of sharp teeth. Using the boost, the kid literally broke through the wall without much effort. The viewers in the chat were shocked. But then, it seems, something went wrong. The guy called Lahu, who was flying in the clouds. He turned to the camera where the audience was watching him and promised to go check everything out. The fluffy baby began to run away from him further and further, and Jeju was unable to stop him at all. Most likely, right now in front of them is the wall behind which Robert and his team should be. He wanted to ask not to break it. But the capricious little boy did not listen to him, and did what he was forbidden to do, sighing heavily from the hard work. The guy looked at this sight in surprise, along with the other guys drinking. It was impossible for anyone to see them, and so he grabbed Lahu in his arms and was going to hide them. While the dust had not yet cleared, he hid the fluffies behind his back, holding them with his hands, and greeted his guys in a friendly manner. Robert was very surprised by such a sudden and early meeting. Did this guy really break through walls to get here? He somehow got off by saying that he was worried about the bloodsuckers, but it seemed that no one was seriously hurt. The brunette examined every little person here, and in fact, yes, that was the case, but their weapons were about to break, and the leader felt very awkward, as did the other guys. And that is why the young lad suggests that they just stay and wait here. With such equipment, it will be very dangerous for them to continue their journey. The knight didn't quite understand what his new friend was getting at, and Jeju was already slowly walking backwards to get away faster. And soon he disappeared into a deep labyrinth, and it seems that the pink-haired girl now has something to say. She reported that before the wall collapsed, she heard a strange sound of pop-offs, which came from the direction of their new partner. The boy had already moved quite far away. It was good that he had warned them, and now they wouldn't take so many risks. The kids can already walk calmly and also help him in completing this task. In a moment, many walls in a row were destroyed, and now they reached the last one. The guys did their job well. Finally, they are at their goal. This is the center of the labyrinth. Now he only needs to touch the pillar to pass the test. That's exactly what he was going to do. But it seems like something is wrong. Before doing this, he needed to hide his fluffies, because when he checked in here, the others would immediately be called to the center, which would be quite dangerous. After this small procedure, the guy touched the yellow beam of light. He immediately expanded. I bet much more, as I said, the system counted his victory. The other guys he met looked at this stream of light in surprise. Jeju began to disappear a little and began to just wait. Robert's team looked around. They had a very interesting feeling from such magical teleportation. Meanwhile, the corridor to the next floor was open. The friends were right in front of them and were waiting for the final appearance of all the participants. The brown-eyed man was the first to open his eyes and began to look around with slight interest. Seeing his new friend, he walked quickly and without further ado towards him. And now he wanted nothing more than to hug him tightly, which he did. The word save was read in his eyes. This behavior embarrassed Jaja a little, and he asked not to flatter him. If his body was not nourished and strengthened by mana stones, his bones would easily break from such warm thanks. If it weren't for him, his team would have passed this level with huge losses. To express how grateful he was to him, he would like to give coins, but the guys themselves are broke. The blonde guy thought that nothing good really stood in their way. After their weapons had corroded, the guys couldn't be happier with this outcome of events. The pumped-up knights were about to go to their friend Fordman in the hospital, but our hero did not want to answer, and simply asked them to leave and not worry. Also, the Negro in a straw wicker hat, according to Eastern customs, had to say goodbye in such a solemn manner, putting his headdress to his chest and bowing. And now our hero is waiting for the 15th floor. This is the northernmost part of the Astraud Empire. Here you can gain skills, complete tasks, and grow. To put it simply, it is easier than even the 5th level, but on condition that the administrator does not interfere and make his own unnecessary edits. And now he is tormented by the thought of that very vision that he showed him. That very day of judgment, which deep down in his soul frightened him very much. A strange monster that has more than 2 rows of teeth that are more powerful than a shark and will instantly crush you into pieces. It is quite possible that this may not be an illusion. The guys on the stream noticed that something was bothering Jeju, and he pretended that everything was fine, and he was just thinking, now he needs to check the awards. After pressing the right button, some orange box fell out in front of him. Maybe there would be something more or less decent in it. There is little hope, of course, but the guy sighs heavily and decides to open it anyway. As soon as he removed half of its lid, a very bright light began to appear from it, which literally shone into his eyes and blinded him. The very first thing he saw was the 2-handed sword of an ordinary knight, as well as a bag with 1,000 coins. And last of all, the guy noticed the lower mana stone. Looking at all this, Deep in his soul, he felt sadness, and the audience also did not really like this set of awards. To keep him from being sad, some user donated him the same amount of coins as were in the bag. Everyone was really tired of looking at such bad boxes. And besides, it was clear that the guy had lost his motivation to go further, and that's why the guys showered him with donations, making it rain coins. He felt awkward, but very pleased about this. Thanking the fans, he went into the red portal. Although Jeju wanted to go straight to the next floor, he needed to return to the free zone to prepare. It turns out that he has one little thing that he wants to take with him. The boy did not reveal the details and simply silently went into the portal. As soon as the teleportation happened, he found himself in the Empire's Traveler Control Center, where he was Emperor Kaoli. He needed a person he could talk to. He was interested in where the residence of the Black Scorpion clan was located. The man just raised an eyebrow. But he couldn't refuse him either. The guest had to fill out an identification form and also remove his hood. The boy did what he was asked to do with a smile. They also gave him a fountain pen and the necessary piece of paper, and immediately the brunette began to write something there. The man with freckles began to visually analyze him. In appearance, he looked like an ordinary traveler, but his behavior was quite elegant. Perhaps a nobleman was standing in front of him. Jeju smiled and stated that he had filled out everything that was needed, and now he only had to wait for the information, after confirming his identity, of course. And yet, he still felt a little embarrassed about his two at the end of his name. When asked about it, the boy blushed deeply. It was very good that all the data had been checked. Now it was necessary to clarify where to send the necessary information. The green-haired man suggested recording his request to the address. He just nodded his head in response, smiling widely. It finally happened. After a short dialogue, it was possible to move on. The satisfied boy puts his hood back on and goes forward. A couple of minutes later, he found himself at the northern entrance to the travelers' area. Now all that was left was to go to the very end, as he had been explained. In the chat, people pestered him to continue his adventures. From such unnecessary comments, the guy's head began to hurt, reading the same questions over and over again. But now, even if the same citizen of the Empire is in front of him, he will not remember the one who changed the channel. And all because for them the channel is the whole world. And thus, in order to find the residents of the Black Scorpion clan, he will have to do something. Namely, to repeat the same question on different ones, or more precisely on 87 pieces. He looked up and it looked like he was close, almost at his goal. The view opened up onto some dark alley. But if you look closely, in principle, it suits the leader of their clan perfectly. Our hero has already arrived at his destination, an old house which he knocked on before he was about to enter. No one answered the guy, and so he had to literally barge in, which his fans certainly didn't expect. When the door fell, the boy decided to look around. He knows for sure that in this place, the mana stones that he needs so much are hidden somewhere. But instead of searching for all this and wasting his nerves, he has a simpler method, and one that is also proven. There is nothing complicated about it. He just needs his spatial briefcase and 3 little popoes who happily jumped out of it. In order to give them a tip, Kim Jeju showed them a low-level stone and asked them to switch, so to speak, into Bloodhound mode and find similar ones. The kids began to carefully study the territory, obediently listening to their owner, and one of them soon began to squeak, insistently calling the boy to him. He came up, and it seemed, judging by his active behavior, that this is where he needed to be. Without thinking twice, the guy didn't even use his strength and kicked the soft floor as hard as he could. The little fluffy one turned out to be right. There really were a lot of pebbles there. Laka did a great job. Finally, the audience began to guess what he was chatting about with that bald guy on the day of their clash. In order not to waste time, our hero began to put all his things into the spatial backpack with a very satisfied expression on his face. But looking at how his little ones were grinding their teeth, because this was their favorite treat, he took a few pebbles that were more beautiful in appearance and put them in one pile. The fluffies were very happy, especially after hearing praise from their dearest friend. There was simply no point in him staying in this place for long, and so he went to the noisy city where the portal stood. What he had, or rather the sphere, mace, sword skill book, 2-handed sword and other items, he put up for sale. Now the happy guy has almost 90,000 coins in his account. He himself will be able to buy Latanto's things in the right place, and finally, he can go to the next floor. In order to cope with the cold of the northern lands, he will need a temperature control robe and some other things. In a word, the preparation is completely complete. He also wants to switch to a Korean channel, because it would be much more pleasant for him to receive rewards for active subscriptions. And now he is not even afraid that he might run into his real fan. He still needs to increase the number of viewers. And so, he was going to learn some night skills. And the 15th floor was the perfect place for that, if he wanted to be able to handle magical engineering equipment in the future. It is also worth considering the fact that it is important to develop physical data. And now the time for chatting with your viewers is over. It's time to go. And so, our hero is already there. After passing through the portal, he found himself in a beautiful and snowy place. But for some reason, a growing unpleasant feeling appeared inside him, as if something was wrong. In fact, users who got here must appear at the fountain of tests in the city center, and if you do not get the required number, it is impossible to leave. Judging by the overall architecture, this is definitely the northern region. Now Jeju has reasons to think that this might be a trick from the administrator. Shrugging his shoulders, he went on to explore the area, and in the meantime the required number of guys had already joined in. The real test is about to begin here. Kim can't see the roads properly because of the strong wind and snow, which literally takes her breath away. No matter how hard he tried to cover himself with the hood of his cloak, nothing really worked. He ended up in the land of snow warriors, and he and other participants are faced with the task of finding the desired power and completing the task. And also the portal on the fountain will be opened only after passing this floor, and Jeju already sees his first target, entering the spacious room. But then his plans changed abruptly. A strange man stood in front of him, and upon seeing him, the boy was a little scared from surprise. The 2-meter-tall man wanted to ask this question himself. From his things, he determined that a simple traveler stood before him. The brunette tried to be friendly with him and nodded his head sweetly, saying that he was glad to meet him, but his knees were shaking from such a big guy. The long-haired man responded in a rough voice and gave his name. Palaham sounds rather unusual. The test participant extended his hand in response and introduced himself by his nickname. The viewers in the chat begged him not to do it, but he got caught in his strong handshakes and cried out slightly from such unpleasant pain. The boy tried to escape from his so-called captivity, but it was unsuccessful. This giant man had incredible strength. Palakan smiled amiably, and only asked how he was able to leave the Fountain of Trials and make such a journey here. He couldn't utter a word because of such a painful grip. His hand felt like it was in a vice, and it was impossible to endure. Not waiting for an answer, the man, showing all 32 teeth, asked if this was his first time here. Having barely squeezed out a couple of words that confirmed his interlocutor's guesses, he was very happy. Could this boy really possess such power? The giant swung his leg at him. He saw in this fragile boy the quality of a true warrior. He didn't appreciate such abrupt movements and immediately noticed what he was planning, but he couldn't dodge it at all. Jeju couldn't even move from his spot, let alone defend himself, and as a result he received a good blow to the side. Watching his reaction closely, Palakan only grinned very unusually. Staggering a little, our hero managed to stay on his feet and not fall, which looked very impressive in the eyes of the long-haired one. The boy looked up and hinted with displeasure that he had expected a warmer and less aggressive greeting. The men stood and looked at each other intently, and then the giant began to very slowly break into a wide smile. He also asked to consider this as a dedication, but our hero has a completely different opinion about the situation that happened. It seems to him that this man had serious intentions to kill him. The long-haired man only exhaled heavily and hinted that the Korean's tone was reminiscent of the inadequate people from the empire, and he was really barely restraining himself from doing it. The boy frowned and looked at him. His effect from the Latanto set was neutralized, and this situation looked suspicious. It seemed like talking wouldn't do. There was a strong hatred for the empire in this man's heart. It settled very deep in his soul. And its only and most important source is the death of his only and most precious child. A small dispute with the government resulted in the death of his own son, who was in the prime of life. This terrifying feeling within him spread not only to the natives, but also to the travelers. Palaham is the most important warrior of the sun. No one could have thought that such a person would stand on the corner of the castle tower. Jeju decided to approach him softly, and since the initiation was over, he would have preferred to leave this place with his permission, but he did not allow him. The boy raised his head and held himself bravely. Maybe this giant wanted something from him. The long-haired man hinted that this was the case, but he needed an answer as to whether he was ready to do this if his answer to the question was yes. The Korean smiled sweetly and promised that he would do what was asked, if of course it was within his power. The man looked at him and said that his friend had a pretty good stance, He was confident and straightforward. It all added up, and he even took back all the bad words he had said about him. The jock approached the young guy and asked him to simply repeat after his speech, loudly and confidently. It seemed very simple. Our hero asked if this was all that was required of him. The giant nodded his head. Our hero knew that he had the most difficult character of all those on the 15th floor, but not that much, and he began to inhale the air. Palaham shouted an unknown phrase so loudly that it could be heard beyond the building, and perhaps even throughout the entire northern part of the country, and that word was Lalanta. The building echoed loudly, and from the scream alone, Jeju almost lost his hearing and covered his ears tightly. After this, the warrior looked at him joyfully and suggested that he do the same, but he only tried to come to his senses and did not answer. Blue-Eyed stared at his interlocutor and asked him to repeat it so that he could hear it well, but Kim was afraid of the next time and said that he had understood everything perfectly. Clearing his throat and adjusting his hood, he said he was just curious what the word meant. Palaham crossed his arms over his chest and asked not to think about it, but just repeat. His behavior now is similar to those people with an empire, whom he hates so much with all his heart. But our hero did not give in and did not try to bend under him. He was not going to repeat a phrase whose meaning he did not know. The old man gritted his teeth from such stubbornness of the young guy. The 2-meter-tall man turned around and asked to go with him. Since he knew nothing about the greatness of Taruka, the viewers asked the streamer to run away. But where to, if there is nowhere? In response, the brunette just nodded his head. Now there was no need to make a fuss, and it was better to listen to him. The warriors who follow this man are not at all afraid, despite the fact that at the beginning it did not go well. He would have to meet him anyway, sooner or later. This is one of Tarua's greatest warriors. He was still going to learn how to break the skill form, and that's why he thinks the beginning is pretty good. If you can break the skill's form, then neither the body will move according to the skill, but rather it will be able to directly control the skill. They walked together along some long bridge. The snow crunched under their feet. Our hero looked around, because there was a completely different view here. And so, the men came to some kind of cannon, near which a long-haired Mussulman stopped. After shaking the snow off of it a little, he turned to his comrade and asked if he was aware of what was standing in front of him now, and it looked very much like a mana cannon. Palakan smiled broadly. The kid immediately recognized everything. This thing is still being developed in the Empire. In the past, in the previous war, this man threw bait to the people from there, and then wiped them off the face of the earth with the help of this equipment. After this incident, they wanted to create their own version of such a weapon, and it seems they are actively working on it. The heavy snowfall stopped just in time. Why not try to use it now? Far from them stood a large black thing, at which the giant pointed his finger, and our hero looked with interest. This bud, which looks very much like a flower, was not always so huge. Before it was no bigger than a mole, and when the warrior came closer, he saw how monsters protected him. After this, Palakan immediately returned, and only because the people accompanying him were in poor condition. Taking the mana stone in his hands, he asked if the young man knew where those strange creatures came from. Jeju pretended that he really didn't know anything about it, but in fact that was not true at all. The long-haired man put this stone in the right hole and closed it. He sighed heavily and said that they came out of this thing. He himself could not believe it, and in the meantime the gun began to glow. Its light was so bright that it could blind one, but how would he shoot it since he hadn't even adjusted the angle? 1 second, and a loud explosion sounded. The charged mana stone flew straight into the very bud that stood innocently. In an instant there was a large, perfect-shaped hole in the flower. Its petals, which very much resembled tentacles, began to move. He himself made a strange sound after such a powerful blow. If we are to believe Palakan's words, it was this huge thing that destroyed the great Taruk family. The world experiences the same events over and over again, and after destruction, only vague memories remain in its head, which are quite enough to understand that everything is repeating itself. The young guy looked at him and was surprised. Unlike the 5th floor, the people of this country on the 15th remember the fall of their kingdom, which is repeated over and over again. After germination, the heart of this organism absorbs all the life forces around it in order to blossom itself. Well, when the petals finally open, demonic creatures will endlessly burst out of this flower, a catastrophe that leads to the destruction of Taruha. Yawning, Palakan spoke about the greatness of this kingdom. They consider it only a joke. He thinks that he said too much useless. In fact, this man saw the monsters that attacked the kingdom and destroyed it. experienced his own death several times but still remains calm. This man is really very strong, not only in body but also in spirit, and now he doesn't want to waste time on nonsense, and therefore asks the guy to live faster, figure out what he needs, and leave here. The initiation is over. Our hero nodded his head, and the other one praised him, saying that Jeju had handled everything perfectly. However, the only thing is that his affairs are connected with this man, with the main warrior of the sun. It was not difficult to guess after such a phrase that he knew about this man before he came here, which interested him very much. He was ready to listen to him. The boy looked up and said directly that he wanted to learn from him, to become a strong and courageous warrior like him. Looking at him, Pelican laughed loudly. Someone had pulled the wool over this boy's eyes. And then he smiled broadly and said that he had such travelers too, but most of them did not last even an hour, let alone days. Our hero looked at him intently and asked if he understood correctly that he had just been refused, but he only threw up his hands, making it clear that he was already such a cruel person as other people thought of him. He was not against it, but before starting, he suggested giving the brunette a task. He first needs to get used to Taruha, and then return. Without this, his chances of death will increase. Kim Jaju looked at him and said that if he only had vague memories after the destruction, then there was no guarantee that he would remember him next time, and wanted to clarify this point. Longhair asked him not to worry too much about it. Interesting travelers like him don't just fly out of his head. But our hero expressed a desire to start studying right now, which brought a smile to the man's face. The guys from the chat looked at his gaze and got scared. This is exactly how this man looked at one of the fans when he sent him to kill 20 Yetis alone. Seeing his eyes, Jeju also became a little afraid but held on confidently, and he agreed with him to take the task, adapt, and then return back. An excellent choice, and with his current level, Pelican gave him a quest to hunt a red molar of a white boar. But then one thought crossed his mind. Doesn't this young man already have an assignment? The brunette didn't immediately understand what he was talking about and was a little confused. In a panic, he opened his system and asked to wait while he checked everything more thoroughly. And indeed, he already had a task, and that was to extract the heart of the organism, and if he could not do it before it blossomed, then all of Taruha would fall, which scared him greatly. He didn't know what to answer and just stood there rereading it separately, and the same text several times. What was happening in this strange place? The guy was very worried about this before, and now he won't be able to leave this floor until he completes the task. And it turns out that he could die when Taruha falls, since the administrator hasn't shown himself for a long time. The good-natured man noticed that something was wrong and asked what had happened. The boy just nodded his head, and indeed something unexpected had happened. As his viewers said, given the level of complexity of this place, even if all 50 worked together, they would not be able to make even a scratch on the heart of the organism. The warrior Pelican became very worried and offered his help, but our hero refused and asked to come a little later, after apologizing to him for such an unpleasant incident. He just raised an eyebrow and told me to just do what he needed. And to find this man next time, he will need to come to where the brightest light will be after sunset. The boy bowed at the end. Looking after him, the long-haired man realized that something urgent had happened, however, even in such a situation. It made him even calmer, and he admired this. Our hero walked and simply flew away in his thoughts, thinking about what he now needed to do. He went to some small town and walked along its streets. His steps were rough but calm. It was definitely the work of the administrator, who had been sitting in ambush and not showing himself for a long time. There is no need to even think about who is the author of the task. This bald guy wants to test its strength again. He has about 1 month left. Usually it takes even less time for the body's heart to fully blossom. However, in this mission, his life is at stake. He is given a mission that is actually on the edge of common sense. Now he should find out if he was the only one in this boat. Maybe other users also received the same assignment. If so, then why not make friends with them? He can find the rest of the guys near the Fountain of Trials where he went. And while passing by one of the houses, Jeju didn't even notice how someone looked at him angrily from the window. Very suddenly, the door of this building opened. The guy jumped to the side to avoid being hit on the head. A man jumped out from there, shouting that his savior had finally arrived. Kneeling down at the guy's feet, he began to beg him, but the guy was confused and didn't know what to say, and just watched. The resident begged to prevent the onset of destruction and save everyone, including him, from such a disaster. Our hero stood there, spreading his arms, a little confused, very strange behavior. He sighed heavily, turned around and walked away, hitting him in the face with his cloak, while the man was still kneeling and begging him for help. These people are always like this here. Nothing can be done, because the administrator ordered them to do so, but if he hadn't done it, they would have committed mass suicide. The viewers are sure of it. To save this place, the one who supervised all the tests created a setup. One day, a traveler will appear who will save everyone. Using the name of God, the herald conveyed this prophecy to the inhabitants. Even if the guys wait, the users will eventually help them escape their hellish fate, and it was this hope that was their only source of mental support. And it really becomes interesting to find out if such a person will be found. For users, it is just a part of the tower that they must pass through to stay alive. But in reality, these people should know this too. However, they have no other choice, because they know that without this important piece, they will simply collapse. Kim Jaju took a deep breath and then exhaled. For now, he needed to focus on the test. And so he sets off to the appointed place, without thinking or stopping anymore. Finally, the brunette finds himself near the Fountain of Trials. In front of him, he can see a beautiful large building where 2 people are standing. The guys were chatting among themselves, and the girl counted only 49 people here, although there should be 50. Perhaps this is a mistake, but the man is very glad that it is not so cold here. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by our hero. The 2 of them stared at him. It seemed that the boy looked quite threatening to them. The man got scared and covered his girlfriend with his hand, preparing to protect her. But taking off his hood, the boy asked for forgiveness for the slight misunderstanding, and said that he wanted to ask about something. The knight smiled sweetly along with the girl standing next to him. It seemed that this was the last person they had not yet met, and they were glad to meet him. The man's name is Kim Sang-hyuk, and the lady's name is Lee Jusung, and the new guy didn't lag behind and introduced himself in response. They had the same names, which surprised the warrior a little, and Madame yelled at him for such ignorance. Laughing awkwardly, the purple-haired girl apologized for him and asked what he needed. Our hero had a couple of questions for them. Lee smiled and asked what he wanted to know from her. After clearing his throat, Jaju asked the lady to check if she had accidentally received a task. Jusun looked at her system, and really, she had nothing there. The guy lost his head and was even a little upset. She noticed this and asked what was the matter. He immediately put on a smile and asked me to worry about it, thanking me at the end for the time I had given him. Now everything falls into place. If he is the only one who received such an order, then the rest of the people are just outside observers, and Lee asked him to contact him if he needed anything. The man Sang-hyuk decided to talk to him, offering to add him as a friend, since he had already done so with all the others. And at that moment the young guy thought, even though it would be difficult to get help with killing the heart, such an action would help him attract as many viewers as possible, and that was a big plus. After some thought, he turned to the guys and asked if their usernames matched their real ones, and they nodded their heads in satisfaction. They wanted to search for him in their system first, but he refused with a smile on his face and promised to send a request later. The knight did not want to put it off until later, but his friend noticed that he was very busy, and it would be better not to disturb him now and to do it a little later. He stepped back and sighed with relief. He was ashamed of his bad grade at the end. Now he is at a loss, but for now he will have to go back to see that 2-meter-tall Palicon, and all he can do right now is become stronger, so he returns to the castle tower, but there is no one there. To meet his new friend again, he needs to go where the light is brightest, and now he has before him your goal. You need to find this place that he spoke about. Looking around the edges of the bridge, he saw a very beautiful view, a very dense forest but high mountains, behind which there was already a beautiful sunset. The sun was so blinding that he had to shield his eyes with his hand and look at the area in this way. Taking a closer look, he saw some small house, and most likely this was the location he was told about. His leg had gone numb from standing for so long, and so his step was very rough. He went straight there. Kim, a couple of minutes later, was already there. In front of him was a huge but beautiful building. Approaching the gate, the boy noticed a dog that was looking at him and became wary at the sight of a stranger. A very beautiful shepherd dog, but angry, because it protects its territory. Jeju was not afraid of her at all, and entered the courtyard as if nothing had happened. Having skills related to animals, he tried to make friends with her. He found out that it was a boy and quite aggressive. He could not calm down. Hearing the barking of his 4-legged friend, the owner smiled, wondering who it could be, and was about to go out. His young friend stood in front of him, and the first thing he did was ask him if he had been able to solve his sudden problem. A little dog, who was always happy to see his owner, ran up to him, and he reciprocated and played with him. Our hero nodded his head. Somehow his plan had to work, and that was why he came to him to consult. But before they started their man-to-man conversation, the caring warrior asked if he had eaten today, and the boy confusedly replied that he had not. Placing his furry baby on the ground, Palakan suggested going inside before starting. He remembered the speech of his ancestors, who said that food is the most important thing. He had to obey him, and he opened the beautiful door behind him and began to look around out of curiosity. In front of him was a luxurious kitchen. It was obvious that a good designer had worked on it. The colors were in harmony with each other, as was its style. The very first problem that confronted him was whether to take off his shoes or not, but still, Jeju doubts that it is part of their culture. The man noticed him fiddling around on the threshold and demanded that he come through already. The young guy apologized for the intrusion when he saw the blonde woman. The lady turned to him and smiled broadly, greeting the new traveler, while she herself was cooking something delicious in a huge saucepan. Our hero took off his hood and in response expressed his joy at meeting her. The blonde's name is Chalet, and she was a little surprised that her husband invited someone to dinner. She was very curious who it was. The food was already ready. It was fried eggs together with grilled sausages, which emanated a very pleasant smell, making your mouth water. The guy became a little embarrassed and blushed, turned away from her. The guys in the chat laughed and thought that he fell in love with a married woman. Palakan also saw this, and jerking his fork, demanded that he sit down at the table, after which he literally jumped off his feet. The lady of the house prepared the food that she usually gives to travelers, and they really love to gobble it up. Sausages, sandwiches, fish, whatever your heart desires. When she sat him down at the table, the green-eyed woman looked at her husband with anger. She began to scold him for messing around in the castle tower, and he began to object, and a small conflict arose between them, as always. From the outside, it looked pretty funny. Such a muscular and strong warrior gets a slap on the wrist from such a fragile woman. Our hero didn't even know that he was henpecked. After talking to her, he ran up to his guest and asked him to talk quickly, but he glanced at his plate, making it clear that he had not finished eating yet. He nodded his head and darted out the door, promising to meet her outside after he finished his meal. A minute later, he finally emptied the vessel and praised the hostess for such a delicious dish. She was very happy that her work was appreciated. Kim left the building and slowly opened the door, looking for his friend. And he, as always, was playing with his dog, but it seemed he was a little out of sorts. If it weren't for this little boy and his wife Chalet, he says he would have gone crazy a long time ago and would be wandering around the snowy fields without a drop of hope for anything good. The man saw his guest coming towards him and rose from his knees. Jeju shared his thought that his wife was a very wonderful person. He just laughed. For him, she was ideal. But there is something that he would like to ask the young guy again. Is he really a traveler? To which our hero nodded his head confidently and without doubt. And now the long-haired man became interested in how they looked to him. Because the world is coming to an end, but they continue to live their meaningless lives on repeat. Maybe he thinks they are funny, but no, that's not true at all. Whether they cling to the absurd belief that there is a savior, or do as he says, they have simply found a way to survive and hold on morally. And therefore the brunette confidently denies his words. Such a simple answer seemed strange to him. Was that really all he could say? Looking him seriously in the eyes, the Korean said the same thing as last time. This made the giant laugh a little, and now he was truly interested in what was going on in this young man's head. And what seemed very strange to him from the very beginning was that Jeju was not a bad guy at all. The 2-meter-tall man expressed this directly, slightly hugging his new friend. Kim decided to share that he is currently in a rather difficult situation, and therefore it is very important for him to master the necessary skills and become a warrior. The bearded man looked at him with slight interest and guessed that this was somehow connected with his task. Without waiting for an answer, he already said goodbye to him and wished him a good night's sleep, but this slightly surprised our hero. He did not even ask why he needed it. Having laughed slightly, Palakan still stood by his request to go to bed, and tomorrow they would discuss this issue. The owner of the drinking dens watched him go, and thought that under normal circumstances he would have taken advantage of the housing next to the Fountain of Trials. But there was one problem. He has almost no time for any training now, and he can't waste an hour on all sorts of trifles, because right now his life is on the line and he needs to do everything to raise his level. But his morning turned out to be restless. He was awakened by a loud cry with a question about what kind of power he wanted with multiple possible answers. Only after rubbing his eyes, Jeju asked if they would give him time to wash up and have something to eat, but they didn't even let him spend the night inside. His new personal trainer shared his wisdom that such things only give big weight after a good workout, and the little guy talks like a weakling. He looked at it and shared that he would like to learn the skill and axe handling used in this place. After all, this is the weapon that he is most familiar with, and it is also the one that the warriors of Taruha wield best, and plus Palaham specializes in them. The man crossed his arms and concluded that he had already learned the skills of the Empire, but that was not the case. Although it looks rather strange, it is better not to dwell on it so as not to waste time, but before the start he did not like the clothes of this fighter. He looked at himself and didn't quite understand what was going on, but when he looked up, he saw an enraged trainer who demanded that he take it off right now. He couldn't get his head around how this guy could wear clothes that were meant to protect their owner. It would only interfere with training. Taking off his cloak, he nodded his head, and deep down he began to understand that it made sense. Since he could control her, she would automatically react in case of danger, which was definitely not needed now. The long-haired man approached him and praised him for his excellent physical shape, hinting that probably quite a lot of girls were running after him. He immediately became embarrassed and blushed slightly. And now it was time to begin. The warrior began to warm up and chatted with him at the same time. But Jeju didn't quite hear him and wanted to ask again, but he didn't have time, and a fist was already flying towards him. The streamer managed to dodge in time, although he was a little scared by such a surprise. The kid yelled at him because he didn't warn him that he was going to start. His coach just laughed and this time said he would focus on his legs. The student strained them well, adding reinforcement to make sure they could withstand it. The giant swung his sword as hard as he could, causing quite a lot of damage. The boy stood confidently on his feet, although he was in great pain from such incredible male blows. Blue Eyes praised him for the fact that his friend had not yet learned the skills, but could already use the power of nature. It was truly amazing. His jokes didn't quite please his interlocutor, and he threatened to leave if there was too much talking. Or maybe this was also part of the training. Palaham laughed and scolded him for the fact that he was the only one who was talking too much here, and now he would receive a blow to the head, which for the first time could frighten him so much. And all because he didn't have a chance to dodge, so he blocked it with his hand, not thinking of anything better. After such force, his hand shook violently, as if he had been hit by a huge hammer. He just grinned, looking at him. This is not the end, this is just the beginning, and it's time to continue. First the chin, then the stomach, then the head again, his sides, and so it went in a circle very quickly. Our hero was covered in bruises, and his shirt was dirty from the kick, and he was also very tired, and this big guy had no intention of stopping, as if he hadn't done anything. His limbs could no longer support him. The pain was incredibly strong, and not only there, his eyes began to slowly close. This time, Jeju reached his limit and fell to the ground without strength, because he had not even had breakfast and was fighting on an empty stomach. The man approached the man lying there and again began to remind him of these skills of the Empire. Hearing his voice, he immediately opened his eyes and breathing heavily looked at him. After such a good thrashing, all his thoughts were in a fog, and he no longer understood what this giant wanted from him. But suddenly, a system appeared in front of him. Kim instantly opened his eyes wide and began to read what was written there. It said that he had learned a new skill, the martial art of Taruhi, which he really enjoyed. So much so that he felt a surge of energy and strength. It's just perfect. The boy literally broke into a smile, and none of the viewers in the chat had seen such a skill before, which is very surprising and unusual. Finally, he found the strength to rise somehow, leaning his hand on the incredibly cold ground. It seems that not only his fans were shocked, but also our hero himself. But how pleased he was. And since our hero received it after being beaten, it is most likely a passive, which is a very good skill. It is also important to know what this wants, and is not indicated in the system. Users divide such skills into two main types. And the first one is active ones, which users need to call. The second one is passive. They allow it to be supported constantly, and are created by frequent use of the first type. But there is also another way, although it has very small chances, but still, during the use of a high-ranking skill, and such do not consume mana or aura. And now the man, holding his own hands on his chest, asks him not to tell him that he was wrong, but the boy suspects that he is afraid that his friend could be mistaken. Rubbing his rather thick stubble, the long-haired man said that he wanted to test him, and also thought that Jeju was looking for an excuse to stop beating him. These words touched our hero. He only smiled, but in fact inside he was angry. And suddenly rising to his feet, he suggested continuing what he had started. Now is a very good time to try out his new skill, so he activates his left leg. With a warning cry, he said that he was advancing right now, confidently breaking forward. The bearded man froze in place, his incredible speed and professional movement clearly worthy of already calling him a warrior of Taruha. Besides, he was able to imitate his movement after seeing them only a few times, and now his fist is almost at his opponent's face. But he intercepted Jeju's blow, literally a couple of centimeters from his face. Apparently, his initial breakthrough was good, but his attacks were still clumsy. He wanted to say that he still had a long way to go. But before Palaham could finish speaking, he received a powerful kick. The men stood motionless for literally a couple of seconds. Our hero raised his head, asking with a slight smile what he wanted to tell him. The giant squeezed his hand even harder now, but not as hard as he had the first time they met. Longhair realized that the blow had been a distraction, a rather obvious move, but he admitted that it was his own fault for letting his guard down. The young guy looked at him and thought he first wanted to test the skill in action, but as soon as he rushed to run forward before this small incident, Kim changed his mind about doing so. As he jogged a little, his body felt incredibly light, as if he could fly into the sky right now. For the first time in his life, he felt that he was capable of anything he wanted. And at the moment of the blow, he was filled with confidence and gave free rein to the desire to do this with Palaham. And now he began to ask him to let go of his hand. For him, this was probably a shameful omission. The long-haired man looked at him with a wide smile and repeated his phrase, and our hero only turned his head away from him, smiling slyly. Meanwhile, I was watching everything that was happening in his yard. The dog was sitting near his house, guarding. He was sad that he was not surprised by the attention of his beloved master, or at least that traveler. And the same guys continued their training, and this time harder than they had been a couple of minutes ago. Finally, Palaham was able to knock him down, and now he can laugh at him again, as a joke, of course. Kim Jae-ju began to rise slightly from the ground, with a trembling voice. He said that he thought that they were going to kill him now. He only laughed and said that he was holding back. His wife was already tired of listening to their battle cries from the window. She herself was angry and was already calling the men for breakfast. Her satisfied husband approached his fighter, hugged him slightly, and invited him into the house. The level of passive skill, as the viewers say, is not so easy to raise. Our guy's fists became more ardent after such training. This man is really an excellent teacher. And I don't know, his fans are already divided. Some consider it a very useful martial art, and some not so much. But our hero just stared at the sky even though it had been gloomy for an eternity. And now he quickly changed the subject and sternly addressed his subscribers, asking if it was time for them to start having a snack too, and they laughed at him kindly. The young man was reprimanded for changing the subject so quickly, but he merely folded his arms across his chest and pretended that he had nothing to do with it. Well, then he heard strange sounds after his mind had come to its senses a little and turned back. There he saw his trainer together with his dog, who was very sad without him. It was high time for him to have breakfast. Even though it was almost daytime, the fluffy one would be happy with any treat. Our hero also thought about his little animals. They are probably also hungry. They need to find the stones that they love so much. But now, Palaham's look became too serious. He thought about the task he received. He guessed that it was related to the destruction of the ice giant, or the demonic beast. The young fighter felt a little awkward, scratched his cheek and nodded his head. The 2-meter-tall man turned away from him and looked at the view of the mountains. Now everything becomes clear why he asked to teach him. And there is one strange thing. Considering the abilities of this young guy, the effects of his strange clothes, did he really need this? But our hero was going to meet him from the very beginning anyway. How he was interrupted here? The man thinks that he no longer has a reason to force him to come here. There are two options. Most likely our hero received a task that he did not want, or it was an impossible test, to which the brunette raised an eyebrow. If the latter option is more suitable, then it becomes clear that the whole thing is about that huge flower. The jock guessed that it was this that Jeju had to destroy. and he stood there, and a terrible aura emanated from him. While Palaham looked at him, he clarified everything several times already, whether he was right. At this moment, our hero's thoughts were all confused. He didn't know what to answer right now, whether it was worth revealing all the cards, so to speak. And finally, he nodded his head, which meant that the answer to his question was yes. There was no point in lying. The jock laughed. God plays, according to him, sometimes evil jokes, sometimes quite cruel. Is he really a believer? During the conversation, the owner of the Popoevs understands that this is indeed the case, and also asks his opinion whether it would be pointless to try to destroy this huge thing. Coming closer to the gate, Palaham said that he believed that there was nothing in this world that did not have meaning. What is meaningless for one may be the most important thing for another. Leaning on parts of the wooden blocks, he began to think. These words made young Jeju think, and indeed they are. In this case, it will be very important for him to get help from him, which is what he asks his muscular friend for. As the wind blew through his thin hair, he looked into the distance, waiting for an answer to his question. The man also stood next to him and for now said nothing. But after a couple of seconds, he turned to his student with a smile and without any doubt agreed to respond to his request. And now he suggests moving on, and the Korean looked at him with slight surprise, not understanding what he had in mind. Palaham laughed slightly and pointed his finger at this huge flowering plant, which only brings grief, of course. In order to defeat the enemy, you need to understand him. And he, their enemy, swayed back and forth in the wind, his nasty tentacles constantly changing shape, from smoother to rougher. Well, such a request scared our guy a little. He was worried that he still hadn't learned combat skills. The giant pouted and pretended to be offended, which made him a little worried. The kid agreed to go, but on the condition that if it became too dangerous, they would have to leave this place. It was obvious that he was fired up by this idea, and he promised to get ready and prepare right away. Our hero simply had no choice. He is sure that his comrade would have been upset if he had not offered him to go with him to that dangerous zone. Like a real dog, the four-legged boy senses when one of his especially close people is sad and came to cheer up Jeju. His furry friends, who are constantly sitting in the spatial backpack, also felt his frowning face. It's high time for them to show up and join in raising the spirit. The kids were very jealous of their new shaggy friend, and one of them looked at him angrily, but the shepherd just walked around the little ones. The look of the little ones made him feel a little scared. Kim laughed a little, hugging his little balls of happiness, and asked for forgiveness from his new friend. Finally, he was able to play with them after a long time. Jeju apologized for not being able to let them out earlier, and at that moment the door of the house opens and Palaham comes out. Our hero did not notice how he had crept up behind him and asked where he got these strange things from, which made him confused. He couldn't think of anything better to say than that they just appeared here, just like that, out of nowhere. It seemed that the blue-eyed man was not entirely interested in this, and he reacted coldly. There was some awkward pause between them. The boy was holding the Popov, and the long-haired man was looking at him. The Korean couldn't think of anything better than asking the name of his dog. The man actually forgot to introduce him to him. The brown-eyed baby has the name Kola Chanta, or you can just call him Chanta. It sounds very cute. Jeju even blushed slightly and began to feel touched. To distract his attention, he looked over the fence into the distance at the mountains. Some kind of snowy weather was approaching. And later he found the heart of the organism, which still bothers him, and the fluffy babies that he released walked in the snow, exploring the area. This source of destruction, which served as the fall of Taruha, did not give him any peace. The big question was whether he would be able to destroy it. But since the administrator intervened in the matter, he simply has to do it at any cost. He has no second choice. In addition, a few hours earlier in the morning, the two men had been talking pleasantly, telling each other that the Sun Warrior had invited the traveler to his home for dinner. They couldn't understand what he was thinking. An invitation from the greatest fighter himself, an honor that was only given to those who had proven their majestic skills. A man of the same direction, Leto Centurion, was a terrible drunkard and loved to drink a lot, which is why his head is now splitting. When he came to his senses, he shared his opinion with his friend that he was again having fun purely out of boredom, but he didn't think so at all. This time, everything was completely different. Karen reported to him that the captain and that traveler had been sparring together, and therefore there were very strong doubts that he was not serious this time. The man with the ponytail on his head was very surprised. How could it be that this giant agreed to this? But now he felt funny, and he laughed out loud. If you think about it, then this was what you could expect. That's just him. Now he even feels sorry for this young guy. In a quiet voice, the gray-haired friend said that this warrior had not looked truly happy for a long time, and the smile immediately disappeared from Leto's face. Getting up from his warm bed, he began to put on his boots, and he really became interested in what was going on there. They had nothing to do anyway, and so it was better to start doing something than to try to forget themselves in a bar and then suffer. He ran as fast as he could, and Karun watched him go. With a wide smile on his face, the red-haired man happily declared that he wanted to meet this interesting traveler, pretending that it would be a completely random encounter. Of course, he wanted them to go together to look at this little man, but his friend Karun was categorically against it. It was better for him to sit at home, and so she sent him alone. But he seemed to have no choice. The drunk grabbed him by the hood and dragged him straight there, jokingly telling him that he would allow him to die a peaceful death. They had to walk on foot through a large coniferous forest, which was covered in snow. Leto was very pleased and even put 500 coins that it would be fun for sure, happy going with a weapon in hand. His partner moved with great difficulty and was literally out of breath. He could not believe that he had used real money. Waving his axe, he declared that he did not consider money to be of any value in their world. Clutching his weapon tightly, the red-haired man expressed his opinion that they needed to cooperate with the saviors, although it sounded like sarcasm. Karun got a little angry after this. This man does everything to make it sound noble, although in fact, the drunkard spends his savings on buying drinks for travelers, nothing more. He interrupted him, saying that they had already arrived at the place. The men were looking with interest at the location where they found themselves. The red-haired girl threw a surprised glance at him and winked at something. Quietly, bending down so that no one would notice them, they decided to come closer. It was quite difficult to do this silently, as the snow crunched beneath them. Standing near the fence, they saw how this brave warrior was fighting with some young man, and quite hard. Our hero could barely defend himself. His hands were all red after such a beating, but it was even a pleasant feeling of training. This time, his counterpunches were much more confident and much stronger. He was even able to swing his leg and hit from a spinning position. The men who were peeping quietly were amazed that this giant could somehow control his strength. And the gray-haired man remembered that their friend only beat him like that when he was punishing him. Summer turned to him and raised an eyebrow. Now was not the time for jokes. But he didn't seem to be going to do that. And for just one moment, the red-haired man thought that this guy in front of him, Jeju, was not a traveler at all. His light, agile, and quite professional movements are very similar to the fighting style of the warrior Taruha. It looked incredibly strong. Our hero was already almost fighting on equal terms with his trainer, although he was not giving it his all. Even though Pahalam controls his power during the attack, this guy is still able to maintain a good stance while simultaneously looking for suitable opportunities to counter. He looks pretty good with such skills, in Let's opinion he could easily qualify for the position of centurion. The man caught himself in these thoughts in time. What was he thinking about? However, his partner also believes that this unusual traveler is an excellent fighter. His skills are amazing. His commander is holding back, and it's scary to imagine what would have happened if he had fought seriously, and he had finally completed training and allowed the student to have breakfast. It would have been pointless to stand any longer, so they wanted to sleep. He opened his eyes after a while, when his gray-haired partner began to slowly wake him up. The green-eyed man somehow woke up and didn't quite understand what was happening. He had an incredibly wonderful dream, after which he did not want to return to Suvorov's reality, and therefore asked to give him a couple more minutes. But it was not the time to relax. Karen, as his friend, decided to joke a little and said that there was a snake nearby. After hearing this, he immediately jumped up from his place and screamed. Looking around in terrible panic, he realized that he had been fooled. There was no one else here. He just laughed and said that he was talking about himself. This slightly angered the sleepy man, and he gritted his teeth. No one likes to be deceived like this, and especially at such a moment. Now they had to speak in whispers. Karun said that the commander had left the house again after a short rest. Sighing heavily, the red-haired man began to slowly get up. As always, there was a faithful dog next to the boys. Jeju was talking to him nicely, but then the warriors noticed something strange on him. That this young guy has those very spirits of the world tree on his shoulders? The gray-haired man nodded his head. As far as his memory served him, he remembered that not a single traveler here had these dangerous creatures, and they decided to simply ask. Karun was really excited about this idea. These little ones looked pretty cute. You just wanted to hug them or at least touch them. The viewers in the chat were the first to hear the footsteps and warned our hero that someone was coming towards them, and one of the drunks stared and watched. The strong fighter turned to them and, raising an eyebrow, decided to find out who had come, since no one was expecting anyone. The red-haired man first greeted the commander of the Sun Warriors, expressing his honor to him, and Palicum decided to ask what he was doing there. He was sure that this man, as always, was lying drunk somewhere in a bar. It wasn't hard to guess that these guys had come specifically because of the strange traveler, and yet, be that as it may, the long-haired man had to introduce him. The young man stood and looked at them with a slight smile, and now that they had come closer, he seemed rather strange to them. The bearded man expressed his gratitude for the acquaintance, although he felt a little uneasy. Just a moment ago he was fighting like a warrior, but judging by his attire, he was nothing more than an ordinary citizen of the Empire. It seemed as if his thoughts were read. Seeing the condemning look, his trainer frowned. And now it was time for him to introduce himself. Leto gave his name and introduced himself as a centurion of the great commander Taruka. Laughing slightly, the Korean told about himself that he was an ordinary traveler. Palaham decided to tell about Karen, who was not himself. He began to praise him, although he was not a warrior but quite smart, and in intelligence he was second only to the queen, which embarrassed him a little and he became confused. The man felt very awkward. He was very quiet and did not like to talk about himself, and could only express gratitude for the meeting, to which our hero nodded his head. And the blue-eyed kids looked at the new kids with great affection, blinking their eyelids and smiling slightly. For some reason they began to behave strangely, interfering with their owner's dialogue with important people, climbing onto his hands and then onto his head. And Karun began to be so touched that he couldn't even contain his emotions. Up close, these fluffy creatures were even cuter. Looking at them, he could not hold back a smile, and wanted to come closer to them and touch them, at least with one finger, but they looked at him with slight bewilderment. Another drinking party was interrupted by Palaham's loud cry. Everyone present looked at him slightly frightened. He clapped his hands. He was just thinking about knowing how to take more people with him, and it was great that these guys decided to show themselves to him. He turned to his friend Leto and asked about his plans. Whether he wanted to do something, he was a little confused and asked what exactly. Pointing at the snow-capped mountains where it was already snowing and windy, it became clear where they were going. The man was a little scared and didn't understand why it was necessary, but the giant laughed and asked them to relax, because they just wanted to sit there for a while. The brave warrior nodded his head, and no matter how scared he was, he happily agreed, but his gray-haired friend was very afraid. However, he had one condition. Taking an axe out of his pocket, the red-haired man swung it at the young guy. He was very interested in this so-called traveler. He really wanted to spar with him before the start. In his opinion, he was too arrogant. Leto was fired up with the idea of showing to him what such present greatness Taruki. His partner was very afraid. He would really like to just sit still and touch the furry little animals and not all this. The red-haired man continued to tease Jaju. He would not like to go with him and risk his life, and he believes that he has the right to know what this boy is capable of. But our hero could not even imagine that the centurion himself would ask for a sparring match. If he could not get approval from Palaham, then his backup plan was to ask this man to train him. And that's why he confidently took his backpack off his shoulders and placed it on the ground, with a wide smile agreeing to accept his challenge. Fertilizer summer will not be superfluous for him. The caring brunette let the kids out for a walk somewhere far away, so as not to expose them to danger during the battle. It was winter outside, real winter. There was a strong wind. But fortunately, just before the start of the small test, it died down and we could begin. The muscular trainer asked his student if he really intended to fight in the clothes he had come to him in from the very beginning. Since this was a training battle, the boy was not against it, and his opponent approached them. He thought this outfit was very special for an ordinary traveler. The long-haired man, twitching his fingers, wanted to show that she was moving as if she were alive, which surprised him greatly. This made Summer laugh a little. Was he really worried about him just because of some moving clothes? Now is the time for me to chat and relax. The men needed weapons for a real battle. Jeju has his own, but the enemy does not. He had to ask Karun for help. But suddenly he was distracted by a very strange sound of a snake under his feet. But looking around he saw no one and only shrugged his shoulders. The green-eyed man looked up at the young guy. Maybe this was his doing. However, he also did not understand anything, and looked around, a little wary. Now was not the time. Now he needed to create his own weapon, and it was everyone's favorite axe, which the warrior immediately began to find fault with, as if he was copying them. To which Jeju merely shrugged his shoulders, saying that this was one of the functions of his clothes, but he had come across a cocky man. His weapon is quite ordinary, with a large sharp blade at the end, which is attached to a long handle. Anyone will agree that it is true that you can think so, but it is very convenient in battles. The red-haired man didn't understand everything at all when he saw a similar blade. Now it seemed to him that this man was laughing at Taruka. In response, he smiled broadly, and he really did have interesting clothes. And since this duel was designed to find out his abilities, the opponent promised not to hold back himself and his strength. Leto doesn't have the best impression of this traveler. He considers him too arrogant, and therefore, it's time to attack. He was a fair distance away from him, so he made a small run before jumping at Yeja with a blow. There was an incredible fire of anger burning in his eyes, and the spectators did not understand at all why this was happening. The man was making a strong swing, hoping to split his head. And so the first blow was delivered with a loud bang when he closed his eyes. He assumed that what happened to me during the battle with the commander was an accident, looking at the enemy with an evil smile. But our hero held on tightly. He quickly reacted to his attack and was able to hold onto the axe. Grasping the handle tighter, he was able to throw the big guy aside, but here he just kept flashing his teeth. Without wasting any time, he made a powerful leap upward and prepared for his next attacks. Although he was able to attack deftly, swinging at his opponent with incredible speed, he still managed to dodge his blade. Their weapons intertwined with each other with a loud sound that made everyone flinch. And now, unfortunately for Jeju, Leto manages to hook and knock the axe out of his hands. You just swallowed a big lump in your throat, and the audience didn't understand why he was hiding his true strength, because he had these gloves, which weren't for decoration at all. The smug warrior just laughed, and looking at him, the boy thought, if they looked at his character because he used the power of the cloak, they would most likely consider him a coward who could not do anything on his own. And precisely because of this, he hoped to post something for the most extreme case, for the future, so to speak. But it seems there is no other way out, and the time has come. At that moment, the red-haired man heard some strange crunching sound and became very wary. He had heard it somewhere before. When he looked away at the young guy, his hand seemed to be fettered by something, and these were strange, intertwined pieces of an incomprehensible liquid, which were very strong but also slimy. These strange things entangled his hand and weapon, and could not let go, no matter how hard he tried to pull it out. Leto glanced at his opponent, his incredible speed astounding him. He just stood and looked at him, and behind him the cloak, which had already split into pieces, fluttered. Kim Jaju came closer to him and looked at him without saying anything. He used his power very unexpectedly and at the right time. His opponent stood and did not move, periodically trying to nervously pull out his axe in his hand, which had literally grown to him. And so, the young guy looked him straight in the eyes, and in a calm, cold tone suggested that they put an end to the battle. The bearded man just glared at him, gritting his teeth. It turns out he didn't hear right when he heard a snake somewhere nearby. Now it's clear what the matter is. The red-haired one began to try to get out again. Once again, yes, this boy was able to stop his attack. But for him and his stubbornness, this does not mean that everything is over. He is not going to give up. The grip of the vines has loosened and he can move. He is eager to teach this commoner a lesson. Seeing that he still had no intention of calming down, Jeju sighed heavily. This time he had to act a little more harshly. Controlling his unusual strength, he wrapped the so-called snake around his neck, and again he cannot move. And in principle, there is no point in resisting now. Jeju gives him the same recommendation that it is not even worth trying. And since he doesn't listen, he has no choice but to threaten him with a blow that is even more serious than the ones that were before. When the kid put a multitude of blades to his neck, he once again suggested that he stop doing this. But he just looked at him and gritted his teeth. He really didn't want to stop. The red-haired man wanted to win over him and satisfy his sense of pride, which had now dropped to 0. Our hero looks him straight in the eyes, calmly, as always, and simply waits for an answer. Their staring was interrupted by Palaham, who clapped his hands and slowly began to approach them to finally stop them. In any case, he believes that victory belongs to the traveler, and proudly speaks about it, looking first at one, then at the other. Even though he didn't want to do it, Leto raised his hands and admitted that he had lost this battle. Our hero removed those sharp things from him, and if it weren't for his equipment, he wouldn't have won. Shaking himself off after that, the warrior already pretended that he didn't care. This man suggests that Jade should rejoice, but if it weren't for Letanto's power, he would definitely lose. Besides, since this red-haired one tries to show himself well in front of Palaham, it is very easy to get him emotional. He even envied him for praising someone else. In order not to waste time on all sorts of trifles, they began to collect things and go to the place where they needed to go, and found themselves in a small town. And already during the trip, the guys did not understand their commander, why he was dragging such luggage if they were going to the very center of the Ratun Mountains cluster. Karun continued to be indignant about why he didn't take a sleeping bag or a mat at least to spread on the ground. Although he himself said last time that warriors don't need such things, but after that he caught a cold from the fact that he simply slept in the middle of the street under the sky, people looked at them from the side. This chatter had already become boring to him, and he received a slap on the head from the Sun Warrior. Our hero was surprised at how he could grumble at the commander like that. It was obvious that he was a professional in this matter. The other guys in the team listened silently and only sighed heavily. And then, Palakam rushed forward to Jed's and asked where his spirits were. He did not quite understand what was going on until his pets were compared to cotton balls. After laughing a little, the brunette said that they were sitting quietly and peacefully in the backpack. His coach was pleased that they were happy with him, and therefore asked him to treat them with more respect. The whole way the men chatted, laughed, discussed whatever they wanted. The beginning was easy. The very word perfume made him a little nervous, and he thought about it most of the time. These popoi appeared after the destruction of the world tree. They are not magical beasts in essence. There is also very little information about their habitat, but no one knows how and why they were created. While he was wondering whether Palaham knew anything about them, they had already arrived at the beautiful building they were about to leave. Most of the time the boys walked in silence, each thinking about his own things. Only occasionally did they exchange a word, and their captain walked ahead. One moment, and he turned around, asked the guys if they were all ready to have fun with him right now. A powerful energy was coming off him. Kim stood motionless and just stared. He had nothing to say after he saw what was ahead. And there were huge mountains. Incredibly heavy snow was falling, which blinded the eyes, and as you climbed higher, it became even more violent. The wind took your breath away. The men looked down their path, where the hardest part would begin right now. There were a lot of steep slopes that they had to climb, and there was also a lot of snow, almost knee-deep, which made the task more difficult. Kim Jaju turned to the boys as he heard that they were not feeling well and asked if anyone needed help. The gray-haired man, it turns out, was the only one who was tired. He was very short of breath, but he still asked through a smile not to worry about him. Although, of course, it was obvious that he had lied to him. Karun was not a warrior, and he was much weaker than everyone else, and Palaham had handed him a huge amount of luggage and did not think at all about his condition. "Jed's got tired of watching this bullying," he shouted after his coach. The boy wanted to ask for a little rest, but the long-haired man raised his hand. The brunette looked up and was a little scared by what he saw. A strange creature with sharp fangs and a nose that steams from its eternal rage stands right in their path. It seems very familiar, similar to a yeti. The beastly look is impossible to distinguish from anyone. Growling, it stares at the commander. And there was a whole crowd of such ice giants, not just small but huge. However, even so, there was not a drop of fear in Palaham's eyes. He confidently collided head-on with one of them, laughing playfully. The thug made terrible sounds, but even this did not frighten the men. The long-haired man also did not give up his position and shouted something in an incomprehensible language in response to him. These two guys were very noisy, so much so that our hero's ears were blocked, but they won't be able to go further unless they run into them. Having thrown off his things, one of the team members asked the traveler to stay where he was and not go anywhere. Karen, taking something out of his backpack, asked them to stay put and deal with the stragglers, but Kim did not want to leave them alone and wanted to participate too. Leto, wiping his weapon, only grinned. For warriors, this is nonsense according to him, Pride played again, and he demanded the young guy to stay behind and watch their skill. The gray-haired man had already begun to install some strange things in the snow, and our daredevil was watching him. These things looked like stakes, although they looked more massive and durable. And yes, he almost guessed, it was some kind of security device, although at first he wanted to use it to set up camp, but under the current circumstances it would do. The brunette raised an eyebrow and looked at him with slight confusion. This was somehow strange. But from the way he pounded these things into the ground with his fists, he even shuddered. Incredible strength. Poor Jaju's ears were already tired of all the sounds that were here. There, those bloodthirsty beasts growling, and here they were beating on hard material. Finally, this nightmare was over. Karun had finished installing his strange equipment, and all that was left for him to do was tighten the strings. It looked like some kind of fence, and he asked the traveler to take care of the things by throwing the backpack over it. And he himself slowly turned back, looking at what was happening behind him. Kim saw his sensei returning. He didn't understand why, because he had to fight them. He just laughed in response, because there was no need for that. The man entrusted this task to other guys, who were warriors, and they looked at their opponents with satisfaction and prepared to attack. The ice giants screamed and ran on all fours like monkeys, their roars becoming more and more terrifying each time. The thugs were advancing in a huge crowd, covering the main boss from behind everyone. They wouldn't let anyone through so easily. Leto was already preparing to attack. Laughing menacingly, he chose his opponents, keeping his axe with him. Having made a sharp jump straight towards them, a couple of seconds later he had killed several creatures at once. Seeing what happened to his comrade, the huge monster became even more angry and went to that quiet guy. He stood there and didn't move for now, mentally developing a plan of how to act now. But in principle, these creatures are unpredictable, and it's better to decide what to do with them as you go along. And there was no time to think. The monster swung its huge paw and was about to cut him in half, but the agile man managed to dodge underneath it. Besides this, he even managed to attack him, and it turns out he wounded his hand with which he tried to hurt him, and it looked like it was incredibly painful. The ice giants must have pretty sensitive skin. While he was distracted by his injury, an incredibly brave warrior approached him and grabbed him tightly by the leg. It was quite difficult to get a full grip on this boar, but he managed, and now he just has to move it from its place. With a little effort, the toothy creature was already flying to the ground with a loud roar. Karun was able to knock it down. It fell head first right at our hero's feet, almost hitting him, and he had to move away a little. He looked at him and was greatly amazed by such incredible power. And now he looked at Leto, who used the power that was overwhelming him to quickly reduce the number of these creatures. While the red-haired one already has less speed and strength, deals with those that his partner missed, incredible harmony reigns between them. And besides, Jeju had no idea how such a quiet man could fight so bravely. While he stood and watched them, a huge ogre had already approached him from behind and was ready to tear him to pieces. The same one is not amiss. Activating his cloak power, he instantly did it first than he did. In front of him, 2 more monsters appeared, which were more than 3 meters tall. A second later, they were gone. It was enough to attack from behind, which is what one member of the team did. This battle, although quick, was quite brutal. A monstrous spectacle. Our hero thanked his coach for his help. There was an incredibly deafening pressure during their battle. It seemed to him that his eardrums would burst. After such a hot battle, heavy snowfall began in the mountains. Although it looks quite beautiful, it makes the journey a little difficult. There were traces of their battle all around, a bunch of scattered monsters that would never get back on their feet and would not be able to stop them. The other ice giants saw the results of their enemy's work and began to retreat back a little. Their commander, so to speak, growled menacingly, saying something in an incomprehensible language. It seems he was addressing his subordinates, and they began to talk to each other somehow. Soon they turned around and went about their business, without even looking back at those who had come here. Summer and the commander bumped fists, smiling broadly. Karun, however, put his unusual equipment back in place and looked askance at these guys, show-offs. He had nothing more to say. The red-haired comrade turned around and looked at him. It seemed that he had heard everything, and in order not to stir up the conflict, he said that the guys had done a great job. And by the way, these ice giants have completely gone crazy. No one could understand why the hell they came down here. One of the warriors even began to doubt whether they were really descending to the foot of the mountains and not sitting somewhere in the middle of them. The long-haired ones just laughed, rubbing their beard. They haven't gone crazy at all, and such behavior is not something extremely unusual. This time, Karen guessed that they were being played again, and yes, it was true while they spent their money drinking away all day at the bar. The gray-haired man was very angry about this, and he no longer understood when he was laughing at them and when he was not. Meanwhile, our hero was wondering how his former duel opponent was doing while he was shaking snow off his backpack. The brown-eyed man was already fed up with such jokes, and he asked them to stop because the city residents consider the travelers to be saviors, and if they bring the end closer, they will only lose their trust. The man does not understand at all why he is so worried about this, because the world will meet its end anyway. On this note, his quiet friend fell silent, and our hero went over all the words he had said in his head. It usually takes a year for the body's heart to fully bloom, and the one he saw from the castle walls is nowhere near an adult. And in order for it to fully open up, it will take about 5 or 7 months, and our hero will be able to destroy it only when that hour comes. But unfortunately, this city will meet its end much earlier, and all because of Palaham. This person is not the same at all, and the one he knows behaved completely differently. He fired a magic cannon from the castle walls into the very heart of the organism, causing incredible damage. And also, besides this, he will attack personally and create a big commotion in this place. After this, the plant, in order to recover from the injuries it received, will begin to aggressively absorb all the life force from the earth. This strange creation of nature uses all the remaining power after recovery for growth. If you think about it, it cannot be that Palaham does not know about this, and instead of considering it a release of anger for the repeated destruction of the world, it happens differently. When he was distracted from his thoughts, he asked his quiet comrade if he could ask him something, to which he nodded his head. He wondered if when a jock did something like that, the townspeople and the higher-ups were notified of his actions or not. The brown-eyed man, hearing the question, was a little confused and did not know what to answer. In fact, he himself is interested in this. Most likely they don't know. Well, or maybe not, Karun thought for a minute, looking in a completely different direction. And then he decided not to continue his speech and silently walked on with his huge bag on his back and advised his talkative friend to do the same. He just stood there, periodically squinting his eyes from the snow, and thought about what could be going on based on his reaction. There aren't many people in Taruka who are able to contain the spread of information, and as he walked through the crunchy snow, he couldn't get his thoughts together. The men simply walked forward without any hesitation or stops. Meanwhile, right in front of him, Palaham was already hard at work, breaking down trees, and he asked the guy if he knew why there was so little white cover here. But then he was interrupted. Karun ran up to him and panickedly wanted to say something. Leto snorted in displeasure. He probably had a reason for mentioning that. In the city there is a warm and beautiful stone, which rests deep under Tarua. It is used not only by great magical engineers, but also by the Empire's technicians who secretly call here to create devices. It is a kind of heater, and thanks to this there is no snow in the city, and people can live in warmth and comfort. Jeju had definitely never seen anything like this in the video, and he asked why he told him about it. Palaham merely patted him on the shoulder and hinted that he had revealed a small secret for an ordinary traveler. From now on he will call him Chanta, like his dog, but perhaps this word has another meaning. And if we are going to talk about it, then definitely not now, according to the 2-meter jock. The best time has not yet come, and he needs to think about it. And he playfully but strongly hit the boy on the back. Jaiju didn't expect such an unexpected move, and froze a little in place, but when he looked up he was shocked. There were old, crumbling trees all around, from which some kind of terribly creepy slime was dripping. He turned the other way and saw an almost identical picture. Everything looked quite scary. And in the very center of this strange swamp was the very organism they had been looking for. All the guys tried to take a closer look at him, and he emanated an ominous aura, and also a sharp and unpleasant smell. It was the only living plant among all the rot that was here. Jeju boldly stepped into his territory, and the ground began to crunch strangely under his feet. But besides this, if you come even closer, you will hear an interesting and calming sound from it, as if in the womb. And now if you imagine the moment when this terrible creature wakes up, and what will happen to Taruka, it's scary to even think about it. The brunette looked at it with horror in his eyes. It seemed to have gotten bigger. Karen snorted with displeasure, and hinted that it was all thanks to this giant who stood right next to him and was always smiling. And by the way, it seems that someone has already been here, but would the ice giants have allowed them to even set foot here? And as Leto reasons, Judging by the fact that there are traces of a battle, but no bodies, then most likely they were swallowed up by this terrible creature. The gray-haired guy doesn't understand what they should do now, since the traveler is still with them, then it's worth going back. He laughed as always and called our hero Chanta again, which began to irritate most people. While the giant turned away, Karen began to show something with his fingers in panic, and Jeju took this as a signal to run away. He's not going to lag behind, though. This is a great opportunity. Right now in front of him is a man who fought with this terrible creature. He probably knows something after 1,000 times of clashes. While Palaham was touching the roots of this creature, his disciple approached him and asked about the promise he had given him. He remembers this. If it becomes too dangerous, then they will go back. This will happen by itself. But it already seems to the brunette that by touching him, he is now creating such a situation. But doesn't the boy have a mission to destroy this thing? So the giant offers him to touch it too, so that he doesn't relax somewhere on the sidelines. Even though his knees were shaking just from the sight of him, he still had to learn the enemy in order to defeat him. As they say, nothing ventured, nothing gained, so he also decided to do it, overcoming his fear. He was comforted by the thought that since this giant was okay after his touch, it meant that everything would be okay with him too. As soon as he did, he felt a strange feeling in his body, which made him even a little confused. Our hero clearly felt the life force. It looks like a plant, but it is not one at all. The man leaned over him and asked if he felt life in him, to which the boy nodded weakly. Yes, this thing is actually alive. It absorbs all the life around it, and he can't stand it. Namely, that it allowed itself to take root next to Taruka, and this made him incredibly angry, and he clenched his fist tightly. This terrible creature led the city to destruction. He gnashed his teeth incredibly hard. Our hero tried to calm him down, but he himself looked around and saw that the other guys were hiding away from him, suspecting that something was about to start. The men looked out as if from an ambush and watched what would happen next. Kim Jeju was incredibly angry at them. The two of them had anticipated everything and prudently ran away. The crazy trainer was already rolling up the sleeves of his sweater higher and asked his chant to look more closely. The blue-eyed man swung his hand and laughed. It seemed that now it became clear what he was going to do now. He activated his power and extended his arms strongly, from which a stream of energy was formed. The Sun Warrior shot straight into the center of the creature, and a bright light erupted, blinding everything around. The men peered out from behind a large log, and one of them praised his commander, as his gray-haired friend only frowned more. The tall, bearded man just laughed. It turned out to be a pretty good warm-up. The boy covered his ears and was amazed. He had defeated the ice giants without receiving a scratch, and had just broken the body's heart. Indeed, it was literally shattered and will need some time to recover. And then, new petals, which looked like thorns, began to grow from it at an incredibly fast speed. Kim looked at him in surprise. Could this really have happened right now? A couple of seconds, and the big bud was already restored as if nothing had happened. It looks disgusting. Crazy regeneration. It seems that it is completely impossible to figure it out. Our hero looked at him with great excitement, and the coach's hand distracted him from all thoughts. The warrior Palaham approached him, and, still in a positive tone, said that perhaps his student would be destined to die, which sent a chill down the brunette's spine. It may happen that he will become a victim of this huge flower and fall from its vines. Our hero only cares about whether he can cope, because one blow from his trainer is enough to destroy dozens of trees. However, this flower, which brings only troubles, stands as if nothing had happened. The young man looked at him intently, and then he suddenly shrank and made a strange sound. A second later, the plant spat something black into the air, and so several times. Jeju raised his head high up and watched. He was confused. What was happening now was not clear. When these things fell to the ground, they became like liquid, slimy and disgusting in appearance. Suspicious drops of the same color also began to appear in the air. One of those black bombs landed right at his feet, and he jumped away from it as it began to spread. And yet he was a little slow from fatigue and did not understand what was happening now. And after a couple of seconds, something began to appear from the dark and sticky puddle. These were cleaners, a huge flock, and completely different from what they had been before. The entire team was confused and turned to their commander, and Karun promised his 2-meter-tall friend to tell Miss Chalet that he was risking his life again. Palaham turned to him and, looking at him involuntarily, promised to discuss this later, since now was not the best time for this. Turning back, the long-haired man adjusted his clothes and was ready to begin. The cleaners were very strange this time, but they were still just as easy to punch holes in as last time. The first cockroach had already fallen to the ground without strength or signs of life, which is very good. And soon he was joined by more flying kids with whom the man dealt. Jeju also did not count the crows and fought hard, defeating many of these vile creatures. In principle, everything ended unexpectedly easily, although if you think about it, not quite. Since the commander of the sun himself is here with them, no special problems arose, because his every move simply wipes the enemy off the face of the earth. At that time, the cowardly Karen approached him and asked him to go back, to which he only laughed. Why should they do this if everything was fine? The bearded man turned to Chante with a wide smile and asked if he was pleased. But he stood in place like a statue and did not move anywhere. He was still haunted by this plant that he had to fight, because it could easily suck out all the life force of the mountain just to survive. His friend Palaham continued to rage and suggested going back and having a drink. But even if he does nothing, Taruha will still be destroyed. No matter how much time they have, all that remains is to repeat the events over and over again. And no, Jeju was not satisfied. If he just returned like that, then in the end he would not get anything at all. Just now, when he encountered the flower, he only got a feeling of helplessness, and so he jumped straight onto it. Before he even got anywhere, he felt the thorns, and we're not talking about small thorns, but real giants. Karen was horrified when he saw what this madman was doing, but our hero needed to see everything with his own eyes. When he finally got into a more or less comfortable position, he was able to take out his glove and put it on, even though the big guy was not sitting still. To kill this thing, he needs overwhelming firepower, to the point where he can destroy it before he stops, and he already knows the perfect moment. Our hero plans to carry out his plan right during the opening of the bud, which has just happened. He sat down on it more comfortably and accepted this risk. If he could not destroy it with his magic gun, then the heart of the disaster would grow even faster, and after that, he would only have a week or a day. Right now, there is no way to retreat. If he does, it will continue to gain strength day by day. After that, no magic hand will cause any damage to it. And what's most unpleasant is that monsters will appear that are thousands of times stronger than the cleaners. Our hero is so tense that it seems like he himself is about to explode. And most likely this is the administrator's way of giving him a death sentence because he refused his offer. He can't lose now when he's already gone far enough. Squeezing his attack hand, Boy tried give it your all on full. Near his feet, that nasty slime from which those monsters had crawled out earlier was still appearing. Jeju was ready to do everything he could. Our hero tried his best, and the guys were watching him from the outside. After some time, a terrible sound began to come from the flower, which gradually grew louder and began to press on his ears. Yes, it was so strong that the guy started bleeding, and it looks like his eardrums burst in one place. Despite such unpleasant pain, Kim continued his fight. And now, after a lot of stress, he began to see double, as if he was about to fall to the ground. The second ear also suffered, but this was not a reason to stop. The flower continued to scream, making very nasty sounds, slowly opening its petals. The mechanical glove is quite a powerful tool, however. The output of the magic gun is gradually fading away, and this is very noticeable. If this thing regenerates, then our hero won't have another chance, which is what worries him now. However, perhaps he's destined to die right here and in such a terrible way according to the administrator's plan. After a long time of his labor, he finally managed to make a hole right between the hard and rough petals. Right now, he looked crazy in the office. The audience asked him to stop, but he was not going to do that, and now he wants to attack from a slightly different angle. But then he was frightened by the sharp spit of this plant and had to be distracted and look up. This time, Jeju saw not a black but a brown clot of mucus. His first guess was that it was most likely a protector. Perhaps the heart senses danger right now, but it hasn't grown yet, although it spawns new high-ranking monsters, and if this continues, then it's worth asking the guys for help. And right now there is no time to waste. Our incredibly brave guy is climbing right inside. His fans have spammed the chat asking him not to do this. But he didn't have time to sit and read it now. The opponent's game was already tightening. There was very little space, and he was lucky that he wasn't claustrophobic. And so after a couple of seconds, Jeju found himself completely in the bud, and the only exit he had made closed without a trace. He sighed heavily, pointed his weapon straight at the heart again, and decided to do something just in case. Namely, with a wide smile on his face, the boy thanked all his fans for watching, in case he didn't have time to say it. One of his guys was watching his stream and was already shaking from this outcome. The guy couldn't take it anymore and almost started crying. This man is crazy. No one would risk getting inside the bud. From the outside, it looked even more creepy. The flower was spitting out a strange liquid, and you could see how Jeju was desperately fighting there. He found one fan who asked him to get out of there under the pretext that he knew how to deal with the body's heart. But our hero is not stupid. If this were really the case, he would have told him in advance. And even though the daredevil still attacks with a cannon, this creature regenerates much faster. Perhaps it is too weak. Because of all this noise, you couldn't even hear how the guy's spatial backpack slowly began to unzip. The little popoi jumped out from there. They were all in tears and nervously squealing something, but now they were missing. Our hero shouted at them, demanding that they return to a safer place. The kids couldn't calm down, and it was obvious that they were very worried about each other and their owner, while feeling incredible pain. The babies were able to grow longer fur in some areas of their bodies and cling to his backpack and sweater, and also pulled them higher. They squealed pitifully, and tried to somehow stay on it and not fall. They touched the walls of the cramped space, so to speak, and in that place their snow-white fur began to turn black. Their faces turned blue and they became very weak. The kids could no longer speak their language normally, and our hero was confused as to why everything had happened at once. These cute creatures were born from fragments of the world tree and contain within themselves the energy opposite to the demon kingdom. And that is why just touching the heart of disaster brings them incredible pain. But they do everything to help their best friend. Seeing these little popoi girls suffering, Jeju asked them for forgiveness for putting them in danger. And now it's time to continue fighting. The boy put his hand right to the body and was about to attack. The fluffies clung to him as best they could, and he tried with all his might to somehow catch the monster. And it seems like something is starting to work a little bit. The guy wants to put in more effort right now. But then, his mind began to cloud over, and his heart began to beat sharply. From the feeling that he was feeling bad, the popoi began to feel it too. This creepy plant had an effect even without touching it. An incredibly nasty sound and atmosphere. The guy coughed with red discharge from his mouth. After this moment, he finally lost faith in himself and his abilities. It was all over this time. The fur of the snow-white fluffies turned black, and there was no longer any point in holding on to the plant. All the kids weakened and began to fall down together. It seems that this was the end for him, but our hero really wanted to give the administrator a good beating. Meanwhile, it was night outside. The men lit a fire and prepared a delicious dinner for themselves. And then, Jeju slowly opens his eyes after a long time of coming to his senses and sees blurry silhouettes. After a minute, he was finally able to see who it was. They were his familiar guys, quietly chatting by the burning fire. Looking around, the boy was shocked to still be alive and heard Karen say in a panicked tone that they now had very little time. The demonic flower was almost blooming. After these words, he felt very ashamed, and he could do nothing but just turn away from them. Maybe it really wasn't worth getting into it. And there lay his beloved pets. The boy gently touched them, but they did not react in any way, although it was not like that at all before. It seems that the kids were infected after encountering such a demonic force, and now he urgently needs to get to the 20th floor to cure them. After watching the video, he knows that there is holy water there that can help them. Lido approached his commander and wanted to ask him a question. And again, we are talking about that traveler. He did not understand why the warrior of the sun told him about that very magical sunstone. The jock simply looked at the boy lying on the ground and replied that it was a kind of pure curiosity. Coming from his lips, it sounded as if Jeju knew some incredible secret, but he only laughed and admitted that he was wrong. At that moment, the victim stood up and began to tuck in his blanket for sleep. He would like to clarify after eavesdropping on the dialogue what he was talking about. The red-haired man just looked at him in surprise, because he didn't expect him to come to his senses so quickly. Palaham smiled sweetly and asked them to relax a bit and have a snack. They had no urgent matters today and could breathe a sigh of relief. Kim insisted that he be told about it right now. It was urgent. He laughed and promised to keep his word, but after he had a good dinner. Before this, he straightened his blanket, carefully placing his little animals next to it. The warrior of the sun asked about his condition. Everything was fine with our brave hero, only his hands were numb. And for the bodybuilder, it was strange that his spirits were in a terrible state, and the boy was as good as new. The brunette just laughed, most likely because of his clothes. The wrist guards protected him wonderfully. Although the clothes were very useful, they made it difficult for Palaham to get him out of there. So it was this man who saved him. which confused Jaija a little, but he still couldn't help but thank his assistant. But on the other hand, this outcome of the situation made him feel completely uneasy. He wondered why he had rushed to his aid, since it was his fault that destruction was approaching. It is very obvious that the heart of the disaster is still alive and well, even after such persistent attacks. And besides, after an unsuccessful attempt to defeat him, it became even stronger and can create monsters much more terrible than before. The bearded man frowned and turned to Let, who objected to something and asked to remind him in what case they would abandon Chanta. He just rolled his eyes and said if he died, he would run away like a coward. But he did neither. Now it's time for a snack. The jock fried some very tasty meat with spices just like this crazy boy likes and offered it to him. The audience laughed that he had prepared such a delicious dish especially for him, but he still needed to have a snack before doing anything. The brunette hesitantly took him by the bones in his hands so as not to get burned and looked. In a moment he pounces on it, eating it with gusto. He was really very hungry, because Davno hadn't put anything in his mouth for a long time, and his team members just watched as he literally destroyed the leg before their eyes. And now, less than 2 minutes later, he had only a bone left in his hand. The Sun Warrior laughed. It seemed that his friend was feeling much better. Wiping away the remains of greasy food with his sleeve, he smiled and assessed his friend's culinary skills. As always in a cheerful mood, the long-haired man offered him another piece of meat, but he refused and asked to return to the topic of the dialogue. Since the kid doesn't want it, his trainer will eat it all instead, and sitting by the fire, they had to discuss an important point about the sunstone. Jeju was interested in how big it was. Lost in thought, the giant roughly showed on his fingers, but unfortunately for the young guy, he doesn't know at all where he is. And since the commander of the warriors does not know where to look for it, then this is a little bad. If you find it, you can get rid of the heart of the disaster. If you think about it logically, the person who has the most power in Tarua should definitely know the location of this item. And after this thought, the brunette confidently says that he wants to meet with the queen. Such a statement had to be discussed by the whole team. The men gathered around him and talked in detail about his plan. Our hero wants to place this sunstone in a mechanical hand and attack the enemy flower. And for this reason, he decided to take such a big step. He nodded his head in confirmation. But now the question arises, does he know how strong the sunstone is? Obviously not. The commander called Karun to him, and he was right next to him at that very second. He handed him a mechanical glove and asked him to calculate how many blood jewels of that size would be needed to match his strength. Sadoy asked for 1 minute of time, and during this time you and I told him that if it was exactly this size, then approximately 11,950 pieces would be needed. This small investigation once again proves that if he uses it, then nothing will remain of the boy himself. Although it scared him, he still prepared well. Right now, he doesn't care if he dies from the stone or from the end of the world. He doesn't want to sit back, and he needs to do everything in his power. His incredible confidence amazed the blue-eyed warrior, who only smiled in response. He has no choice but to send a message to the palace, and upon hearing this, the brunette immediately beamed with joy. But another member of the team couldn't get it into his head. Tomorrow he was going to meet the queen herself. In that case, in order to look cheerful, he needs to sleep, and besides, his condition is a little bad. Now this is definitely necessary. After talking to his coach, he giggled sweetly. Afterwards, he was distracted by a strange sound from his briefcase, and he rushed to check what was there. These were his mana stones, which decided to remind him of themselves a little. And then an idea came to him. Jeju approached his furry little animals and offered them their favorite treat, because they also needed to eat to gain strength. But the fluffies were lying there and not even moving. The kids used to beam with joy when they saw them, but now they don't react to them at all. What he saw even made the owner feel a little sad, but he still continued to hold it in his hand in the hope that it might move at least a little. His sensei approached him and noticed that his student was still not sleeping and that something was moving around there. Kim Jaju just smirked. He felt a little upset at this moment. Longhair took the bottle in his hands and hinted that now was the time for a good song. The daredevil turned to him and raised an eyebrow, and it turns out that most warriors put their hopes into music. And besides, for his information, more than 20 pieces were written in honor of the commander, which Leto told him about, hugging him in a friendly manner. Watching the boys, Palakam only laughed and asked Karen to sing them a song, but he was only confused. He didn't really want to do it publicly in front of new people, and so he made a displeased face, but he had to agree. Before starting, in order for his voice to be clear and beautiful, he needed to clear his throat a little and do special exercises. After a short warm-up, he got down to business, singing his favorite melody. The audience was amazed at how clear and beautiful his tone was. Kim watched him along with the others, the melody flowing from his heart, and it could be heard. His red-haired partner was also delighted. It's not often you hear that from him. Just like Palaham, he seemed to be waiting for the moment when he could give him something like this. There was an incredibly cozy atmosphere nearby. There was no snow, and only the fire of a cozy campfire was burning nearby. After a good song, the men went to bed. In the morning, the weather also pleased them. The sun shone brightly and blinded their eyes. The friendly team gathered all their things, and now the two men were going to go back. They need to prepare for the final battle. Longhair instructed Karen to stop for a while with Chanta, and he calmly agreed. When they left, the gray-haired guy stayed with Jeju, and our hero asked what happened to those things that came out of the flower, and it turns out that this time he was saved by Palaham, who dealt with everyone. It seems that he did it all on his own, and he is much stronger than our hero could have expected. But even so, he will not be able to do anything with this nasty plant, each time faced with devastation. An hour later, he came to him and handed him a wrapped piece of paper. Now was the time to meet the queen. Holding the little fluffies in his hand, he accepted it, but still doubted that he had some kind of permission. And now there was no time for talking. He needed to hurry. Before leaving, Jeju asked to look after his pets during his absence. He was very sad because he did not want to leave them alone. The babies were still in black oil and so depressed that they couldn't even open their eyes. Even if he got the sunstone, the popoi would be in great danger and they couldn't be carried around. Meanwhile, Karen escorted him to the palace itself, which was large and incredibly beautiful. However, it turned out to be quite the opposite, as if our hero was leading this man there, although he claimed that he had poor orientation in the area. The gray-haired one ran up to him from behind and started digging in, because he was walking in front of him, and our hero tried to somehow get out of it, saying that it was just the way he walked. It looks like he's given himself away a little because he's in a big hurry, but he doesn't have time to worry about the consequences. Seeing the end flower this morning, it is immediately clear that it has only 3 days left to fully bloom, meaning less than 2 days left before all the petals open. While his assistant was talking with the security, the guy was looking at the large, beautiful hall, and of course reading the chat. This time, he wasn't going to turn it off. He would need the help of his fans. This is a case of failure. He doesn't have enough time to explore all the places where the sunstone might be hidden. And besides, he needed coins. No one had donated to him during this time, because they thought he would die. In essence, the audience is the same players as he is. Despite their experiences, they must make logical conclusions, for example, regarding his death. In order to blow up the tower, money is vitally necessary, and if the user who was donated has passed away, then all efforts will go to waste. And of course, if you think about it, everything will be fine until he dies. The room they are in right now is very beautiful and really looks like a royal castle. Everything had really changed since the time he received the task of getting rid of the heart of disaster, and this worried him a little. The current situation did not suit him at all. He would like to change everything as soon as possible, and this makes the guy a little nervous. And right in front of the boys' noses, the guards blocked their path, because permission to go further was given only to the traveler, and they were ordered to detain Karun until everything was over. The man was a little indignant that he had been cheated in such a way, and wanted to say something. But our hero interrupted him, saying that everything was fine and he could handle it himself, but the warrior should now have a good rest. The assistant had no choice but to listen to him, and he only sighed heavily. And before leaving, Jeju promised his subscribers to quickly clear this floor and show the way to the 20th in the shortest possible time. A wave of indignation and insults poured down on him even. Why does he need coins now? If he will die anyway, it will be useless. But even if he tries to convince his guys, it will have the opposite effect. And finally, before entering the office, he boldly declared that he would definitely be able to change their minds. Opening the door, he immediately bowed and greeted the great Queen Taruhi in a quiet and calm voice. The lady just smiled. It was Palaham who first wrote a letter of recommendation for a traveler, and she was very interested to know what this little man looked like. So, it's time to start. The ruler of the north, a stern-looking woman, is already sitting in front of him. In order not to warm up, she got straight to the point. Obviously, if he came to her, it was not for fun. Our hero directly said that he needed the sunstone to get rid of the demonic flower. To which she, without removing the smile from her face, said that it was better not to. She hit the floor with her stick, which scared the guy a little. He wasn't going to get up from his knees. The long-haired blonde explained her decision by saying that even if he could do it, it was unlikely that fate itself would change. Kim was not going to back down from her, directly telling her that she was obliged to give it to him, to which she was a little surprised and demanded an explanation. Looking her straight in the eyes, the daredevil said that he already knew the secret of this item. The queen banged her stick on the floor and demanded that he tell her about it, and if he dared to deceive her, he should meet his death right there. He had nothing to answer, but the boy maintained a confident stance and smiled. This woman, who leads Taruha with an iron grip, Klein, one mistake, and the traveler can truly say goodbye to his viewers forever. He heard that the Sunstone was given by the god of victory, Enion, many years ago, and all because he felt sorry for the people of this country, who were constantly suffering from hunger, however. This is actually all untrue. The rude ruler considered his words as a lie and reminded him of her promise. She immediately called for security, and one of the men grabbed him by the arms behind his back, while the second held a sharp axe blade, over which he was bent. He was slightly wounded, and then he simply said with a smile that he knew her son very well. Judging by the ruler's face, it was clear that she was surprised by this. With a heavy sigh, the queen asked the knights to leave them alone. He objected, because it was very dangerous, and she couldn't be allowed to be left alone with a stranger, but since they had taken the guests' things, everything should be fine. The guards continued to object, but when the blonde began to complain that she was not being taken seriously, they saw her menacing look. After that, they immediately jumped out, saying that they would stand behind the doors, and our hero laughed at them. Sitting back down on the throne, she turned to Jedge and asked him to continue telling the story, promising to listen carefully. Wiping his neck, he thanked her, and since they had little time, it was necessary to get to the point, and apparently, according to the guy, the Empire has a document about the Sunstone. She started to get a little lost and hesitant. The guy noticed this, and for him, this is a great opportunity to win. And that's why Kim said she is Radiak's biological mother, Dutopraxa. Although, for political reasons, she was forced to go to the cold north and stay here, and since she had to deal with savages, her son gave her this item out of pity. Having heard the whole truth about her from a stranger, she frowned and only looked at him intently. Our hero was also a little nervous, and mentally asked her to make a decision, because he had almost no time left. When her thoughts ended, the blonde said that it seemed he had not lied. The guy had hoped for something good, and immediately disappeared. But what if she refuses to help him? Only this phrase upset him. If the long-haired one does so, then Jaeju threatens to spread rumors that the Sunstone is a symbol, as well as a gift from the Emperor. But in her opinion, no one will believe this nonsense. And even if the opposite happens, why shouldn't she deal with the guest right here and now so that no one knows the truth? She said this coldly, looking into his eyes with a slight smile. Our hero's very first fan was incredibly angry with her. This woman is too cocky. Jeju, however, did not lose his composure, promising that his friends would not just sit around doing nothing. Silence reigned in her reception room after his words, and she only looked at him with a raised eyebrow. And only after some time the old woman realized that now there was no one here except them, and the brunette asked if she knew that the travelers were actually streaming. Of course, the woman doesn't think he has anyone, and so she was about to call security, but she heard a strange voice out of nowhere. The queen began to look around, but in fact, it was that very first fan of our hero who sponsored and sent a voice message with an insult. And just in time, it was as if a weight had been lifted from Jaju's shoulders, and he pressed her that his stream was actually on now. Throwing her head up, the green-eyed girl asked what they had told her, so as not to offend her. Kim smiled sweetly and made up that his children wanted such a wonderful ruler to show mercy. He was very lucky that such messages are not translated. He wants. And I began to suspect something was wrong, because for such a sentence it was too short. The brunette called it an idiom. It seems that an ordinary traveler really managed to corner such an important individual, and she asked the guards to leave. User Love sent a voicemail with a curse again, and this time the guy smiled sweetly again, lying that the queen was wished a future full of glory. Everything went according to his plan, and after such small tricks, the long-haired one will never be able to deal with him as she originally wanted. Sitting back on her throne, carefully adjusting her royal cape, she still became curious about how many viewers were currently watching his live broadcast. Of course, our hero lied to her, naming the figure of 2,000, which is 10 times higher than the real one. He promised that these people who were watching everything would be able to contact the travelers on the 5th floor and spread the story. Jeju wanted to continue to intimidate her, but she gave him his victory in the argument. If this really happens, the queen will have to listen to annoying, endless complaints after her revival. Sitting on the throne, the stubborn woman still agreed to show him where this sunstone is, and after her permission, no one will stop the guy, and plus, she promised to heal the wound on his neck. Incredibly, the bet actually paid off. Jeju couldn't stop smiling and was very happy. After he left the office, he tried to find Karun, who was nowhere to be found. He had to turn to one of the guards, and he told him that the assistant had urgent business, and he was forced to leave the castle. And after everything that happened, the dark-eyed guy couldn't help but thank his subscribers for their help and support. If it weren't for them, his plan would have definitely failed, although they think that one girl did it all. At that moment, she immediately showed up, sending a voice message where she said that she didn't like this queen, and yet thanks to her, Jeju is alive. If his plan hadn't worked, he might have had to run and search the entire city, but then he wouldn't have been able to find what he needed anyway. Suddenly, he heard someone's footsteps behind him, and turning around, he saw a familiar face. It was Palaham, to whom he had a complaint, but unfortunately he had to obey the laws and could not tell him anything right away. It was about the stone. Now that he received official permission from the queen, Jeju asks him to give him what he needs. And since that was the case, the always smiling man turned to him and gestured for him to follow him. According to that blonde, the thing he needed was right in the house of that sun warrior, and he also didn't understand why he didn't give it to him right away when the lives of all the guys were hanging by a thread. Entering the room, Kim first looked at his fluffy pets, who were lying almost at the door. Laka, Koden, and Baron were still unable to even move, and they looked even worse than before he left. The infection worsened their condition. The babies do not respond to petting and their names, and the giant noticed that he crawled a little in the other direction while he was not around. At least, this could in principle mean that they can move, even if only a little. Maybe it's worth giving them the mana stone again, which the guy takes out of his backpack. At this moment, Palaham, as always, surprised him with his tricky question. Does he know why the spirits like these things? In fact, this is not entirely true, but their instinct is that they store energy in case they ever have to save the tree of the world. But this is just a theory that Karun told him. And so finally they came to the right door. And before entering, the guy needs to turn off the broadcast, although in principle this is not so important, because with an extra attempt to enter here you can say goodbye to your life. For better safety, he had to say goodbye to the guys for a while, because there is a reason why the sunstone is hidden in this house. Palaham opened the door, and the first thing the guy thought was that it was his huge library. There was an incredible number of books here. Your eyes literally ran wild, and the warrior, as always, smiled on the sidelines. It's time to get down to business. The long-haired man opened the necessary cabinet, and a little later he knelt down near the bottom tier of shelves and began to actively rustle something there. He opened something like a secret passage, which hardly anyone would open except him, and invited the traveler to go with him. In front of them was another door, the handle of which looked like a safe opener. It required a special key, which was also kept in a secret place. Click, and there it was, the passage to his goal open, and it was incredibly dark inside. The guy squinted, trying to see something there until his eyes got used to the wilderness. Having walked a little forward, a very bright light began to appear little by little, from which the steps were wonderfully visible even without any lamps. And the lower the guys went, the brighter the lighting became. And when they arrived in the room, Jeju had to cover his eyes with his hands from such a blinding view. His comrade only smiled. Finally, his new friend would be able to see the real sunstone. It was securely hidden in several layers of hard glass. The light from it was incredibly bright, and the stone itself was golden in color and glittered. To open it, you had to press special buttons that only Palaham knew about, and if you let a stranger do this, they would have big trouble later. The first layer of glass was successfully overcome after a minute, and now a warrior approached him, took a small flask, and asked Jeju again whether he would regret his decision. And since he has already taken on such a task, retreating back will not be appropriate at all. He will only devour himself if he does not even try to defeat this demonic flower. The giant gritted his teeth. hinting that they had done this many times before. Taking the flask in his hands, the guy could not understand that after getting rid of him, nothing had changed and everything was starting again. And unfortunately, yes, this is fate. Now it became clear to him why that queen had given away that precious stone so easily. But right now, it doesn't matter. With great confidence in his heart and a thirst to change everything, the guy promises to influence the future in any way. The next morning, he turned his live broadcast back on, after which he was met with a ton of hate. The guys were outraged that he turned off the stream at such a moment, but he just laughed and continued reading the chat. He even felt a little awkward, and in the meantime, his subscribers were discussing fried chicken. At that moment, Palaham approached him, asking if he would be leaving right away. But our hero simply nodded his head and asked what his plans were for the day. After doing a little warm-up, he said that he really wanted to join the battle, and he was sure that Karen and Leto would not refuse either after a drink. To which Jeju only laughed. Is he really so sure that he can't handle it? However, that's not the reason at all, but that nothing will end after destroying the flower with the help of this stone. Perhaps he has some scores to settle with Taruha, who knows, but he will use the last crumbs of energy to create monsters to completely destroy the city. Our hero thanked him for everything he had done for him, but the long-haired man's best expression of gratitude would be to get rid of these imperial manners. Although, unfortunately, it was short-lived. It was fun, and now the daredevil needs to hurry and his trainer is urging him on. He also smiled in response, admitting that he too had enjoyed his company. And so, the boy turns around and leaves, and the old man looks after him and wishes him only good luck. Even though it was the last moment before his death, most would have assumed that he had already saved everyone just by looking at his expression. Now they must do everything in their power to bring victory closer. After some thought, the muscle man called his assistant Karun, who immediately came to him. The man asked where Leto was, but he himself didn't know what had come over him. He had locked himself in the training ground. To which Palaham smiled broadly and was delighted. Now he asks to gather all the commanders and call the warriors. They declare a real war. It's time to prepare weapons. The brown-eyed man agreed without hesitation and nodded his head. And now she ran back, because she had to carry out the order after all. The first thing he did was go into the house, where he began to look for those fluffy creatures. He needed to know if everything was okay with them. But when he saw what was in front of him, he was very horrified. Meanwhile, a servant came to the queen and reported that the warrior of the sun had declared a general assembly. She did not bat an eyelid, because she was sure that his end would soon come anyway. However, it seems that he invites all people of the Blue Night, Bloody Teeth and White Lands to join him. Hearing this, she laughed slightly. Perhaps he was asking for her permission, but his goal was to awaken Taruha's great mind. Even though he never believed in things like the Savior and God's word, she still ordered his request to be fulfilled. Anyway, little would change there. Fate was already unchangeable, and Sanhyuk was already standing, holding his weapon behind his back, and was a little perplexed. He only received a couple of potions, which made him slightly indignant. His girlfriend came up to him and asked what was wrong. He yelled at her. He had worked so hard for a couple of days just for this. The lady was a little confused and her eyes darted around. She was sure that even yesterday everything was fine. The warriors gave them incredible tasks and were confident that they would be able to withstand even 3 ice giants. But now everything has changed. Each of them gives only the simplest tasks and gives small rewards, for example, this same flask with a strange liquid. It was a bit of a surprise, but a sign appeared on his screen saying that the tests had been passed and a portal to the testing fountain had been created. The lady looked at him with slight bewilderment. Was it really all over and the task was completed? It looked strange, and he had to turn on the broadcast and ask the viewers. He turned off the stream only because he heard whining and cursing in his direction, but this was his only chance now and he walked to the edge of the bridge. The conversation turned to searching for the heart of the end, but he came here because, as I told him, something was wrong here, and began to nervously examine the area. Looking into the distance, he saw that same creepy plant, which already had 6 petals open, which caused panic among the awakened. The people who were behind were also discussing this. Could their country really be destroyed just because of some flower? His beloved came up to him and also became worried. Suddenly, others started running back and forth. It seemed like they were afraid to stay here. And now, it was time to communicate with his viewers. Sanyuk puffed out his cheeks and was indignant that he was not given a single coin but only scolded, and he was born to turn off the stream forever. And yet, he managed to get some money. Donations immediately poured in just so that he would go with those guys. He took his girlfriend by the hand and led her. She followed them. She didn't know where. And below, at the entrance, the warriors were loudly singing some songs. The guys looked out and listened to them. They were doing it in some completely unknown language. Apparently, they were really preparing for some kind of battle. But the guy thought that they were going to fight each other. He said his thoughts out loud, and a wave of negativity from the chat flew at him. If this is the case, then he is not going to run away if something happens. He is going to become a witness. And after that, he happily promises to watch the battle until the very end, so to speak, risking his life. And in exchange for this, San-hyuk, as always, hints that they should throw him gold coins. And seeing that they had no enthusiasm at all to do this, he grimaced and was about to go somewhere. But they stopped him and really started donating, to which he immediately became cheerful and began to thank his guys. And now he turned to his friend and asked her to return to the portal because she had a great chance of dying, but she began to object and wanted to do it with him. Blue-Eyed again asked to leave this place, demanding to listen to him. The sweet lady resisted again. She didn't want to leave him here alone. The doves looked at each other, and suddenly, from the direction of that very plant, a loud explosion was heard. They both got scared and turned around. A very strong wind blew, which seemed like it could knock them off their feet. A lot of nasty mucus came out of the flower, and its petals began to tear with a disgusting sound. It was shrinking before our eyes. A very bright blue beam was coming from it, which was becoming more and more powerful. The guys looked at it intently and were afraid to move. At the same time, our Jeju's very first fan was lying on the couch in her bed and watching his adventures. Then a man burst in on her and asked why she was lying down when she was supposed to be at the clan meeting. The girl had character and grimaced a little. She didn't like the fact that he was calling her his friend here. The red-haired man came closer to her, but the girl didn't see any point in being there, and he continued to talk to her. According to him, the clan leader was irritated. There were changes on the 10th floor, and he didn't like it when the situation got out of control. The brunette stood up and interrupted him, asking him not to touch her now because she was on edge. The man had no choice but to leave the room, saying that she should contact him when she changed her mind. The door slammed shut. She returned to watching the stream and was obviously very worried. Deep down, the girl begged him to be careful. Kim Jeju really was a madman. He was already getting ready to go to the appointed place, and the guy was really ready to do it as soon as possible. And as soon as the heart of the end is ready to be bred, ice giants will start appearing from everywhere, but our hero has already caught one. The monster walked nearby and looked around, but our hero has no time to deal with them now, and he tries to avoid unnecessary battles, which is why he slows down a little. He now has the sunstone and the glove with him, but for some reason, deep down inside the boys there is a feeling that something is missing. The end soon came when he stepped onto this terrible land, which crunched under his feet. The miracle plant was already more than half open and was making nasty sounds. 6 petals had already unfurled. Kim Jeju looks at him and is ready to finish him off once and for all. They came up to him from behind. A very familiar voice sounded, and it seemed like he was glad he had arrived. It was Karen. It turns out he was waiting for him somewhere nearby and brought something in a blanket. The guy just wanted to ask what he was doing there, when he was interrupted and said that he had come to give him someone. Unfolding the blanket, he saw his infected babies who were sitting and barely breathing. Seeing them, the brunette yelled at him because he knows why he came here and why he brought them. But the brown-eyed man came here not because he wanted to, but because the spirits were trying to get through the cold snow on their own, and he only helped them so that they wouldn't worry. After listening to him, the guy sighed heavily. It can't be. They shouldn't move in such a state, and therefore asks the assistant to take them back, because it's dangerous here. The fluffies started to cry, but even through the wild pain they don't want to leave, and no one understands why they do this. Their owner did little for them, and only used them for his own survival and rise to the top. But still, having taken them in his hands, he was grateful to them for this. Karun bowed before him, and after listening to his apologies, asked him not to worry about it, and now was the time for him to leave. Even though the end was approaching soon, he would like to spend it in peace. After these words, the men said goodbye, and Jeju looked after him with a smile. And now it was time to get started. He took his babies and asked them to rest in his backpack, promising to heal them as soon as he finished working here. After everything he saw, he became filled with anger at the administrator, and he put on a glove, clenching his hand tightly into a fist. Even if he dies, He promises to teach him a good lesson and pay for everything he did to him and his friends. With anger in his soul, he takes a fighting stance. The flower also does not sleep, and, sensing danger, began to spit out those creatures from itself that were sealed in a strange liquid. This time the monsters were much more terrible, and looked more creepy than before, obviously because their opponent had become much stronger. The guy didn't have time to deal with everyone in a row, and so he simply used speed to jump over them all and ran to the very heart, which he was supposed to attack as soon as he got closer. At a distance of a couple of meters from him, he had already activated his glove, straining his hand hard. Then one of the monsters gets in his way and doesn't let him pass. There's nothing to be done. He has to fight him, using his cloak. Turning it into a sharp spike, he instantly deals with the toothy one, damaging him directly in the head. Jumping away from him, Jeju flew up and ended up right above the flower. It was difficult to keep his balance properly, but he somehow managed to firmly cling his feet to the petal that had not yet opened. Before more defenders get in the way, he must deal with it by activating his hand to full power. Just then, he felt a pleasant touch on his cheek, which sent goosebumps down his body. He had to turn back and saw his babies who had climbed onto his back and didn't want to sit in that backpack anymore, even though they were in a terrible state, and I wanted to sit with my hands folded. I looked at them in surprise and did not understand why they were doing this. The one sitting on his shoulder tried to smile sweetly through the pain, slowly opening his eyes. The guy felt incredibly sorry for them, and he himself almost shed a tear. But now is not the time to think about it. He has much more important things that need to be finished urgently. Without holding back, he releases the power of his glove and stone straight into the center of the heart, while the fluffies grab onto it and hold on tightly. This time he is confident that with this incredible power, he will be able to deal with this terrifying monster once and for all. These monsters also began to interfere with him, approaching from behind and growling loudly, trying to push the brunette off his feet. However, to their regret, it was already too late. He told them this directly, even though those stupid creatures did not understand him. A wide smile spread across his face. A huge crowd of scoundrels had already gathered behind him, and they were already afraid to approach him, having seen such a bright light from his glove. A moment later, it was as if they had never been there. The blue beam seemed to reach straight to the sky. Seeing this picture from the bridge, Palaham smiled broadly. Finally, the most interesting and at the same time exciting part for everyone began, and Leto just watched. The long-haired man now turned to all the warriors and commanders present who had gathered there and declared that this, as they say, ordinary traveler's name is Chanta. And as usual, he began to praise him in front of everyone, that he would defeat this insidious flower single-handedly, and the girl with a scar on her face only sighed with displeasure. She got tired of listening to this nonsense, and she shouted through the crowd, turning to the leader of the Sun and declaring that she completely disagreed with him. Seeing her, Palaham realized that she had something to say and gave Lucan the right to speak. Madame Heterochromia believes that they have already done everything they could, and even if they get rid of the demonic flower, it will essentially not change anything. The man looked at the commander of the Blue Night Warriors and just smirked. Did she really think so? And indeed, she has no doubt about it. And if he thinks that she is wrong, then he asks to ask all the other guys. Without giving him a chance to say a word, she turned to them and asked if they thought their lives would definitely end today. The crowd shouted only one thing, asking not to challenge fate. Toothy just laughed. The sun had set. Now was not the time for stupidity. The blue-eyed man just looked at her and then laughed out loud, so much so that he grabbed his stomach. It was so loud that she had to cover her ears, and even that didn't help. Well, the warrior of the sun took this trash for his comrades, not even worthy of a traveler. These guys fell in his eyes. San-hyuk, after the explosion in the center of the flower, was very scared and could not come to his senses, staring intently at one point. But the blue beam continued to come from there, almost reaching the sky. The viewers in his chat began to speculate as to why this could have happened, and it all came down to the sunstone, which eventually confused everyone. Clutching his head, he asked his subscribers to tell him in detail what was going on here, but they didn't really want to. Now his girlfriend is also furious. Didn't her boyfriend say that he would protect her in any danger? The brunette turned around and was a little frightened by such a scream in his ear. The same one, sniffling loudly, looked at him. And between them, this soap opera started again. The guy is not sure that he can, and therefore wanted his girlfriend to go first to the portal, to be sure that everything will definitely be fine with her. The brown-eyed girl looked at him and began to cry. She was offended that he wanted to leave her alone here. But their romantic influences were interrupted by a strange noise that made them both shut up and just watch on. Something strange began to happen near that damned place. An incredible number of nasty clots flew to the sides and at that very moment gathered into a large pile. They fell with a nasty splash onto the ground and onto the crunchy snow. Later, soon after, monsters began to emerge from them, toothy and vile. Seeing them, Sun-hyuk hugged his girlfriend and was very scared, just like her. The huge things with tentacles on their heads looked pretty creepy, and the awakened ones just laughed at them. These are ordinary defenders. In addition, there were cleaners who made a disgusting grinding sound with their paws. His psyche could no longer bear what he had seen, and so he asked Jusun to get ready and get out of here quickly. And the commander of the Sun had already swung his signature axe and asked all the warriors of Taruha whether they were ready to fight right now. Everyone immediately ran to these terrible creatures. No one was left without work, because the area was completely teeming with them. Although San-hyuk was going to run away, he couldn't even move, and simply turned his back to all the horror that was happening there. The girl looked at him worriedly and asked what had happened, suggesting that they leave anyway. The brunette just looked at her and said nothing. Mentally, he understood that now he needed to do exactly this to save his life. However, his curiosity overcame him. He was not going to move from the spot. He only turned around. He was interested in what would happen next. And so, in that very place, soon there was no trace of the flower at all. Only some white silhouette remained, which looked very much like a human one. And indeed it looks very similar, muscular body and figure. It is clearly a man. The cowardly warrior looked at him from afar. An incredible resemblance, or perhaps he imagined it. This was our hero, who kept thinking that at the moment of death, countless memories would flash before his eyes. For example, the parents who abandoned him and the workers who, on the contrary, treated him well. All the adventures in the tower, meeting your future pets, and the strange way for everyone to make friends with them. That very interesting test in the Empire, when he became the Emperor, having dealt with all the criminals. But now he just seems to be flying in empty space and can't think about anything. Is it really true that what he feels now is death? And so Jeju begins to slowly open his empty and tired eyes. Suddenly, his entire body is pierced by unbearable pain, especially in his head. It's a very disgusting feeling, as if his eyes are burning and everything else is evaporating. This state can be described as if he is melting and turning into steam, and the pain is fleeting. The disappearance of his body is clearly felt. Suddenly, he opens his eyes as if nothing had happened, and the painful condition stopped. The guy found himself in some kind of darkness, an empty space, and someone was sitting next to him, whining under his breath. Gradually, the silhouette of the man began to move away from him. Jeju had already broken into a run and could not get closer to him, no matter how hard he tried. And so, he stopped for a minute to catch his breath and just looked. They turned to face him, and he was shocked by what he saw. In front of him sits a boy who was covered in wounds and abrasions and was crying bitterly. It is himself in the past. Kim stared at him and couldn't say a word. Strange sounds were coming from behind him as if something was cracking. The invisible wall broke, and a bright light appeared in front of him, which scared him a little. This bright flash literally blinded his eyes, but he still had to go closer. Right at the so-called entrance stood a huge ball with eyes, which reminded him of his pop-off. Through the pain, Jeju opened his eyes wide and tried to examine him to make sure his guess was correct. After a couple of seconds, his vision became cloudy, and he saw nothing but a pale gray spot, which over time began to swell, and it seemed he began to see familiar and worried faces. Laka, Koden, Baron stood above him. The guy got scared and suddenly jumped up from his seat, and the viewers in the chat asked him to at least put on some clothes for the sake of decency. But he was still trying to come to his senses and couldn't believe that he had survived. Taking the fluffy ones in his hands, he saw their faces that did not stop crying. But now he became interested in why they had become so small in size. After this, he began to examine himself, figuring out what was wrong with his body. It seems he didn't even read the chat with requests. His very first fan sponsored him with only 82 coins and asked him to wear something from clothes. Now hearing about this in the voicemail, Jeju became very confused and began to shout something incoherently. He had to turn on the mosaic filter as quickly as possible until it found something for itself. Now he felt doubly ashamed of the current situation. Looking around, he found his things, although not in the best condition, with shreds of Lotanto's kit lying nearby. And also nearby were the remains of his mechanical glove, which, unfortunately, could not be returned to its original form. However, this did not bother him at all. The guy now thought about the most important thing that was with him. Looking at himself, for some reason he made a sharp guess that he had eaten the sunstone itself, and the audience began to laugh at him. And fortunately, one of them was found who really told what happened. And everything happened at the moment when our daredevil fired a beam with the help of this object. At that time, the small damage was absorbed by his protective cloak, and the popoi covered the victim with their fur, and only one of them was barely conscious. After this, it was this brave little boy who swallowed the stone, and his body began to emit light. The guys continued to watch what would happen next, because if the stream still didn't stop, then logical conclusions were made that the presenter was alive. And then the popoi climbed onto his motionless body and began to lick his comrades, thereby giving them enough energy at least so that they could move normally. And now, although the kids have decreased in size, they feel more or less well. But wait a minute. The guy didn't understand why he was involved in this whole touching story, because nothing was mentioned about him. And without waiting for a precise answer, Jeju blushed and asked how long he had been lying there in such an indecent state, and it turned out that it had been more than 20 minutes. But now it is not important at all. It is much more necessary now to find out what happened to Taruka, and even despite the fact that he managed to stay alive, after the destruction of the heart, quite a lot of monsters burst out. And even if we take into account Palaham's strength and help, it is impossible to get rid of them all at once. And so he suddenly gets to his feet and is about to go straight there, jumping high into the sky. It was quite unexpected. Such a jump up shocked him. But the drunks found it funny, and they were having fun. Meanwhile, the warriors continued to fight these terrifying creatures, and they succeeded. The mutants fell one after another. The guys did their job effectively. Their commander was not bored either, and as always he coped with everything with flying colors. But then he noticed a strange hum that came straight from the sky and made him stop. Something glowing and huge was flying from there. Everyone immediately thought that it was some kind of meteorite falling on their battlefield. Seeing him, even these creatures were terribly frightened and tried to run away from there as quickly as possible so that he wouldn't fly at them. Everyone was afraid for their lives, especially the toothy ones, who did not want to die at all. In an instant, there was a powerful explosion that dealt with many of the creatures here. The cleaners watched those comrades who had lost their lives in this battle and were no less frightened. Palaham, along with others, watched warily to see what would happen next, expecting literally everything at that moment, both good and bad. And right now they saw the silhouette of a man standing at the very epicenter of the explosion. He was pure white. I couldn't see his face or anything. And this was our Jeju. It is very difficult for him to control himself now. The mana is seething and is just trying to get out. Right now, one of the fans suggested that he run away, but his conscience does not allow him to do this, because he wants to pay off his debt to everyone who helped him. While he was talking to his subscribers, a huge crowd of these monsters had already gathered around him, slowly approaching him and surrounding him. The commander looked at him and simply remained silent while Karun tried to talk to him, but he pretended as if he didn't hear anything. In an instant, the young man used his power and released a beam of light. With a single wave of his hand, he cut in half all the enemies who were nearby. His trainer watched this whole scene and turned to his friend, wondering if he remembered the story they grew up on, namely about the great warrior. Of all that was there, Kirun remembers that he wore a white wool coat there and shone brightly. And besides that, thanks to his incredible strength, he could easily break the ground with his bare fists, which is what Kim Jaiju just did, and a small shockwave sent many of the opponents flying to the side. Looking at this picture, it made the brown-eyed man think, no, this cannot be true because this is just a legend. And his very first thought that came to his mind was confirmed by Palaham himself. It is this man who is the savior who will restore the honor of Taruka. It was very hard to believe, and that was why Lucan laughed at him after listening to the conversation between the two men, because it was just a story, nothing more than a fairy tale. Pointing her finger at them, the woman with heterochromia asked them to stop clinging to empty hopes. It was just ridiculous. The guys looked at her sideways and grimaced. Ignoring her words, they continued to discuss what they had been chatting about earlier, but now they needed to remember the name of this hero. Of course, it was difficult. Karun thought about it, and suddenly, it seemed, remembered his name was Lachanta. What they see now is incredibly similar to the story of the great warrior. It cannot be confused with anything. Under the influence of the incredible power of mana, Jeju could easily pierce through the hard body of these lousy creatures with just one touch of his fist, which is what he is doing now. However, even despite his efforts, they were still literally on all sides and had already surrounded him. With a powerful swing of his leg, with incredible speed, he dealt with those who came to see the other world. And even in this state, he can easily raise the level of martial arts, which makes him very happy. Since this is the case, he has to fight with all of them and not retreat. They in turn began to form a new ring. These nasty creatures had many multicolored holes on their bodies, which began to increase in size over time. And then, after a couple of seconds, everything turned into something very similar to a spike. These points were aimed at our hero's face with incredible speed. The mini bullets flew close enough to him that it was very difficult to see what was happening to him because of the dust that rose around them. And it seems no big deal, the wool of the Papuevs broke them all. Now Jeju can easily attack with them in response, rather strange things, and looked like a top. The toothy creatures saw that their own weapons were being used against them and were very frightened. It looked pretty funny, looking at their faces, but there is no time to have fun. You need to strike and the guy makes a strong swing. At one point, these spikes fly apart in different directions, returning back to their rightful owners. Well, as soon as it was all over, there really were a lot of bodies of these terrifying creatures around. There was no way to get through. It seems like everything is over. Now he can catch his breath and calm down a little after such a good warm-up. But no, it was too early to relax. A large shadow rose up before him, which the Popoi were the first to notice. These fools began to climb on top of each other in order to surround him from all sides. It looked disgusting. The commander of the Sun Warriors watched the whole picture together with the others. His guys began to worry. Perhaps their friend needed help. He asked to wait and not interfere. And all because if he is the real Lachanta, then only by their interference will they insult him. The number of monsters is growing, and after he is surrounded, the movement they are observed, everything can end badly if they do nothing in the opinion of the cowardly Karuna. He couldn't look at this anymore and ran to get the mana cannon, but after a couple of seconds he stopped because a very bright light shone in his face. It came from that same huge pile, and soon there was a loud explosion. Everyone present closed their eyes. The brown-eyed man got scared and simply fell to the ground, covering his head and ears with his hands, while his commander simply stood in place and watched what would happen next without a single fear. Such frivolous behavior really struck the timid man. They clearly had different characters. Now their so-called former traveler has a very interesting feeling. During hundreds and thousands of repetitions of the same end, he has never experienced anything like it, namely, an overwhelming power. And she was extraordinary. She made others go down on their knees. It was a special feeling. As I said, Commander, this is probably really a phenomenon of that same Lashanta, and it looks like everything is already over. The brave Palaham suggested to his friend to take a look and see if their hero was in the right place. Coming closer, only now did they see how deep that hole was. An incredible sight. A strange light emanated from its very center, and it was because of this that Karun was afraid to go down there. Unlike this man's cowardly nature, Coach Jeju was no longer one of those, and so he jumped down without thinking. And other warriors had already come to the brown-eyed man, laughing at him from behind and demanding that he also make his choice, and he had no choice but to follow the commander. Palaham became as close as possible to the so-called Light Corps and called out to the one who was there. It was important for him to find out if Lachanta was there. The light was too bright. It was simply impossible to see the character's face. And in principle, it was no longer necessary. Jeju named himself. The brown-eyed man looked at him, and this woolen cloak seemed rather cute to him, but now was not the best time to think about it. The strongest warrior of them all looked at those who were present and wondered who he was. These thoughts now somehow haunt him, but they are interrupted by a strange weakness in the body that is impossible to cope with. The young guy's legs can no longer support him, and he simply falls to the ground along with his furry friends. The kids started running around him, but Jeju just lay motionless. One of them jumped up and called himself a pop. It looks pretty cute. They seem to be doing a lot better now. Like true friends, the boys did not leave him, and Palaham and Karun approached him with concern. The brunette's eyes were still slightly open. The last thing he said after the fall was Lachant's name. He couldn't say more. His vision became very blurry. The last thing he saw was the worried faces of his friends, and immediately his eyelids closed. The next day there was a beautiful sunrise. The whole sky looked like it was on fire. Soon the birds, who had already adapted to such frosty living conditions, began to sing. Our hero, after a short sleep, finally began to slowly open his eyes. The first thought that came to his mind was whether the battle was over and what was going on right now. He jumped out of bed in panic, looking around nervously. But then I felt a light breeze on my chin from something breathing. Jeju, lowering his head in that direction, saw his beloved babies. Lada, Koden, and Baron were next to him and did not leave him for a second. Only now did he begin to understand that in order to defeat the monsters that were approaching the city, his body moved instinctively, as if it was supposed to. Plus, the longer he fought, the stronger the feeling of mana spreading everywhere in his body, from his head to his fingertips. And before realizing such a simple thing, he lost consciousness, and it only dawned on him now. The last thing Jeju remembered was fighting monsters. But if Taruha had been destroyed, he wouldn't be lying here right now. His little friends saw that he was a little worried, so they came to cheer him up, and the most important thing for him was that they were okay. Hearing a noise outside the door, Palaham came to him, holding a bowl of something to eat in his hand, and was very glad that he had returned to normal. Seeing his friend, Jeju turned to him because he wanted to ask him something. The blue-eyed man just laughed and demanded that he have a snack first, shoving a spoonful of something hot into his mouth. The guy screamed because his tongue was badly burned. The food was heated to an incredible temperature. But after a while she cooled down, and the guy enjoyed the delicious food and was ready for an important conversation. They told him that he got rid of them all at once, and the priests sat on his shoulder and then on his head and purred something under their breath. His sensei also tells that everything happened in the blink of an eye, and one could think that this was a sign of the imminent end of the world, an incredible sight, and the hero's tongue still hurt. And also, now our hero is no longer Chanta, putting his hand to his heart. The old man called his new name. Now his name is La Chanta. Great glory will come to him. But our hero raised an eyebrow at this and did not quite understand why this was so. It was because of this that the man decided that he was overloading him with conversations, and it was better to wait until he felt better. But he couldn't sit still. Jeju wanted to check something and began to slowly get up from the bed together with his reduced fluffies. Raising his right hand up, he made a sharp movement with it, as if he was going to hit. Without thinking at all, the blue-eyed babies repeated this movement after him, using the elongated sections of fur. He thought it was interesting. He needed to watch it again, and this time he made as if he wanted to hit someone with his left fist. And now they did the same as their master, which caused incredible emotion among the audience. Having stretched his fingers on his palm, the brunette came to the conclusion that he was indeed okay. This, and in addition, his body had become lighter, and it seemed to him that he could easily run across the mountains and return. Now it was time to move on to the real test. For this he needed to put his hand on his chest, where his heart was. After awakening, the mana that had been overflowing him disappeared without a trace, and only the part that was originally there remained in his body. And what's most interesting is that Jeju doesn't feel any problems with its circulation at the moment. But suddenly his most important organ hit him hard, and from this his vision went slightly dark. He coughed loudly, clutching his mouth. The kids were scared for him and raised their worried eyes. He saw a pool of blood on his palm again, which was quite unpleasant. The fluffies looked at him from the floor and cried. It was clear that they were very worried, even more than for themselves. And the brunette laughed and said that everything was fine with him. It was still painful for the little animals to watch him in pain. They couldn't hold back their tears. Wiping the residue from his mouth, he repeated again that he felt fine, although the people he met in the chat said that it could be excess mana in his body. And at that moment Palakam immediately came to him, who also thought that something was wrong with his body, or rather with his energy. The blue-eyed man was a little confused because he didn't understand what he was talking about. In other words, the young guy explained to him that this was a force that he couldn't control. The man put a basin filled with water on the floor and literally banged it, which scared the animals, and at the same time tried to explain whether he wanted to say by this that mana does not circulate through him. But his guesses were completely different. The process was there, but it suddenly stops when it reaches the heart, and literally evaporates, which is why he coughed up blood. While he was washing himself, he thought about it. Perhaps the reason for this was because of the stone he had eaten on the very first floor, when he was still trying to make friends with the guys. Mana is the force that is used in magic or magical engineering. Without it, one cannot do in such important areas. However, Kim uses it in a completely different way, If you compare it to the knight's aura, and this was not intentional, such a decision was made for the sake of his own survival. It was impossible not to notice that when he came to his senses, his physical abilities became much stronger than they were before, and now it was time to get distracted. He brought cool water to his face. His sensei stood next to him and gave him a towel, continuing his guess. It turns out that he uses mana as natural forces. He just nodded his head. The teacher is concerned about whether this has any negative consequences, and wiping his face, his friend thought. After this question, their conversation lasted for a couple more minutes, after which they parted. It was already daytime outside. The sun was high in the sky, and fortunately there were no clouds or heavy snow. Summer stood near the gate and guarded the building. A crowd of people gathered around him, wanting to enter for some reason, but no one was letting them in. San-hyuk began to grumble, thinking that he would always be allowed to do everything. He could not believe that for the first time he was being forbidden something. And so these two men who had been chatting for a long time come out of the building. That coward who was standing next to the guard saw them. Could it really be that same Jeju? And he stood on the threshold and looked at everything around him. Why there were so many people here right now was incomprehensible to him. And again, this 2-meter-tall friend needed his assistant Karun, whom he called with a loud, deafening cry. As was their custom, he arrived immediately and climbed over the fence. Such airy behavior immediately reminded the audience of that very Fordrick, who was our hero's servant. The giant grabbed him and dragged him quickly into the house. A curious San-hyuk was watching his actions and following their every step. But this time it went beyond all bounds, and he started shouting at the centurion, demanding that he let everyone who had gathered there through. He was about to tell him something, but they were interrupted by some bright light that came from behind Leto. It was a blue beam that even pierced the roof of a small building. In fact, when the men entered the house, they began to discuss the topic of mana in our hero's body. There are only 2 options here according to Karun. Perhaps its circulation paths are blocked. The final point of this force's movement is precisely in the heart, and since the brunette used it as an aura, this should not be obvious. But after hearing Fordrick's warning back on the 5th floor, Kim abandoned the idea of using mana properly, because every time he used it properly, he felt very strange inside, as if he would become a beast. After this, the owner of the Popoyev, looking at him excitedly, wondered what the second option would be. Since the spirits had given him the power of the Sunstone, a conflict arose between the 2 energies at that moment. But the guy doesn't think that this is the case, because he no longer has the energy of this boulder. Even if that is the case, the situation is much more complicated, since the power is too great to control. His heart is currently suppressing the flow of mana, all for the sake of survival. This sounds quite logical, and if his organ is filled with the energy of the Sunstone, then his own will naturally be rejected. His coach approached him and expressed his suggestion that since everything is like this now, why not try to free her, since there is nothing to lose anyway? Kim Jaiju really thought about it. His guys want him to use the energy inside him, and so he really decided to try, because if he does nothing, he will end up losing. When he sat in a yoga pose, he began to try to feel his body. Ignoring his own mana, he needed to focus only on the strength in his heart. At this point, he has not had any response yet. As Karun said before, if nothing happens, it will help restore the strongest memories. That is, when he first met the Beatings, how he tried to make friends with them. That was the time when he first met the administrator. And in principle, he had a lot of meetings. But such a moment tends to fade away over time. And the most recent thing that happened to him was how he saw himself as a little boy. As he was trying to remember all this, at that very moment his heart began to beat very hard. Opening his eyes, the first thought that flashed through his head was that everything was working. That same strong mana, with which his own cannot be compared, it is she. With such energy there, it is clear why his is not able to circulate properly. Seeing his condition now and hearing his heartbeat, Palaham became very worried and asked if everything was okay with him, looking at him with concern. The little Pupois were also worried, and something wet dripped onto the head of one of them. It was his sweat. Jeju was all sweaty from this exercise and felt incredible heat. After that disgusting wet cough appeared again, and this time it was stronger. The friends jumped from their seats and began to worry a lot. The brown-eyed man tried to talk to him and find out what was going on, but there was silence in response. Because the savior felt like the energy in his heart was consuming his body, the boy was unable to utter a word due to the incredibly intense pain. Although he didn't speak to anyone, Karen turned to him. He accurately guessed his condition and recommended that he try to take control of her right now. He bent over and sank even lower, as if he was being torn apart from the inside. The heat throughout his body continued to grow. And besides this, he needs to release this power. But the only problem is that there are people outside. And besides, the guy's body may not last long in such conditions. In that case, he must try to do it, and so he clenches his fist tightly. Raising that same hand up, he straightened his shirt and prepared to begin. Just in case, so that nothing happened to the babies, Karen quickly took them in his arms and moved to a safe distance. 1 second later, there was a powerful explosion, from which incredible heat emanated. Summer, along with that stubborn man and other curious people, just stood outside the gate and watched. Indeed, it was so strong that it broke through the roof of Palaham's house. Out of great excitement, the brown-eyed man squeezed these little creatures in his hand a little and simply watched what was happening. Soon it stopped. A huge hole appeared in the ceiling, and a very beautiful and clear sky appeared. Bad weather cannot be expected today. After this, Jeju fell to the floor unconscious, and the men simply looked at each other. And now, night had already come, the sky was strewn with stars, and a deep silence reigned all around. Our risky guy began to slowly open his eyes and did not immediately understand why he could see him, because he had been in the room the whole time. His caring friend Karen approached him, and with a slight smile asked about his well-being. The guy slept for a whole day and a half. The little Papua were sniffling quietly next to him, and Kim seemed very happy to see him. And then he suddenly jumps up from the bed, and hitting his assistant in the forehead, screams at the top of his lungs. Remembering the sunstone, he was worried that someone could get hurt because of it. The man grabbed his head and turned away, and our hero became embarrassed and asked for forgiveness for such an awkward incident. Rubbing his forehead, the brown-eyed man said that, in fact, only the commander was hurt. After these words were spoken, the boy was horrified. Could it all be because of him? And he was overcome with panic. He wanted to know where he was right now. The warrior pointed his finger at the hold ceiling, where someone was busily carrying boards. Palaham himself soon looked out from there. It turns out that Chalet had scolded him, and he was now experiencing emotional trauma, sadly filling the hole. Hearing this, Jeju felt only a little funny. Very good, but only in that sense. Meanwhile, somewhere on the 20th floor, some guy was sitting nervously and diligently searching for something in the system. It was obvious that he was very on edge and very angry at that coward Kim Sang-hyuk. He really needed to find Jeju for his own benefit, so that he could help him climb to the 40th and highest levels. Especially for this, he filled this whiner's stream with coins and tried to force all the information out, but he was silent as a fish, and the money went to waste. Most likely, he is not the only one who is interested in this monster. The only thing he was able to find out from him was his name, and even that is in doubt, since he cannot find it. Now the bespectacled man set himself a big goal, to find him before he reached the 20th floor. Meanwhile, somewhere on the 70th floor there was a very beautiful location. It looked like a big city. The very first fan of Jeju somehow got ready and went to the meeting, and the director began to scold her for her appearance, and she snapped back. The red-haired man looked at her and asked why she was so angry, because the administrator said that the world could soon disappear from the face of the earth. But she, of course, did not believe him. He sighed heavily and asked her to just be careful when dealing with the clan head. He was tormented by doubts about what he was doing seriously, but he really looked upset. When asked whether she had noticed him in such a bad mood, she only snorted and turned away. After a while, they found themselves in a beautiful place that looked very much like a palace. Entering there and going to the right office, they were immediately greeted by the head of the guild, the Hippocrates, who expressed gratitude for the fact that his guests arrived on time. The guys also introduced themselves. Park Jiwoo and Kang Soha said their names. It looks like they are the first ones for now. According to him, the others were too busy to come today, so he invited only the two of them to the table. While cutting the delicious steak, he first turned to the girl. He was interested in whether the information was true that she had been watching newbie streams lately. Yes, I had already chosen a dish for myself. It was a large red lobster with vegetables, which are quite expensive in their country. This question caused a strange feeling inside her, and she rudely agreed, asking what was wrong with it. The blonde tried to smile sweetly and asked her not to be nervous, because he was not accusing the lady of anything, but would simply have a request for her, which he thought she would handle perfectly. Looking at him, the brunette already knows that something is wrong here. From his smile, it was immediately clear that he is trying to push something disgusting onto her. but she still needed to listen to him. Looking at her, the blue-eyed man said that some changes had occurred on the 5th floor, namely, that the emperor had changed, and this had even affected the behavior of the townspeople, and it was necessary to find out if this was true. Soka shrugged, not wanting to do this at all, because he believed that the actions there would not affect the 70th level. Perhaps it was the administrator's whim. When he heard the first part of the sentence, he became angry and literally stabbed the meat with a knife. The girl was frightened by such a knock and looked at him sharply. The blue-eyed blonde began to scold her, citing her laziness. Was it really so difficult for her to take on this work and just listen to him? After that, she became very nervous, so much so that her jaw began to tremble, but she needed to calm down, which she tried to do because he still didn't know anything. Looking at him from behind her back, the long-haired woman asked what exactly he needed from her in this situation. She suspected that this was not the manager's whim, but rather that the changes were caused by the person's actions. Smiling, the man reminded that the collapse of the dam begins with small cracks, because they almost completed the floor, and they do not need any new variables. If the reason, as his guest said, lies in the user's actions, then he must be killed no matter what. Our hero was still lying in bed. He had this feeling that he was in a bad place, but he just needed to open his eyes. When he got up, he acted suspiciously cute with the fluffies, which didn't please his fans, who don't like such moments. Looking out the window, he saw that dozens of people had gathered outside the house, and as soon as the monsters appeared, he immediately had the feeling that everyone would run to the portal, but in fact, this was a mistaken opinion. The fountain test has a system. Depending on the complexity of the task and other criteria, the user receives a rank. This is called the Glory Hall. The thing is that as soon as the last single task on the 15th floor is completed, the names of the first 3 users will be presented in a special room. Initially, he expected to use it to gain viewers and earn money, but due to its unknown power, the tower will definitely have those who will closely watch it. The reward system will work against him. And the bad thing is that there is no guarantee that such people are not among his current viewers. It is impossible to assume whether they are aware of his power or not. Kim looked at his cloak scraps, and yet he was sure that whoever was planning something would be able to handle it, but that was no longer the case. Now his powers are unstable. The glove is destroyed. Latanto's set is of course being restored on its own, but he doesn't know when it will return to its previous state. He himself could not believe that he was ready to admit this, but he could really use some help from the outside. The only thing that comforts him now are his furry friends, who are always by his side. These butts are really great, and he even had the idea that why not start training them for close combat. The same ones squealed sweetly when they were stroked. They like it incredibly. Now they look like cats. Well, if you think about it, it's unknown what could happen to them after this. And it's somehow awkward to let them fight. It would be unnecessary anxiety. The boy hugged them and lay down on the bed. Looking at the system, he saw that the floor was closing in just 4 days, and all he had to do was become stronger. It seems that his skill level has increased quite well since the last battle, so creating a new mechanical glove and collecting the entire set will have to wait. If our hero can improve his melee skills, he will be able to protect his body without using additional items, although raising the level of his passive skill is quite problematic. And that's why he had to go to his good teacher and ask for a sparring match. The man only laughed at first. It seemed that all those battles were not enough for the guy. The most important thing was that he did not faint. He only sighed heavily and discontentedly. And he just started laughing, teasing him that he was afraid of the greatest warrior, Lashantu. For him, the best option now would be to really study with Palaham, who, after such words, without hesitation, already made a lock with his fist on him. It was pretty fast. Less than a second later, he was almost right next to the hero's face. He just smiled, as always, and stopping his fist, reminded him that he was not wearing protective clothing at the moment. Kim looked at him and also did not remain silent, because last time he fought with him on the same terms. And behind the fence, there was a crowd of people who were whispering among themselves. Indeed, Jeju is now worried about surveillance of his person, but whoever needs it will find him sooner or later anyway. His thoughts were interrupted by his sensei, who warned him that he might regret his decision. Without wasting a second, he swung his fist at him and was about to hit him, but the young guy deftly dodged. On the second attempt to touch him, he had already fallen to the ground and dust rose up around him. There was no time to sit back and relax. The brunette suddenly jumped up and was already heading towards his opponent. getting ready to strike. This continued day after day. Time flew by unnoticed. There were only 1 day left until the 15th floor closed. However, now, after such training, he felt much better. And besides, the level of the martial art skill had been raised to the 5th level. In the city that will always be covered in snow, evening came and a big and bright moon came out. The little fluffies finally had an appetite, and they happily devoured their favorite mana stones. It turns out that Karun shared it with them. It must be especially tasty. And tomorrow morning our hero will be forced to leave. So now his last night in Taruka will begin, no matter how sad it may sound. Now he is interested in his reward, and most likely he will have to turn off the stream, because there are personal concerns. But on the other hand, it will create the impression that he is distancing himself from them. And so, after all the long deliberation, he finally decided to show what this floor would give him. The audience is in anticipation. It must surely be epic. As always, a regular box fell out, and so unexpectedly that it scared the little fluffy ones. Kim walked up to her and slowly opened the lid. Now he also needed to take the prize for subscriptions. As always, the very first and most banal thing is a bag of coins of the usual rank. As always, they gave 5 pieces. The second item was more interesting. It was a rare level spatial backpack with a maximum weight of 500 kilograms. And at the very bottom lay the tunic of the Master of the 7 Snakes. It also had a heroic level, with which I had the ability to predict time literally by 1 second. In principle, this was expected. Our hero thought that he would have one such thing. He had already heard about this subject, and judging by the fact that under the influence of this effect, the bodies of other people begin to double, and he became interested in what it really looks like. In order not to think, you first need to try, and therefore he needs to say goodbye to his old shirt that was given to him for a while. It will be difficult for him to use predictions, and because of this, the guy begins to doubt whether he can really control such an effect. After a couple of seconds, something really strange started to happen in his eyes. Jeju could barely stand on his feet. He felt as if everything he looked at was beginning to ripple, and this caused a terrible nausea. Besides, using this thing seemed to drain his energy and devour his life force, and he really felt very ill. But at one point he tried to give himself encouragement, trying to concentrate. His fluffies watched him with concern as he behaved, and they too swam in his eyes. The kids watched him and really started to worry. Every time he felt bad, it caused them incredible moral pain. After several attempts to concentrate all his attention, he finally succeeded, and he smiled with joy. But even if that was true, the nausea still remained, an incredibly disgusting feeling inside. He needed to move away for a couple of minutes, a little further away, to a place where he could relieve himself. Even though Jeju can now see the small movements of the buttocks every second, he needs to try harder to make it activate the effect whenever he wants, which takes time. The next morning turned out to be very clear. It's very good that there has been no heavy snowfall or frost for several days, so the weather was favorable. This item in the set was the most difficult to master, but now he is interested in whether he can use several of them at once. Today he had not yet met Karen, Palaham, or Leto, with whom he wanted to say goodbye before leaving, but it still somehow hurt him. But if you think about it, something really is wrong here. The streets should be noisy and lively, but at such a late hour there is no one here. He was overcome with panic, thinking that perhaps the floor had already rebooted, and so he began to run even faster to his destination. In principle, such a theory explains why there is not a soul around. He needed to get to the testing fountain quickly. He really hoped it was still open. Once there, he saw familiar faces and froze in surprise. All the people of the city, both familiar and not so familiar, gathered around and saluted him. The guy was a little surprised by their sudden appearance. He certainly didn't expect that they would come up with something like that. Men and women shouted his new name loudly. Everyone respected the hero Lachanta. On the other side stood his friends, who also took part in this and simply smiled. Such a solemn greeting, or rather farewell, confused him very much. He kept wondering where they had gone. His coach smiled broadly and said for everyone why everyone was gathered here. Kim Jeju, blushing deeply, thought that they were giving too much honor to a simple traveler, which embarrassed him incredibly. The blue-eyed man laughed. His student deserved such a solemn farewell to everyone. Incredible pride for him burned in his eyes. A man approached him, at whom our hero stared, and who decided to thank him especially. The resident of Tarua knelt before him and took his hand, thanking the great warrior Lachanta with all his heart and with tears in his eyes. Looking at him, He immediately remembered that this was the same person who first asked him for help at the very beginning. All the guys who live in this wonderful country came to support him and send him on his further journey. They were all with him and blessed his path. Their warm farewell was filled with the highest respect that only they could show from the bottom of their hearts and souls. It never had any analogs in the past, which is what made it different. And besides, this will definitely not happen in the future. Everyone is sure that our guy will become an excellent warrior and save many lives. This even brought tears to Jeju's eyes. He couldn't believe that the residents would be so grateful to him. With a wide smile, he thanked them all. And so his journey through Taruka was, in its own way, both long and short at the same time, and the end was very pleasant. Everything has come to an end, and our hero is ready to move forward, conquering new heights and learning about his new capabilities. He was already approaching as close as possible to the place he needed, and was even upset about something. Of course, it's sad to say goodbye to the relationships that were built in this wonderful town, but now it is much more important to focus on the next floor and new difficulties, since it is unknown what awaits him next. There was no time to think, and it was necessary to take a new big step into the future. Jeju opens the door. And one little man had already arrived on the 15th floor. His name was Baek Jinha, and he seemed to be in a great mood. The boy found himself in a luxurious hall, which was very similar to a royal one in its decoration. Here a new test awaited him. The total number of participants had already reached its limit, and the entrance was closed. There were a lot of people who were walking around here, getting to know each other, looking at the area, and of course, waiting for it to start. The weather here was great. The sun was shining, and it was even warm. There was a pleasant breeze. It would seem that everything here is very simple. He just needed to receive a task from a resident of Taruka, and he began to ask viewers for donations. But they agreed with him that they would give him coins in exchange for going to the center of the mountains towards the castle gates, and the cake immediately rushed straight there. Jinha runs very fast, and in less than 5 minutes he was there, but he still didn't understand what the guys wanted to see here. It's very strange. There were only snow-capped mountain peaks on the horizon, and nothing else special, and fans started chatting about where that flower went. It's a mystery to them. And what's most offensive for him is that they didn't explain to him why they pushed him here. The people around were having fun. They didn't seem to be worried about anything, and they were singing songs while drinking pleasantly. The 10th floor was full of people, as always. An unknown man approached the young people, asked for forgiveness, and introduced himself as a member of the Hippocrates Guild and needed their assistance. The girl and the man looked at him questioningly, but he continued to speak. His clan was looking for the person who was responsible for the confusion here, and he only needed to check their faces. It was about that same Kim Jaiju, a young man with short hair and a backpack. He also had a loose-fitting brown coat, as far as he remembers. The guys were of course unhappy with such a sudden check, but the guy with scars had to take off his hood. The lady who was walking next to him was already beginning to grumble that they had been kept for so long, and so they looked at all the people who wanted to go through those doors. A whole line formed. Among these characters was our own Jeju, who kept peeking out from under his hood. He was incredibly angry about this, but in principle this was to be expected. They were looking for him and checking others. Apparently his name became known on the floors above. Running away now wasn't a good option either. Then they would start a chase for him, which wasn't exactly a good idea. He couldn't be caught. Besides, the results in the Hall of Fame were not surprising. In first place was Jaiju himself, and users nervously sent each other friend requests and wanted to know who he was. And the guy, so to speak, peered out from the shadows and tried not to show himself while watching the others. As soon as the results of the passage came out, information about it spread everywhere, and so he fled to the 16th floor as soon as he could, before the situation began to irritate him. Usually, users go back to the 10th when they finish big tasks, so he had an assumption that the pursuers would go there, but there was no need to follow their lead. Entering the room, the first thing he saw were large statues. It was obvious that they had taken a long time to work on. Besides this, there was a huge door next to them, which they seemed to be guarding. The mission here will be a large-scale one, which is a mix of level 3 and level 4 challenges, in which 30 people will need to attack from 2 sides to win. He exhaled. Now he just had to wait for them to come to him. It didn't take long. Soon everyone showed up here and the total number of participants reached the required number. The entrance was closed. Men appeared on the portal's threshold, and I immediately noticed that someone had gotten ahead of them. It was brave to conquer such a difficult floor alone, and they saw our hero in front of them, who was standing in a long cloak and simply silently looking at them. One of the guys asked his friend to ask the others to get ready, but he himself wanted to talk to Jeju personally. But the brunette still stood motionless and looked at them. The man found it suspicious that this person was hiding his face. Perhaps he was a criminal, and so he began to treat him rather rudely. He answered him calmly, or at least tried, saying that he was an ordinary user. He continued to pester him about why he came here alone, and he was interested in the circumstances that led to this. There was no point in the young guy telling them, and when he refused, they began to threaten him. In such a situation, it would be difficult to build a normal dialogue. He understood everything, but he also had trouble laying all his cards on the table. His rude friend decided that if he was nervous, he should start from the beginning and introduce himself first. He said his name, which sounded like Lee Seung-woong. Without thinking at all, Kim Jeju revealed his own in response, so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. It was a good thing that all this happened just a couple of seconds before the test began, and after his final phrase, the huge statue began to move. The man was scared for him and shouted that something was happening behind him. In order not to cause trouble to himself or anyone else, since unnecessary fights were of no use now, using his strength, the young guy instantly dealt with a block of stones. It was very surprising and unexpected. Sayun looked at him with wide eyes and could not say a word. The other guys also heard this loud roar and turned around in fear to find out what was happening. Behind them they saw only a huge block of stones, from which the hand of that very statue was sticking out. And no one understood what had happened, because everything happened so quickly. Our hero just noticed that he no longer had problems with his movements. He felt better, but to implement the plan he needed to act really quickly. The test of the 16th floor had just begun, and there was indeed an interesting location around that he was looking at. Going further into the depths, he saw another sculpture which was sitting and holding a huge bowl in its hand. Now he really doesn't know what to do. The guy is confused, because if he gets too worked up, it will become even more difficult. As he took another step closer to her, the monster's 3 eyes opened and glowed red with a nasty sound. In his vessel, there was something like a liquid that glowed bright blue. It lowered its gaze straight at our hero, as if it wanted to kill him right now. All these sounds and bright flashes were noticeable even through the doors he passed through. The test participants thought that this guy was crazy for deciding to do something like that. And he also had incredible experience, since he was able to pass the test on his own. Jeju, as expected, dealt with everyone very well. The monster that stood in his way was no longer there, as was his cup. The task here is identical to the one on the 3rd floor, and he knows the weaknesses of the stone statue, so it can be defeated very easily. And he knew perfectly well that as soon as you pass through the door, you will find yourself in a long corridor, and if you go further along it, I don't know anything, then hidden monsters made of cobblestones will be activated, and those vessels that they hold contain a solution that can freeze everything over a large area, which will cause a lot of trouble for the inexperienced. And even if you manage to get through the ice trap, you will encounter monsters from above that attack from 2 sides, plus iron arrows from the front fly straight at them. Lee Seung called his subordinates to him and demanded that they scatter the purchased sand. Touching the ice was not allowed now. At one point he turned to his closest friend and pointed his finger up at him. There was something on the ceiling. The Chinese man looked up and it seemed to be something like a footprint. And indeed, that is true. It is clear that it was a man's foot. The guys looked at him and wondered why he was there. But in principle, it was possible to guess that the user climbed there to go through this corridor in one go. Most likely, this is how Jeju escaped all the traps and did not waste his energy on unnecessary battles with stone monsters. However, the way he destroyed the statue seemed completely illogical, which made the blue-haired man think. They walked through the corridors and saw a huge crowd of monstrous creatures that were already lying down and not moving. It was not difficult for them to guess that this guy behaved this way for only one purpose, to demonstrate his worth to them. While they were whispering among themselves, he was already finishing the second part of the test, which he had dealt with earlier. By the time they reached him, Jeju had finished with the multicolored buttons. Soon just laughed and said that it was very easy to get to him. It was like the team was walking through a flower meadow. Our hero became curious about something, and he politely asked his allies the name of their clan, and it turned out to be called Hanshin. It seemed quite familiar to him, so wasting time on conversations now would not be the best decision. He needed to get to the point. Looking at the boys with a wide smile, he said that he would like to ask them for something. Meanwhile, in the very place where they were examining every living soul, checks were still ongoing. And then, when Seun was still there, he was very outraged by the behavior of the hypocrite guild, who detained tired people. He began to defend all the guys who came next to him, introducing them as members of his clan, and the guy who was wanted was also standing there. He knew that everything would be fine, because they couldn't force the Hanshin clan to act their way. The male inspector apologized for the inconvenience caused, explaining that they had an important reason for such behavior, and promised to also give them about 50,000 coins. This only made him grit his teeth in anger. It infuriated him that they were being taken for weaklings, and on top of that, being detained. To which they simply looked at each other and simply shrugged their shoulders. The young boy who was also involved in this mess bowed before the clan and asked for forgiveness again. When they were let past, Jeju looked back and heard them complaining about why they should bend over backwards for them, but it turns out that their leader is responsible for the 10th floor, and it's better not to conflict. Looking at them, our hero simply sighed heavily and was simply very glad that everything worked out and moved on. Evening came. The sunset here was especially beautiful. It was impossible to take your eyes off it. After passing the test, the man promised him that he would organize a meeting with the leader of their clan right tomorrow. He nodded his head and said that he would go to the appointed place, finally thanking his new friend for his help. Hanshin felt embarrassed that he had done all the work for them, and everyone received the reward, but Jaiju himself had asked for support, so he had to do it anyway. When they left, he let out a satisfied sigh, and the spectators tried to calm down, as if these guys had no bad intentions. Despite the clan members having safety as their top priority, they received serious backlash from the 30th floor users for attempting to control them with brutal means in the beginning. The Hippocrates Guild has declared a hunt for the young warrior Lakanta, and to achieve their goal, namely the modernization of the tower, they are ready to do literally anything. They use any person for their own benefit, and they look like just cogs in their mechanism. And so Jeju has no intention of joining anyone, but those who hunt him obviously do not arouse his sympathy, and his existence bothers them the most. And before meeting the clan, he wanted to do something, but his thoughts were interrupted by someone hitting his back. It was something soft, and he spoke very sweetly to her. Laha had already finished eating her favorite monastones, and with her cheeks full, she tried to say something. And at that moment, the viewers noticed that the user Love was not here with them, which is very strange because she was always in touch. And on the 50th floor, there was a factory complex of that very enemy guild. It was she who arrived in the second zone, and asked in a friendly manner whether she was distracting anyone here from important matters. The shy man, on the contrary, accepted her with honor, because the eldest had visited such a place, but she asked to call her simply Kang So-ha, and without formalities. In fact, he only pretended to be friendly with her and was not happy about her arrival. He would like to know the reason. The long-haired woman smiled and asked how the work was going, and also asked to provide her with a supply chain and a daily recycling schedule. He began to grumble and somehow hesitate. Did he really not want it? Which made the lady angry. And of course that was the case, because he didn't want it to be revealed that he was pumping materials for himself, but he still had to do it. Suddenly, some man bursts in and demands that the leader leave. Kang So-ha jumped up from her seat and ordered the worker to gather the boys and evacuate the rest. In front of her stood a green-haired man who was indignant that his attempts to go down to the 50th floor were in vain. The long-haired girl asked who that hero was. She had never seen him before. And from his cocky look, it didn't look like he was just lost here. In fact, this is a loyal viewer of Kim Jaiju's streams, and his nickname is Hot Pot. He came here to create real chaos. Without thinking, he ran towards Soka and swung his fist, intending to hit her in the face. Fortunately, she managed to dodge. And she also had to be reminded that he was clearly violating the mutual agreement. But doesn't that work if he's a member of the clan and the boy just smiled slyly? Since Hitpot knows this, it means he was won before, but now the lady wants to know why he is doing this and what goals he is pursuing. Straightening his jacket, he said that he heard how they were annoying one person who was not at all indifferent to him. He was incredibly angry that these people were meddling in the affairs of the 10th floor, and he clenched his fist tightly. After these words, the girl became wary and did not quite understand what he was talking about. He didn't want to negotiate with her anymore, and he was just going to attack. Soka just sat on one knee and didn't say a word. But after a couple of seconds, she quietly said a completely familiar name for some animals, namely fluffy popoevs. Hearing about them, he immediately froze and began to slowly lower his hand. After all, these are Jeju's pets. The brown-eyed girl also began to look at him intently and did not answer anything else. Heatpot looked at her and couldn't believe that she was also his fan, to which the girl only smiled sweetly while looking at him. The object of their affection went to Cray's workshop, urgently in order. The master looked at the result of the work, and initially it seemed a little strange to him that he asked to borrow her for a few days. This time the glove is different in that it is not just 2 or 3 triple spiral mana circles, but rather a combination of many of them, essentially a bomb. And besides, their structure is so pronounced that this glove can be mistaken for a martial arts item, which our hero is very happy about. Although he couldn't learn such an empire skill, he mastered one that was a bit similar in name, and this encouraged him, but now he also needs to change his weapon. But according to the master, in any case, if he uses it like that, there is a big risk that the body will not withstand such a load. But still the guy refused some amendments that could one day save his life. Now he turned to his subscribers and asked them for forgiveness, but they began to be indignant that their stream was not turned off and they had to wait so long. Now the guy plans to go to the next floor, but first he needs to pay off his debts. When he went outside, it was already evening, but soon it began to get dark and the sky was covered with stars. As agreed, he went to meet the head of the Hanshin clan, whose name was Han Sungmin, and he introduced himself first. He looked quite friendly, and offered the guest a cup of sweet tea, which he declined with a smile. It was quite surprising to him. Most of his visitors would have agreed at least out of politeness. Having cleared his throat, he began his speech. And indeed this man had heard a lot about him, how he was persecuted after a false accusation initially by the guild, and then he wanted to join them. The guy listened attentively, but he believes that all this information is false because he is not a member of the Hippocrates. Jeju just smiled in response and nodded his head, but deep down he was amazed that he met him right now. He expected this no earlier than the 50th, and here he was, chilling out here. This man is called a pacifist. He doesn't have much fighting power, but no one dares to ignore him. The clan leader tried to scare him a little, saying that he had some information and he needed to find out the true motive of this strange guest. Although they didn't say that he was just a newbie, literally the next day, magically, the same people were busy praising Sungmin. He continued to blackmail him, saying that he knew what he had done on the 15th floor, and on this basis believed that the changes on the 5th and 10th floors were his doing. After listening to him, he thought about it. In any case, he would soon find out about it anyway, so there is no need to devalue yourself in his eyes by telling a lie, as he believes. Therefore, he had no choice but to confess everything. But after that, his interlocutor lost all his ardor. The young guy just grinned and now offers to make a deal with him. But what kind of deal if the head of the clan doesn't want anything from him? Having settled in more comfortably, Jeju tried to attract his attention by saying that there was something here that might interest him after all. He is confident that this will play into his hands, because he knows that this man is a first-class chef. But the bespectacled man only laughed loudly after hearing this. When he finished having fun, he turned to his friend and said that he had something else for him. Sungmin asked to go to the 17th floor and prove his worth to him. The boy asked what if he had already done it, but that would be even better. And all because the game of shadows is much more painful on the second playthrough, as the head of the clan said. And now the question arises of how he will check this, because our hero may lie to him. To which the man just laughed. In fact, there are a lot of ways to find out everything, and therefore there is no need to worry about it. But in any case, he needs to clear this floor in order to get to the 20th, which he is so eager to reach. Besides, a plan has matured in his head. It will be even much better if he gets recognition from Sungmin in the process, so he confidently agrees. At the same time, the girl was walking in some strange place on the same level. It was so deserted and dark that she was afraid that she wouldn't cope. The guys in the chat started supporting her and trying to encourage her, which really touched her, and she almost burst into tears. She received a notification in the system that the required number of participants had been reached, and it was time to start testing. A bunch of requirements came out. Now there are no skills, chat functions, store, and also, no one will leave the channel. There was very little time left until the very beginning. Only some 10 minutes. The coward looked at everything around and stopped at the statue. Soon other guys appeared who also scared the hell out of her. Everyone was busy with their own affairs. No one paid attention to her. They were looking at their systems. The girl looked at everyone. It was very surprising that it happened so quickly. Just a moment ago, no one was here. She also began to look at her scoreboard, and again began to doubt her strength. Fear completely enveloped her, almost to the point of tears. The task this time was very interesting. The soul of one of the 6 people was swapped with a shadow, and it was necessary to find it. Otherwise, 5 people would die. It should be distorted according to the average level of complexity of the users. The total number of them was 6, which means they will be able to ask the same number of questions. If the statue smiles, then it is true. If not, then it is a lie. Everything is simple. Park Chan-sung was the first to speak to everyone. Since the introductions were over, it was necessary to discuss the further plan of action. Jinsun was indignant, because there were exactly 6 distortions. It was practically impossible to understand who was lying. The cowardly girl was scared, because it meant the same number of things in the person had been changed. It will be quite a difficult test, but it is better than nothing. Lee Minha and Young Hasen listened to everyone, and the brunette turned out to be a specialist in psychology and promised to bring everyone to justice. And our hero noticed that their clothes had changed and all their personal belongings were missing. He was more concerned now about whether his little pets were okay. He really hoped that they were okay. The time for chatting is up, the timer is up, it's time to get started and all participants are on alert. Minya and Yumi noticed a strange hum behind them and became very scared. It was a statue that began to move and take its desired pose. She was huge and opened all 6 of her arms. With the top 2 holding a sharp spear, the boys had only 60 minutes left before making a decision. Everyone looked around the hall carefully, and it turned out that there were 2 huge stone people. One was the judge, and the second would deal with the loser. Kim Jaju looked at this picture, and one look was enough to understand what would happen to the victims, and it was quite cruel. Minya, when there was silence, suggested choosing the most suspicious person and asking him if it was a shadow. But the guy with the scar on his cheek said that it was impossible to ask such a question. There were already thoughts about drawing lots and offering 3 people as victims. All the guys who were present just watched and listened without saying anything. Jinsun yelled at her and waved his hand. This frivolous girl wants to leave everything to chance. This is crazy to say the least. The long-haired one just laughed and allowed herself to be hit, expressing gratitude for his desire to become an offering. Our hero looked at them, and he knew that if a fight broke out between the players, the attacker would be automatically chosen as the victim. The administrator had set this rule so that she couldn't pass the brute force test, but if this continued, this man could easily hit her and become a target. Blue-Eyed turned to Yumi and addressed her, as she was always scared of something and screamed loudly. She asked her again if it was true that she was a personal trainer outside the tower, and later changed her course to magical engineering. The girl got scared, and in a trembling voice asked what was wrong. She didn't drag it out and told him that Jeju was also breaking in this direction, and clearly named the names of the skills he had learned and their levels. But for some reason this young lady gave a vague answer. After the complaint was made, her voice trembled, but if she did not speak confidently, she would not be able to get rid of unnecessary suspicions. But the coward began to speak confusedly about something completely different. Kim heard the hints about himself and was a little confused, while Yumi tried to justify her behavior. The long-haired girl just crossed her arms over her chest and was indignant that she hadn't said this earlier, but as an introvert, it was very difficult for her to even be around people, let alone quickly connect her thoughts together. And then she heard through her crying quiet steps approaching her, and she had to open her eyes. Jeju stood in front of her and looked at the coward so menacingly that she even trembled. To make her feel less scared, she pressed herself against Jinsun, causing him to blush deeply. Mina turned to a psychology expert to analyze her behavior to see if she was accidentally lying. In response to this, the crybaby threw another tantrum, shifting all the blame onto her, because the much more suspicious one, without any reason or remorse, was going to sacrifice others, which is tantamount to murder. She just chuckled at something, because it was just a proposal. Whether to be freed or not would be decided by everyone together. The girls started to argue. Was what she said in a calm tone really a reason to label her? But in Yumi's opinion, seems like this is true. Long-haired Minya asked for proof of her lie, but she heard a voice from behind her that interrupted her. It was that same psychologist who laughed and was already thinking that maybe they really should do what they were suggested. Hassan pointed her finger at her, saying that she takes the initiative and wants to put her word in everything, which means she looks the most suspicious. Blue-Eyed couldn't believe that they were suddenly targeting her, because she had done everything to turn her against the other. The girl with the bob asked her to look back, because she was sure that she was not the only one who thought so. And indeed all the guys were standing behind me, and no one said that it was wrong to do this. But I don't think what was said was wrong. They just silently and coldly watched me, and some agreed with their eyes. Minya was scared. Great fear was visible in her eyes. She thought that they themselves said that no one should be killed. And then Jeju had an idea. He asked his co-participants to give him the opportunity to use one question. The psychologist looked at him, raising her gaze. She would not like, and in principle no one would like, for him to ask standard questions, and to slide himself, including the floor. This made him think, yes, it is true that a judgment about a stone statue is based on a comparison with the original. If they ask if the shadow is a woman, the statue will say no if it was originally a man, and questions about things that can be easily changed, such as gender or occupation, will not help you find it. The green-haired man came closer to everyone and suggested his own option, to sacrifice one suspicious person rather than endanger everyone else. But then he was asked a counter-question, whether he could be sure that they would choose him as a present, which made him even tremble. Based on how things have been going, the guys want to choose Chan Yumi just in case. And also that same girl who tried to push everything onto her, Lee Minya, also falls under suspicion. Our hero couldn't resist and asked who would be the third. They would definitely kill each other trying to solve this, and it's better to do everything sensibly. Jinsen admitted that the guy was right, and now, even more so, there was only one question. It was better for one to die than for three at once. The coward agreed with them after all, along with the psychologist girl who behaved completely calmly. The main suspect couldn't refuse either, which made Jeju very happy. Kim just smiled and was ready to begin, touching the statue with his hand. Before asking the question, he looked at her closely and prepared himself. It was really bad luck for that shadow to be in the same room as him, and it looks like it's very scared. Despite all the attempts to deal with the situation, mixing lies with truth so that this savvy guy wouldn't notice, the fear that he would soon expose him never went away. Holding the stone monster's hand, he still looked at him and continued to prepare. In order not to drag things out, he asked a logical question that would help him, whether the gender of this shadow had changed from male to female. The main suspect started yelling at him. It's not enough to just ask such a thing, because what if he was wrong? The judge sat motionless at first, simply looking into the distance wherever she was looking. But after a couple of seconds, a smile appeared on his face, which meant that it was true. Seeing the result, Jaiju laughed and slowly turned to face all the team members, confidently stating that he now knew who the shadow was. The yellow-eyed man began to doubt how he could know this, asking only one question. The fact that her gender has changed does not mean that her habits have changed, and if this person is already familiar, then this becomes even more obvious. He turned his head towards this very little man, behind whom was hidden what he needed, saying that they had met before. And it was Chan Yumi, who, hearing her name, began to tremble even more, looking at the guy in fear. With a trembling voice, she began to refute everything he said, saying that she had never seen him before. A very stubborn girl, he had to remind her that we were talking about young Kang-hyuk. The brunette told the other participants that they had taken part in the 6th floor test together. All of his characteristics remained the same except for his gender. He had to remind the guys that she had said something at the very beginning, that she had chosen a high difficulty level, and that since she used a spear, she was then the commander of the knights. Besides this, the lady mentioned that she was a coach, just as Kang-hyuk had said back then. She also knows that during the joint test, a mechanical glove created using magical engineering was used. And so, if all this is true, then Jaiju is sure that Yumi is the guy he knows. Jinsen pushed her away from him after listening to his ally's story, but he still continued to try to justify himself. The psychologist pointed her finger at her and asked why she flinched when Mr. Kim approached her, but it was obvious that it was because he was a stranger to her. However, another question arises here. Why didn't she react when Im approached her and even asked him for help? Kang-hyuk sighed heavily and began to cry because the stone statue either confirmed that the gender had changed, but she was not the only woman here, and it was too much to accuse her of something without having clear evidence. Our hero doesn't like witch hunts either, so he suggests doing the following. He turned to the girls and asked for permission to solve the problems and the remaining 5 questions, but if anything happened, he allowed himself to be stopped. It seemed that no one was against it, since they were already confident in the correct solution. The girl just stood there and cried, saying nothing. Kim walked closer to the statue and touched its hand as was required before the start. And the first clarification was about whether he had met the shadow before he got here, specifically on the 6th floor, to which the statue smiled broadly. After a couple of seconds, it became clear that this was true. Seeing the answer, Jeju turned to the suspect and asked if he should continue now. Yumi stood there as if she had swallowed her tongue and couldn't say a word. The only thing she is capable of now is crying and making stupid excuses that it is pointless. Kan-hyuk, undercover, began to beat his fists on Jinsen's chest, trying to whine. This kind of wiping of snot on him was already boring to him. Considering that deep down he was a guy, the brunette pushed him away from himself. The psychologist did not want to watch all this mess and suggested voting, and besides, she didn't have much time left. The girls began to whisper among themselves, discussing something, but in such a way that their friend with the surprise would not hear. Using stupid childish manipulations, she tried to dissuade everyone from the decision they had made, citing the fact that everyone could die because of Jeju. The men began to look at each other, but had already made their choice, despite the unsuccessful cries of this lady. The girls also knew who they would choose and did not listen to Yumi. The voting was over. Our hero looked down at her and didn't want to say anything else. All 5 people pointed out Kan-hyuk as the undercover one, of course, which made the crybaby start laughing hysterically. He couldn't believe that everything really happened this way, drowning in tears. The creepy statue continued to smile widely, looking straight at its victim and bending over her. The guy looked at her with horror, but because of her appearance, he couldn't move. At that very second, a stone hand grabbed him, after which he was overcome by terrible panic. He was carelessly thrown into some cage, and he hit his head and back hard. One moment, and the door closed, after which terrible screams began due to fear and the thirst to survive. He did not want to die right now and in such a terrible way. The statue had a rather large weapon, which was already presented right at the top of the penal yard. Kan-hyuk ran around the confined space and tried to get out, asking others for help. The guys just stood and watched, some turned away or talked among themselves, but did not try to get involved in his fate. A minute later, the terrible screams stopped. The shadow was destroyed and the test was passed. All functions that were unavailable were activated back. The one who dealt with him began to disappear. A portal opened in front of the guys, as always, to the next and 10th floors. Everyone chooses their own path. And before leaving this place, Jinsen turned to his new acquaintance and promised to treat him to something tasty at his own expense at the next intersection. The other guy now understood after this ending why everyone was afraid to go through this floor, and praised his allies for their good work. Manga was also very happy that she was able to survive and said goodbye to everyone. Kim just smiled back at them, and everyone immediately disappeared. But not the psychologist, who stayed here and turned to our hero, who looked at her questioningly. The girl with the bob just smiled. He completed the task and saved them all. Well, almost. The guy didn't quite understand what she meant and asked again just in case. The green-eyed girl continued to look at him and did not look away. But she soon said that in fact it was one of the viewers who asked her to tell him this. This slightly confused Jeju, but now everything became clear to him. Meanwhile, the clan leader's servant reported to him that this young man had passed the test. The bespectacled man turned to him and nodded his head because he already knew about this incident. His subordinates immediately began to get angry. What was the point of asking him to report every day if someone knew everything, to which he only snorted? He needed it for the appearance that he had a job. He had also heard rumors that there was complete chaos on the 20th floor, and he was interested to know what exactly was going on there. After clearing his throat, the young swordsman said that they should be busy because this newly formed guild had nothing but problems, and specifically he was talking about that high school girl who used her fists. His boss smiled. Were bad times really starting to appear for his subordinate? He knew very well how to set priorities. The brown-eyed man only sighed heavily and asked him for forgiveness. The man turned away and looked at the beautiful view from the window, asking if he knew about the blackout. Recently, an incident occurred in which all users of the 10th floor were temporarily transported to a dark space, and after returning, many things had already changed, which is why it was named this way. After hearing this, Seun concluded that the same horrific changes had occurred on the 20th floor as on the 10th. However, his boss is not sure about this, but what is known for sure is what happened on the 15th. Perhaps because of this, they are on the verge of a blackout. And most likely the root of the whole problem lies in just one person, whom everyone knows very well, and he is hinting at Kim Jae-ju. After that, he felt like he was having so much fun for the first time in a long time. Meanwhile, in the city center, there were many people who went out for a walk. The weather was good, so people filled all the streets. Jeju is also there now, but on business, he made it all the way here from that portal, but doesn't see anyone from the Hypocrite Guild, who were so diligently looking for him on the 10th floor. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by a blue-haired Chinese man who calls him over in a polite tone. And before going further, he was distracted by a sound in the system. It was a voice message from the user Love, who has always sponsored him. Everyone was happy to have her back. The men entered a building that was very familiar to him, which was made almost in white colors. They looked harmoniously mixed with the others. Narrow-eyed knocked on the door and informed the clan leader that Jeju had arrived. They let him into the office, and the Chinese man bowed and slowly left, trying to close the entrance silently. The bespectacled man asked the young man to sit down next to him in the hope that he would not run away again, to which he only exhaled because he had been told earlier that he had completed the task. The uncle laughed in response. He had thought for a long time about what he would do if the guy did not fall into his surveillance net, and therefore had gone too far. Most likely, Han Sungmin identified all the users who would be on the same level as him, and assigned each of his subordinates a spectator to watch Jeju, and ultimately demonstrating that he has enough power to make people do as he wishes, and that he has many defenders. It's not hard to guess that he's hinting that he can always be watched, and this is like a warning. In the minds of the so-called victims, it looks like a childish but very effective method. While running his fingers through his hair, the director asked who the guy sitting next to him really was. Looking at him, you really think he's lucky, but I've never met anyone who could so calmly pass the 17th floor, which turned out to be hell for many. To which the brunette only raised an eyebrow. Was it really that important for him to know? Snapping his fingers, he said that he really wanted to coax what he needed out of him. He had never had so much fun. And in this case, Jeju is already offering to make a deal for the second time, and the guy himself, with his abilities, has proven that he is not some kind of rabble. That's why it's time for Sungmin to prove himself, whether he's the one he needs or not. Looking at him, he asked if they were in an equal position right now. But is this really true if the guy thinks it's just a little bit different? There was no reaction from him, and so it will be difficult. The men just looked at each other. Right now, they are fighting to see who has the best card in this information game. Although he knows that Jeju's cards are good, he doesn't know which ones. Come to think of it, the bespectacled man had never felt such an acute lack of information, and in that case, he wants to talk about the tests of the 18th and 19th floors. Of course, our hero does not refuse this, and this option suits him. His answer sounded as if he already had data on these missions, although he had never been there before. When he first met Kim Jae-ju, the old man had the thought that he was one of the many psychopaths in the tower. But now, what really worries him is how relaxed he is, as if he already knows everything. And that is why he wants to ask him how much he knows about this tower, smiling broadly and looking into his eyes. Still casually, the young man replies that he has enough information to satisfy him. Such vague answers get on his nerves, and it feels like he does it on purpose. The men had been having this intellectual dialogue for over an hour, and it was already getting dark outside. The sun was setting, and a beautiful sunset had appeared. Finally, Sungmin raised his hands and gave in with a smile. He knows that he will not receive any information if everything continues in the same spirit. He will simply explode with indignation and irritation. At the end, he asked what this young guy wanted and promised to help him. In response, he saw his rather strange smile, and a second later he said that he wanted him to get rid of him. In the mind of his interlocutor, it sounded extremely strange. Could the guy really have gone so far only for him to deal with him in the end? Scratching the back of his head, Jeju apologized for expressing himself incorrectly. In fact, he wanted to erase his existence all the way up to the 20th floor. This request made Sungmin's eyes pop out of his head and his glasses fall off his nose. Propping his head up with his hand, he clarified that he wanted him to get rid of the rumors that had already been spread. He just nodded his head, but unfortunately words are not sparrows, and it would be impossible to do such a thing. However, he can make his existence be overshadowed by something else. A good idea has arisen in his head. This turn of events greatly interested our hero, and he asked how this could be done. And it turns out to be easy. You just need to start with the rumors already circulating among people. After this, you need to add to them those that concern him personally. And in the end, It will turn out that one will overlap the other, and everything will be ready. In this miraculous way, the bespectacled man will be able to buy enough time for him to reach the 20th floor. Clapping his hands, he asked how he liked this offer. It seems that our hero liked it. This will be enough for him in principle. The clan leader successfully made the deal, but it was his failure. If he stepped now, he would miss a blow to his pride. And since he gave in to him, Sungmin asked if he could ask a few questions, but on one condition, if there were no lies. In the end, it was best to make a clean contract, because in the end they would have to help each other in the future, and so the young man agreed. The man has something he would like to clarify, and it is very confusing to him. He heard rumors that on the 15th floor he was wearing furry clothes that made sounds. He immediately understood what he was talking about, his little furry friends, and Jeju barely held back his laughter. Hiding something like this would be tiring for both of them, and besides, this person is capable of finding out any information if he really wants to. It took him very little time to think, and the guy sighed heavily. He had to reveal what really happened. Taking his spatial backpack, he called Lahu, Koden, and Baron. The man looked at him with slight confusion. To him it sounded like he was casting some kind of spell, not understanding what was happening. And now in front of him, there are cute little priests sitting and blinking their blue eyes. Seeing them, he became even more confused, not understanding why they, ordinary mobs, were here. The guy looked at him, holding the babies in his arms, on his shoulder, and even on his head. Kim held one out in his hand closer to him, and surprisingly they looked almost defenseless to the bespectacled man. But then one of them frowned and released his fangs, growling menacingly at the guy, who thought that they were afraid of him. The other kids were also on edge, filled with loyalty. It seemed they had gotten separated on the 8th floor at one time. These animals are very sensitive to the death of their comrades. Sungmin, as expected, did not want to continue this dialogue and therefore asked what the guy had been doing before arriving at the tower. In principle, he didn't have to hide it, because the audience would also like to hear it. So the question was asked at the right time. That's why the guy told everything from the very beginning, hoping that his interlocutor and fans were interested in learning such information. Adjusting his glasses, he thought about the fact that in order to afford to live independently and earn money, he took such a risky step. The reason turned out to be painfully prosaic, and this was Jeju's original goal. For him, the main thing was the ability to make ends meet. Looking at his little ones, he admitted that something had changed now. There are people, he is sure that absolutely everyone, who consider staying in the tower a game, but he perceives this so-called game as reality, and perhaps this is the best way for him to describe his attitude towards all this. Sungmin thought that another way to describe it would be that he was completely immersed in the process, and it was true. The boy sighed with relief and nodded his head. After a couple of seconds, he turned to his interlocutor, who was already alert and ready to listen. The question was very strange. The brunette thought that this man had entered the tower purely out of boredom, but he tried to slip away and said that only a crazy person would come here just because he had nothing to do. The men laughed heartily, and only now, the old man began to understand why he felt this strange discomfort. Jeju was actually threatening him, as if he knew him very well, even better than he knew himself. Then he extended his hand to him and said that he would help him with joy. But everything could at any moment turn out differently from what he wanted. Who knows how events will develop? Now it's time to get ready, the guy called his little fluffies, who were roaming around the office. The kids happily jumped back into their spatial backpack, and the bespectacled man asked what this very charismatic man would do now. Before answering, he made sure all 3 boys were in the carrier and closed it tightly. Throwing his briefcase on his back, he said that he was going to go to the 18th floor without wasting any time, and said goodbye to the leader. Meanwhile, on the 70th level was the headquarters of the Hippocrates Guild. The men were discussing important topics there. A subordinate was right now reporting information to his superior. No one recognized the person from the photo they were looking for, and it seemed that he definitely had no connection with the clan. This character attacks purely with magic, and therefore leaves no other traces, as reported to the commander-in-chief. The blonde began to analyze him. Since he did not hide his face, this speaks of his self-confidence, and most likely he knows who they are, but still attacks. In his opinion, something didn't add up here, but the blue-eyed man changed the subject and asked about Kang So-hee. He reported to him that due to the reconstruction of the factories they had few free people, so they had to recall everyone who was watching her. The girl was wounded and is currently recovering. For some reason, he began to doubt and asked again if this was really so. And yes, it is true, he saw it with his own eyes, albeit briefly, so he can be confident in the information he is giving to the most important person here. According to him, a particularly violent clash occurred in the second zone of the plant, and it was because of this that most of it was completely destroyed. The man certainly didn't expect this turn of events and was wondering what to do now. In that case, he simply had to meet that girl, Kang Soha, right now. The brunette looked at him with slight confusion and raised an eyebrow. This decision confused him, because she was injured, and seriously so. Finding her a job would be a big problem, but it seemed he misunderstood his boss. After all, according to him, since someone from his guild's valuable personnel suffered, he is obliged to visit this person. However, in reality, this man is one of those who would not even bat an eyelid if one of his colleagues or subordinates died, but still, everything had to be prepared. Meanwhile, it was already dark outside, and people began to go back home, emptying the city. Our hero and his subscribers were having fun. He read the chat, where they admitted to him that they would only watch his streams and no one else's. The popoi weren't bored either, but jumped on the wooden floor next to their owner, and it looked like they were having fun. But the boy was about to get ready, and he reached into his spatial backpack. It still contained his belongings. The leather shoes were not yet in a condition suitable for wear. His leather coat also continued to slowly recover, but unfortunately it was still not ready. His gloves also suffered that day and lay peacefully in his backpack. The leather arm guards were almost ready too. Fortunately, they were the smallest of all that were available and recovered faster. Jeju looked at each of the items and was glad that the process was underway. The only problem he has now is his tunic. It is already clear what effect it has on its own, but at the moment he does not know what the set will have. And he will be able to check this only when the items are fully restored. Friends who watched his survival in the tower reminded him of surprises, just as he was about to see what they would give him. Having pressed the right button, a box with a red ribbon fell right at his feet, as always. Opening it, the boy saw, as always, a banal bag of coins. This time, there were much fewer of them. The second award was a hero's saber, heroic rank, obviously very good. And besides that, he was given a book of skills fireball. Perhaps it will be useful to him in the future. These prizes are much better than for the 15th floor, but the guy still doubts that he will get anything special for the 17th. Still, it was necessary to check what was there. He got a box with a yellow ribbon, the impact of which on the floor scared even the kids. Of course, our hero is sure that he has coped with this task perfectly, but this time something unusual really fell out, and he immediately began to open the box. And from what he saw, he even froze and could not say a word. There are moments in life when everything turns out for the best possible reason, but not because he planned it that way. In such situations, it seems to him that he has been made a fool of, and there is a rare rank recovery cube in front of him. The brunette had long ago decided not to follow someone else's will while in the tower, but it felt like the administrator just laughed at his refusal, as if he was saying that he had it in the palm of his hand. After examining it carefully, Jeju found some kind of hook in the mechanism that he had to turn, and after a couple of seconds, the box opened and smoke began to come out of it. Soon, our hero simply put all his items there, boots, gloves, armlets, and also did not forget about the almost restored cloak. Now it was necessary to close it back. The gear on the side began to spin. The fuzzies watched carefully. And suddenly she made a very scary sound, similar to a squeak, which frightened the animals very much. Our hero's cloak was restored a few seconds later, and he pulled it out of the magic chest. Also, his speeders returned to normal. They could be put on just in case, which is what he did. The set effect was activated. Almost all the items he had on hand were put on, and now it becomes interesting what will happen next. Taking a deep breath, the brunette began to straighten all the clothes that were already on him, so that they didn't get in the way anywhere. He was never one to refuse what was given, and he never allowed himself to be bullied, and that is why, if the administrator wants to fight, the young guy will accept the challenge. Suddenly, his eyes became blurry again, and the objects around him blurred like waves. The blue-eyed babies also split into two, and then returned to normal, and it was clear that they were very worried again. This time, our hero was not afraid. He needed to concentrate well, and therefore he mentally supported himself. He cannot watch everyone now. One of his pets jumped upward. The countdown lasted in seconds. On the second one, he began to fall, although the height was not very high. On the fourth, the brunette was able to catch it easily, very carefully and gently. And yet he hasn't adapted yet, but if he concentrates, he can easily use foresight for a short time. He turned to his pets with a smile. They needed to go, and they happily jumped into his arms. On the 18th floor, if the administrator doesn't do anything strange, the guy is sure that he can easily pass it on his own. The portal has already appeared in some clouds. People were already starting to come from it. There was one knight who kept grumbling that his friend had gotten himself into such a mess. The red-haired man sighed heavily and asked to be careful, because the clans only send the best, and the others will most likely be divided into groups as well, so it will be the end for them if some kind of fight breaks out. The man just snorted in response and asked to focus only on himself and not on others. At that very second, new people began to appear from the portal, and they kept coming and coming. The difficulty of the level was high, and the total number of participants was 10 people. The required number was achieved. One of the guys had a rather cheerful expression on his face. The red-haired guy approached him and asked if it was his first time here or not, and it was clear that it wasn't. He promised that thanks to him this level would go like clockwork. He spoke to our hero asking the same question, but he only remained silent in response. And after a couple of seconds, without showing his face from under the hood, he replied that he was here for the first time. The knight thought that he was being lied to now. He definitely knew something, and this was evident from his incredibly calm behavior and voice. It was only in a person who was not afraid of anything. The real test was about to begin. A strange whistle could be heard from far away in the sky. This vile sound came closer and closer, and became darker and darker. Soon there was a feeling that day had turned to night. A huge bright spot appeared in the center of the sky, which began to get closer and closer. It fell to the ground with a loud bang, and some of the participants lost their footing and fell. It was a big, strange cage. The landing was quite soft, right on the fluffy clouds, and it's good that no one got hit. The other part of the guys also stood and just watched. Some even smiled and did not worry at all about what had just happened. It seems that someone was sitting in this small prison, and it was a monster, similar to a bird but much more bloodthirsty. And when they began to see more clearly, they noticed not one, but 3 feathered creatures that were making very unpleasant sounds. The boys were given a task to catch 5 blue demonic birds in a certain amount of time, but just looking at them, everyone got goosebumps. However, there was also a condition that if one of them died, the winnings would not be protected, which is what one of the guys thought about. After clearing his throat, he turned to the team member and asked them to listen to his tempting offer. He continued to tell something while they whispered among themselves and did not understand what he wanted from them, but in principle, they could listen. The smart guy tried to attract attention to himself and asked everyone to listen to him. Our hero stood aside. He knows that in this tower the user number is like age and reflects the amount of accumulated experience. Words from those people who know a lot can really become vital, and specifically for those who can't get information from the clans. The brunette watched them from under the hood. After clearing his throat, the guy in armor explained that the blue demonic birds were quite fast, and vigilance played an important role here, which could not be relaxed. The short-haired girl became fascinated by his story, and raising her hand to get the right to vote, asked how fast they were. To which I received an unclear answer. The smart guy pointed something with his finger. She crossed her arms over her chest and asked again, "What does this all mean?" And it turns out that most knights won't even have time to grab a pen, but even such creatures have weaknesses. The lady suggested that in principle it would be possible to use magic, and besides, the audience would like the capture in this way. Only advantages. But he just shook his head, saying that it was impossible. The method turned out not to work, but that the brunette was very upset. Their plumage has a high resistance to such forces. Such abilities, even above average level, will only delay them for a short time, nothing more. And doesn't that mean that they just need to be caught before they fly out of the cage, as the red-haired man suggested, while the great expert just shook his head? According to him, blue demon birds become aggressive when locked up, that is, in a cage. And even if they surround their small den, they will end up looking at the feathers left inside, and that's all. Also, as a gift, so to speak, the attackers on their lives will be cut in 2 in the blink of an eye. It sounds pretty disgusting. The guys from his team grimaced and just looked at each other. Everyone has already begun to draw conclusions that they are doomed, since it is impossible to defeat them, and speed does not work on them. Even the most powerful magic is a certain death. The rules that were set here were quite strict, blocking those viewers who tried to suggest something to them in the chat. The brown-eyed man immediately got down to business and offered to chip in 500 coins from each person, since he was familiar with the pattern of their flight and movements. and therefore could accurately guarantee the successful completion of the floor. Having finished your speech, you just waited for their answer, smiling slyly. These fools are in the palm of his hand. Since he had to pass this floor many times, the reward dropped to 1 coin, so he decided to earn more this way. The man was incredibly proud of himself. Because he had come up with a brilliant and profitable way to earn money, he must admit to himself that he has an outstanding mind. But then the narrow-eyed man asked who cared about their weakness, since all they needed was to catch a bird that flew straight into the sky. Without answering this question directly, he, jumping on the fluffy ground, promised that such a sight would definitely enchant him. After making a small jump, he flew up so high that the men had to lift their heads. The red-haired man and his partner just stood there with their mouths wide open, looking at this jumper. Returning back to the fluffy land, the knight admitted that his physical abilities were sufficient to reach the height of the flight of these birds, which amazed everyone. And was it really that bad to get such a great opportunity to quickly pass the test for only 500 coins? And indeed, such a question made the two men think. Curly had to agree, as did that short-haired girl. No one was against participating in this, having heard about the benefits for them. The sly man took out a bag into which they threw gold currency, and he only smiled broadly. Such a great catch made him feel incredibly good. But there was one last person left, and that was Jeju, who stood and did not move. Our hero refused such an action and calmly explained that he could handle it on his own. The man's jaw dropped. It was the first time he had been so rudely refused, and he tried to persuade him to at least exchange the service for items. There were only 3 minutes left before the test began, which began to worry him even more. He could not have expected to encounter resistance. And so he had to take extreme measures. He had already started shouting, and then he accused him that Jeju was putting everyone's lives at risk. The other participants also piled on him, after all. Everyone agreed to pay for such a useful deed, and he only stood and looked out from under the hood, listening to their whining. The men began to whisper. This strange man seemed to them to be an experienced player, and perhaps his behavior was connected with his confidence in his independent victory over the birds. There were literally a couple of seconds left before the start. The girl was already getting nervous and offered to pay for him. And so the time was up. Just as the smart guy was about to say what he was going to do there, something very fast rushed past his ear. He didn't even have time to think of anything, and just fell silent, and the tip flew straight to the cage of these creatures. With trembling knees, the braggart turned back, and with great horror in his eyes watched the next picture. These scraps of fabric firmly grabbed the monsters by their powerful, so to speak, jaws and did not allow them to move. After a couple of seconds, all the birds were neutralized. Now they won't be able to attack or go anywhere. And all this is the work of a young guy who refused to pay for incomprehensible services that he can do himself, and many times better. The brunette just stood and watched to make sure that the whole situation was under his control, and no one interfered. The test was passed, and it had only just begun. Everything turned out to be much simpler than other cowards could have expected. The giant birds began to literally evaporate into the air, which meant his victory. After finishing, Jeju turned to the other participants and asked if they would leave, since all the portals they needed were open. The eccentric merchant was very angry with him, but deep down he was envious, because he had never seen such dexterous and quick movements, and he didn't even have time to examine them. When he passed the 5th floor on high difficulty, he received the passive skill Imperial Knight's Body, and thanks to his steady growth, he has excellent vision, which helps him a lot. And now he was even more angered by the whispers behind his back. The guys were discussing this new guy, and they considered him much better than this smart guy. The redhead was saying something to his friend anyway. After all, if we follow this guy's logic, then they just got by at the expense of the man in the cloak. And since it happened this way, the money needed to be given to him. And upon hearing about this, his greedy nature began to manifest itself, so much so that he even blushed with anger. The girl came closer to their hero and expressed her admiration for him. She would definitely remember this assistant for a long time. The guys literally bombarded him with a bunch of questions. He offered money, second place in the party, but he just remained silent. A few seconds later, Jeju looked out from under his hood and thanked his comrades for such pleasant offers, but he refused them all, even money. He needed to hurry to the 19th floor. Adjusting his backpack, he broke forward and ran towards the portal he needed. Meanwhile, the boss had already come to Miss Kang Sohei and asked her how she was doing, standing next to her bed. The brunette was depressed. It was clear that she still felt bad, and with a slight tremor in her body, she barely rose. Leaning on one hand, she was wondering what he had forgotten here. Pretending that the man was worried, he asked not to worry about manners in such a situation, and even though he was late, he still allegedly wanted to visit her. The worker just wanted to thank him, but she started coughing so hard, holding her mouth with her broken hand. Her not-so-great guest was squeamish and covered himself from her just in case. Apparently, her wounds were really quite serious. When her shortness of breath stopped, the long-haired girl forced a smile and said that she was mainly suffering from a cut that was inflicted by a mana blade. And deep down she felt bad that this man was behaving like this, because it was not contagious at all. After these thoughts, the girl turned to him as if nothing had happened and smiled, saying that she felt much better, but needed time to recover, and inside she was worried that he would not suspect anything. And just about that, the blonde asked for forgiveness for his intrusion, and perhaps rudeness, but he asked her permission to examine her wound. Of course, Soka already perceived this as a negative attitude towards her. However, in any case, she had no choice, because if she refused, she would not be able to get rid of suspicions, and she would have to do as they said. With a displeased look, the victim lifted up her blouse, showing the part of her stomach that was injured. The man began to examine it closely, and it seemed that his employee was not lying, and the fact that the light even now periodically appears means that the mana is still affecting her body. He wanted to go into more detail, looking at her with concern. He asked what had happened then. Biting her lip, the long-haired girl only said that this man was strong, and she did not have time to react to his actions. But if, let's say, that was the case, then why did he run away then? This question haunted the chief commander of the guild. However, one could make the assumption that, apparently, that boy put all his strength into the first strike and felt that he would not last long. It was a strong argument in response to his question, which really made him think. Trying to play the good guy, the blonde expressed pity for her, saying that it hurt him to see how an irreplaceable person in the organization suffered from the injuries she had received. In order not to continue, he immediately ran to the door, wishing him a speedy recovery as a parting gift. Even despite such politeness, Soha is sure that he still suspects her, and at first it seemed to her that this man was quite clean and tidy, but this was a mistaken opinion. The blonde guy is one of those who will think and reflect for a long time, even if he was told the pure truth. And since there are no specifics, he will be even more wary. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a loud knock on the door, so loud that it frightened her. It was also her colleague who prepared rice porridge especially for her, because it was already high time for lunch. The victim was a little surprised, and out of fear she began to slowly turn to face him. The man became worried, looked at her with excitement, and then asked why she had flinched so much. Soka didn't want to answer this question and simply thanked him for his time, promising to eat every last grain. She took her spoon and began to eat the dietary dish with pleasure, and she thought about that unexpected acquaintance. But now she has an amazing assistant who is on the same wavelength as her. Our hero went on further, and just as he was walking, he had time to look into the chat with his viewers. One little man asked him to accept a friend request, as he was his biggest fan, to which the brunette agreed with a smile, but only when they met in real life. Before the start of the next task, as if on cue, our hero received a lot of donations for large sums. He needed it now, but he also felt awkward. His mood immediately improved, and he thanked his subscribers for their support. Touching the stone statue with his hand, he dared to go further. The difficulty level was high as always. There were 4 guys, and the test of the 19th floor was about to begin. This time it was a 3-dimensional labyrinth. The participants who had already arrived were discussing their future work. The girl was afraid that everyone could die here. Her interlocutor tried to encourage her. Li Xinhe was very worried, and there were 5 doors leading from each room, and she didn't know how to get back. Kim Sayan was more confident and smarter. Why not just leave marks on the walls? It wasn't that hard to guess. Our hero accidentally overheard their conversation. It seems they are arguing about the strategy of the passage. This is the first thing that came to his mind. In this labyrinth, identical rooms are connected by the same doors, one on each wall, ceiling, floor, and the main goal is to get out of here. In particular, complex level testing increases the number of such premises to several thousand. In addition, every time you enter a new one, traps and terrible monsters will inevitably appear that you will have to deal with. Also, if you are unlucky, the participant can easily be caught by a magical attack, which seems to be the most terrible of all, but that's not all. Jeju took off his hood and began to think about how the entrance and exit of the three-dimensional labyrinth would be located in one place, as far as he remembered. To put it simply, this room in which it is located is a passageway, in which you can both enter and leave it. While he had time, he began to carefully examine the floor, and as soon as the hidden switch was found and activated, a hidden passage from this room would appear. Baek Jin-ha saw that his team was on guard and a little on edge, and asked them to calm down, saying that he had already prepared for everything. With great pride, he said that he had acquired a guide back on the 10th floor, namely the strategy for passing this level. In this book, he wrote everything down, from the location of the switch to things to be wary of, while others were only interested in the question of where he got it from. Seon was already a little suspicious. He wasn't sure that they could trust these records exactly. Something told him that the boy had been deceived. The blue-haired man seemed offended and said that the viewers told him that they could trust this reading material since he received it from a famous clan. The old man couldn't believe that he was still streaming, because lately, and in principle always, lives were and are at stake, and one should be careful. There was a deathly silence in the hall after his words. Everyone thought about something, and it's true that if you blindly trust, you can pay with your own existence. Our hero also watched this whole picture and believes that the man's words sound reasonable. Life is one, and to risk it like this is tantamount to suicide. Suddenly, Jinha was distracted by a notification in the system. It was a notification about a new donation, and quite a large one, for which he thanked his viewer. From such behavior, Seon seemed to almost boil with anger and simply snorted something in response. The girl behind him watched this whole scene and laughed, which made him even more angry, but she tried to hide her laughter, coughing at the same time. The old man started to get rowdy. He was made out to be a weakling in front of the others, but Jeju wanted to say something, and so he had to interrupt their squabble. It was important. The guy said that he was going to destroy the entire floor here right now, so he asked all the guys to move to the edges of the room. The man grimaced. He didn't like the participants in this test, all of them with their own oddities. Of course, it's up to him to decide whether to believe the boy or not, but in any case, they will have to go their separate ways to avoid getting hurt. The bully yelled at the blue-haired boy again. He felt awkward and once again tried to persuade him to just watch what happened next. Still, he stood up for Jeju, because no one would get hurt if this guy was given a little time to work on his strange idea. As always, the old man began to wind himself up, and his girlfriend said that after all, a minute from 60 wouldn't solve anything, so everything was fine. He was already tired of listening to such a chatty girl, and he became very angry. Meanwhile, the test was declared open. Our hero asked everyone to quickly disperse along the walls, cover their ears tightly and turn away from him, explaining the reasons. Although the guys didn't want to do it, they still had to, and the guy started preparing for the main thing. He found the very place that definitely reacts to the effects of mana. The blue glow that comes from the floor looks very familiar to him. The same one came from the huge stone on the first floor, and he also passed the test of the 14th in a completely non-standard way. So if you think about it, then such a trick can work here too. You need to try. Jeju crouched over his briefcase and called Lahu, Koden, and Baron to him in a gentle voice. At first, there was silence, and he decided to help them by opening the backpack himself. The fluffy creatures immediately jumped out from there and squeaked with a sweet smile. They are always happy to see their owner. In fact, he needs them now for a very important matter. He dropped them right on this glowing section of the floor after asking if they could eat it. One of the babies jumped out closer to the epicenter of the light, licked it, and tasted it. His eyes immediately lit up, which made his owner understand that it was indeed edible, and his plan might come true as he wanted. He looked at his pets with hope and addressed them all by name. The little ones lined up in a row and were already getting ready for their traditional meal. Kim just looked and smiled. He was very happy that everything went like clockwork. Indeed, the toothy creatures ate the floor with pleasure and quite quickly. Everyone was very happy. They had the best owner, and they even smiled. Soon the small repairs were completed. Jeju was incredibly happy and thanked his fluffies for a job well done. The same ones stood near the cliff, stuffing themselves with the remains of the tasty stone and squealing contentedly. Besides this, it was impossible not to notice that the room below was also full of mana. The switch was definitely somewhere there. Our hero was sure of it. He lowered his head to his guys and asked them to stay upstairs and wait for him, and warned that if they sensed someone's presence, they would need to immediately return to the backpack. The kids started jumping cutely, which made it clear to the boy that they understood everything. In fact, there is no guarantee that the administrator, who treats Jade with incredible caution, has not changed the content of the test. Even in this situation, he simply has to press this button that hangs right in front of him. In order not to waste his time, he does this without thinking. He had to click several times, and he had some kind of unpleasant feeling inside. And all because the mechanism that should work did not start, which looked very strange. Looking the other way, the boy raised an eyebrow, wondering if he had gotten a fake switch. But suddenly he had a very strange feeling in his body, as if this room began to move. The guy began to look around nervously. There was nothing around him, but as soon as he raised his head, he saw the terrifying sight of some kind of bird. He had to stand up straight and look at it to understand who he was dealing with, and when he saw that it was a dove, everything became clear to the guy. He was already looking at him and seemed to be smiling, slightly squinting his eyes. This face immediately seemed very familiar to Jade. And then his flexible head suddenly turns 180 degrees downwards and asks how he is doing. In a moment, he turns into that same bald man, and again asks the same question. Whether he thought about his offer, the administrator himself is now standing in front of the guy. This time, with evil in his eyes, the young boy repeated what he had said before. His answer had not changed, and he was not going to dance to his tune. That's why he just narrowed his eyes and couldn't believe that he didn't reciprocate his concern for him and his future. And the most annoying thing is that this annoying person knows that such a young guy is very popular, so he is not one of those who have time to cool off. This time the administrator was not prepared for the meeting and therefore decided to stop it on this note. Laughing, the old man said that he was sure that the boy would change his mind as soon as he saw the test that awaited him on the 20th floor, and there he would wait for his affirmative answer. Having only heard about the next level, Jaju wanted to talk to him about it again if that was the case. But this lousy pigeon evaporated into thin air, and in front of the guy a notification appeared in the system about the successful completion of the test, and he still frantically searched for the admin. The guy was about to head in the other direction, but he heard the trembling voice of his allies behind him. However, turning back, the brunette first of all remembered his little pets, where they were now, and she had them in a safe place in his spatial backpack. He immediately saw their cute eyes. The fluffies managed to hide in that safe place before they were noticed. Now everything is definitely fine. But then an old man came up to him and asked how he could do it so easily and quickly. And besides, it seemed to him that he heard some kind of monster. It seemed that he had not covered his ears at all, but was only pretending to fulfill his small request, and that was why Jeju answered him insolently. A girl approached the man and hinted that they needed to go, to which he merely nodded his head. Our hero stood with his head down and did not answer them, while his peer walked behind him. The fair-haired guy stopped and thought that it would be better to say it now, and so he addressed our hero by name. He immediately glanced at him. Jinha narrowed his eyes and warned him to be careful, to which he merely raised an eyebrow. He didn't answer him, but only asked if he would go further into the portal he needed. Red-Eyed also didn't give him a direct answer, and judging by how Jeju passed the test, he concluded that he used bugs. And all because he knows that if he does this during the game, he can get stuck in textures without the ability to move, for example, get stuck passing through a wall, stop on the floor, and lose the ability to move. It is clear that the young guy was very worried about our hero, and therefore asked him to be careful so that an unpleasant situation does not happen. Scratching the back of his head, he also added that his viewers told him everything, and specifically about the fact that this man was lying about his real name and dodging, to which he only smiled and barely held back his laughter. This definitely didn't please Jade. It turns out that this guy's fans were specifically looking for his nickname during the test, and that's why the brunette looked at him askance and asked him to leave here. He lost all desire to communicate with him. On the 10th floor, as always, there were many people walking around the palace, some going about their business, some just standing and chatting about life. It seemed like many were discussing someone. One of the girls heard that on the floors above, someone even offered a reward. She talks about 5,000 coins. No one could believe that this could really happen. And at that moment, their gaze falls on our hero, who entered the portal with a sullen gait. He didn't care about his surroundings. Right now, the guy was focused on going to the 20th floor, but first he needed to make sure that Sung-min had fulfilled his part of the deal well. As soon as he had taken a couple of steps, one of the residents of this floor spoke to him, and the brunette raised his head. A tall man, probably 2 meters tall, stood next to him, and in a slightly rude tone asked permission to look at his face. The audience was outraged that he was trying to order this guy around, but he just looked at him with slight bewilderment. They tried to stop him, shouting after him that they needed to make sure of something, but he simply walked on silently. As if on cue, a wind blew right then and there, gently blowing the hood off his head and revealing the boy's face. The second man looked at him and said that this person was not at all the one everyone was looking for. The jock asked him for forgiveness, saying that they had been hasty in making the decision to stop him. In fact, everything turned out so that they now think that that person is a woman, and her real name is Kim Jae-hee. Now it looks like they will only slow down the opposite sex. And others heard that they needed to catch a middle-aged man. As one witness from the 15th floor said, they had a long dialogue. People discussed their goal. Our hero passed by and heard everything. Apparently, Sungmin did a wonderful job of spreading various rumors. He walked on and thought, who would have thought that Malavado would quickly disperse? Such an unexpected turn of events, and even frightened him a little. And now, first of all, he heads straight towards him. It was daytime outside. The weather was beautiful and slightly cloudy. The leader's employee greeted him with a slightly angry and tired look, squinting her eyes. She said that they had finally waited for him. The brunette looked at her anxiously and asked if she was busy now because everything pointed to that. Even though she tried to smile back, she was still unhappy. Thanks to this man, who was overworked every day, he only quietly chuckled and hiccuped in response. She led him down the corridor that had long been familiar to him. Now he will do everything from now on. At the same time, as it turned out, his assistant was fast asleep, even snoring a little at his workplace. The girl burst into his office and screamed that Kim Jae-ju himself had come to see him, which greatly frightened the man, and he jerked from his place. The guy felt a little awkward and didn't even know how to start a civilized dialogue. The first thing he decided to mention was that because of him, Sung-min had a lot of work. The bespectacled man began to slowly rise from the cozy sofa and still decided to be modest. He thinks that he hasn't done much for him. But even so, he proudly told him in detail what he had done, and it turned out that he had turned everything upside down. Jeju listened in surprise. And now it's time to move on to the next part of their plan, perhaps the most important for a man. Sung-min asked what he was going to give him in exchange for his help. Just as he wanted to say something else, he was interrupted by a notification in the system, where there was a friend request from Kim himself. He would like to send everything via messages, but for some reason this caused doubt in the bespectacled man. Everything was going well. User Khan immediately accepted the offer, although he shrugged his shoulders with a slight misunderstanding. Our hero needed only a minute to write what he promised, and finally everything is ready. The man can check his mail. A couple of clicks and he opens his letter, carefully studying what is written. The message contained information about the favorite and unloved aspects of the inhabitants of Taruha, about the habits of a number of characters and the like. A lot of different information. He got a huge canvas of text with details that other people would consider useless, but for someone this information can be a weapon stronger than guns and swords. Today was a hard day. The guy came to his temporary home and fell face down into the pillow, sighing heavily. The audience asked him what his future plans were. Of course, it was a trip to the 20th floor. He said this in a trembling voice. Before he could finish speaking, Jeju fell asleep, and very soundly the user asked Love to leave him alone. He was already exhausted. And so, after some time, he opens his eyes and the first thing he sees is his little fluffy ones, who have settled down on his chest. The popoi slept quietly and peacefully together with their owner. They were very comfortable and safe lying with him. Finally, he woke up completely and asked his guys for forgiveness. The Snow White kids also stood up. But not everything happened by itself. It seems that something was happening here without him, since the spectators were saying that it was fun to watch them. The first thing our hero did was look at the system, and he still didn't quite understand what was happening. He had one unread message hanging around that he urgently needed to look at. This was written to him by Song-min, with a request to contact him urgently when he was ready. Some strange changes occurred on the 20th floor, which shocked our hero. It was already dark outside, and his bespectacled friend was running for some reason wherever his eyes looked, breathing heavily. For some reason, the young guy was scared and looked back nervously. It was a familiar man who was behind him. He promises to take serious measures against the original tyranny of travelers and punish those who harm them. He secretly hid behind a stone wall and decided to simply continue to observe. The people who suffered at the hands of this crazy man started to riot in response. I don't understand what we're talking about. It looks like there was a massacre here. All members of the Hippocrates Guild were depressed and in a terrible state, and they got it pretty bad. As was said, everything changed in a strange way up to the 20th floor, and it was definitely connected with Jeju. The young guy was sure of it. Finally, our hero found time to meet with Songmin in person, but upon entering the portal, a gun was immediately pointed at him. He just looked at them in surprise. I don't understand what's going on here. Everything already looks strange. Some people in helmets and knightly costumes looked at him with caution and held blades. Their hostages were kneeling next to them, and even a quick glance showed that there was no question of compassion here. One of the men shouted at Jeju, demanding that the traveler bow down before him and show his true face. Of course, he won't agree to this here, because he doesn't want to show it without an important reason. It was quite expected, but now he was threatened with losing his head for such a conversation. And this did not frighten him. The young guy looked at them sideways and began to snap back. He's fully prepared for the clash, and has already summoned his signature axe. Now it looks like things are going to be fun. One of the men could no longer bear it and jumped up. He could not believe that the Decurion himself was being addressed with such impudence. And now the blade was almost at his head. The cavalry commander did not want to even talk about such humiliation. But unfortunately for him, our hero was attacked from behind by his other allies, and in one moment he broke their axe with his own, and they could only look at them in confusion. One of the guards thought that all the warriors had already dealt with all the strong users, however. They were now faced with one of them. Everything happened so quickly that their heads were spinning and the entire silhouette of the street became blurred. Now it's not them, but Jeju who dictates the rules. Maybe as I threatened him, he'll cut off their heads. The most daring guy found himself on the ground, pressed against the cold stone and unable to move, much less resist. The other guards were afraid for their Decurion. With their own strength, they would not be able to protect him. Therefore, he, lying on the ground, ordered to load the magic cannon and inform the centurion. They obeyed him and immediately began to carry out the order. But then, out of nowhere, a strange man appeared, shouting for everyone to stop and retreat. He flew right above Jeju in the air. He only had time to raise his gaze and already opened his cloak to attack. The brute seemed to attack in response, but the boy managed to defend himself and put up a barrier using one of the Latanto set items. A pretty strong attack that made him slide back a little. The guy had to protect his head, since that's where they were aiming. But now, seeing who was standing in front of him, his anger instantly disappeared, replaced by a wide smile. It was Palaham, and it must be admitted that his greeting was quite aggressive. He asked to consider it an initiation rite, chuckling slightly. Although it was obvious that he wanted to kill him, the brunette did not hesitate to tell him this directly. And it is worth admitting that Jeju's manner of communication is still as slippery as the Emperor's, which has not changed in principle. Although there was nothing wrong with that, such words made the young man a little wary. The dark-haired man took off his signature hood, which he always wears. At the moment, he is concerned about only one thing that is important to him. Is it true that Palaham remembers him and has not forgotten him yet? When the other warriors saw who was standing in front of him, they became frightened and confused. Not a second passed before their axes flew to the ground with a loud ringing sound, falling on the hard stone. Everyone recognized their hero and greeted Lachanta, placing their fist on their heart and saluting. It seems like everyone here remembers him, and not just his coach Palaham. He was so worried about this, all because the residents of the tower will not be able to recognize the users, even when changing the channel. Besides this, there is one more point. The same resident with whom the test participant communicated on the 15th floor will not be able to recognize him on the 20th floor. And this is a normal state of affairs. The blue-eyed jock extended his hand to him. He couldn't forget such a unique traveler so easily. This confused our hero a little, and he simply smiled in response. The man was very happy and congratulated our hero on his return back to Taruha, holding his hands, which caused incredible feelings in Jeju's heart. He is remembered. Well, there's a green-haired guy peeking out from around the corner. He finally found the person he was looking for. Looking at the whole situation, he began to analyze. The warriors were friendly towards him, as expected, that he clearly knew something. And now his guesses need to be confirmed, but he does not want to make peace in vain without first finding out anything. Meanwhile, the leader of Sohi was talking with his subordinate. Could it be that all the guild members were depressed? The man nodded his head with a sullen expression. The queen expels all users from the fortress. The known leaders were killed. And the rest simply split up. They had no choice. From such terrible news, the blonde sighed heavily. Everything changes. He now wants to eradicate the cause of all these changes, and he already knows what it really is. Walking around his now familiar place, the guy saw an incredible picture of human interaction. He was very surprised that there were other users that the warriors were friendly towards, and he wanted to talk to his sensei about it. Palaham, looking at him, said that they showed respect to them, and that they got along well with the locals. The brunette guessed that most likely these were people from the Hanshin clan. It could be assumed that Songman made excellent use of the information that was provided to him. Now he sees that same quiet and cozy courtyard in which he was. As always, the whole area around was strewn with cold snow that crunched underfoot. His faithful dog came out of the kennel to greet his old friend, wagging his tail contentedly. And the warrior's wife was also very happy about such a sudden visit, and as always stood at the stove preparing delicious food. The table was set, there was everything on it. Fresh soup, vegetables prepared in different ways, and also a large chicken. Your eyes run wild where to start. Our hero's little ones happily devoured their favorite dish, mana stones. It seemed that these that they were given now had a special taste. Kim Jaiju couldn't believe that Palaham had prepared them especially for them, but this was a sign of his gratitude for their help. After all, they were comrades who had fought side by side before. Now the guy became interested in how much his interlocutor remembered. The man smiled at him and said that after meeting him, his memories became clear and not foggy as they were before, and even everything was so clear that he suffered from headaches. And now it all becomes clear to him. Has the separation between the channels really disappeared? If he is now on the 10th, then why not switch to the 20th as a test? Holding a fried sausage on his fork, Chatterbox continued to say that he had a feeling that there had been more travelers here recently. The guy tried changing them several times, but still nothing changed. The man noticed that he was worried about something and asked if everything was okay, to which Jeju merely nodded his head with a smile. Now he became interested in how everything happened. And of course the number of deaths decreased. They only kill those who committed serious crimes, and the rest are sent to temporary housing. The Fluffies got playful and put a small stone from their lunch on each other's heads. And as for the others, thanks to this, Leto is very busy, entertaining those arrivals who are resisting. Things are a bit dire with his comrade Karun. He is tormented by migraines about how to solve the problem of the shortage of workers. He is up to his ears in papers and important documents. The man sighed heavily. They would be very happy to know that the great warrior had come back. He should have admitted that they hadn't realized much until Jaju had dealt with that horrible demonic flower, and they thought they were reliving those same events over and over again. But in reality, they had simply dulled their emotions. After listening to him, the boy did not answer, and his expression changed to a little sad. He began to remember the times when Tarua on the 15th floor was an endlessly repeating nightmare. The boy remembered how he fought that second day with that spitting plant and terrifying monsters. And it turns out that the 20th floor reflects the very peak of this horror, but however, this has ceased to be relevant now. Palaham looked into the distance and smiled slightly. In fact, he can't get it out of his head that this man is their savior, who helped them out at such a difficult moment for the country. Such pleasant words embarrassed him, and Jeju began to be modest, saying that his friend was exaggerating. The wife came up to him and hugged her husband, deciphering his speech that he wanted to express gratitude. But he didn't think so at all. They had only come this far because they had held out. The blonde asked him to be honest with everyone in such candid moments. The young guest was a little embarrassed by their saccharine romance and only giggled. Finally, Taruha woke up from this nightmare. Meanwhile, from under the bushes, the unknown person was still watching Jeju. The boy was already tired of sitting there. He was sure that the guy had entered exactly through that door of that house. But when he would come out was unknown, and this infuriated him. But then a man comes up to him from behind. It's Leto, who spotted him guarding the area around him. He began to slowly turn his head and screamed in fear. The curious one immediately recognized who was standing in front of him. The green-eyed man was surprised that he had figured him out so quickly. Did he really know who he was? And laughing, the guard wanted to accuse him of being a criminal, as a joke, of course, but he got very scared and said that he simply got lost here. It turns out that Leto knows perfectly well where he was going to go and therefore grabbed him by the collar, causing him to scream. The guard smiled and said that they were now going to prison and that they needed to escort him. The boy began to panic. He asked for forgiveness for such ignorance and waved his arms, to which the red-haired man only laughed. Today is a wonderful day to go to jail. Soon our hero appeared on the horizon, looked at these two with indignation and asked what they were doing here. Two men stood on him and just remained silent. The guys definitely didn't expect to see him here. Summer greeted their hero. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. That's how it was. Kim just smiled. Palaham told him that he was busy, and what could have brought him here? That's what interests him. Closing his eyes, the man replied that he had heard that the famous warrior Lashanta had arrived, and therefore decided to drop by to say hello, which surprised the brunette, because he thought that he hated him. But in reality, it was not like that at all, not him, but some travelers. The detective was very scared, and it seems to him that now he is not able to do anything and they will kill him. But to his surprise and happiness, Jeju said that it was his friend and asked him to let him go, to which he opened his eyes wide. The warrior still needed to clarify whether this was true, to which the boy happily nodded his head. Now it was clear why he came here. Leto looked at such a sudden guest, who was already covered in sweat and trembling with fear. He realized that he was not dangerous and simply snorted, letting him go to the ground. The red-haired man left the boys alone and went to see the commander, wishing them a pleasant conversation before leaving. In fact, Jeju doesn't know this person and greeted him before starting. He needed to clarify whether they had made this journey here by escaping, and in order not to cause panic, he simply smiled calmly. The man stopped being afraid of such an intonation a little, but still confirmed it with a trembling voice, and in his head he replayed this moment. Why did they help him? Looking straight into his eyes, our hero remembered that in fact this was not their first meeting. In fact, this person's name is Sim Senjin, and he met him in the video before. The user who reached the 15th floor began to work as a detective. And since this man wants to live, our hero offers him help, but he was so scared that he was afraid to even ask. With a wide smile, Jeju asked if he liked looking for people. The blue-eyed man was confused and began to nervously jerk his head back and forth. He doesn't quite understand what they're talking about, or rather, he's just pretending. In order not to drag this out, the brunette extended his hand to him and offered to make a deal with him. And besides, it's beneficial for everyone. He'll just need to find one person within a week, no more, and his name is Chris Reynolds. This man is a genius of magical engineering. He is capable of more than just ordinary gloves, and Jaiju really wants to get help from him. Without waiting for an answer from him, he immediately began to give him the external data of this person, his height, exact age, hair, and eye color, as well as additional features. Raising an eyebrow, he seemed interested in the offer, but now he wondered what he would get in return. And the answer was rather unusual. His prize would be a letter of recommendation in his name, certified by at least a centurion, although he doubted that such a thing was even possible. After these words, our hero seemed to be a little offended by him. Frowning, he realized that he was not interested in such a proposal, to which he immediately shouted and made it clear that this was not the case at all, and promised to bring this man. Summer brought him this very letter of recommendation and extended his hand to him. Jeju thanked him and took the important paper while the detective was hiding behind his back. This man wrote it only at the request of the commander himself. This good guy must have a hard time, but at least he got what he wanted. Senjin thanked his new acquaintance and promised to keep his word, to which he saw only a kind smile in response. Leto approached them and said that he was also going to go with him, because he needed to make sure that he wouldn't do anything crazy with this letter. Our hero watched them, and for some reason the whole situation seemed very strange to him. In those same videos, the wanted man climbed the tower with the knight he met on the 10th floor, but now he does everything alone. And this is exactly what worries Jeju. It seems to him that perhaps something happened and everything could be his fault, or from that nasty administrator. He took out his spatial backpack and began to rummage through it, nervously looking for something. Now it became clear to him what to do now. The brunette took out his glove and simply looked, and the audience guessed that he was thinking about giving it a name. It will be quite difficult to do this time. I need to rack my brains. Come to think of it, Cray actually said something like that on the 10th floor. The boy remembered this dialogue. It had completely flown out of his head. It seemed like it should be wonderful, but he began to doubt whether he should do this at all. It was just an ordinary tool. And besides, if he doesn't do this, the audience will continue to torment him, and this will be unnecessary. But then he heard behind him how his little ones began to whisper, and even gathered in a huddle, as if they were afraid of something. As soon as he raised his eyes, everything immediately became clear what was happening here. In front of the guy stands the same dove, which he has seen more than once, gritting their teeth. They looked at each other for quite a long time. The spectators don't know what's going on and are surprised at what this bird could be doing here in Taraka. Without taking his eyes off him, Jeju grabbed the Popoev in his arms. This is the administrator, and the audience was very surprised when they heard about him. After this, the broadcast immediately stopped. It was forcibly stopped. And this vile creature, as always, looked at him with narrowed eyes and only smiled. His pets stood up to defend him and wanted to attack, and had already opened their sharp fangs. However, now is not the best time to attack him, and besides, it is dangerous for such little ones. So the guy took them in his arms, gloved just in case, nervously looking around by to the parties. A moment later, he pounced on the dove itself and wanted to test his new strength on it. Without thinking twice, the boy activated the magic item. This time the sensations were a little different. A strong, so to speak, stream of energy shot out of it and headed straight towards the administrator. But he sat there quietly and peacefully and had no intention of going anywhere. But then he lets out a vile scream, his mouth literally bursting before our eyes. There was an explosion in the yard. Palaham ran to the window and looked at what was happening. His wife, who was also concerned about the situation, came up to him and they both watched what was going on there. The kids were already standing to the side and also did not take their eyes off from there. The kids were very worried about their owner. The first attack with this mechanical weapon made him sweat a lot. A large layer of dust rose up around, and that red stone fell out of the compartment. It looked completely lifeless. Jeju looked at it and picked it up. Did he really use up too much mana at once and put it back? But then, he was distracted by one moment. Looking sideways around himself on both sides, he noticed some large wings and got scared. After this, a very strong wind struck, which blew him off his feet and the guy landed on the ground. At that moment, this creepy bird sat down on his lap and asked him how he liked this place. According to him, Taruha also means a lot to him. Smiling broadly, the administrator said that he thought this was the image of the country he would like to see. Our hero was already tired of meeting him and simply silently listened to his ridicule. He got tired of all this, and so Toth grabbed him by the throat, trying to strangle him. Raising him a little higher, he asked with a sour expression, "Does the administrator really have nothing to do? Why does he continue to run after those who have already refused to interfere with him? Or perhaps this person has such a strange hobby." But at these words, the pigeon shrank and pretended not to understand why he was hated. At that moment, the admin changed his appearance and became a small version of his opponent. Perhaps this will reduce the degree of his aggression. When the guy saw himself, his eyes almost popped out of his head, and his friend was already tired of standing at the window and watching this nightmare, and so he ran out into the street screaming in an attempt to find out what was going on here. Our hero did not expect that they were overheard and looked at him in surprise. The administrator also cast a glance from his spit at Pala'ama. The man stared at him and just stared. Everything looked too confusing, and he didn't even understand what question to start with. He narrowed his eyes and no longer understood the whole situation correctly, and seemed to be very angry with Jeju. And these two just stood there and didn't take their eyes off him, not answering anything. The long-haired man began to slowly approach them, trying to calm the angry student, but he, on the contrary, yelled at him, demanding that he not come closer. The administrator raised his finger and spoke about some kind of glitch, looking coldly at Palaham. Our hero thought that the plus was going to pull some dirty trick, and he stood up for his teacher, as did his little fluffy butts. His copy stood and looked at this circus in surprise, without moving from his place. The guy turned worriedly to his 2-meter-tall friend and asked if everything was okay with him. But he just stood there and didn't move. There was zero reaction. Laka, Kodin, and Baron also froze in the air in an instant. Perhaps this scoundrel froze time. He was overcome with either fear or anger or both, and he turned straight to face him. The administrator came closer and smiled meanly, telling that a person's memories are like his soul. And this place is the very first place where he decided to test this theory. And all this to see how long these people can hold out, experiencing endlessly repeating events. Now it has become clear what is happening here. Some people will wait for the savior, not knowing whether he really exists, like the man who was the first one that Jade came across. There were also residents who could not stop hoping for something good. The young man looked at him with a keen gaze and asked if this was all just a joke. The little one smiled meanly. No, for him it was just a test, and judging by the criteria he had compiled, Taruka's warriors had handled it better than anyone else. The brunette gritted his teeth, and he felt incredibly bad at heart after such a nasty answer. And according to him, he believes that on the contrary, he demonstrated his best side to him and began to press on pity for helping him get so far, hinting at gratitude. But what kind of pleasant ceremonies can we talk about after everything he did here? Our hero literally shoved his magic glove in his face. And before he took his final step, Jaju told him to stop with this nonsense. Having already switched to shouting, he repeated more than once that no matter what happened, his answer to his constant question would never change in his life. After that, he released an incredible stream of mana straight into his face. The administrator fell to the ground with a soft thud, and dust rose around him. But with the amount of mana he has now, no matter how he attacks, the blow will not reach the administrator himself. The guy understands this perfectly well. He needed a more reliable method to eliminate it for sure, and right now it was essentially pointless. The same one was lying on the ground and pretending that he was seriously hurt. Jeju knows this, and therefore demands that he stop these simulations and get back on his feet. However, this carapace was already standing behind him, holding the petrified pop-offs in his hands. He thinks that here the guy behaved well, as if he did not want to reveal his weaknesses, and treated everyone coldly. He turned and looked at him, and when he managed to teleport, he didn't even notice. Suddenly his limbs began to blur. He smiled and began to reason that the more often you see a person, the more you begin to feel for him. The guy began to move back a little. Taking one fluffy creature in his hand, the admin looked at it and hinted that it had definitely become attached to someone. This scared him a little, but he decided to pretend that this was not the case and simply said that he used them only for his own survival and benefit. The man smiled slightly. It was like a relief to him. He raised his hand and thanked his interlocutor for removing his feeling of guilt. A big hole formed right in it, which seemed to have no end, and there were also huge teeth along the edges, into which he threw those three guys. Kim screamed in horror and demanded that they stop, but of course they didn't listen to him. One of his kids was already on the verge of life and death. His teeth began to gradually clench, and the other one was petrified and simply stared into space. The thorns were already very close, near his little blue eye, and just from the sight of them, Jeju almost started to cry. But then he stopped and just watched. The situation turned out a little differently than he expected. Huge, sharp teeth literally sank into the administrator's swollen body. Some strange white hair enveloped his fangs. These little ones attacked him, this terrible monster who had no human spirit left, and hurt him in any way they could. All three were busy, and he looked at them nervously. Could it really be that the spirits of the world tree themselves were in front of him? It turns out that they escaped from his containment device, and this mana color is very similar to the sunstone, and the boy yelled at them and asked them to leave as soon as possible. The boys listened to him, and in an instant they all jumped back from this toothy mutant. But their master did not wait and plunged a sharp, fang-like, transforming piece of the cloak into him, and the light that his butts emit is undoubtedly the mana of the sunstone. Their unusual friend began to defend himself and attack the administrator. Besides, even if it was just for a moment, their attack stopped this man's movement. It turns out he found a way that might work now. If this important energy still remains in his body, then it changes everything. Many memories flashed before his eyes. He was sure that this power would be the key to defeating this stubborn man. The boy deftly jumped up and stepped with his foot on some part of his face, which was already deformed, and also attacked. Besides this, our hero made himself sharp spears and swung them at him. One moment, and these points are piercing right into him. The guy tries with all his might to do everything he can, but his body was quite flexible, and his skin began to envelop these sticks in a very disgusting way. Toothy began to mock him. Does this young fool really think that such a trinket will actually work on him? Reminding him again that accepting his offer would be the best decision for everyone. However, he interrupted the admin and did not even allow him to finish speaking, saying that if he wanted his attention, he succeeded. Once again charging his magic item, he said directly that he hated it with all his soul. At this point, he attacked quite powerfully. There was a loud explosion, and even the earth shook. It was impossible not to notice that the sun's mana did not resist as much as before. Even touching his heart, it felt like it was passively supporting him. Now Jeju is confident that if he can stay in this state, he will definitely cope with everything. The boy looked at his hand and just smiled silently. But then he saw something seem to have slipped past from above. Those annoying wings spread out again. The administrator called him a funny little man, laughing loudly. If this guy disappeared, he would be incredibly bored, one might even say to death. As he was leaving, he promised that now, after such an incident, he would no longer be so lenient. But our hero didn't give a damn, let him do whatever he wanted. But it was clear from him that he was as stubborn as a pigeon. Kim didn't want to drag out this battle, as he might end up at a disadvantage, but the administrator looked at him like he was a fool. The not very welcome guest had other things to do today, so he said goodbye to Jeju and asked to finish for today. He just stood there and didn't answer him, watching him fly away somewhere far away. The bird even started to shed feathers, and he began to threaten that our hero would not even be able to live until the next meeting. When he had disappeared without a trace, the brunette bowed his head down and was surprised that he had even survived. Everything finally ended. Soon the live broadcast turned on, and the guys were worried if everything was okay with him, but it seems that nothing bad really happened. But now, reading the chat, he thinks that maybe it would have been better to start the stream on the next floor, and so he lied to his fans that there were problems. Palacom approached him and, raising an eyebrow, assessed his lying skills. The guy felt a little awkward, but he just laughed. He was most worried about him. But when he saw that everything worked out, he could breathe a sigh of relief. His fluffy ones were resting next to him, and it seemed they had no intention of waking up yet. Karen also took the time to visit him and also said that the young warrior's health was not in danger, but it was better to monitor his condition. The guy thought for a second. Apparently, the administrator definitely put his hand to it and stopped time around them, and the Popoy ended up in this state because they were trying to protect him. He got up from his bed and thanked Palaham for everything he had done for him, and took the sleeping fluffies. It seemed he wanted to go somewhere. After all, a traveler must travel, which means he must climb a tower. And even despite the fear of how the admin can influence the difficulty of the tests, the guy is sure that if he blocks his way, he will simply break through by force. But other guys already started asking him if he was in too much of a hurry to move on. Subscribers reminded him of those awards for the 2 floors, and plus our forgetful guy forgot to give a name to that glove. And our hero once again needed help from Palacom. And before he could finish listening to him, the man immediately understood what he needed and allowed him to stay with him for as long as he wished. Kim thanked him, and he immediately quickly left to go about his business. Now it's time to start the real work, and the first thing the guy wants to do is come up with a name for the glove. With his new skill that he had recently acquired, it wasn't hard. Why not name her after the god of victory, namely Enion? Wanting to get his government, the boy made just such a choice. That was already finished. Now he needed to check the rewards. For the 18th floor, he received 2 pieces of coins and a skill book. And for the 19th one, you get the same amount of money and a rare rank wrist guard. He sighed heavily, put the briefcase on his back, and asked the audience for permission to move on, but it seemed he had forgotten something very important. Indeed, since Jeju took first place, they took Slava and received a special award for themselves, and was just about to open it. This time, a beautiful yellow box with an incredibly beautiful bow fell out. In order not to waste time, I immediately opened it as the fans wanted. The very first item that caught his eye was the Shaknil pendant, that is, the shadow ruler of the heroic class, which would definitely be useful to him. As the viewers correctly noted, it is not worth wearing now. This thing does not go well with Lotten 2 things. To cope with this equipment while controlling the shadow clone is the same as having all your hands and doing completely different things with them. Having satisfied the subscriber's request, he was about to leave, putting everything he had received into his spatial backpack. At that time, he began to be bombarded with questions about why the stream had turned off. Maybe it was the people from Hypocrite or someone else. No one knows, but the guy said that there was no need to worry. It was already evening outside. The sun was setting gradually and a beautiful sunset was formed, which was visible from the old roofs of the houses. Our hero, as always, was on the road. And this time everything was not so simple. He heard some strange sounds behind him. It was clear that he was being followed, and in order not to waste their time and his own, he demanded that they leave immediately. At first there was silence around, and the brunette only looked around, left and right. There was no one. Gradually, some strange steps began to appear, and strange people came out from around the corners of the house. They began to approach him slowly and asked if it was Kim Jaiju. The guy in the mask already had his knife in his hand, and in a calm but threatening tone said that they needed to talk. The blonde approached him and pointed a knife, which was already bloody, at his throat, as if he wanted to instill fear in him. Our hero simply stood there, raising an eyebrow, and calmly asked who they were talking about. The bandit answered him rudely and demanded that they follow him in a good way. Thanks to him, there are a lot of unnecessary Taruka people wandering around who force them to hide in corners. And only now he noticed that there was blood on the blade of the knife. Now it becomes clear why the street was so quiet and deserted. Everything falls into place. That's why Palaham was so busy, and he confidently tells him that he doesn't want to go anywhere. In fact, this bandit was ordered to capture the user Jeju, having been warned that he was stronger than most players and that he should not let his guard down. The blondie thought it was a very easy task. He considers him a weakling who only made it to the 20th floor. He took a second knife out of his pocket and began waving it around. What an arrogant participant in the test he had come across. The killer promises to introduce him to pain so that he becomes more docile and silent. He swings the blade and jerks it right under the guy's nose. But here's the problem. The weapon flew out of his hands. Our hero repelled the attack of this ignoramus. In addition, as a gift, so to speak, he received a powerful blow to the jaw from him. The blonde fell to the ground and grabbed his mouth. It looked like it was very painful. Kim looked at him intently and no longer played games, but demanded in a rude and confident tone to get out of his way. His opponent was barely able to catch his breath. The aura from such a player was incredible, and as a commander, he ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Even such a harsh order could not make Jeju move an eye. He simply stared at these people. After a short break, the leader of the bandits warned him once again that this was his last chance to humbly bow before him. Just as he was about to look at his comrades and give them an order, his eyes widened from what he saw. The allies were already lying unconscious, and he could not believe when he managed to deal with all of them. Jeju's cloak wrapped around his neck, and he said that he was warning him for the last time too. He asked him to get out of his way and not interfere, while his legs were already shaking from fear. Even so, the stubborn bandit had no intention of stopping. Yes, this guy is talented enough that even the boss warned him not to relax. However, this sign shows that he can be killed, so those who remain alive in ambush must attack. Some of his men were already sitting somewhere above, preparing their sharp blades to attack. 1 second later, they jumped out of their dive above and pounced on him. Kim Jaiju raised his head and managed to notice them in time. What fools, this was to be expected. These guys immediately regretted that they had messed with him. There was a loud explosion from the mutual attack. The blonde thought that his guys had won, and he just laughed, because he should have calmly walked with him while he was making the offer. But then he remembered that the commander-in-chief had told him to capture this guy alive and bring him to him, and he immediately got goosebumps. He immediately began to worry that he should have dragged him in while he was conscious, but he got mad and seemed to have gone too far. Just at that moment, something strange flew at his feet. He looked in surprise because it was dark and hard to see. And yet, when the bandit's vision faded, he saw the head of his dead comrade, from which he was horrified. It seems he didn't guess what happened at all. In fact, it was Jeju who killed everyone, but not him. There wasn't a single scratch on his body. Putting an axe to him, the young man demanded that his great leader be told that he would definitely repay him for this kindness. Nobody expected such a turn of events. The incredibly strong guy, the blonde, stood up and started running away from him. The guy just stood there and watched to make sure he didn't come back and do anything dirty. It looks like he won't have any peace in this place. So Jeju is going to head to the 21st floor. Meanwhile, at number 70, a man was sitting in the meeting room. The subordinate was looking at something important in the system and seemed to be very serious. And then a girl bursts into his office. Han Jinsu was scared and shuddered a little from such a scream. He looked at her, and the long-haired woman tried to catch her breath as quickly as possible, and for some reason was furious. The lady looked angrily into his eyes and gritted her teeth. Then, unexpectedly for him, she screamed and loudly hit the table. So much so that a large crack quickly began to spread across it. The blue-eyed man looked at her and slightly raised an eyebrow, a very strange greeting from this lady. Now she looked at him and smiled slyly. The man stood up from his chair and asked her not to be upset about one situation, but how could she be so calm if most of the guild members were killed? But now they have a thread, and since he climbed up to the 20th floor so quickly, certain conclusions can be drawn. He knows very well the words he spoke to that blonde guy, and Jeju promised to repay his kindness without fail. Judging from everything that happened and what is there, we can conclude that he has an assistant at least on the 50th. The girl listened attentively. She smiled, and could now say with confidence that it would be difficult to harm him in any way now. In fact, the lower levels, where free movement is limited to intervals of 10 floors, are slightly different from the subsequent ones. After the 50th, users can move freely up to the 100th without any restrictions, and such a modest interval is necessary to avoid disturbing the balance. However, even if that is the case, the blue-eyed man believes that he still needs to keep an eye on this guy until he gets to that very floor. The lady looked at him silently and did not answer. And then another person bursts through the door, who turned to the senior manager and reported that they now have problems at level 50. It was a short-haired girl who ran in, who had just received this information. The brunette looked at her with horror and waited for further explanation. The man also became wary and even began to worry a little, but he wanted to hear the details. She was asked to calm down and tell the whole situation without haste. The blonde barely caught her breath and shared that there had been an attack. 2 drug cartels of the guild had been destroyed and 3 sites for the construction of infrastructure. The dark-haired guy thought that I was doing this by the same person as last time. But no, it was not so. The face was hidden under the robe behind her words, and the voice was female. Soka glanced at the guy and also asked if the attacker had said anything else. A little scared, the blonde thought about it and muttered something under her breath. Then she raised her voice and said that he had said that if they started to act, he would leave no one alive, which was definitely not what those 2 expected. Meanwhile, evening was approaching in Taruka. The stars were almost invisible today because of the gloomy and thick clouds. As always, guards stood near the portals with their weapons and looked around. People around were whispering and didn't understand what was going on here, but one guy said that all the members of the big clans were taken into custody. No one can stay here, they arrest all the people who appear on the floor, so no one comes back here, and our hero, who was standing nearby, overheard all this. Judging from their conversation, thanks to the confusion caused by the Hypocrite Guild, the atmosphere on the floor is simply terrible. Many of Taruhi's people must have suffered while they were trying to catch Yeja. He didn't like these guys from the very beginning, and out of anger at them, the guy even bit his lip. He approached one of the guards and told him that he was now going to use the portal. Those who stood nearby, ordinary people, were very surprised. They expected that after this they would simply take him away and beat him to death. The blue-eyed guard looked at him angrily. The boy took off his hood and asked if he should show his ID. Seeing his face, the man was a little surprised, and the brunette stood and looked at him. All those who guarded the entrance began to greet their beloved warrior Lachanta with great honor, and invited him to use the portal as much as he wanted. He blushed a little and thanked the guys, but asked to give permission more quietly next time. He first stuck his hand in there and confirmed his desire to enter the 21st floor. The tests were about to begin soon. This time it was necessary to find out how well he knew himself, and the title was already quite intriguing. It was time to find out, and during the process he found himself in a strange room, as if he was walking on water, from which strange black smoke began to slowly emerge. Looking carefully at everything around him, he came to the conclusion that the test had not changed, which surprised him a little. From this dark curtain, a strange man began to appear, who was dressed all in white, with the same hairstyle as our hero and everything in general, only black and white. The guy didn't pay attention to him, but looked for a catch. And it seems like the audience doesn't see anything new either, so everything must be fine. Suddenly, his opponent began to rise and slowly approached him, quietly splashing water. He had strange eyes, red and black, which looked a little scary, and he greeted our hero with a smile. It looked pretty scary. His voice was creaky-like, which really scared Jeju. He didn't even say anything. It was impossible not to notice such a face, and his strange clone asked why he was so surprised, stretching his smile even wider. He would have started to talk about anything, but the brunette narrowed his eyes and expressed his opinion that it was unlikely that they should talk to each other when they only needed to kill their opponent according to the rules. The blonde just continued to tease him. His speech sounded very rude and somehow false to him. And before the beginning, he asked whether he would leave the place where he was now if the world would soon disappear. To Jeju, this sounded like some kind of nonsense, and he directly said that he had no idea what he was talking about now. Some great being said that the earth would literally soon disappear, breaking into tiny pieces. And only this tower, according to him, will save them from such a disaster. To him it sounded incredible, magnificent, amazing, but not to our conqueror of this world. His face shrank from disgust, and so he just snorted, "This is the complete delirium of a sick person." Hearing about this, the clone became very angry, and in order not to drag things out, began to immediately go on the attack, which was unexpected for the daredevil. The blonde couldn't believe that this player could say something like that out loud and started shouting. He continued to attack and wanted to show him where the crayfish spend the winter. Jeju was also awake and responded in kind by activating his protective cloak. This force is highly complex but surprisingly human. The audience is sitting in shock right now, which is quite expected. To make the fight easier, he created his favorite axe from his hand and swung it at the offender. He needed to end this quickly. Such an interesting trick surprised him greatly. The blonde laughed and said that he didn't have anything like that. It looked mean to him to use such a dirty trick. Although this character was quite fast, it was possible to follow him. He only chatted more and kept claiming that today would be the end of Jeju's life. He just listened to him and didn't answer anything. Now it was more important to concentrate on the fight and his victory than on sorting things out. Intuition whispered such nonsense in his ear. According to him, the guy was watching his every step. And in general, this man looked pretty crazy, constantly laughing looking at him. Our hero simply watched him without answering. The blonde knows perfectly well that he is a simple fake, and the being that created him told him directly that if he kills Jeju, he can become real. And he himself wants this so incredibly strongly that he literally goes crazy. To achieve this goal, the clone is ready to do anything and asks the original to leave life for him, to which he only remained silent as always. They both fight with their capes. Quite an interesting sight. Our boy watches it and notices something interesting. The blonde kept baring his teeth and reminding that defense alone would not help his opponent, trying to appear stronger. He really tried to avoid his attacks at times. One of them hit the brunette right under his feet, but he managed to jump away. If you think about it, his double uses objects, and it certainly couldn't have happened without the administrator's intervention. However, he can only imitate what he has already used. But then he turned around and saw something behind him. Now it was a rather dangerous moment. He was being attacked unnoticed. Fortunately, the boy managed to repel the attack and everything turned out well. It's strange, but after his counterattack, scraps of fabric began to be scattered around. Therefore, we can conclude that this attack was carried out using his cloak. This trickster moved underwater to attack from behind, quite a tricky move. While adjusting his briefcase, he tried to remain calm. It was good that everything worked out. The blonde just laughed when he saw his surprised face. Couldn't he do the same thing? Opening his eyes, the clone wanted to offer him to surrender, but what he saw shocked him. Our hero took out the glove and activated it so as not to mess around with it for a long time, and he didn't care that this coward considered it cheating, but unfortunately for him, there is no such expression in battle. Or perhaps his great creator administrator did not grant him such an opportunity, which caused fear in his eyes. His double can really only copy what he uses, but unfortunately he can also figure out how to use it himself. Now as he attacks him, Jeju cannot hold his body because there is nothing on earth to cling to, and it is quite difficult to keep his balance. And surprisingly, the notification about passing the test does not appear, which scares him a little. Considering that the mana beam doesn't rush forward, but continues to collide with something, which is very well felt, means only one thing, that his opponent is still there. There is one thing that irritates him incredibly. This is of course an assumption, but perhaps he really does regenerate infinitely like the administrator himself. And then he heard his voice mocking him for relying too much on objects. A red stripe ran across his eyes, and a point of the same color appeared around his neck. One moment, and a silhouette appears before him, as if the head were flying off the shoulders very easily. The glass breaks, and our hero remembers the prediction of the future, which now worked. Jeju managed to put up a barrier in time, thereby protecting himself from the attack. He wanted to activate his glove, but for some reason this time he wasn't doing it very well. Looks like the guy ran out of mana at the worst possible moment. At that very moment, a blonde man came up to him and laughing literally pointed his finger at this problem, although he still deigned to praise him. And after his speech, the clone grabbed Jeju by the throat and was about to end it all. But first he began to tease him, saying that he would be his best option, and asked him in a threatening tone not to worry and give up. However, for some reason I only saw a wide-spreading smile on his face and became wary. An incredibly bright light began to emanate from it, which was directed specifically at the blonde man. The same one stood and did not move, watching his actions. And a second later he still felt pain. He was deceived. The enemy had been pretending all this time. A rather clever but effective trick. Jeju secretly used the power of his glove. After his sudden attack, he looked up and said that he never said he was out of mana. Besides, the guy doesn't rely on his items, and he suddenly grabbed his clone's hand. Our hero is simply doing everything he can to win, and so you present your new and improved glove right to his face. In an instant, there is a loud explosion that could not be prevented. Finally, this test was successfully passed, and the doors to the next floor opened for him. It was a little tiring for him, and his head was spinning. The guy fell onto a strange surface, sighed heavily, and decided to catch his breath. But after a while, Jeju got up. Finally, everything was fine, and he was able to relax. His viewers were already starting to worry about his condition. He didn't hear the notification of his victory, and only saw the moment when the portals opened, and then he was able to draw a conclusion about it. All thanks to the enemy's carelessness, he managed to catch the right moments. However, if it weren't for his shoe effect, he really could have died. Fortunately, he managed to stop him for a moment, and with the help of the invisibility of his shoes, he was able to easily dodge the mana explosion. It's great that everything worked out, and now it's time to check the rewards and go to the next floor. The audience suggested that he take a rest, to which Jeju only laughed and said that it would be best for him to hurry up now. Having pressed the right button, he got for the first time such an interesting box, gold, and a black ribbon. His fans immediately began discussing it in the comments, but he dragged his feet and immediately opened it. Seeing what was there, Kim immediately realized that it was the work of the administrator. The first item that was in it was the Shaknil dagger. Like the other item from this series, it was of heroic rank, and it strengthens the shadow self for a couple of seconds. Meanwhile, in the central park of the city created by the Hypocrite Guild, there was a free zone on the 70th floor, where it was quiet and calm. Nearby, pigeons cooed, picking something up from the asphalt. As before, the administrator fed them from the same bag with some crumbs and grains. And then a man comes up to him and tells him that there is some strange user on the 20th floor. It was that same blonde man, Soka's boss. He told him that this man had a powerful enough patron to even issue a warning to him. He needed to find out who it was. The bald man only turned his head away and sighed heavily after listening to his request. Blue Eyes suggested that this might be the one helping him. Well, he interrupted him. Although they had agreed differently, the blonde clearly remembers that he told him that he would give him full rights to control everything, and he hissed discontentedly at something. He opened his eyes and looked at the young man, asking him what he thought when he saw an ant crawling past. Quite a strange question. It seemed to him that his grandfather had gone crazy, and asked again what he meant. But he still insisted on hearing an answer from him, and it turns out that he had nothing on his mind at that moment. And that's exactly how he should be. Such quirks irritate a man the most. The admin always acts like that. It is impossible to negotiate with him. A one-sided dialogue always confuses everyone, and now the grandfather is indignant that he has run out of food. Judging by his phrase, users are nothing more than ants crawling past for him. Most likely, this is exactly what he wanted to convey, so the blonde wants to ignore it and figure it out on his own, to which the old man laughed. He turned to him and wanted to say something about that strange user on the 20th floor. Suddenly, a strong wind arose, and all the pigeons flew away right over his head, and he had to take cover. And then a strange man appeared. The girl laughed, and was very happy that the two characters she hated were right here. It was the madam who was looking at them intently. Her name is Lee Charon. The blonde asked who he was dealing with, and he knew that there were members of his guild everywhere here, but she somehow managed to break through them, which meant she wasn't an ordinary user. In response, the lady laughed and said that she would create chaos here because she was literally pissed off. To be honest, she is here to throw off all her negativity, and what luck, here is the one who always hides like a rat from her. The administrator silently watched everything that was happening from over the young man's shoulder and did not react in any way. And he already began to worry and was sweating. She has magic that can control the phoenix, the heat from which it is hard to breathe even if you are standing at a distance. He needs to use maximum mana to protect himself from her attack, and the blue-eyed man puts up a barrier. To his surprise, he succeeded, and the girl laughed at this lucky guy. And so that he wouldn't relax, she released an even more powerful stream, which made the man sweat. His defenses began to crack. This makes her incredibly happy. Apparently, he took his current position as the head of the Hypocrite Guild, not only thanks to luck. One snap of her fingers and there was a powerful explosion from which came incredible heat. Meanwhile, our hero has already arrived on the next floor and is ready to begin the task. As soon as he came out onto the floor, the other guys were already waiting for him and were very happy to see the new member. In response, he only smiled, and he himself began to read the notifications in the system, where it was written that the difficulty of the test would be proportional to the level of difficulty of the people in the group. Judging by the reaction, the guys have been here for quite some time, since no one can leave the 20th floor. Those who got to the 22nd could not start the task. To approach him was a man with a large scar on his hand who asked him his name. With a smile, he said his name. The knight is called Ha Baek-hyun. Our hero also introduced himself, telling that he studies magical engineering and also has a high level of complexity, which seemed very strange to the new acquaintance. And the first thing he asked was whether Jeju could provide support from the rear, to which the boy smiled and nodded his head. The guys in the chat were actively discussing him. Suddenly, he shouted to the other participants and asked for a moment of their attention. It turns out that they are running out of food, and he praised everyone for holding out until this point, and asked that if the guys can't cope during the test, then they need to immediately call for help. Then the distribution into teams began. Our hero joined group number 3 with Lee Shion. The guy looked at her, and she waved her hand in a friendly manner. The magical beasts will go along 4 paths, and the 20 people will split into 4 by 5. If you think about it, this is the most reasonable option. But most often there are a couple of dissatisfied people, but everyone agreed, which means Baek-hyun is managing the group quite well. Having calculated the difficulty level of the participants, the test level will be 48th. Next, therefore, the advancing magical beasts will be the red-billed blackbird and the horned hermit crab. The guys are distributed according to skills, so you just need to be careful. It seems that the guys are not worried at all, and then Shion called our hero to her. Since the admin warned about the danger, he cannot relax. He is sure that he has prepared a variable that I can calculate. Meanwhile, terrible creatures are heading towards the entrance with a quiet but disgusting grinding sound. There were already 6 minutes left before the start, his partner asked. Since he was a magic engineer, he most likely prepared a device to enhance weapons and mana, but it was a little bit different. She was not satisfied with the answer, and she got a little angry. How is this possible? Knowing his profession, she started raising her voice and yelling at him. It seems to her that he perceives everything as a game. The viewers were unhappy with how these people treat Jade and created a farce in the comments. Although our hero is confident in himself and his victories for some reason, when there were literally 10 seconds left before the start, he began to worry a lot. And so, the protective barrier from the passage began to gradually disappear. The guys took up positions according to their plan. The guys had to get in there, and luckily one of the participants had a staff that could light the way. On the way they discussed what kind of creatures they might come across, and from the looks of it they are moving slowly, and the team hopes to catch them faster. When they heard the grinding sound, they had to stop and brace themselves. But was it suspicious that they had an unusual sound? And indeed, these creatures do not look like a bird or a hermit crab at all. They had 2 pairs of teeth in addition to the main jaw. One of them had already managed to get over 2 participants and hiss. They screamed in fear, and when they saw him with their own eyes, they almost fainted. Their nasty tentacle instantly snatched the girl's staff, and she couldn't even hold it but simply screamed. It took the monster no more than a couple of seconds to completely break it and leave it unusable for battle. Seeing this horrific picture, Shion was horrified. He had quite high durability, and the guy's spectators said that with their level, they could not defeat these creatures, and they just needed to run. While they were chatting, this creature was already hanging over them. More precisely, not one, there were several of them, and all between the 2 of them. A second later, a stream of some liquid flew out of his mouth. Fortunately, the girl managed to put up a shield, protecting her guys. But unfortunately, this method didn't work either. The iron began to melt literally before her eyes. She looked at him in surprise. It looked like this acid. She warned all the participants not to touch it. Now the others don't understand how to fight them, if everything is useless, and they look at the monsters with horror. Shiyan already suggested that she could use the screen created by magic, but on the other hand, it would be wiser to ask for support from other groups. Our hero interrupted her and said that it was dangerous, asking the guys to stand behind him, and he himself, using his strength, attacked the monster. It was a bit difficult as these scoundrels kept attacking, but Jeju dealt with them just fine. To protect himself from the blow, he jumped onto his flexible cloak, dodging the acid. Here, the first monster was defeated and fell right in front of the other participants. They stepped back. The guys started whispering. His movements were incredible and also very effective. In one moment, he overcame several of them at once. They didn't even have time to notice how he approached them and got a little scared. Jeju extended his hand with the mechanical glove towards them and asked for forgiveness in advance. Meanwhile, in the battle with Cherin, a loud explosion was heard for the umpteenth time. The guild commander raised his head in horror and looked up. However, the administrator stopped their slaughter and told the girl to stop. He had already refused. The man catches everything on the fly. It immediately becomes clear that this was a request for him to leave here and talk next time. The girl just laughed. This good guy was very lucky that he wasn't alone. Otherwise, he would have been roasted. The guild leader simply stood up and silently walked in an unknown direction. When he was already out of reach, Cherin asked the administrator what had been wrong with him lately, folding her arms across her chest. He pretended not to understand anything, but the girl reminded him of Kim Jaiju. Lisi noted that he never said anything to the contrary regarding the situation. She just nodded her head and began to bombard him with questions about him. She was interested in absolutely everything. The girl found out for herself that the boy had not been in the tower before, and, moreover, he was not given information about what would happen next. But now she doesn't understand why he treats him in some special way. The administrator sighed heavily, and over time he said that it turns out that he found what he was looking for. It sounded scary. For him, this boy is nothing more than a creature that can fix his broken toy, he said with a wide smile. Cherin asked him to stop talking such nonsense, because Jaiju had only reached the 20th floor, or rather already. Hearing about this, she was even shocked. His amazing speed of ascent amazed even her. Besides, she is very suspicious that the administrator is watching someone with such a goosebump-inducing passion. The girl immediately realized that in this case he was not going to kill him, which meant everything was fine. And he also had enough information about him, knowing what he was thinking and how he would behave. And then she stopped, because if she acts independently here, then the whole world of Astrud will be destroyed, and this worries her. That's why he wanted to find a replacement for himself. At least that's what he told her when she had walked all 100 floors of the tower and offered her to take his place. It was tempting, but she refused. It was too burdensome for her. And besides, this crazy man told her that he was going to destroy the entire Earth, and for this reason, Cherin decided to stay here. And the administrator is halfway to creating another tower, and it seems to be especially for our hero. But first he needs to do a little more research. He also believes that if he says goodbye to his life or fulfills his role, then in principle, it will not affect anything. In the girl's eyes, it looked quite cruel, but he could tolerate this kind of criticism. According to him, all that remains is for him to complete the world destroyer so that everything is ready. The guys who fought with the monsters in the cave were doing very well. There was a loud explosion, and the whole room was filled with dust mixed with smoke. After this incident, Xion lost her hair and, out of horror, fell to her knees and cried. Her friend turned to her and asked if everything was okay, but she only covered her head with her hand and could not answer anything. The guy got scared when he suddenly shot Mana, but if it weren't for that, it would have ended not with a bad haircut, but with the complete destruction of all participants. Our hero heard this loud roar and rushed as fast as he could to help them. He had several monsters at his disposal, which he was going to deal with at once, using his mechanical glove. He didn't have time to wait for it to recharge, so he simply swapped it for a new bloodstone. And now Judge needed to hurry because it was obvious that other teams wouldn't be able to handle it either, and it was very good that he could win with just mana. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud scream, which even struck him so much that he began to tremble in his body. The guy ran as fast as he could to ask for help, and saw how this creature grabbed one of the participants by the leg and literally bit it off. The commander ordered all the guys to stand behind him, and he himself covered himself with a shield, while the victim asked to be saved. The manager immediately found it strange that such a monster appeared on such a floor. At this rate, their complete destruction, the entire team, is just a matter of time, and something needs to be done. And then, behind him, he hears someone's footsteps. It was Jeju. He was immediately slowed down. The commander-in-chief shouted at him and demanded not to move, because it is too dangerous here. The magic engineer asked Bakyun to step aside in a quiet and calm voice. Green-Eyed didn't expect to see him here and just gaped. In fact, he really did come to help, and therefore asks the guys to step aside and not interfere. But the commander had an idea that he came running here because the entire third team was destroyed. Suddenly, before he could finish speaking, he heard strange sounds behind him. and our hero had already managed to save the victim with the help of his plastic cloak. After that, he turned to the other participants, asking them to take care of such a serious injury, and those who were okay then sent to help the other teams, although he was not the leader, but they listened to him. Two guys took hold of the boy and were going to take him to a safer place to rest. The man stood and did not move. He did not have time to follow his movements. For the first time in his life, he sees such a strong, magical engineer. Looking at how skillfully he controls his mechanical arm, he cannot believe that it has such power within itself. And now, finally, the test was passed. The guys were still healing their wounds that they received in this battle. To Baekhyun, it looked pretty scary. Everyone was in the same situation, and he saw how each team fought against the monsters that stood in their way. Suddenly, Jeju came out of nowhere and easily defeated them all, saving all the guys at the same time. Although, unfortunately, there were also cases when nothing could be done. However, thanks to this man, many saved their lives. The man couldn't resist and approached him. The guy raised his eyes and looked at him with curiosity. The knight bowed before him, thanking him for what he had done for them all, of course. This greatly embarrassed him, and he asked not to resort to such formalities. But he himself knows perfectly well that if he had not been there, they would not have had to face such a high level of difficulty in completing the task. Baekhyun promised in the future, if help is needed, he will repay for such an incredible rescue. At what time had everyone already received medical assistance? He needed to go, but our hero was going to rest a little more. He sat down with his backpack opposite the portal and simply looked, lost in thought. After some time, he still decided to check the reward that he should get for this floor. As always, a small box jumped out in front of him, white and with a beautiful red ribbon tied on it. In order not to delay, the guy decided to open it right away. In front of him was a bag of coins, as always 5,000, and some other thing at the bottom. He was a little upset that there was nothing else inside. But no, he was also given a jewelry box, which, as he first thought, looked quite luxurious and beautiful. The first thought that came to his mind was that there might be some bloodstones or mana stones here. However, his expectations were not met. What he saw made his eyes almost pop out of his head. He received the ring of Shaknal, the ruler of shadows. He had a heroic class and can use the skill once a day. Who would have thought that he would get this useful thing right here? He really liked it. As the guys in the chat say, this item is not popular and many consider it useless, so in the beginning he wanted to know about it, so he called a double. The guy conducted several tests in the dark space, as a result of which he came to the disappointing conclusion that he was of no use at all. However, his decision was not at all true because he could not understand its true effect, which caused a wide smile to spread across his face. There is only one person in the world who has discovered the true value of the item, and that was a girl, the Russian assassin Arsenia. And here the joke still remembers how she used the Knight of Shadows to absorb opponents. It can be used as a wave to sweep away enemies. The guys in the chat noticed how he was lost in his thoughts, and many began to think that he wanted to try to use it somehow. But now doesn't seem like the right time, and in any case, even if it works out, its effect will be extremely useful in the passage. And now he had another problem. Looking into his spatial backpack, he felt painfully sad. His babies after the 20th floor became even smaller. The guy felt a growing sense of guilt and fear inside. And all this is the consequences of that battle with the administrator. The Fluffy fell into hibernation and have not woken up since then. Looking at them, he determined that he needed to hurry to level 25 to check their condition. In order not to delay this, the guy went further. The required number of participants had already been reached, and this time there would be a difficult task. And specifically, we are talking about a mortal duel, and the first thing he heard was someone chewing. The gist of it is that it won't end until one of the two dies, and it looks like his opponent is already sitting right in front of him, gobbling up some fast food. The fat man addressed him as his friend, and our hero became suspicious that he might know him. It turns out that this is true. The guild told him that if they don't know Jeju, they will be killed in one fell swoop. It didn't take much thought to guess that we were talking about Hippocrates. He hit the nail on the head. The green-eyed man handed him a box of pizza and offered him a treat, because it was too much and he couldn't handle it, even though he loved unhealthy food, but he refused. The man told him that there were enough people waiting for this boy, and admitted that he was really lucky to cross paths with him early enough that he didn't even care that one of them would have to die. He said this while taking a knife out of his pocket behind his back. He is sure that it will definitely not be him who goes to the next world. His hand stretched out in an instant, and in just a moment it almost touched his neck. The guy didn't even have time to blink. There was an assassin in front of him, and he was so fast that he couldn't catch him with a glance. His appearance and behavior made Jeju think he was just an ordinary fighter, which caused him to simply let his guard down, while the fat guy simply smiled slyly. There were only a couple of minutes left before the test began, and it looked rather suspicious. Why did he start attacking right now? The glutton said that if the task had started earlier, he would already be on the ground and without signs of life. It was a very inappropriate question for the situation, but the young guy decided to ask what his opponent's name was, looking at him with a cold gaze. He just raised an eyebrow and asked why he needed it, to which our hero smiled. It seems to him that it is wrong to die at the hands of someone who does not even know his name, which slightly angered his opponent. To the beginning, there was very little left, and yet the assassin decided to name himself and smiled broadly. Jeju noticed that Lee Chang-sung had a stealth skill, and that was because he couldn't see him even if he spread his mana around. This dirty trick is used to deceive the enemy's senses, but everything changes when he bites on the rank and begins to develop it. The boar appeared behind him, smiling menacingly and muttering something under his breath. And so to speak, finally, he told him not to forget to tell the Reaper about the one who took his life by swinging a knife. He wanted to stab the guy in the neck, but for some reason his hand suddenly stopped just a few centimeters away from him. And it turns out that Changsun didn't seem to hear what his opponent was using, causing him to smile widely. In an instant, his hands were bound by our hero's cloak and he could not move. Fatty looked at this intently and was horrified. This guy had not reacted to this before, and his head could not comprehend how this could be. When he began to examine it, everything immediately became clear. His Lotanto cloak was the cause of everything. Looking at him from head to toe, Chansung noticed something else. And this is his red tunic. He couldn't believe that he even uses foresight. To which our hero only laughed slightly because he himself knew the answer. In addition, he received a reprimand from a man who was furious that the man took an item that he treated like trash due to its class and difficulty not being appropriate. While he was chatting, Jeju created his favorite weapon behind his back and swung it at him, asking him to give the Reaper the same thing he had offered him. One swing of the axe was enough to knock him down to the ground completely. The fat man's hand was still twitching somehow, and our hero was watching it closely. But after a couple of seconds, she relaxed and simply fell onto the cold floor. Looking at him, Jeju barely caught his breath and still tried not to let his guard down, just in case. A notification appeared next to it in the system stating that the test had been passed. However, not everything is so simple. Strange sounds began to emanate from there, which made the hero wary. After a couple of seconds, he received a notification that it was a failure. Meanwhile, in the free zone of the 20th floor, where the American channel was, it was quiet and calm. The guards were there as always, and one of them approached the young man with a question about the ID. Another one grabbed him and made a claim that he was a traveler, ordering him to fall to the ground. And as if in one day, the detective whom Jeju sent felt like he had fallen from paradise into real hell and was shaking while holding the piece of paper. Because of his status, in Taruka they treat him like a criminal and the boss, as if they want to deal with him right here and now using improvised methods. But however, as soon as they see this noticeable document with the name and signature of the centurion himself, their relationship changes to the exact opposite. Of course, he might get into trouble because this channel's Leto has no memory of signing it, but that's not important. And finally, after some time, the boy came to the store of goods in magical engineering, which his customer told him about. Senjin began to look out from around the corner and noticed men talking about something. They couldn't believe that the reason for all the riots on the 20th floor was one Korean user, and all viewers say that the information is verified. The observer concluded that by all outward signs, this was not Chris Arnold, and that he could simply continue watching. But suddenly the black man called a man with exactly the same name, yelled at him because he was taking a long time to get ready and his guys were all waiting. A busy man ran out from around the corner, holding huge sheets of paper in his hands, and was already hurrying towards them. This time I had to take a closer look. His height was about the same as they told him. His hair was light, and he also had round glasses behind which his blue eyes were hidden. Perhaps it was him. When he approached his friends, they looked at him with displeasure and said that they did not want to wait for him here. Looking at his mechanisms, he only laughed. And for the detective, it was quite strange because he had heard that this man was a genius. But why did other people treat him so dismissively? But in order not to get on his nerves, The dark-skinned man asked what he had heard in the end. His previous interlocutor told him that on the 22nd floor there appeared terrible heliphages that shouldn't be there at all. And indeed, this had never been observed before in life. That's why it's strange it only happened during the test, and it was at this level that the blonde looked away in panic. After listening to what they were talking about, Sengjun immediately realized that they were talking about Kim Jae-ju. Who else but him would have caused such a stir, catching the administrator's attention? It turns out that only these two people and 3 others from their group survived the ordeal of the 29th floor, and it truly was a nightmare. Meanwhile, our hero began to feel an incomprehensible panic after the red sign started beeping with the inscription about the mission failure. The thought immediately came to his mind that perhaps his opponent was still alive and that was the reason. The guy looked intently at the fat man, but he still didn't move and lay in his own puddle. But after a couple of seconds, his arms began to rise with a strange crackling sound, and then his torso itself. And it was very suspicious. Such a sound should not be made when seeing an ordinary person. The guy presented his mechanical glove to him just in case, and did not look away. Something terrible began to come out of the man, emitting a vile scream. His body began to move terribly, becoming in a bridge pose. His stomach burst open, and suspicious black smoke began to come out. It seemed that in this way, this evil force could break his back. It immediately became clear to our hero that this was a controller, an elite fighter of the demonic dimension summoned by a human sacrifice, a rather atypical monster for the 20th floor. The transformation was complete after a couple of seconds. Now Jedge needs to attack him as soon as possible and end all this once and for all. It crawled out of there completely, and sticking out its long tongue looked menacingly at its opponent. Gritting his teeth, he released an incredibly powerful stream of mana. Our hero looked at this and couldn't say a word. It just looked disgusting. In the end, he simply let off steam with the remnants of such powerful force. The creature looked incredibly disgusting and frightening. Many viewers even turned away from the screen. Now it got on all fours and was preparing to attack. It didn't take more than a couple of seconds before his demonic paw almost touches the mechanical one, and Jaju can't move and simply blocks. But this method doesn't work. His attack still reached him and he fell to the ground. This monster is easily able to throw him away. He looked at him and got angry. It seemed that he really wouldn't be able to put an end to it as quickly as he wanted. In addition, at that moment he felt a severe pain in his hand. The brunette didn't even have time to blink before he was wounded. The incredible speed of this monster really scared him. Jeju thought he had blocked all the blows, but he couldn't sit on the ground now and needed to get up. The guy had a plan to step back a little and attack his weak spot, the horns, with a gun, but as soon as he took a step, he was immediately pulled down. It's a good thing he managed to grab the edge of the cliff with his hand and not fall into the abyss. It was quite difficult to do this with a backpack on your back, but you have to be patient. Only now did our hero come to his senses and was glad that he had stood firm and had not fallen through, but there was no time to rejoice. Immediately, a painfully familiar and disgusting grinding sound appeared above his head, which forced the guy to look up. This demonic creature was literally breathing in his face, looking at him with its own vile black eye sockets. The boy got angry and almost started to freak out. They didn't even let him catch his breath, let alone prepare for the next attack. But then a great idea struck him. What if he hit him right on the horns now, when he was a few centimeters away from him? Everything would have worked. But then suddenly his most important thing falls from his hand. When the guy felt and realized this, he was overcome with incredible horror. His spatial backpack began to gradually move away from him, falling down into the very abyss, and his hands began to tremble. At that moment, he remembered that the most precious thing he could possibly have was there, and that was his fluffy little ones. He tried to reach it somehow, even kicking his legs, but nothing worked. The handle broke off his leg and he couldn't hold it. He quickly began to sketch out a plan of action. At first, he wanted to do something with the help of the cloak, but that wouldn't work, because with its help, he was holding onto the wall. And here's the problem. This bloodthirsty monster immediately appears in front of him and starts making its disgusting sounds right next to his ear. Seeing the position his opponent was in, he even began to laugh, and his laughter was even more disgusting. But then something unexpected happened to him. Something grabbed hold of his huge horn and made him twitch. It turns out that the guy grabbed him with his cloak, and he was already holding his briefcase in his hands. In a moment, he jumps up with the help of his set and is already right above the monster, who is looking intently at him. It's very good that he landed well, without harm to himself. So far, everything is going according to his plan. During his attack, the brunette jumped back for his backpack, and later used his cloak to grab onto the controller. The hardest part is almost over, and now we need to tie him up to immobilize him. Of course he copes with this, but it is not enough, because the mutant immediately tears him apart. And it seems that Jeju has a wonderful plan in mind with his box. He turned to the monster and smiled slyly. It kept trying to attack, and besides, the guy didn't want him to drag it around with him any longer. Using the mana cannon now is useless because the controller will simply turn around and that's it. Our hero will get into a fighting stance. His cloak continues to attack him, but the toothy one tears it all off. And now, it's time to use the trump card that Daredevil has hidden away just in case. Knight of Shadows, that's what he thought, and immediately put the ring on his finger, from which a thick and incomprehensible smoke began to emanate. The controller noticed how everything around him began to get darker, and this unpleasant and oppressive feeling began to irritate him madly. The horned one looked at the guy and around him in horror, not understanding what was going on. He immediately rushed towards Jeju with an incredibly piercing cry. The boy did not retreat and held out his hand with that ring, looking the monster straight in the eyes, and then, in an instant, the floor turns into some kind of viscous substance, and literally catches the monster a couple of centimeters from the enemy. Everything seems to be working out, but there is one problem. This useful thing absorbs a lot of mana, more than the brunette could expect. And then he suddenly felt ill. His nose started bleeding and he started to have a small, choking cough. His body can be compared to a sponge that absorbs water. It sucks in an incredible amount of his power, and at an incredible speed. In addition, this feeling of endless absorption gives him a strong pain in the head, which is also difficult to cope with. But he has to endure it for the sake of victory. There is no time to relax now. Jeju has only one chance right now to win and deliver the decisive blow. He reaches out his hand right to his muzzle, which continues to try to reach him. In an instant, there is a loud explosion, so bright that anyone would be blinded. Meanwhile, on Taruhi Square in the free zone of the 20th floor on the American Channel, a small skirmish was taking place. Lucan, as a strong warrior, could not tolerate strangers here either, and demanded that they lower their weapons and surrender right now. But the girl came in peace, and said that she was not here for a fight or other skirmishes. In front of her stands Lee Seha, who also managed to get this far, but now she and her team just need to stay here for a while. However, the woman with heterochromia could not accept it anyway, and the armed group of travelers immediately fell under the ban. Upon hearing this, Jeju's friend frowned and became angry with her. Stubbornly, she also stood and looked at her without saying anything more. And then, she hears behind her someone's disgustingly familiar voice making an unpleasant remark to her. Turning around, she saw the same commander of the Sun, who would not miss a single skirmish. He claims that every traveler has his own circumstances, hinting that she is doing something wrong. She thought that Palaham was going to put her in a bad light, but he just nodded his head. The giant approached Seha and, bending slightly over her, said that if neither side was going to give in, this issue could be resolved by resorting to a one-on-one duel. But first, he needed to know his name. He kindly asked him to tell about himself. The girl looked at him and calmly introduced herself. But Lucan was infuriated by such friendliness. It seemed like complete nonsense to her, and she even started shouting. Having succumbed to the manipulation of the Warrior of the Sun, she nevertheless agreed to the duel, albeit with a displeased expression on her face. Hearing her answer, the blue-eyed man looked at Sehu and asked her opinion. She was also not against it. There was a very beautiful sunrise outside, just a paradise for the eyes. After admiring the mesmerizing sky for a while, Palaham cleared his throat and turned to the boys. Raising his hand up, he announced as loudly as he could that the great duel between the two stubborn girls was beginning. Brunette. In order not to waste time, she had already taken a fighting stance and was looking intently at her opponent. Her guys and her team were already watching her too. And Lucan didn't relax either, having prepared her weapon. Those from her group loudly cheered for her, wishing her luck in this skirmish. The woman began to carefully examine her opponent, and did not notice where her blade or anything else was, and asked how she would fight. Snapping her fingers and flexing her hands, Seha noted with a wink that she was doing just fine without him. It was a bit unexpected, so since that's the case, we can start the battle. A moment later, the warrior was already next to the young girl in a school uniform and confidently moved even closer to her. She deftly hit her on the leg, hoping that the fragile girl would fall to the ground. Oh, this self-love. Lucan smiled widely and looked at her intently. But for some reason, only her knees started shaking, while Seika didn't move from her place and stood like a statue. And a moment later, she began to reflect her attack, striking back. In addition, the schoolgirl was able to attack with ease, but the warrior managed to dodge. She had to jump back a little to catch her breath and move away a little. Just when the blue-haired girl tried to call her names, a fist was already flying towards her face. The brunette deftly attacks her, and the onlookers around them watched them with interest. Finally, Seiha stepped aside and shook her fist, looking at her opponent. Of course, Lucan took a good hit to the face, but she was able to defend herself with her axe. Still, the short-haired girl thinks that she hasn't attacked hard enough yet, and so she clenches her hand into a fist with all her might. To keep her friend from relaxing, she immediately rushed towards her and began to strike with incredible speed. And then, during this misfortune, a strange crack is heard, and it is the warrior's axe, which instills in her a note of uncertainty after such a bastard. She had to somehow push the schoolgirl back, but it still didn't give any results. Sokka was flying at her again. In conclusion, he dealt her a powerful blow right in the chest, so that she even spat out blood. From such combat power, she flew back to a fairly large distance. Lucas collided with the wall and screamed loudly from the pain as she hit it with her back. Palaham ran up to the victim and picked her up in his arms. It wasn't particularly spectacular. It was clear that the commander had lost. Her entire team was shocked by what they saw. That girl was able to defeat her with ease. And since the brunette had won, the long-haired man gave her the right to speak. For some reason, she raised her head and was already happy. Before starting, as always, to make it easier to speak, she needed to remove her mask. The schoolgirl immediately said that she had a feeling in her soul, as if she should help someone here, looking at all the other guys here. Meanwhile, our hero, after another blow to the monster, was already lying on the cold ground and not moving. It is clear that there was a hard battle here, and he literally lost his strength. Fortunately, everything was fine with him. The guy began to slowly open his eyes, and all the spectators already thought that the end had come for him. After all the blows he had taken, plus the depletion of his mana, his whole body ached, and he somehow found the strength to get up and sit up. But what worried him most was the result he got when he looked around. He saw torn flesh, controller. Finally, a notification appeared in the system that this time the test had definitely been passed, to which our hero smiled broadly and sighed with relief. He had done it. Although completely exhausted, but satisfied, the brunette decided to check his reward. Here he sees 2 messages from different users at once. He needs to read them. It turned out that Sungmin had sent him an assistant, and it was that same Saiha who was already on her way. But our hero sighed heavily, wrote her a reply, asking her not to do anything. The guy didn't understand why she was doing this. He hadn't done anything for her, and besides, he most likely owed her for that pendant. It was scary to imagine what that man had said to her. But still, deep down he was pleased for the assistance, although he didn't really get along with other people, and now he checked his fluffies. And the circumstances are not at all comforting. The babies are getting smaller and smaller each time. The worst possible outcome is that they disappear altogether. Jaju sadly placed his hand on his briefcase. He has no idea where the last stop for lost Papos is, but he needs to get to the 25th floor. It's his last hope, because that's where the Tree of Life is. Before moving on, he still needs to check the prize. He has already received a box, and the guy has begun to slowly open it. And apparently, the audience has also become accustomed to the fancy boxes. As always, the first thing there was a bag of coins and something else. Also, the leather pants of the Master of the 7 Snakes. Heroic rank. No one from the Awakened Ones even used them. Even Jaju knew little about this object, and he simply looked at it from all sides. This is basically quite logical. Since no one has collected so many Lotanto items, the only thing he knows is the strange feeling when putting them on. To avoid stretching them, he decided to try them on right away. But then he stopped and remembered something. After clearing his throat, the guy remembered that he had completely forgotten to turn off the screen, and he felt a little awkward. After he finished changing, he turned the broadcast back on. Those pants looked pretty good on him, and on top of that, the extra properties started to activate. However, immediately, his face became gaunt. He had an incredibly strange feeling, as if hundreds of snakes were crawling on his body. On his back, on his legs, it felt so strange and pressing that he couldn't move. Of course, fortunately, Jaiju can control himself better after eating the magic stone, but he is now very disgusted that he wants to throw off this new thing right now, and he does not care who sees it. These crawlers felt like they had already reached his heart, and one of them had already touched him. And soon, she lay down completely on him, as it should be. The guy got goosebumps. It's finally over, but he still can't figure out if there's any effect. But now he doesn't have time at all to figure out such a trifle. The brunette needs to get through the test as quickly as possible. He grabs his backpack. Looking into it, he was horrified. It seemed he needed to speed up even more diligently. His babies, white and fluffy, have become even smaller during this time and do not come to their senses at all. Our hero looks at them, and his heart just breaks inside. It hurts him to look at how bad and difficult it is for them now. He remembers the words of that lousy administrator who laughed at him for not wanting to show his weaknesses and seemed cold. He was also hurt by the fact that he pointed out his feelings, which Jeju did not like to talk about at all, namely affection. These memories made him grit his teeth and even get a little angry. However, there was no time to get mad at all. The guy put his friends in his backpack. The brunette threw it on his back, looked into the distance, and got ready to move on. The next floor was quite unusual, where there were many large and dense trees along with bushes. Arriving at the place, passing through the portal, Jeju began to look around, and it was really very unusual. It was a big jungle, and now he was faced with the task of getting out of here in the allotted time. Otherwise, the doors would disappear. While he was reading the terms, literally 3 minutes passed, and after that it was as if he had been doused with a bucket of water. Sweat from the heat was running down his forehead and face. Now is not the time to talk about this. He needs to find a second person now. And besides, finding the exit does not depend on the actions of the partner, but the difficulty of the area itself depends on the difficulty level of the players, as well as the strength of the monsters that will be encountered along the way. Of course, the most important thing is that if you are not confident in your fighting skills, you can easily die here. And then Jeju heard a strange rustling sound behind him and became wary. Then there were clearly expressed someone's steps, and later a voice. The guy turned around and looked who it could be. There was a girl standing in front of him. She was delighted with what she saw, and looked at the daredevil with interest. It looked like she knew him, which made Jeju a little embarrassed. Indeed, it was his fan who couldn't believe that she met him in such a place. He just smiled in response. The girl heard that he had chosen to study magical beasts, and therefore hoped that he could become a junior comrade. She was literally burning with this idea. Our hero introduced himself by giving his name, and it was not difficult to notice that this lady did know something about him, but he did not yet suspect anything. She was so pleased that he spoke to her so politely that she almost fell over with joy. Eyed girl, embarrassed, asked for forgiveness for her long tongue. She was simply used to sitting in the chat, so even in such a situation she continued to chat to herself. Smiling broadly, she asked if he remembered her, because the correspondence was flying by very quickly. Blushing slightly, she told about herself that she has the nickname Mama Popoi, and it turns out that she has been following our hero from the very first floor, and her real name is Lee Min-hee, or simply Winnie. It seems that it is true. If you think about it, there was one user who paid special attention to his unusual pets, and apparently, the girl knows a lot about magical beasts. At that moment, he remembered his past viewer, who also looked at him with adoration, and this caused him only pleasant feelings. Winnie is really talkative. Before she started, she had to introduce her friend who was hiding behind her hair, something similar to a squid, but with a very interesting coloring, nevertheless stuck out and looked at a new friend. This one's name is Laksa. It seems that Jeju immediately thought about the dish. What a glutton. And yes, they have some similarities in the girl's opinion, of course. She sighed heavily and said that she was very disappointed because she wanted to find something first and give it to our hero. He raised an eyebrow and asked what she was talking about. Her eyes immediately lit up. According to her, this was a very necessary thing for Lada, Koden, and Baron. Hearing that Min-hee knew about the poor condition of his fluffies, he looked at her with curiosity because he didn't know that there was something related to them here. Like she said, there is a certain Easter egg here on the 24th floor, but the manager is pretty strict about spoilers, and that's the problem. Kim hardly listened to her babble because he was interested in getting straight to the point. It turns out that he doesn't know everything about this place. According to her, in the jungle full of monsters, there is a little-known mystery. More specifically, It is an object that looks like a cradle that fits in the palm of your hand, and it is capable of healing magical beasts. The brunette knows perfectly well that the world tree is here, but there is no guarantee that the administrator has not arranged another dirty trick for him, but now he can avoid his gaze and save his friends. This time the guy is confident. He can't miss such a wonderful opportunity. He bowed to her and expressed incredible gratitude, to which she became very embarrassed and asked him not to do it. After all, she initially wanted to find everything herself and give it to him, but since it so happened that they met, why not look together? The idea is of course wonderful, but the brunette suggests that she first find a way out, just in case, because that naturally comes first. The boys went deep into the forest, and after a couple of minutes they heard some strange sounds. They couldn't figure out where they were coming from, and so they looked around. These were the protectors of the jungle. They usually appear on the 20th floor. They had powerful jaws, and they themselves were similar to an orangutan in build. It turns out there are quite a lot of them here. They are climbing from all sides, Jeju called his friend. Sure, it's a decent amount, but he assures that he'll deal with them quickly, and entrusts Vinny to lead the way further. The girl seemed to be obsessed with him, and indeed, taking out a knife, asked him to leave it with her and ordered the emperor to rest. The guy raised an eyebrow and asked to be called something else, while a huge gorilla stood behind him. The defender was about to strike him, but his cloak was able to protect him in time and restore his ardor. The brunette looked at him, but still continued to hold back his fist. Winnie broke into a run, already preparing to continue working on her part of the task. The blonde bared her long and slightly curved knife and smiled broadly. 1 second, and she makes many swings with it, cutting through the dense thickets. At that moment, a strong wind rises, so strong that it could probably knock anyone off their feet. After completing her part, she landed next to our hero, and those ignoramuses were already standing behind her. Just a little more and they could have hit her, but Jeju carefully helped her, inflicting damage on them in return. The guy made a remark to her. First of all, it's worth deciding where to go, because if you just walk homeless, you can only get lost and not get out at all. The blonde incredibly admired every move he made, and praised him for deftly finishing off the commander with one blow, and asked him to trust her. He only laughed in response and did not utter a single word. The boys made their way through this dense jungle, and for so long that evening began to fall. A beautiful sunset and purple clouds appeared above them. The atmosphere was quiet. There was not even any wind, just big palm trees and other trees. They had only 3 hours left to escape, and the allies were also doing a good job of dealing with the defenders. And after so much time of walking, the guy sighed heavily and admitted that indeed the cradle of regeneration turned out to be quite difficult to find, and at night when visibility is poor, even more so. But Jeju was most worried about how they would get out of here, and so he asked the girl how they found this item. It turned out that it was completely by accident, thinking. The girl shared that she simply became curious if there were magical animals here, and while walking through the jungle, she crashed into something very strong. As soon as she raised her head at that moment, that same very useful thing appeared in front of her. Of course, it sounded very interesting to him. At first, there was nothing, but then suddenly, it turned out that maybe she had fulfilled certain conditions, since she had gotten an Easter egg. And besides, according to her, the cradle did not look like an object that could be easily destroyed, which made our hero think. After a while, he asked the fan to hold her backpack, to which Winnie was a little confused and at the same time happy. How could it be dangerous for the blonde because Jeju activated his glove? 1 second, and a strong shot was heard from it, from which even the wind blew. Seeing his incredible strength, Minhee was very scared, and hugging him in her briefcase, asked him to stop, because at this rate even such a strong bowl could collapse. But because of this loud noise, Kim did not hear anything and continued to do his job. It turns out that it absorbs more malo than originally expected. After a couple of seconds, he clearly felt that his attack had been repelled, and screaming at the top of his lungs, the Korean warned his girlfriend that she was in that direction. The girl didn't have time to come to her senses from such noise and slowed down a little, looking around in panic. As soon as the brunette started running in that direction, so as not to fall behind, she ran after him. Of course, it took a bit of digging in the bushes, but it was still worth it. With a wide smile on his face, the dark-eyed one said that he had found her after all. In front of them was that very cradle of regeneration. It was shining, and it didn't look like someone had actually fired such a powerful beam at it. To make sure of this, he turned to Winnie. She was beaming with admiration. And indeed, this man is amazing. The boy, as always, became modest and simply shrugged his shoulders, smiling in response to her question. He was very glad that his guess turned out to be correct. The girl mentioned that she crashed into something then, although nothing happened. And then, when she opened her eyes, this useful thing appeared in front of her, which means that the conditions for their appearance are a preliminary touch. It's very good that Jeju's attack radius is large enough, so he can find the thing without unnecessary movements. Now he takes this cup in his hands and carefully examines it. And yes, he remembered that his briefcase was not with him and asked to return it. The girl smiled, as always. She is sure that this will definitely work on the drunks. She would really like this, as would their owner. The boy looked at her with great hope in his eyes and soul, and thanked her for her sympathy and understanding. He took the babies out of the backpack and carefully placed them right there. They became even worse. They even began to turn black. Suddenly, in an instant, the bowl began to glow, illuminating the dark jungle around. The friends watched the process with interest. Jeju was the most nervous about them, not taking his eyes off them. He really hoped that everything would be fine. But then, a bummer happened. This item cannot heal their condition due to limited functionality. The guys' faces changed in an instant. Winnie was very upset and even confused, not knowing what else to say. The boy was also confused and at the same time angry that nothing worked out. There was very little time left for their escape. Just 2 hours. The babies were still lying where they were. The guy had already managed to get upset that they would have to return to the original plan. But here the question is whether they will be able to hold out, as here, he sees one message in the chat from a subscriber. He was reminded of that very same strengthening rune, and at that moment the brunette had an idea. Indeed, it has the power to raise the rank of an item by 1 level. This thing he forgot about is really useful. Jeju slightly regrets that he didn't put it in his inventory earlier. The fluffies are in a really bad way. There is not a minute to lose. A warning pops up in the system asking if he really wants to do this. The boy became wary. He has no choice now and therefore confidently confirms his decision. Suddenly, the stone hung in the air right above the bowl of drinks and began to glow very brightly. The owner of these guys just had to watch, which is what he did. His new girlfriend was also worried and prayed that this time everything would work out. And then, 2 wings formed above her, which now resembled a bird. Thanks to that person, the friends were able to successfully raise the rank of the regeneration cradle item. The 2 of them literally burst into smiles. All that remains is to press the last button in the system to start the purification of the magical beasts, which he does. A couple of seconds after the start of this small but very important procedure, that same black rash on their fur began to slowly disappear. They began to slowly open their eyes and look around, quietly muttering something under their breath. Finally, everything really worked out, and on the plus side, the babies returned to their original size and jumped on their unusual friend, who almost cried with happiness. Winnie also burst into tears. Incredible emotions raged in their bodies from such a joyful event, and the brunette thanked her for the umpteenth time. And all because of her. If it weren't for her, it's unlikely that our hero would have been able to fully embrace them all again. But even despite this, they still have a drop of infection. Now we need to focus on getting to the 25th floor, and there is only 1 hour left to escape. Such time frames are a little stressful for both of them. The guy started to worry. The girl took her little freak, Laxa, into her arms and said that she only needed 10 minutes to do this. Hugging their babies, the brunettes did not quite understand what she had in mind if he looked at her with curiosity. It turns out that this mollusk can turn into a huge one, and he took Winnie and her new friend into his arms. The guys spent this time on a short trip having a pleasant conversation. The guy learned a new way to enlarge objects. The girl happily told him about it because it is one of the magical skills. She teased him a little by saying that if Jeju continued to study magic, he would be able to use it with ease. But what a pity, he couldn't. He appreciated her joke and just smiled playfully. It was good that they finished the dialogue just in time. Minhee happily reported that they had found the very solution, and before saying goodbye, she asked him for forgiveness for not being able to help him anymore. But although she had done everything she could, she had also extended the lives of the fluffies. It was a great honor for her to see the Popoevs in person, but they became a little more wary, which touched the girl even more. Having finished speaking, she waved her hand in a friendly manner and wished him good luck in the future. The brunette politely reciprocated her feelings and said goodbye to the fan. Now it's important to move on. Jaju began to apologize to his little ones, which again pushes them into the backpack, but unfortunately, it has to be done. Out of habit, the briefcase feels even heavier than it was before. Now, however, entering the portal seemed very strange to him, because it seemed to the guy that he was already accustomed to such sensations. The first thing he felt was a slight tingling in his head. Then he starts to feel motion sickness, even to the point of nausea, and this feeling is much more pronounced than usual. But no, the brunette feels some kind of disgust, as if boiling throughout his whole body, and at this time he lands in a very strange place. He found himself at the very top, and the tier below were the most terrible monsters. This is their habitat. It seems that he ended up in a demonic dimension. Actually, as far as he remembers, the test of the 25th floor takes place in the spirit forest, which is filled with the energy of nature and is very easy and pleasant to breathe. But here it is completely different, as if the sun's rays have never fallen here in my life. It feels like something out of the world of Astraud. Jaiju looks around in bewilderment and once again becomes convinced that he really is in a demonic dimension. It is impossible to forget how the administrator interfered with the 5th floor as well as the 15th, but he never changed his location. The chat window, community, and reward notifications are not active and show an error when trying to open them. The guy decided to touch himself. Everything felt too clear to be a dream, as he already thought. Suddenly he hears some very creepy and strange voice looking around nervously. It was some strange demonic cloud of white color that appeared right above his head. Naturally, the guy became interested in who he was dealing with and initially asked what it was. In response, the monster smiled broadly and asked to follow him, if of course Jeju wanted to know the truth. With a strange squeak it flew to the right and our hero only looked at it. He began to doubt whether it was worth following them at all, this creature, and even more so, where to, because there is a rather large abyss beneath it. Suddenly, it became dark around him, so much so that it was impossible to understand what was happening around him. The brunette looked around, and he very much doubted that the administrator had tried. Otherwise, he would have revealed himself immediately after asking the question. He hears again the strange voice, which urges him to hurry. Kim didn't even notice how he found himself near a large castle, and that's exactly where this ghost was heading. It looks like it's inviting him to go in there. It looks pretty dangerous and scary. But most of all, our hero is worried about his little furry creatures. Their condition has only improved, but the infection has not completely gone away. However, if you stand rooted to the spot, then of course, nothing can be solved by this, and he had to go in. The administrator remained where he was, and was again unhappy that he was being bombarded with questions. Charon was still pestering him. She promised that if he continued to be ignored, she would go down to the 50th floor and punch him. The bald man seemed to ignore her, saying that he had made a mistake, to which she was very surprised. The girl didn't have time to hear the answer, and simply noticed how he was looking somewhere very intently, without even blinking. And then suddenly he disappeared into thin air, said goodbye and wished to meet next time, which made the redhead shudder violently. She fell to her knees in horror. Her head could not wrap itself around what he had told her about some kind of mistake. Could it possibly be something that concerns Jaiju? This is what worries Charon the most. She had to look in her system. Entering his nickname into the search, the girl saw that he was offline. His stream is disabled, which is very bad. After such news, she becomes even more anxious. The guy found himself right next to the throne after walking a little along the corridor of the creepy building. The man who sat on it called himself Canfil. He is the great duke of the abode of demons, and he smiled slightly. His name seemed immediately familiar to him, but what he was doing here was unclear to him. The character by this name is the boss of the 99th floor, and is the worst monster that players will encounter while climbing the tower. And he wanted to clarify this very point with this demon first of all. The blonde propped his chin up with his fist and smiling said that it was all not real, calling him names. Our hero didn't like that he called him a toy. Could he really trust him after that? Rolling his eyes, Canfil was indignant that that obsessed little man was interested in an idiot like him. It was immediately clear that they were talking about that crazy administrator, and Jeju tried to clarify this just in case. And indeed, it is him, and that is why they don't have so much time now. And besides, the boy is not sure that it is safe here, in this tower. As it turned out, this was the Duke's own space, and even the administrator did not have direct access here. The brunette was not at all interested in listening to such stories, and he wanted to go back as soon as possible. Although something puts forward that it chose him as a special person and invited him here, even this could not interest him. Smiling, the long-eared one understood why he was in such a hurry. The reason lay in that very world tree. After his words, Jeju got goosebumps, especially when he saw how he showed his buttocks. They are not in the best condition now, obviously, since he constantly travels with them despite his poor health. His backpack was open, and this caused a little panic. The guy didn't even notice how he was able to take them from there. The fluffies really started to feel much worse than before. They can't stay in the demon world for long. And one of them is holding them in his hands right now and hinting to the guy that he shouldn't trust the spirits who tell him that they know how to cure the kids. This made the guy think. He didn't answer anything, but just continued to listen with a surprised expression on his face. Anxiety can easily cloud his mind, and so the big-eared one advises him to calm down and think, because he himself knows the answer to how to fix everything. His words sounded quite convincing, and indeed, our hero needed to catch his breath now. Canfield stood up from his seat and suggested that he be reminded of something, right here and now, that he should do. He lightly touched his head with his hand, and 100 goosebumps ran through the boy's body from his cold limb. After a few seconds, Jeju felt a strange nausea and dizziness, as if he had entered a completely different dimension. Memories of him hugging his boys after that run-in with the flower began to flash through his mind. How they helped him despite his poor health and almost complete inability to even move or speak. That day he almost died, and the kids were so worried about him that they started crying. After it was all over, his briefcase fell off his shoulder. After such a small therapy of memories, Jeju himself remembered and realized a lot of things. He spoke all his thoughts out loud, and Canfield listened to him, smiling slightly. The boy didn't see the whole picture then, but the stories of the spectators were the same. The popoi absorbed all the mana of the sun that day and saved him. Placing his hand on his chest, he seemed to come to one conclusion and decided to check something out. The demon reminded the young man with a smile that life is a cycle, and if you receive something, you must return it. Now it would be right to believe in his abilities. Now his time was limited. He was worried about his babies, who were again sitting lifeless and covered in black spots, and he slowly began to approach them. The guy needed to put his hand on his chest and get ready, which he did. He activated his power, tried to even out his breathing, and it seemed like his heart began to beat faster. Everything was going very well, and in his mind he begged for it to move even faster, as was necessary for the effectiveness of the action. The tension inside him began to grow, and he began to cough, throwing his balance off. As expected, it is a giveaway, but right now you can't settle halfway. You definitely need to continue. This time, it seemed, little by little, everything began to move forward, and he began to feel as if snakes were crawling inside him. This feeling did not leave him all this time, but then one of them bit him right in the heart. It was quite painful, which made our hero flinch and feel a little scared unusually. The form of this creature stood right in front of his face and stared at him. Jeju decided to extend his hand to her, and she gently touched his tongue. And yes, he finally succeeded. Jeju now knows how to move the sun's mana inside himself. Naturally, such a new skill gives him a boost of confidence and new strength, which makes him smile. The guy was able to feel it inside himself. Now he feels only the diverging warmth inside himself. The pain from the recoil was completely gone, and the new power that had remained motionless for a long time began to circulate throughout the body. She lives deep in his heart. And the whole secret is that this type of magic which reacts to emotions, and our heroes are sincere and very sensual, so he hugs his guys very tenderly. The babies were still sitting motionless in his arms, not even opening their eyes. The only thing that now alarmed him was that the light around the butts began to actively fade. Kim continued to watch them, and it turned out that little by little that black oil began to fall off their fur. His most beloved friends began to open their eyes and were finally able to smile at him. The brunette rushed to them and hugged them very tightly. Finally, the infection passed and they were completely healthy. What happiness! And their behavior became much more lively. But his tears of joy were interrupted by Canfield. He very much doubts that the administrator will be happy to see them so cheerful and active. The man warned him that it would be better for him to hurry in this situation. The boy cleared his throat and, a little apprehensively, thanked him for the advice, but his butts began to hiss at the demon. In principle, this small situation is enough for getting to know each other, as the long-eared one thinks, and he asks him to hide the babies. It will be safer that way. The kids, as always, already know their way and jumped into the backpack together. Canfield continued to speak. Perhaps Jeju has quite a few questions that can be asked of him, to which he turned around and looked him straight in the eyes. He began to list the questions that might interest him, looking at him from under his forehead and smiling. When the two set out on their journey, the length of the hair and told our hero that the administrator only has the ability to imitate, nothing more. To put it much more simply, he has the ability to create fakes, but not anything real, as the demon lord knows. Even if this is so, our hero does not understand what he has to do with it. And in fact, despite everything, it's all because Parnisha is the only one in the tower who is capable of creating and learning real things. But still, Jeju doesn't understand how this can be because he's the same as everyone else. Confusedly looking at his unusual interlocutor, he did not have time to finish speaking, as he told him that he stood out significantly on the 5th and 15th floors and took everything seriously. The brunette didn't want to tell everything as it was, and therefore hinted that it happened by accident. However, he was touched by the words that the spirits of the world tree might burst into tears if they heard about it. The long-haired man now wondered if he could still continue to deny it, having the real one that was created by him, which made Jeju think. And indeed, the fuzzies really did go against the administrator when they defended him, although in essence they should obey him, and that is why he has nothing to oppose the demon's words. But anyway, right now it's not that important, so the blonde gives him a chance to think about what he heard. Here he brought his guest to some very interesting place and suggested changing the focus to him. Our hero looked at the glowing miracle that was in front of him and could not understand what it was. A large clearing, which is strewn with glowing flowers, one of which the demon picked. He looked and admired it, sitting down next to it. This was his favorite place in this dark world. Our hero also saw such a miracle for the first time, and looked at the plants with interest. And then Kunfil hands him one. Supposedly it will help the guy avoid the administrator's games with him. It certainly won't make things worse. Of course, the brunette began to suspect that he was playing with him, to which he only laughed. But is there any point in being distracted from so many things to deceive one single person? And indeed, it sounds logical, but he didn't answer him anything and simply remained silent. He still couldn't make a decision and stood rooted to the spot, but then the earth began to tremble around them. It seems that their visiting time is coming to an end, and it is time to make a decision whether to take it or not. Whether to endure manipulation from this old man or listen to the demon. It's very difficult, he still can't decide. And Jeju just looks at the flower and in a slight panic, tries to think faster. It shone before his eyes, and yet finally he makes his choice. After that, he found himself in a very beautiful and noisy place. There was a lake and birds were singing. Also flying silently were quiet little fairies, who looked around with curiosity at everything around them. Or rather, the little girls were staring at Jeju, who had already arrived at the next level and was lying down on the grass. After a couple of seconds, he began to slowly open his eyes and look around. And then, he suddenly stands up. The winged ones got scared and shuddered a little when this giant moved. The girls got scared and flew away from him, while he began to curiously examine the place where he found himself. But he was interrupted by some strange sounds, similar to steps. Someone approached him. In addition, they shoved a spear blade under his nose, probably considering him an enemy. Looking up, the brunette sees a centaur who seems to be hostile and wonders how he ended up here. This question angered him a little. He himself would like to know how he ended up here, since he had only just woken up. Just like what happened with the testing fountain on the 15th floor, a similar situation. Normally, players will arrive at a giant traveler tree and the main quest will begin from there. On the other hand, the glade of the world tree is the only way to it itself, and people are reluctant to let in here. And that is why, in such a situation, you need to stay calm, because perhaps this is another prank from the administrator, and Jeju asks him to see the elder. He introduced himself as a man who had been granted the trust of the fairy king. Such a strong and confident statement surprised the horned one that he even screamed. After a short dialogue, he called his friend and all three guys set off on their journey. Our hero's hands were tied just in case, so that he wouldn't do anything that the inhabitants of these lands feared. As far as the boy knows, the people and the guardians of the forest are connected by an ancient pact. If that is so, then they could simply give him the opportunity to see the elder. The blonde led him as if on a leash, and promised to give him a good dressing down so that he would know how to talk nonsense. The little fairies were also for him. And then, one of the little ones asked Kodrin what the man was doing here, and he only discontentedly promised to tell them later, and apparently, they would not believe Jej, no matter what he said. In his head, he began to play out a plan. Maybe he should run away and then quietly follow them. The brunette began to talk some nonsense, suddenly paying attention to this place. The centaurs began to look at him askance, but he waved his arms like a fool and chatted in vain about the deep but bright forest, the clean and fresh air. Waving in the other direction, he asked if they were friends with the fairies. Out of joy, he pretended that he himself wanted to get along with them somehow. But for these antics, the brunette received a sharp spear in his side. The redhead demanded that he start behaving more obediently, looking menacingly at the fool who was laughing out loud. He began to imagine that his tied wrists were numb and continued to swing them, pretending that he really felt better. The horned ones turned away from him and sighed heavily. He really is some kind of weirdo. It's very tiring to be around him. Very well. Now their attention is not directed in his direction, and Jaju can calmly start the stream. The first thing the audience saw was his wrists, and they thought that he had already been grabbed at the very beginning. The guys had quite a lot of questions about how he ended up in the clutches of the forest guards. After all, they don't like people. No one understands anything. And then, right in front of his nose, a very beautiful place appears, bright and sunny, which literally blinds the eyes. The brunette looks at him and can't stop admiring him, and on the orders of the horned ones, he goes further with them. Literally a couple of seconds passed, and they found themselves in a small village where there were very beautiful houses. A pleasant breeze was blowing and the sun was shining. The centaur's mother taught her son how to use the spear properly, literally instructing him. But then she heard the sound of hooves on the ground and turned around. Not having time to correct the child's actions, she turned to face the newcomer. It was Sir Caudron who stood motionless and looked at her too. Curly wanted to ask why the guards who had gone on patrol returned so early, but he stuttered when he saw Jeju, who was catching crows and also became a little wary. The redhead screamed at what she saw. There was a man standing in front of her right now. The other centaurs were also not happy with this news and turned around looking at him in horror. Everyone was hostile to him and pointed their spears straight at him. Mothers with their children came running and also treated the man with malice. It seemed he was surrounded on all sides. The situation here was clearly more dangerous than he could have previously imagined. Since there are such unfriendly guys here, he must be prepared for a counterattack, and so he tenses his clenched fists just in case. Suddenly, another centaur interrupts him, shouting at his comrade for bringing an unknown person here. Red couldn't accept it. His friend was trying to tarnish these sacred lands with this little man. The blonde tried to answer him something, but he interrupted him and did not want to hear. Raoul demanded to finish him off here and now. He did not care what reasons he could tell him. He didn't let him say another word. This character wants to talk to the elder. The horned one told him this confidently and without emotion. Now he was seriously angry. One of the 3 and 3 guards flew into the air because of the human language. Such a tragedy cannot be allowed to happen again now. Jeju simply listened to them silently and decided not to interfere in the dialogue. Caudron tried to protect him because he had earned the trust of the Fairy King. His brother still scolded him for it. He had no right to say such things. However, the stubborn man still insisted on the unusual guest's wish. Since he wants it here, then they must fulfill his request, to which he put a spear under his throat. The redhead began to raise his voice at him, but he was stopped by the deathly silence that suddenly arose around him. The centaurs turned around when a strange, large, black shadow began to appear behind them. This is a tree that is rotting before everyone's eyes, at an incredible speed. Our hero also looked at this and was very surprised. The test had already begun right now. It was time to get started. Now he faces the task of preventing the complete decomposition of the world's trees. Raoul looked in that direction with horror. Something very bad was happening. The plant's current condition was terrible, and he immediately yelled at his brother for saying that it was all this man's fault. However, it is important not to jump to conclusions now. Clutching his weapon tightly in his hand, he still continued to insist that people cannot be trusted. Red couldn't contain himself and walked up to Jedge, shouting and swinging his spear at him. He just stood there and waited for the right moment to avoid a collision with him. Caudron was very afraid for him. The light layer of dust and the bright flash from the attack made it seem like he had been pierced right through. The striker smiled widely. It seemed he had managed to defeat him. The blonde watched him with horror. He had a bad feeling that could not be explained in words. Well, if you think about it logically, if the guy really wanted to harm the guardian tree, he would have come up with a different way, and that's why he stops the sharp blade with his cloak. And besides, he himself wants to finish off the demons and save what is dear to these residents. He said this confidently, looking at them with a murderous gaze. When the blade fell with a small ringing sound, its owner was very surprised and even shuddered a little. In fact, The brunette is not asking to blindly trust him, but only to give him a chance to prove himself, and he extended his hand of friendship to them, waiting for an answer. Of course, it sounds tempting, which made the horned evil one think. Scratching the back of his head, he finally made a decision in his head. The impatient boy did not wait for a specific answer from him, and still expressed gratitude, practically in advance, with a broad smile. After bowing deeply, Jaiju also really wants to ask them to meet the elder. He needs to deliver the Fairy King's prophecy urgently. But deep down, he was a little alarmed. He was more than aware of the strength of the forest guardians, and especially the tree guards, who would give any control he had already fought a run for its money. Raoul, after thinking, looked at him and asked him to raise his head right now. The only thing that they can give to those who bow down according to the rules is death, but since people have such manners, this time he lets it go unpunished. The brunette looks up at him with satisfaction. The redhead also demands that Kodrin return to his usual place, because the only reason for his existence is to reflect on his past actions. Having heard such an unpleasant truth from him, he even felt a little sad. The green-eyed man sighed heavily. And yet there was no time for this. He turned away and ordered them to move on. Our hero looked at them and was a little confused. But to put it briefly, in the meadow where he was, there used to be a tree of guards, but this centaur was deceived, and this man turned out to be Jeju. On the 25th floor, there is a giant traveler's tree. It is a public area. There are people there who are going through tests, and they discuss their fears, as well as the latest news. There is a man sitting behind the bar who is very familiar to our hero. He also made it here. Red-Eyed can't wait for it to start, and is already starting to get nervous. His viewers got bored watching the uninteresting stream, and he decided to turn it on again when the most interesting part starts. He's just wasting his time, being locked at the traveler's tree. The guys were discussing this moment behind his back. They said that it was all because of one player. Now someone else has arrived, and the boy is haunted by the way everyone is treating this too frivolously. A brunette came out of the portal and greeted all the new guys in a friendly manner. In a second, he was literally thrown to the floor with all his might, the work of some pumped-up knight. The boy with blue hair even flinched from such a blow and did not understand what was going on. He asked for forgiveness very rudely, but not seriously, saying that he couldn't stand men, while the new guy was lying on the ground unconscious. With his hands on his hips proudly, he introduced himself as Lee San-hu, the 6th leader of the Hypocrite Guild, and forcibly asked everyone for cooperation. The man kept chatting and chatting, proud of how skillfully he and his team had climbed up to the 29th floor, while a man approached the victim and tried to bring him to his senses. There were some threats, but the thug asked everyone to speak up if something was wrong, but the blue-haired one decided not to answer. The other participants already understood that they were dealing with a cruel and proud person, and just in case, also remained silent. The stupid manipulations he pulls make the blonde smile widely. So, to begin with, of course, they need to look around to see what's here and what's what. The guy in the green cape watched them from a slant so as not to arouse suspicion. There were already about 48 players on the floor. 2 more were needed first. And judging by their behavior, the clan members similar to them also noticed this, since they are carefully studying the faces of everyone who is already present here. After some time, I say they reported that they inspected all levels, but he is not here, and as long as this continues, the tests should pass without incident. Immediately after the subordinate's words, someone came out of the portal, and San-hu immediately noticed him. Turning around, he saw some guy. He looked simple and greeted him warmly. However, their brief acquaintance interrupted the notifications in the system that the required number of participants had already been recruited. Was this really a mistake? People began to panic a little. What makes the commander-in-chief even more anxious is that he used the assassin class skill and did not notice anyone who might be hiding here. Well, why then the test began? He does not understand, and its goal is to prevent the complete decomposition of the world's ancients, but so far no one has paid attention to it. Recently, an order went out across the guild that if everything goes wrong, it's because of one player. He had to make an important announcement right now. San-hu shouted at the whole hall and clapped his hands. People began to turn around. He asked them not to worry about the decomposition, promising to complete the task on their own with 10 of them. The red-eyed guy watched this. Other people also had questions. They can't believe that it is possible to just stay away. However, everything is not just like that. The knight orders them to find someone while they undergo the test instead of everyone else. The guild members assume that this man is the very last member who did not end up at the giant tree, and began to list his appearance. Long black cloak, approximately 20 years old, is extremely dangerous and is on the run after killing one of their own, and his name is Kim Jaiju. And the only one of the three guardians who lost his tree, who most appreciates and has hope for people thanks to the blessing and favor, but was deceived, is Kodrin. The redhead has already called our hero in a not very friendly tone, but they cannot waste time and need to hurry to that place. The brunette turned his head towards him, and he really should go there, since the level of decomposition was 90%, then it was probably in a deplorable state. The boys walked the whole way in silence. No one said anything to each other. Impatient Jeju looked around, and still decided to turn to Raoul. He did not see the tree of the Guardian of Wisdom anywhere. He turned and looked at him with slight confusion. He sighed heavily. The centaur decided to tell that after it was destroyed by people, its owner himself took protective measures. And indeed, it sounded reasonable. The guy noted with a smile that Farron was capable of such a thing. But how did he know his name? Had he really been here before? However, Kim was not going to answer this question and simply pretended to be a happy fool. In fact, yes, the brunette has never been here in real life, but he does have that very video. It wasn't hard to notice how Raoul walked around wary and only snorted in response. What worries me now is that the decomposition will increase little by little every day, and so he has 5 days at most to solve this problem. Initially, this test was associated with subsequent contamination, but its content was again changed by the administrator. This makes Jeju a little wary. He has very little time for this. Only he knows what will happen next, since he heard the story of that bald man on the 100th floor. The monsters will never, under any circumstances, stop and will continue to crawl out of this damned forest, and the waves will become stronger and stronger and will appear until the world is completely destroyed. And considering that they were doing the tests in the usual way, it is quite natural that the audience is not aware of it. Meanwhile, the little fairies informed Farron that the guardian tree had suddenly become silent for some reason. The man instructed them to investigate what had happened, and to tell him everything that those little ones found. But another little one said that someone had come to visit them. Jaju stood in front of them, looking intently into his eyes. Adjusting his glasses, Farron asked Raoul if he had brought this man here. In response, the red-haired man only snorted discontentedly as always. A stupid question. It was actually our hero who wanted to meet with the elder, and Kodrin also insisted on it. The man lowered his gaze and nodded his head, an ancient oath. The blonde stood up and said that he was currently busy observing changes in the guardian trees. The audience noticed that he was looking at the guy with great condemnation, but he tried to calm him down and said that he was aware of this and just wanted to see if he could help with something. This statement only made him laugh. The man himself speaks as if he understands them. But then their conversation is interrupted by the little fairy, who came to tell the news and was a little scared. While she was remembering what she wanted to say, her voice began to tremble. Something terrible had happened to Kodrin. People attacked him and made fun of him for being a weakling. He lay on the ground, all wounded, and looked into their eyes with slight hatred, and did not answer. The girl laughed at the fact that the guardian is nothing without his tree, but few people know about this. The victim, however, tried to remain calm, and not lose his composure even in such a situation. If he breaks down, the young defenders of the forest will be in great danger. They were also captured and could not stand such a crush on them. Sanhu came to this whole farce and demanded that everyone stop this, because soon others would notice something was wrong. Looking around and listening to his words, Kodrin was horrified. A cruel man grabbed one of the children of the forest by the horn, although at the very beginning he promised not to touch them. But from the look in his eyes, you could tell he didn't give a damn about it. The other members of his team also watched and just yawned. One of them came up to him and laughed. Now everything becomes clear why this horned one became so calm. He really believed their words. This kind of bullying could no longer be tolerated, and Kodrin attacked him. However, in response, he received a punch in the face from another rapist, and it was quite painful. Zadira tried to catch his breath and looked at the centaur lying on the ground. He hates them just like the others. The girl ran up to her treacherous friend and asked how he was feeling and if he had been hurt. Another also tried to threaten Kodrin, but he was interrupted. Their leader approached him and asked if he had anything to say in the end. In fact, he thinks that if the content of the tests changed, then the others must have too, and he will be able to get information about Jeju that way. The blonde just raised his head and asked him to let the children go, as they had promised, literally begging him. To which Sanhu simply rolled his eyes in response. This phrase was already getting on his nerves. He started looking around and noticed the knife. Without thinking, he needed to pick it up. And the knight handed this weapon to his companion and ordered him to finish with it. Of course, he was pleased and promised to let the children go, but only with him, and with a crazy smile, he swung at him. One of the little girls screamed and tried to somehow stop the attacker from touching his loved one. The blonde could only close his eyes and wait. But then he heard a piercing scream and blood running down his face, which scared him. It turns out that it was not he who suffered, but this guild member, so much so that he shed a tear, not expecting this from himself. His treacherous colleagues looked at him with horror and did not understand what had happened either. The manager's eyes widened, and he also couldn't say a word. It seems he knows what's going on. Our hero has arrived. Kim Jae-ju himself stands before Sanhu and demonstrates the power of the cloak. The knight, without thinking, stepped forward, asking if he had made a mistake in the name, admitting that he was glad to meet him, but he didn't even bat an eyelash. The brunette continued to look at this man, and he no longer liked him. He continued to talk to him and reminded him that his guild was already looking for him, and he took out a thick rope behind his back and said that since he was scared, he could only ask for mercy. The whole circus looked quite funny, to which Jaju only snorted, while other people surrounded him. In a calm and balanced tone, the boy replied that he could still tell him something. Namely, he asked him to get out of here. Against such cruel people, he can only use the Knight of Shadows. The brunette had already put the ring on his finger and activated it. Around them and the chief himself, something like black fuel oil began to spread in the air. He immediately guessed that this thing was shaking. He couldn't believe that this player was able to get a heroic rank. The people who fell under his influence were confused and asked to light the way. There was complete darkness, but the girl believes that the first thing to do is to find the source of this darkness itself, namely Jeju. Sanhu, to prevent panic from dissipating, turned on his flashlight and asked everyone to calm down. And he himself smiled like a madman. His opponent had tested such a trick against the one who had been promised a special place on the 30th floor, and was trying to convince his own that it was useless. He believes that this ring is not capable of causing any damage, and therefore it is worth just waiting until he shows up when he has used up all his mana. The knight gives the order to take out all his magic nullifiers, but then his speech is interrupted by the cry of one of his guys. Then, after a while, he hears another one and nervously turns his head from side to side. All of his lousy allies were caught in the cloak and couldn't get out in any way, only asking for help. Now they had changed places. Kim Jae-ju was behind him and put a lot of sharp points under his neck, reminding him that he still had the opportunity to ask for mercy. But his silence did not improve anything, and our hero had to show that he was not joking at all by plunging one into his neck. Meanwhile, in that very lawn where the battle was taking place, help had already arrived. The fairies came to their guards and diligently treated them. Caudron didn't like to accept help, and it embarrassed him a little. He asked one little girl who looked after him to fly to the children, but she yelled at him, reminding him that she wasn't the only one working here. True, turning back, the blonde noticed how her girlfriends were also bustling about flying around his brothers. He felt awkward but also pleased. With a slight, strained and tired smile, he thanked her for her efforts. It's good that now everything is getting better, but now he became interested in who saved them all. The girl pointed her finger without saying anything. He saw only some kind of black hole from which strange sounds were coming. This scared Caudron a little, and he began to suspect that it was something demonic. But this was not the case at all. The man they had met at the entrance came out of it and carried the leader of this vile gang out by the scruff of the neck. His other allies were also unconscious and lying on the ground, unable to wake up. The guy approached the victim and was glad that he had already come to his senses. Smiling broadly, Jeju turned to Caudron and asked how he was feeling. The blonde sat dumbfounded and nervously said that everything was fine. But now he was interested in the details of what happened here. Medanov's look at that guild. Brunette said that he heard how someone was doing something bad. His arm was already numb from holding this brute, and he carelessly threw him to the ground, demanding that he come to his senses. Lee Sanhu opened his eyes in horror and began to look around. It seems he still doesn't understand what's going on here. Jaju immediately pounced on him, asking where the rest of the users were, not counting the other guild members. He ordered to bring everyone here immediately, because it's not so funny when someone is out of the loop, and the aggressor nervously nodded his head in agreement. Even though all this fuss is expensive, it's not worth ignoring either. The guy can't afford to have others getting in his way. And besides, in fact, the point is not at all that the forest guardians do not trust people. Sanhu continued to write to someone in the system under great stress. The whole problem is that if suddenly there is a disagreement between the centaurs and the people, the users will start to act as they please, and in such a scenario, the situation will not be the best. The man called everyone to the world tree in the meadow, and soon everyone came. No one understood why they were called here, and they whispered in confusion. One of them turned their gaze and saw the guild members tied up and suppressed. The guy who gathered everyone was very happy and said that all this was in order to ask them for one favor. Looking unfriendly at Sana, he hinted that he was not on the best terms with the hypocrite guild. The blonde just lowered his head. Well, anyway, this fact should worry them the least. The issue now is something completely different. Our hero used his power and fired a beam of mana forward. Those who arrived began to cover themselves from the strong light, which blinded their eyes. The guild members were not happy about this either and looked on in horror. A few seconds later, there was a loud explosion that made everyone shudder. Our hero looked at the result of his work and said that he was going to pass the test on his own, but on the condition that everyone stays away. He doesn't have enough power right now to deal with both the guild and the infection at the same time, so Jaju is going to convince them to do what's right for him. And if he had not decided to leave Sanka alive, the users would not have trusted him and would have started terrorizing him. So now he should have repeated to the guys that he was not going to treat anyone cruelly, but they looked around in confusion and remained silent. And since there are no objections, then we can assume that everyone understood everything, which makes Jeju happy. The users were not enthusiastic, but fortunately they made concessions to him and returned to the tree of the world of travelers. Finally, he came to the centaurs, who were already waiting for him and wanted to talk to him. The brunette apologized for being late, especially to Raoul, who was always dissatisfied, but even his tired appearance could not extinguish the fire in his eyes. Farron decided to start the dialogue first. The guys were just talking about him, and he showed up on time. The blonde told him that the elder was looking for him to thank him, specifically for saving his comrade Kodrin. In fact, he is tormented by doubts. Even in spite of this situation, Raoul and his brother, on the contrary, are benevolent, for which our hero was very happy, although a little surprised. Now he needs to meet the main guy here and then resort to persuasion, and then the guy wants to team up with him to solve the problem. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a sudden pain in his heart, which began to literally tear him apart from the inside. Farron noticed that something was wrong and looked around, while Jaju was trying to catch his breath. The man decided to ask him if everything was okay, but he decided not to answer and just smiled in response. Most likely, this pain was associated with too much mana consumption. He used most of it to activate the Night of Shadows when he decided to teach those rascals from the guild a lesson. But still, since the guy had gathered all the strength he could for that attack, his heart reacted exactly like that. It began to beat strongly, and the feeling as if it was pinched there began to devour from the inside. Now there was no need to show off and raise unnecessary questions, so Jaju asked to go further, to which Farron only shrugged his shoulders. Now the man had serious doubts about whether he really was going to protect them all with such a fragile body. And as one who has received the blessing of wisdom, the blonde can easily sense who is lying and who is telling the truth. But this does not mean that he does not trust the boy. He only had to listen to his centaur friend and then go on with him. The journey was not far. In just a couple of minutes, the guys arrived at the place and saw an old man looking at a dying tree. Farron asked why he came out, but he doesn't suspect that the whole reason is that the guards are dying, and this worries his grandfather a lot. Raising his head up, the elder was very upset that he himself could not do anything about it. He wants to know some other existing way to deal with this scourge, and it seemed he had guessed that this man had received the prophecy of the fairy king, and yet the old man interrupted him and looked into his eyes with anger. The centaur didn't like the fact that he appeared at such an inconvenient moment, precisely at the moment of crisis. He walked up to Judge and stared at him. The audience was shocked by such an unfriendly reaction towards him. This scared the young man a little, but now was not the time to retreat. They would never be able to stop the destruction without knowing the source of the problem. In fact, it is summoned by the Lord of the Demon World. His name is Rephius the Deceptive and is one of the most dangerous. This monster secretly implanted the heart of its kind near the roots of the world tree, as well as a scheme to divide it into dozens of parts so that the actual location could not be determined. And those who knew the Fairy King should not have remained alive, as the old man said. but he does not want to put pressure on the young guy with gratitude for help. After his short speech, he turned to Farron and asked him to reinforce the perimeter around the guardian tree, to which he merely nodded his head. However, our hero filled them with the fact that, bathing in the rays of the benevolent sun, the blessed people received support. As a sign of gratitude, they gave one oath. This tale, which was a myth, was given to him by Farron with a video in which he became close to him. It was also important to remember that they should not forget about this, no matter how much time passed, and an ordinary user could not know about this. And as it turned out, it is really difficult for the old man to judge this. As was said earlier, only the Fairy King can figure everything out himself, and he also invited Jeju to go with him, to which he obediently nodded his head. The guy was glad that he would finally be able to meet him soon. They were walking to some very dark and strange place, where light began to be seen from afar, and there stood a long-haired person, very similar to a human. Coming a little closer, the old man addressed Her Majesty. The blonde turned around and began to look at her new guests from behind her. It is actually a great honor for Jeju to meet her. Standing in front of her is the very person she supposedly trusted. The guy remembered how this girl said that there is, in fact, an ancient oath, which assumes honor to the person who will save this forest. To which she only smiled. A very sweet attempt, however, due to the disappearance of the Guardian of Favor, this feeling no longer has a place here. After these words, the brunette was a little confused as to why everything went wrong. The queen turned around and was about to leave, answering him rudely, but Jeju did not give up and tried to make her listen to him. He really wanted her to understand him, and was already ready to kneel down, but something jumped out of his backpack. With cute squeaks, the little popoy began to walk around the room and play. The old man and the girl turned around and looked a little confused at what was happening, and our hero is also very scared and doesn't know what to do now. According to Canfil, he doesn't think at all that the administrator will be delighted that the Fluffies are now in good health. Therefore, the brunette yelled at them and began to demand that they return back to his spatial backpack. He couldn't let him get the message. The guy grabbed one of the merry ones and was about to hide it, but he heard a female voice behind him which made him stop. He saw how the other kids jumped on the girl's head and shoulders. He was very surprised and asked for forgiveness for such inappropriate behavior in such a majestic place and in front of an important person. Their communication hadn't started from the very beginning. He didn't want to make things worse right now with such an awkward situation. He nervously tried to get the Fluffies back, but the young girl, holding one of them in her hand, could not believe that she felt the energy of the world tree from these wonderful creatures, and began to examine them from all sides. If our hero remembers everything correctly, then these little lumps of happiness were born from there. He felt a little awkward and confused in his soul. Such an event certainly did not happen on this floor, and it becomes logical why the queen saw the Popoevs here for the first time. Even the fairies were able to warm themselves near one of them. Suddenly, that little boy began to shine, which made the young lady and the other boys admire him. It seemed that this miracle began to speak to her, telling her that he had a story that he wanted to tell, and also asking her to trust this young man. Also, Toothy hinted that Jeju was here to help them, and purred sweetly. The queen never thought that she would meet such intelligent creatures that could literally communicate with her. She was fascinated by them. But then our hero sobbed a little. The blonde looked at him. The guy grabbed his heart, which began to beat incredibly hard. Well, not that. Plus there was a nagging pain, which was visible on his face, although he tried not to show it. The girl asked if everything was okay. She was alarmed by his behavior, but he couldn't even answer anything. The kids also began to worry. Although he felt uncomfortable, he had to force a smile and say that everything was fine. But in fact, it was the sun's mana emitted by the butts that was squeezing his heart. However, now is not the time to figure out what the reason is. We need to focus on something completely different. In order for the fairy queen herself to believe him, Jeju needs to try very hard, and so he kneels before her. With his hand on his heart, he proudly declared that he could assure her that he wanted to protect and save this forest that belonged to her. She still continued to look at him with a slight mistrust in her soul. The blonde thought about his words until he insisted on looking deeply into her eyes, and yet the queen decided to acknowledge him. Now after this, she should tell the forest and the fairies one fairy tale, which immediately brought a wide smile to his face. The girl promised our hero that inside this grove, his will would now be under her gaze, and spreading her large and beautiful wings, she approached the guy, gently taking him by the chin. After such a pleasant conversation, he had to go and fulfill his duty, and he literally ran. Jeju has to stop this nightmare before it gets into full swing, so he's running there now. After all the trees of guardians, in addition to favor, like the world tree itself, which is located in the center of the triangle formed as a result. And soon the brunette finally arrived at the place and began to look out from behind the bushes. In that very place stood some unknown weirdo, with his back turned to him and wearing a long black cloak. But he knew perfectly well that it was the Lord of Deception, Rifia, and he asked what she was doing here. The red-haired girl took off her hood and showed her face. Could it be that after a long time of her boring life she saw a person? It was surprising to her. Kim knows he needs to be bold and not hold back right now, or he'll literally fall into a trap. He stepped forward and told her that he had learned a lot from the Grand Duke Canfil, to which she laughed, thinking that perhaps he had made a pact with the demons. Having already started shouting, the brunette asked her to stop doing all this, threatening to use his force. To which the girl only smiled. Does he really not understand anything? She said it was nothing more than fun, and showed him the strange yellow thing she had been holding in her hands the whole time. It was something very similar to a seed, very large if compared to the usual ones that she dropped from her palm. Noticing this, Jeju was horrified and at a loss for a few seconds. He couldn't let it fall to the ground, so he started to move towards it at full speed. But suddenly something seemed to stop him, an incomprehensible tremor in his body. This seed fell after all, so quickly that he didn't even have time to take a step, and all he could do was watch what would happen next. The demon looked at his depressed appearance and only smiled, although she herself wanted to laugh at his worthlessness. After a couple of seconds, the guy began to be shackled by some sharp vines, similar to flexible rose stems. It's called charm. Her power and skill is that she bewitches the target with her voice and gaze, which takes control of their mind. They continued to look into each other's eyes, but Jeju was still somehow coping with the help of magic. A very bad situation, one wrong move, and he would be completely consumed by this woman who mocked him and tried to take control. And then, only after the wave of her finger, the seed fell. The state of decomposition of the tree gradually increased. The guy stands in a slight panic, and from this seed some strange vines with an unpleasant smell began to crawl out. He wanted to take at least a step, but his legs seemed to be rooted to the ground and did not obey him. The heart-shaped form develops faster where life is in full swing. Kim tried to think logically, but his mind gradually began to break down, his thoughts becoming confused. After a couple of seconds, he began to think that he didn't want to do anything that could upset the beautiful Rafia. The influence of her ability made his head spin, a very strange feeling, partly similar to falling in love and submission. Now his wish list was to do whatever this woman said, namely to stand still while the vine continued to crawl under his shirt. The stem of the roses began to literally envelop his heart, causing a very strange pain and tingling. But then, it was as if something in him began to resist and pushed away the thorns, and he screamed from such pain that he almost lost his voice. The girl watched this with horror. She had never seen anything in her life that could resist her power. Finally, everything calmed down. The guy felt better, and all that was left was to catch his breath. His mind and his feelings returned to normal, and he could finally calmly look his opponent in the eyes. Refia's charm had stirred up the sun's mana, and it had begun to rage in his body, burning away any other energy, and now was the time to use it. This time he doesn't have to hold back, and he releases his power onto her. This unexpected turn of events was the first time that the long-haired girl was so surprised that she only remained in her place and watched. A very bright beam hit her right in the face, and she even screamed a little. The brunette had no intention of retreating, and also simply watched as events unfolded further. At one point it seemed to him that she was finished, but it was not so. The demon became even more angry. She could not believe how some person could hurt her. Before he could even blink, Rafia was already behind him and pointed her sharp stems at him. The guy managed to notice them in time and hear her words as she promised to deal with him right here and now. But it was not to be. Another very bright flash was heard, which literally blinded the demon's eyes. Her attacks are useless. The long-haired one sees how the roses begin to burn. And not only them, it turns out she herself, which horrified her. But Jeju had warned her earlier that he would use force if things continued like this. Now she can only sit down next to him and watch him eliminate the consequences of the infection, his eyes burning with incredible pride in his success. The cutie was very upset. She could not believe that the magic of an ordinary person could cause her so much damage. she became afraid of meeting her death. And besides, Refia cannot recover, the damage only increases in size, which finally drives her crazy, but she is not going to retreat. In just a couple of seconds, her body transformed into a terrible monster that was 10 times larger than the boy himself. The same one still continued to tease the demon. She didn't react very well to something and was already furious. And he seemed to be completely indifferent. The provocation worked perfectly. And now in front of him was the true form of this girl, a creature from the demon dimension. Her aura was the opposite of this place. And when they collide, the inhabitants of the forest will become wary. And one of them, it seems, has already sensed it with his sensitive horns. And besides, not only he, but all the centaurs who were here looked only in one direction. The stubborn girl was still trying to eliminate him from the world of the living. She didn't even like the way they looked at her. In incredible rage, she hit the ground as hard as she could. Refia of the Infinite attacked him, but Jeju deftly dodged her attacks. She was unable to hit him. As expected, without the charm, he can still somehow resist her, which is very good. The forest guards are fast, and he only needs to hold out for a short while before they arrive. But then, yes, she swung her hand at him from behind while he was thinking. 1 second later, the monster struck the ground with its palm with incredible force, wanting to crush the enemy like a fly. To make sure he didn't stay alive, Refia began to literally squeeze there, staring intently at one point. But it seems that something went wrong. Our hero grabbed her nail and literally broke it with his hand. Jeju was able to block her attack without much effort. Seeing this, she felt disgusted even by the fact that this man was touching her, and so she pulled her hand away. Crouching down next to him, she asked who he was, so incredibly strong. Just at that moment, 2 claps were heard from behind the guy. This was a signal from the guards. It was very good that they arrived faster than he could have expected. Even for a powerful demon like her, it would be very difficult to fight all the creatures in the forest alone, given the opposing auras. But such a statement only seemed to make her laugh. She doesn't think that she can be surpassed by numbers alone. There really is an evil energy in the air, and the second most important inhabitant of this grove came here. Everyone turned around. It was an elder, and he seemed incredibly angry. He needed to make her choose. Now Refia must fall to them all, or stop her dark magic and repent of all the sins she has committed. But even if she decides to shift her focus to the second option, she will still face death, as the old man said. Jeju stood and smiled. It seemed that they managed to stop this crazy woman. The elder's magic was incredibly strong, to the point of goosebumps. Now that he and the guards are working together, she won't be able to destroy all life here, and turning back into a hidden form, she falls to her knees, begging for mercy. Covering her face with her hands, she began to think up on the fly that she was doing all this, not of her own free will. This is all good, of course, but Refia herself would never cry like that. The guy knows her well enough to understand this before anyone else. She probably has some kind of cunning plan that even he doesn't know about. Jeju began to rummage through the system in confusion. There was literally 1% left until the plant completely decomposed, which immediately changed his expression. Now everything became clear. The brunette shouted at the long-eared one, who was still pretending to be drowning in tears. But then she suddenly falls silent and begins to giggle quietly, removing her hands from her eyes. And soon he looks at him with a wide smile. A demon is a demon. Gritting his teeth, the man rudely asks her how many particles of the heart of the end she planted, although he himself knows that it was definitely not just one. And Refia can't believe that he really thought that she was playing and did nothing before he arrived. Now she will be the one laughing. But then there is a small explosion with a bright flash right next to her face. It was Jeju who attacked the mad woman with his mechanical glove. He would like to end it all quickly. The long-haired girl fell to the ground and just giggled, teasing him to shoot again, but this time so that she would definitely not be able to stand up straight on her feet. However, if everything was really that simple, he would have done so, but the problem is that the lords who came from the demon dimension and took human form cannot die. They can only pretend to be submissive and give in to the will to deal with this body in order to return to the present. And this is why Kim asks Kodrin to watch over her and make sure that she does not escape. And he himself runs away from him in panic, reminding that if he notices anything strange, he needs to immediately finish her off. But now, he urgently needs to stop the infection of the world tree. It was already pitch dark outside, and crickets were singing somewhere far away. The guy didn't have time to enjoy the beauty of nature and walk around the forest. He ran as fast as he could through the trees, deftly jumping from one to the next. And at the same time, in his thoughts, he scolds himself for not being able to predict Refia's next move. He has no idea how many particles this splinter has managed to plant, but if they all blossom together, then a nightmare worse than Taruka's will begin, and this scares him. And so, Jeju stops on one branch and somehow maintains his balance. The guy is already close. The brunette looks around and finds with his gaze the very same damaged tree that needs urgent help. Due to such a severe infestation, it is constantly wilting, and its large branches are about to fall to the ground. The Fairy Queen is there right now and is doing everything she can to help him survive, supporting him as best she can. However, if you don't get rid of the source of the problem, then all efforts will be in vain. The boy deftly jumps down from the tree. And the first task that Jeju faces is to collect all the seeds while the protector is still on her feet, and he doesn't have time to look for them himself. The guy sighs heavily and takes his briefcase off his shoulder. He doesn't want his little friends to get involved in this, but he has no other options. As soon as the lock opened, the popoi with happy faces crawled out of their almost permanent carrier. The Fluffies were very happy when they saw the boy again, and with incredible joy they jumped into his arms. The kids love it when he hugs them all, and that's why they always come to his aid, and even show him with their eyes how much they love him. The tree was already in a very bad condition. It stood lifeless and very limp. Just then, a little bundle of happiness jumped onto him and began to examine him. Soon his friend joined him at Jeju's request, and they cheerfully showed him something. The boy got into a fighting stance and smiled widely, thanking them for their support. Finally, there was one last flower, which mutated like a parasite and began to sprout vines that resembled tentacles. And of course, our hero skillfully dealt with it too. Nothing remained of the plant after a couple of clicks in the system. The infection level has gradually begun to decrease, and it turns out that these popoi are not only good at sensing magic, but are also sensitive to the energy of the demon dimension. Thanks to these little ones, Jeju was able to quickly find all the seeds and deal with the heart of the end. Now he breathed a sigh of relief. The Fluffies have already started playing, but now it is important not to relax, but to continue in the same spirit despite the small victory already achieved. But one of them was acting suspiciously. Kim tried to get closer to him and asked a little worriedly what had happened. The boy began to examine the tree. It seemed like there was nothing special, no dark spots or artificial scratches, but something inside him. It felt like something was wrong, and indeed it cracked in one place and with a rather unpleasant sound. It seemed that all the roots in it began to split. Grabbing the kids in his arms, the brunette jumped away from there, because something began to crawl out from there. He looked at everything that was happening with horror, and it seemed that he was beginning to understand what it was. And later, it seemed to him that something fell from the tree itself and formed a small hole in the ground. When all the dust cleared, a strange ball could be seen. Just in case, Jeju grabbed all the babies in his arms and asked if everything was okay with them, to which they purred happily. He raised his head up and saw the numbers decreasing, so it was not an infection, but something slimy and disgusting was coming out of the roots. If you think about it, if the heart of the end blossomed, it would mean that it had absorbed all the life force of the world tree. But in that case, the pollution level had reached the limit, and the trial had ended. The guy began to worry that he might have missed something, but then his thoughts were interrupted by Kodrin, who also came running worried. Together with Raoul, they were worried about why such a stench was coming from the tree, since they had managed to stop such a terrible process of its death. Our hero was also confused. The elder told him that Rafia had returned back to the demon world, continuing to mock them until the very end, and they came to help him. At the queen's command, they had to fulfill their duty. Kodrin stood next to them and spoke the words of the goddess of love. Others had to do the same, and around this terrible crack, the guardians of the forest formed something like a triangle. The red-haired man's horns began to glow bright red, and all the boys concentrated on completing their task. Our hero watched them. It would be really great if they could solve this problem in this way, where they began to pronounce something similar to a spell. Evil creatures will never be able to harm their grove, and now they need to make every effort to do so. The elder approached Jedge, saw that he was worried, and asked him to trust them after all. He had to step back, but even though he decided to give them this responsibility, he still felt uneasy. He still needed to assess the situation from a higher position. It didn't take long to find a suitable branch, and the brunette asked his little ones to hold on tightly to him. to which they nodded their heads. 1 second, and the friendly team is already at the top. The boy began to assess the situation that had developed around him. A bright column of light was visible, which literally blinded his eyes. The centaurs were diligently puffing above it. Viewers also shared their opinions about this. It looks very much like a spatial isolation separating the world tree from a clot of dirt. And yet, as he thought, something was wrong here. So why was it hiding, since they told him that they were a barrier specialist? After a couple of seconds of observation and reflection, everything finally becomes clear to him. Kim Jae-ju immediately rushed to check his system for the current infection rate. The percentage had risen again. It's very interesting because most of the heart of the end seeds scattered at the roots of the world tree were eliminated, and the guardian sent that demon back to her world. However, despite the fact that there was evidence that the dying process had slowed down, a clot of dirt that he had never seen in his life flowed out of the cracks in the roots. After this, the infection began to spread again. Perhaps we can conclude from this that there are other sources. Even little fairies had already flown up to the forest guardians and were trying to somehow support them morally so that they would not lose heart and continue to work. Suddenly, Farron heard some strange roar, similar to the cry of a dying monster, and became wary. And indeed, after a couple of seconds, some kind of black spot began to appear from there, and soon it began to resemble a fist that had broken through the barrier on one side. Caudron was very scared and tried to make every effort to turn it back. His brother Raoul screamed in horror and continued to help. They couldn't let anyone escape from there. Seeing what was happening, the elder ran up to them and demanded that everyone step aside immediately. The boys looked at him in horror and automatically did as he ordered, and the old man activated his weapon. He couldn't leave the situation to chance, and summoned many magic arrows that shot upwards and then changed the vector downwards. There was a very loud explosion with a bright flash that could literally blind the eyes. But it seems that it is all useless. A monster with huge fangs began to appear from there. It completely destroyed the barrier and emerged while everyone else was looking at it. Jeju watched everything that was happening from above. It seemed that he was worried for good reason, after all. Judging from the entire situation, it was very likely that the heart of the end was a smokescreen behind which the summoning of the highest-level monster that he feared was hidden. And now the big question is whether the guards and the elder will be able to defeat such a fierce enemy. And unfortunately, the boy does not have enough mana to eliminate him with the help of the Ring of Darkness. But even in such a bad situation, he would like to at least hold it back, which he should definitely have enough strength for. And meanwhile, the toothy one had almost crawled out completely. But suddenly, the brunette noticed that something was still moving inside. Was there really another creature there? Jeju, in a slight panic, knelt down and put his babies down. The kids were very worried about him and almost crying. They hugged him with their fur and didn't want to let him go. Although they really know best what danger is when they saved him back in Taruka. Even when it was incredibly scary and they could have said goodbye to life, they still followed him and helped him in any way they could. Such warm memories brought a smile to Jeju's face, and he asked if they really wanted to go with him this time too. To which the fluffy ones smiled and jumped. The answer was obvious. If anything, they should hold on to him tighter. Our hero jumped from a great height and is ready to risk his life. He can't just leave everything like that if he just sits and waits. Otherwise, by that time, everyone will be dead. The boy has the mana of the sun, so something should definitely work out. The elder fought with all his might, and it was clear that he was already very tired. Farron heard his heavy breathing and wanted to ask him to step back and catch his breath. But he interrupted him and demanded to take everyone who was there and leave. And he doesn't care how many enemies there are. In his heart burns the duty to protect his forest. However, there is one problem. Looking at the monsters that crawled out from there, it seems to him that it is impossible to stop them with the help of his power. In the situation I was in, ordering everyone to maintain a fighting spirit meant nothing less than sending everyone to certain death. And so he decided to sacrifice himself. Farron began to resist him. He wants to fight to the end like everyone else, for which he received a scolding from his grandfather. The blonde asked Caudron not to be stubborn, but he would later be tormented by a feeling of guilt for this. He couldn't leave everything like this. Grabbing his hand, the bespectacled man asked him not to forget his duty as a guardian, who would then protect the forest if they, too, disappeared from the face of the earth. These words really made him think the green-eyed man almost cried from such hopelessness. They still had to leave the so-called battlefield, and even the stubborn Raoul turned around and was about to leave. The old man raised his head and looked again at these nightmarish creatures. It seemed that right now the end would come for him. There are a lot of them, and all against one, with their terrible jaws wide open. One of them was going to bite him and not leave him a chance for survival. All he could do was close his eyes and wait, but suddenly he heard the disgusting roar of one of them. Could it be that he was still alive? The first thing the elder saw was the monster's huge paw, and raising his gaze higher, he noticed that man, Jeju, was standing with his back to him. He couldn't believe that it was this young guy who protected him, whom he initially didn't trust, and therefore silently looked at his back. It's high time to use his Ring of Darkness. There's no time to put it off. Activating the Night of Shadows, the terrible monster plunged into darkness. Very slowly, its paws were immobilized like the rest of its body. Our hero looked at everything that was happening and controlled the situation. It was very good that he had enough mana left to hold back two toothy ones. First of all, he needs to finish them off right now. The brunette asked his fluffies to hold on to him tighter while he runs. With a small hop, he jumped so high into the air like a rocket. The kids literally felt dizzy from the incredible speed at which they were flying, but they couldn't relax. Our daredevil ended up several meters above his head. Now is the time to use his mechanical glove on him, which he does. Finding the perfect time and moment to attack, Jeju fires a mana beam straight towards him. Toothy began to scream like crazy. It seemed like his body was slowly burning. Our hero controls the whole situation and watches what will happen next, but for now he can calmly catch his breath. The old man looked at all this and was amazed by such incredible destructive power, and it seemed that these furry creatures were helping man. Taking the mana stone, the boy warned the elder to take care of himself and stay away, because not all the creatures had been destroyed yet. He doesn't have enough power to take care of him either, so Centaur should dodge their attacks on his own and hide somewhere and wait out this disaster. Having fixed his hair, the blue-eyed man even got a little angry. There was no talk of running away. He also promised to thank him officially a little later, when the situation was settled. He promised to help him as well, and launched several magic arrows into the sky. There was an incredible battle in the clearing around the tree, and bright pillars and flashes from the attacks were also visible a couple of kilometers away. And so after a couple of minutes, everything calmed down. Jeju stood up straight and looked at the results of his work, trying to catch his breath. It seems like everything is over. Thanks to the help of the elder, he managed to destroy all the monsters. And then he hears a notification from the system. This time there was good news. There was no environment that could pollute the world tree, and he even managed to complete the test, which made the brunette smile. He tried to rest a little, but saw how his little friends began to climb all over him very sluggishly. But after a couple of seconds, they stopped holding on to him altogether, and Jeju glanced nervously at them. Laka, Koden, and Baron were exhausted after such a battle, and simply slowly fell to the ground. The guy began to worry a lot. It was a good thing he managed to catch them all together, which gave him a sigh of relief. The babies looked unhealthy and depressed. Their downy fur was infected and the babies had shrunk in size. The boy remembered those very words of Kanfil. If he receives something, he must give it in return. But now everything is different. Not like it was then, and he should try to heal the kids himself with his magic. With a little effort, and focusing so much on this goal, he managed to bring them to their senses, and the poppy began to slowly open their eyes. And soon they were all able to smile joyfully at their unusual friend. In the old and giant tree of travelers, a passage to the next floor opened. People came there and were amazed. Was it really true that only one guy managed to cope with this? Those criminals from the guild were also surprised and watched all the commotion with wide eyes. They were also going to quickly run away from this terrible place, but they were stopped. It was that young lad who was always watching the scoundrels. The fair-haired one smiled broadly and was not going to let them pass, because they did not even thank the savior. The brunette was confused and demanded that he quickly get out of the way, citing the fact that Jeju himself had gotten into trouble, which was why they had a hard time. According to them, it was he who threatened them and even fired while ordering them to sit at attention. And then eventually those almost died from his explosions. So really now, the best option would be to just go out into the portal. The girl decided to put in her 2 cents and prove something to the young guy, because it was really the wanted ones who presented the leg to the throat and threatened. The knight held out his sword and also continued to shout at them. So what kind of person is this to tell them anything about this? However, upon hearing his terrible voice and frightening tone, he fell silent. Defender Jeju, clenching his fist, demanded to show at least a drop of politeness and respect after everything he had done for them, even for his enemies. Meanwhile, the boy himself was very happy that he was able to heal his children on his own, after which he felt incredible relief hugging the kids. But their very touching moment was interrupted by the elder. When he approached, our daredevil looked up and the smile fell from his face. He was more interested in whether the old man was hurt, but fortunately everything was fine with him. Thanks to his courage and determination, no one was hurt. The man listened to him and promised to tell all the guys that the situation in the forest was now stable and everything was fine. And also, Parnisha would like to visit the Fairy Queen soon, which upset the elder a little. He would like to go with him. However, as it turned out, Jeju had one unfinished business left, which needed to be dealt with in personal order, and then proceed to others. Almost immediately after these words, our hero went to the giant traveler's tree. Apparently, there was some kind of a brawl in it. The guild members were exhausted. There was obviously a fight. The fair-haired man continued to remind them of the old days, when even for one coin they would thank him. The guys felt humiliated. At this time, Kim arrived and asked to explain to him what was going on here. Seeing this rebel, he immediately remembered that this man, whom he saw on the 19th floor, was now teaching ill-wishers to bow to him. Even on that day of the meeting, the red-eyed man asked our hero to be careful. His look is impossible to forget. Baek Jinha greeted him happily the moment he saw him. According to him, he came here at the right time. There are people here who don't know anything about politeness and so on. But then the guild members rushed to our hero's knees and thanked him for everything he had done for them, for clearing the floor more specifically. Their speech sounded as if they had been taught to compose such things by poets, which made the guy feel awkward. Jeju laughed slightly and hinted that there was no need for such ceremonies. Everything was fine. Jinha just smiled from ear to ear, his expression confident and relaxed. It was hard not to notice that the mages were especially scared, indicating that this guy was at the level of free use of mana. After such an apology, the two quickly rushed to the portal so as not to talk to this creepy guy who was looking after them anymore. Other players also rushed there. They wanted to move to the next level as soon as possible. Kim looked at this whole picture and was a little embarrassed, but he still decided to get rid of the hypocrite when there wouldn't be many prying eyes here. Suddenly, Jinha turned to him and asked if he was going to go to the next floor. He nodded his head negatively, suggesting that his friend go ahead since he had one unfinished business left, to which he saw his smile in response. The young guy already had an idea that this was all about those connected people from the guild, and it seemed that he had some very interesting idea. The men shook hands and agreed that Peck would sort everything out himself and could be relied upon. Jeju. Looking at them, he even felt sorry for them. They would have a hard time in this case, but still, he had to return exactly as much as he received from them. And since the matter was closed, the boy thought, why not go and say goodbye to all the guys with whom he had managed to become close? He went to that very clearing where loud and cheerful music was playing, and the forest guards were carrying huge barrels with some kind of drinks. The little fairies were setting the table with sweet and juicy fruits, laughing sweetly and discussing something of their own. In the very center on a small stage was the queen. She really hopes that the organization of such a holiday touched his heart. If you look up, there were many magical shining garlands. The young and their elders also had fun, danced, drank, and had a very good time. This is all very good, of course. But Jeju was very embarrassed that the guys did this especially for him, because he only wanted to say goodbye before leaving. Raoul and the elder appeared behind him. They were outraged by such a statement. A benefactor cannot be so easily taken and let go after everything he did for them, and they insisted on it. Farron also came to him, and with a smile asked the man to relax and enjoy this wonderful forest holiday to his heart's content. And really, if you think about it, Jeju still has a long way to go. Why not rest, but still he is in a hurry? Suddenly, his speech was interrupted by the forest guard, who brought an unusually large and heavy barrel. Having opened it, the guy immediately realized that this was mead that was aged in special containers. This is the most precious drink even for forest dwellers. It is very rare, can only be drunk after it has fermented for several months, and right now it has been poured into a huge bowl especially for the brave guest. The queen herself thanked him. She looked at him with a smile and entrusted him with this kitchen. They are in great debt to Jeju. Even the fairies themselves were shocked that she was offering him a cup of alcohol. This was truly a rare opportunity, which embarrassed the boy even more. She didn't want to hear anything more, so she simply handed the rare drink to him. She felt very sorry that she and her subordinates were not particularly friendly with him. Even from the beginning of such a pleasant speech, he blushed. The guy went to the very end, overcoming pain and overcoming difficulties that he encountered on the way to achieving his goal. Only at this moment, after everything that had happened, did the forest dwellers realize that they had been looking at people too biasedly. Now Jeju was not some outsider who had invaded their territory, but a real benefactor. The brunette listened to her attentively and could not utter a word. An incredibly pleasant atmosphere was circling around. As if she were a relative, the long-haired girl approached their savior and gently kissed him on the forehead, after which he acquired a new skill for protecting the fairy queen. It was all very sweet, and the boy could not even imagine that it could be obtained in this way, and looked at her in surprise. He had to accept her praise and thank her in return. The Korean took the cup with the precious drink and smiled broadly along with his fluffies. Although he wanted to relax, he was tormented by thoughts of the need to hurry up and move on. However, on the other hand, he doesn't want to disappoint such wonderful inhabitants of the forest, and the drink really turned out to be very tasty. The other guards also drank it in honor of such an event and were very glad to have met our hero. And now, according to tradition, it was time to sing their favorite song. The guys lined up and began to perform. Little fairies joined them and also put their soul into it. The queen also did not pass by and showed everyone her crystal, clear, and ringing voice, which was very pleasant to listen to, and you did not want her to stop at all. Our hero remembered the very video he had received, and indeed, it was the first time he had heard the song live, and from such an important person, and it turns out that they only perform it once in a lifetime. And besides, it is impossible to forget, because it comes from the heart and with great honor, love, which can only be expressed in this way. Such a solemn holiday, filled with the strongest feelings, came to an end. The sun began to appear from behind the thick trees and bushes. His little ones are sleeping soundly and smiling, apparently having sweet dreams from which they don't want to wake up. And besides, it's not surprising because the kids had fun with the fairies until they dropped. All that's left is to admire them. This is all well and good, of course, but it is almost dawn outside, and we need to set out before the sun rises. Thanks to these guys, our hero felt such peace and tranquility for the first time, and thanks to the sorceresses, his bag is now like new again. They patched it up with the help of magic. Now he felt a little awkward saying goodbye to everyone, so he would like to leave quietly, so that no one would hear. I quickly put the backpack on my shoulders and woke up the fluffies. It was time to leave this wonderful place. The kids, as always, briskly jumped into their small carrier and closed it behind them. But then, Jeju heard a familiar, quiet female voice behind him, indignantly scolding him for the fact that their benefactor was going to quietly run away. The boy turned around and felt a little awkward. The queen couldn't fall asleep without seeing him off properly. The long-haired girl pointed her finger somewhere ahead and said that she had prepared very well for this moment. The boy turned there and what he saw shocked him. According to this young lady, the reason why the guardians' horns glow is all to show their emotions. He saw beautiful mountains where there was white lighting, which meant that they were using the hidden power within themselves, and she told him in detail about the meaning of each shade. And for them, this is considered the most powerful and vulnerable moment, when you need to reveal everything that is inside. The brunette was delighted that he himself blushed. He is truly pleased that he is the only one, among all the people who entered the tower, who is able to create something real. And he can hardly deny it. As the administrator said then, moments of the meeting with Canfil flash through his head. He also remembers his faithful little ones, who have been fighting side by side with him since the first floor. Kim knows perfectly well that the reality around him is actually fake, but the more he learns about the creatures of this world, the more real they seem to him. Looking at the place where the white horns of the guards flashed, a tear came to his eye. Jeju was really very grateful to all the guys he told here. But in reality, the queen feels that she must say these words, and she really hopes that she will be able to meet this man again in the future. In order not to upset her, the brunette remained silent and simply smiled. He believes that this is most likely their last conversation. The long-haired girl waved at him, which he did in return, and finally turned around and left right at dawn. He reached the giant tree of travelers. Now he too should say goodbye to it. And so many thoughts were spinning in his head, about the present, about the past, and about the unknown future. But then, the brunette suddenly turns in the other direction. But why is that? Because the portal is inside. and he stared at a small clearing where stones of different sizes were scattered in a semicircle. Before leaving for good, he needed to do one more thing. The boy took his backpack off his shoulder and began to look for one thing in it. It was the same flower that was given to him in the demonic dimension, from Kanfil. The benefactor looked at him with slight apprehension and did not know at all whether to believe his words. On that very first day of meeting, the blonde told him to plant this plant in the ground, and then the changes would come one after another, with each new petal. There were many thoughts in my head, whether to try or whether it would be better to abstain. But on the other hand, if you remember those moments in the demonic dimension, the favor shown to them was truly sincere. Jeju knelt down and dug a small hole, as his friend suggested, and planted an unusual flower according to all the criteria. The audience laughed at him a little. They found it funny that he suddenly decided to take up gardening, and the boy simply watched as he began to open up. The first petal opened, which surprised him greatly, and he watched without taking his eyes off it. Suddenly it began to shine incredibly brightly, literally blinding him. Kim covered his face with his hands. It's very interesting, but the part of it that wanted to open fell out. Our hero sat on the ground and watched in surprise. This was definitely some kind of unusual plant. But after a couple of minutes, he was overcome by a terrible panic, to the point of trembling in his hands. Something was wrong with this flower. The guy had a bad feeling. And indeed, after such a thought, something incomprehensible immediately began to happen to him. The live broadcast ended without his intervention. And then the boy heard a very familiar voice, and the administrator himself appeared above his head. A little later, he stood right in front of him and smiled widely. It seemed that Jeju was not at all happy to see him. Suddenly his hands began to behave strangely, twitching as if he was seized by a cramp. His behavior was very strange. Our hero watched carefully and did not look away. She became so long and was positioned in the air like a snake that he did not have time to react. Kim could only defend himself now, nothing more by putting his hands to his face. But again, something went wrong. His long arm licked behind his back. It seems he is aiming at something that is behind him, and there is only that flower that Kanfil gave him. The administrator rushes straight there. The unusual seedling stands as if nothing had happened, and continues to grow peacefully. However, it is too late to block it now. But unexpectedly, this plant was able to protect itself, putting up a strong barrier from which the old man's hand bounced off. The boy stared at him and was a little confused, quite unusual for an ordinary flower. The administrator was also stunned by what had happened and clenched his teeth in anger. He muttered something under his breath, unable to believe that Jads had actually been given the world stone. His hand began to flow, as if it had been melted. The man wanted to find out from the young guy what exactly they had told him before handing over this thing, but he avoided answering. The brunette decided to joke with him a little, and reminded him that he should be well informed about what was happening, since he was always keeping a close eye on him. They had a good laugh at him. The administrator was beside himself. It is really hard for him to restrain himself, to control his emotions when it comes to this person. He wanted to do something and snapped his fingers once. But it seems like nothing worked. The bald guy did it a few more times. This lasted for several seconds, no response. He sighed heavily and turned to Jedzi. Since this had happened, it meant that the changes had already begun, and he demanded that she give him the flower. But after such a reaction, would he want to just return it? That is highly doubtful. The same one went around. Since the little one does not agree, it means he can perceive these words as permission to act at his own discretion. Then they started manipulating. This guy doesn't even understand why he's dangerous, and therefore demands to listen to his words, smiling maliciously. True, in such an environment it is difficult for him to control his emotions, and he attacks him, one sharp, blade-like tip flying towards Jade. It is so fast that it is simply impossible to react in time or even block it. The boy was confused, but then, literally a couple of centimeters away from him, a barrier created by this flower appeared. It protected him. Turning around, I saw the plant still standing in place. Amazing power. And besides, it began to shine even brighter than before. Something similar to tears, but black in color, flowed from his eyes. The man's voice changed beyond recognition. It is not difficult to guess that this is not the image of a cunning and uninhibited administrator. The guy wants to put pressure on him. Maybe he will be able to find out some information. Therefore, Jeju asked him what it was not too late to do. He would like to know more about this flower. After hearing this, he only fell silent and continued to shed tears. He sighed heavily, and even something incomprehensible, some kind of dark liquid, flowed from his mouth. The administrator was already sick of looking at this plant, but he couldn't take his eyes off it. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and from the direction of the stone of the world, which could literally sweep you off your feet. And then, for some unknown reason, he had the feeling that something had hit his body, which made him turn around. Kim saw how his not-so-pleasant interlocutor really began to blur, hearing from him only an unpleasant cough. It looked just awful. The boy couldn't take his eyes off it and just looked at it in horror. The administrator felt that his end was coming soon, and so, almost dissolving, he said that he should not regret his choice. It sounded completely incomprehensible and strange. Jeju wanted to ask again what it meant, but unfortunately he didn't have time. This is just some kind of madness. The brunette looked at this black spot that formed in the air and gradually disappeared too. The strange flower continued to grow as if nothing had happened. A very mysterious situation. The guy is still wondering what kind of plant it is, and judging by the reaction of this crazy administrator, there is definitely something in it. He came closer and took it in his hands to examine it from all sides, and it seemed that, for a start, its shape changed. Maybe everything for all these manipulations, and now it can be taken away. Shrugging his shoulders, Jeju silently put it in his spatial backpack. Oh yeah, he completely forgot about turning his broadcast back on and returning to the viewers. They immediately started asking a lot of questions, to which Smelchak just laughed, rubbing the back of his head, and asked for forgiveness, blaming all the blame on a technical failure. The first thing he needed to do was to return to that same giant tree of travelers, and after a couple of minutes, he was already walking down the corridor. Looking at his system, he saw that he had accumulated over 100 notifications, and there were probably new messages among them. And earlier, he thought that it was about friend requests, and therefore ignored them. It turned out somehow awkward. His old friend Lee Seha typed more than anyone else, which began to worry him a little. After he started reading them, it became clear that these were the most ordinary messages. Perhaps she had no one else to correspond with, and that was why the girl was writing to him. He sighed heavily, but nevertheless told her not to worry and said that he would soon come down to her too. The audience began to laugh at his manner of communication, but he began to mock in response, because only old people think that they should address younger people informally. Kim continued scrolling through the feed. The next person who wrote to him was Han Sungmin. According to him, with each floor, the scenario only became more interesting, and also, the guild disappeared. When he heard about the hypocrites, his eyes almost popped out of his head. It all looks very strange. The men exchanged a few ideas between themselves, and now they agree that Jeju will personally go to the 20th floor to check out the situation that has arisen there. But before that, he had to check the reward himself. By clicking on the right button, he got an ordinary-looking box. It looks quite familiar, but there was also an interesting envelope besides it. The brunette took it in his hands and began to examine it with curiosity. A very familiar and spicy floral scent emanated from it. It's not hard to guess that Canfil sent him this small message. He couldn't wait to find out what was in it. The demon congratulated him on the successes that had befallen him on his way, and also asked how he had taken care of the little thing he had given him, wishing him success in the end. Suddenly, a smart guy was found in the chat who suggested that the administrator had given him this plant, to which Streamer only laughed and began to deny it. To make them forget about it faster, Jeju ran up to the box and began to slowly open it. True, his behavior was rather strange. The boy was suspiciously cheerful today and quickly managed to change the subject. As soon as the lid was gone, some strange and long thing began to crawl out from there. It was the leather belt of the master of the 7 snakes. Of course, this is a heroic rank. Like the crawling creature after which it was named, it began to wrap around the hero's body. It looked a little suspicious, and Parnisha didn't really want to try it on right now. He had a lot of doubts in his head. As his viewers said, the effect is almost zero, and so he can simply remove the object he is holding in his hand, and now is the best time to check, while no one is bothering him, and the strap seems to have begun to live its own life. When its new owner loosened his grip, it began to speak out of him quickly, like a snake. After a couple of seconds, it completely wrapped around him, thereby activating the effect of the set because all the things were collected from there. No one managed to get the full set, so he is the first one, and he will have to find out what will happen next. And from the very beginning, he had a feeling as if something was crawling inside him. It really does look like a snake that is about to bite him. It was as if she had completely embraced his heart, which caused an unpleasant pressure pain after what stuck in there their fangs. It was beating like crazy. It seemed like it was about to explode. The brunette could barely restrain himself from screaming. However, it seems that it didn't work out very well. Such hellish pain tearing from within could not be simply contained like that. Right now, he needs to regain the ability to think sensibly and gather his will into a fist, otherwise he might be consumed by raging emotions. Bending over, the boy tries to increase the flow of magical power. And this was like a real test. Mana began to feverishly move through his body, causing trembling. It felt like blood began to flow through his veins in the opposite direction. It was impossible to calm down. While he was trying to get a grip on himself, a buttock paw appeared from his spatial backpack. All three babies jumped out of there just at that moment. Laka climbed onto her friend's shoulder and smiled as if she was talking to him. There was that unpleasant feeling of being bitten by a snake in his heart again, and it began to subside little by little. It was very good that now it didn't last long. The crawling creature seemed to dissolve, and the pain began to subside. Finally, our hero was able to stand up straight, and looking at himself, he still could not understand what had just happened. It was impossible not to notice that when these fluffy ones touched him, his emotions and his magical energy immediately calmed down, which allowed him to get a hold of himself. One of the attentive subscribers noticed that there was something else at the bottom of the box and asked the guy to check what was there. This time it's really something unusual. The turban of Shaknil, a heroic ranked shadow ruler, a very useful item that grants the ability to fly. And it is special. Its mobility differs from others, which means that our hero's chances of successfully clearing the tower will now increase. Besides, such a new, unusual opportunity stimulates people's instincts, which makes it very valuable. The brunette looked at this and couldn't believe that he had gotten a great item. These are usually very popular and instantly sell out at auctions. They are almost impossible to find. He put this wonderful hat on one of his little ones and told them to go back into the bag, promising the audience that he would try it with other things a little later. This new strap fits him quite tightly, and the first thing Jeju wants to do is run to the 20th floor and check out the interesting story that Han Sungmin told him in the messages. It's time to hit the road. The boy enters the right portal. He hadn't been here for a long time, in a free area where it was always calm and a warm breeze blew. His friend Lee Seha met him almost at the door and seemed very happy to see him. Her eyes literally lit up. The boy was also a little surprised to see her here and looked at her from his brow. This is his friend, with whom he defended the 6th floor back then. Initially it seemed to him that this girl would be angry that he did not immediately respond to all her messages. Kim addressed her, of course, formally, and thanked her politely for asking about his well-being. During their absence, the schoolgirl was busy with clan affairs, but in passing she decided to drop into this wonderful place, to which the brunette smiled. However, judging by her behavior, it may seem that this girl wants to tell him something. Perhaps it will even be a very important conversation. Now he doesn't have time for this, and he suggested that they talk to her a little later, to which Seha demanded clarification with a displeased look on her face. It was hard for Jeju to understand her, because he was just helping her where he could. But she was acting extremely friendly, and was very upset when she heard such a sharp rebuff. It was easy to notice how she glanced down and sighed heavily, and the guy felt a little awkward. To at least slightly smooth out her sensitive nature, the brunette promised her that they would go out to eat together somewhere in their free time, and her appearance instantly brightened up. Well, not that much. His friend literally beamed with joy. But for now, she herself needs to focus on climbing further up the tower, and on top of that, create a good clan. On this pleasant note, the friends said goodbye, waving their hands to each other and discussing all the details. After this short meeting, Jeju goes to Shin Sejun, who told him earlier that he had already found Reynold at his request, and it was winter and very cold around. Fortunately, his cloak warmed him. Staying on the same floor, the guys agreed to meet at the house of their old good friend Palaham. Seeing our hero, the bespectacled man rushed towards him with hugs and also with tears, which scared him a little. It seemed like his current state was related to the message Han Sungmin sent, since he was saying that some kind of extremely confusing situation had arisen. Clearing his throat, Jeju told him that he had heard rumors that it was very noisy on the 20th floor. His interlocutor found it a little unpleasant to say this, or perhaps even scary. But that's not all. The members of the Hippocrates Guild had all disappeared to the last one. But our hero certainly didn't expect to hear such news, and even less from him, and he looked at him with wide eyes. Of course, he would like to know more details about this incident, and he openly asked for it. According to Senjun, there was an incredible commotion at the main gate of Teruha. All the people around were alarmed, but the bespectacled man still couldn't say the exact time of the incident. But the leader, Lee Sanhu, was found without signs of life in the same place. And on top of that, on the ground beneath him lay 9 bodies of elite guild members, literally thrown into a pile like unwanted trash. After all these horror stories, Jaiju seemed to have guessed that this was most likely the work of Baek Jin-hye, because before his departure, he entrusted him with the task of dealing with them. Everything fell into place in his head, and really, there couldn't be any other guesses. When that crazy guy said those words about helping him, he had a distraught look on his face. And besides, according to Senjun, the oddities don't end there. Something happened in the place where the expelled users might remain. Lee Sanhu and his guild members stood in front of the temporary shelter outside of Teruha, shouting out words in horror that they had done something very wrong. And this noise never ended until each of the colleagues found out about it, and then they all disappeared together. The frightened guys from the Hypocrite burned their insignia so that no one would find them. And after that, they either hid somehow, scattering across the territory, or ran away through the portal. They also say that the culprit could not be found at all. There was not even the slightest hint of him, to which Jeju only threw up his hands pretending. That not knows nothing. But in reality, everything is not so at all. First, this Jinha dealt with them, and later controlled the body with the help of mana. Even magicians are afraid of his ability to manipulate. He turned out to be more cruel than he could have expected. Our hero didn't want to dwell on this, and it was time to move on to the main thing. His assistant was still able to find that person. The bespectacled man needed time to figure out how to tell the whole story correctly. Kim didn't quite understand why he was hesitating and just waited. Meanwhile, on the American 52nd channel, it was he who was in his workshop. Reynold loves his job very much and worked tirelessly on his new invention. But then someone comes up to him from behind and shouts. The boy gets so scared that he pulls his hand away with the soldering iron. It was that friend of his who was always indignant at his childish games, which constantly took up an incredible amount of time. Taking off his protective gear, the blonde just smiled awkwardly and said in a trembling voice that he had only a little hour left to finish the job. The black man kept shouting at him. Yesterday this master told him the same thing, which filled him with incredible anger. He was most concerned about the costs of all this, the workshop, materials, and other things. The man continued to press him, and Reynold really felt very ashamed. This quiet muttering under his breath was already starting to get on his nerves. The dark-skinned man grabbed the blonde by his shirt and demanded that he stop feeding him breakfast. And since it comes down to it, then this master should show the result in practice. The brown-eyed man could not stand it and swung his hand at him. He tried to hit the bespectacled man, who already closed his eyes and was ready for it. But just at that moment he was seized and prevented from harming young Reynold. Naturally, the black man was surprised and wanted to know what was going on, because in theory there shouldn't have been anyone else here except the two of them. Turning back, he saw a young guy in a hood who was holding his hand tightly with incredible strength. It was Jeju. He arrived here just in time and doesn't think that identifying himself will do much. Having looked at this blonde guy in person, it becomes clear why Sejun remained a little on the sidelines. Even though he said that he found him, it seems that he was not sure that he was looking for such a strange guy. Although he himself was initially confident that Reynold, with his outstanding abilities, would live happily ever after, his past and reality are not at all what others might expect. Suddenly, someone came to their workshop and distracted them from their male squabbles. It was an old man who was indignant at the fact that they were creating problems in the city. There was already a lot of noise here because Lachanta himself had arrived. He let go of his hand and, laughing awkwardly, asked for forgiveness for his harshness. He promised with a smile to be more careful while the black man looked at him ominously. Looking at his hand, he saw red marks on his wrist from this unfriendly fight. It seemed that it really hurt. The man was a real monster. In order not to create unnecessary problems for himself, he wants to get Reynold out of here as quickly as possible and run away. At this time, the blonde thanked his unexpected guest for his help. But then, their sweet conversation was interrupted by this man. The blue-eyed one looked at him with fear in his eyes, expecting the worst. The dark-skinned man came up to him and grabbed his hand again, reminding him that in addition to his amusements, There was still other work that needed to be done. Now it becomes clear to Jeju why he didn't tell about his past in that video. The brunette jumped up from his seat and clapped the black man on the shoulder. The boy said that he had some important business left here that he needed to complete. The boor continued to look at him with displeasure, because the old man himself had told him not to make noise in the city. But it seems the man misunderstood him. Jeju has business with Reynold, and he told him that he studied the basics of magical engineering, and since their fields are similar, he would like to talk to him. The blue-eyed man raised his head at him and was very surprised that someone really wanted to listen to him. He was even a little confused. Our hero answered directly with a wide smile on his face that he had a lot to learn from such an experienced master of his craft. The black man also stood there in bewilderment and asked if he had misheard that he also had such a skill, to which he received a cold look in response. The men looked into each other's eyes for a long time, and Kim began to squeeze his hand on his shoulder, which was incredibly painful. Curly looked at that place and even began to get a little irritated by the fact that this guest only did what he did, bragging about his strength. Now he is sure that this man heard about Reynold and that item from somewhere, and it seems that he came specifically to take it for himself, which he does not like. After such not the best thoughts, the man jerked sharply, as did our hero. After clearing his throat, the brown-eyed man told him that he was the guardian of this man here, and could in no way allow such a suspicious person to communicate with him. The very moment he named himself already alerted Jeju. He looked at him angrily. The black man began to make up stories that starting from the 10th floor, no one wanted to take him with them, and he literally provided for him, to which the engineer asked him not to go too far. He really felt offended that he was not even thanked for at least one item he created, and he still receives bad treatment in return. And what's even more unpleasant is that in their lives there was such a thing that they almost died, and if Reynold hadn't come to the rescue, everything would have turned out for the worse. The liar stared at him in confusion. Jeju also listened and learned that this man had apparently refused all recruitment offers from other teams or clans. This time the blonde really lost it. He was already speaking incoherently, through tears. The unexpected guest looked at him and really felt sorry for him. The boy remembered that this man in the video was really very warm-hearted. The magical engineer helped him no matter what, and could not ignore his requests. It's entirely possible that he doesn't want anyone else to have to deal with the same treatment he had to endure in the past, unfortunately. The Negro began to laugh and try to smooth things over, pretending that he was grateful to his friend for everything, and began to shift the blame onto Jeju, as if he were a swindler targeting him. His words are complete nonsense. Even the audience started laughing at him, and our hero just stared. The boy initially wanted to do the good thing, but it looks like things won't work out that way. He sighed heavily, and since he was accused of lying, he proposed a bet. Namely, the brunette wants to create one item from magical engineering, or if it turns out that he is lying, then he pays 10,000. As a guarantee, he offered to conclude a deal for the specified amount, thereby proving that they really were in the account. Hearing such a large figure, the dark-skinned man's eyes almost popped out of his head, but deep down he was very happy that he would be able to buy one piece of equipment for himself at the auction. Jeju opened his system and asked for his username to submit a request. Maurice Collins smiled slyly and also allowed the guest to do whatever he wanted. And he himself was immersed in thoughts. It seems that he has some kind of cunning plan in mind. The brown-eyed man is sure that this money will be his, and laughs sarcastically, looking at him. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by the old man, because the next person was due to arrive any minute, to which Jeju replied that he had a letter of recommendation. Taking it out of his pocket, the brunette proudly showed it to him, and he began to read the contents. It contained a grant of many rights from the Sun Warrior himself, Palaham. Seeing this, the grandfather looked at him with confusion in his eyes. There were so many questions in his head, but almost no answers. With a wide smile, Kim asked again if he would be allowed to do so. After clearing his throat, the master said that he would ask the next person in line for understanding, to which he received gratitude in response. And now that all the extraneous problems have been resolved, it's time to wipe someone's nose. The clock is ticking. It's time to get started. The boy laid out all the necessary tools on the table. There was everything here: a drill, nails of different sizes, and other strange devices. After some time, Jeju took off his protective gear and announced to everyone that the work was finished. Reynold and the black man came closer to look at that masterpiece. The black man did not consider it to be anything worthwhile at all. In front of him lay some kind of ball, which our hero had bragged about so much, it looked quite simple and useless. The brown-eyed man immediately hinted that he was going to trick him, calling it a subject of magical engineering. Even the specialist himself could not comment on this and only laughed quietly. The uninvited guest took it in his hands and said that he would personally show them its functionality. They would see everything in the smallest detail. However, all this will be done outside because it is cramped here, even though this is a huge forge. The head of the workshop was already waiting for them outside, smoking a pipe. Kim showed him his masterpiece and said that he wanted to check the functionality of the object, so it was important to take control of the street now. The old man looked at what he had in his hands and was very surprised. He seemed to understand everything at first sight, which is very good. And since this man arrived with a letter of recommendation, then one could expect something serious from him. He sighed heavily and agreed to it. Jeju also turned to the other boys and demanded that they not come too close and stand still, at a safe distance, and he asked them to watch carefully as this ball began to glow brightly. Having waited for the right moment, the brunette with a light movement of his hand threw him to the ground. According to the rules, he himself had to move away further to avoid getting hit. Maurice looked warily and did not understand why he was so confident in himself, whether this was really something worth paying attention to. The speed of this strange object began to slowly decrease, and it began to make a strange squeak. A couple of seconds later, the ball exploded, creating a powerful explosion. The dark-skinned man covered his face with his hand because the wind and dust were blowing in his face. Reynold did the same, but still looked at it with horror. And the old man stood to the side and was sad. Such a reaction was to be expected from him. Everyone had sour expressions, but not Jeju, who was incredibly proud of his so-called masterpiece. These compressed bombs can be made practically in a jiffy. Bran had taught him how to do this, and had praised him for his efforts in the days when he was Kaoli. The worried warriors came running to such a loud sound and began shouting to find out what had just happened. The brunette turned to them with a slight smile on his face, while the others looked out and became nervous at this turn of events. And since such a glorious moment has come, why not do some bad deeds to the guy who exploited Reynold? He will do so. After clearing his throat, Jeju introduced himself as a traveler about the following criminals, with the permission of the warrior commander of the Sun, and showed them a letter of recommendation. He also pointed his finger at Morris and declared that he had just caught the culprit of the explosion, to which he looked at him in confusion. They began to carefully examine the piece of paper, and indeed the seal left no doubt. It was genuine. Now is the time to embellish a little. Kim tragically tells that the man dropped the object from his hands when he asked what it was, and as a result of this, he could have been seriously injured. It all becomes clear to the Negro that this uninvited guest had been counting on this outcome from the very beginning, and was trying to somehow smooth everything over. However, to his great regret, these guys will believe Jade, but not him. The letter of recommendation helped him. 2 men held sharp axes under him and demanded that he be taken for questioning. The dark-skinned man still resisted and tries to blame everything on our hero, that he is going to take away a member of his team in this way. He was talking too much. The brunette just sighed heavily and watched him as they took him by the arms and led him away. Maurice tried in every way to prove his case, and this nonsense was already giving him a headache. One of the guards demanded that he keep his mouth shut. A criminal like him had no right to talk about who had received the commander's confession. If you think about it, the queen is the most important being to whom one dedicates faith and life. And such a warrior, in our case Palaham, contains within himself the aspirations and ideals, as well as the person who received his recognition, and now they will not ignore it under any circumstances. For them, Jeju is not even close to the traveler who was just beginning to be suspected of the crime. It seemed that Maurice had only just realized this, as well as the fact that his resistance was useless. They took him away, and our hero was thanked from the bottom of his heart for his efforts, and even offered help, which he, as always, good-naturedly refused. The boy smiled and said that he only wanted peace and tranquility in this wonderful, quiet country, and it was not for nothing that he received recognition from the warrior commander. That black man walked along depressed, but fortunately now no one will stop him from talking calmly. Watching the whole picture from the side, Reynold became afraid of this guy, and he was afraid to even ask what he wanted to discuss. In those few seconds, the blonde had already figured out in his head that it was now his turn. It seems that these words of Maurice, although at first glance stupid, turned out to be true. And if you think about it, everything falls into place. Why did that man have such an ominous smile on his face at the moment when he held the ball? Kim approached him and, having adjusted his hood, was about to begin, while the bespectacled man nervously tried to come to his senses. However, the question was surprisingly simple. The uninvited guest only asked if he liked magical engineering. After such an easy question, the blue-eyed man's thoughts were definitely all mixed up, and he was at a loss. He could only tell the truth, and in response he only nodded his head. Our hero was very happy and immediately offered him cooperation, promising to provide him with any materials and tools needed for the work. It sounded quite confident and tempting, and the blonde couldn't believe his ears. Reynolds smiled broadly. Could it really be that he had come across such a good person? In fact, he had given his all to magical engineering, and this offer was the most attractive to him. It was obvious that he would be filled with incredible desire and agree, but before the start, Jeju suggested changing the channel. His interlocutor was also not against it. The old man overheard their conversation and suggested that they drop in to see the Warrior of the Sun, but the visit to him was planned for a little later. Before leaving, our hero bowed to the chief master and thanked him for everything he had done. The boy turned to his friend and asked if he was ready, to which he only nodded his head happily. The guys ended up in a soul canal on the 20th floor, near Palicum's own house. He himself became incredibly interested in this quiet, blonde guy and asked what interesting thing he would show him. And before that, Jeju personally asked his old friend to use his workshop, and now he expressed a desire to see Reynolds' skills. In general, the usual use of a building in Tarua by a player is something out of the realm of fantasy. However, in this case, everything is different. Our hero tried to somehow encourage the young master, telling him that he greatly underestimated his talents, judging by his latest thing. To which the blonde just snorted. Most likely this guy speaks as if he knows what this is about. In fact, that's true. It was a sticky magic bomb made with a lot of ionium and Kessel. This is exactly the thing that Jeju had created earlier, during his conflict with Maurice. He does all this because he believes that Reynolds deserves to be treated much better than he was before, to which he dropped his head and blushed slightly. After thinking a little about everything that was told to him, the blonde squeezed the instrument in his hand and confidently nodded his head. He needed a little time. It seems that now he will start creating. As someone who is also interested in magical engineering, Jaiju watched his sequence of actions with interest. Learning from a professional is the best thing that can happen. Of course, this was painstaking work that took until the evening. The project was soon completed and looked exactly like what Kim had created, since he wanted to see something hotter. Our hero could only admire. This is a rather complex technology and was created at high speed, worthy of praise and even more. Suddenly, his admiration was interrupted by Palaham, who out of curiosity picked up the thing. Having laughed, the long-haired man wanted to see for himself how it worked. The bespectacled man was most worried that he might behave somehow arrogantly and too much, but our hero asked not to worry about it. This always cheerful warrior is in a great mood, so there is definitely no reason to worry. The blonde ran out to him and tried to establish in a panic that it was not safe here. The risks of detonating the bomb are too great. At this distance, the man makes a strong swing of his arm, and after a couple of seconds, he launches it into a flight very high. Palaham has incredible strength, unmatched by anyone. The ball flies very high. As expected, there was a loud explosion, deafening and blinding. The guys had to cover their eyes. An experienced magical engineer noticed one peculiarity here. The bomb has enormous firepower, but for some reason he does not feel the fire that should be there. The bespectacled man was amazed that from such a light toss, A flew so high, which in principle was to be expected from the commander's warrior. He muttered something under his breath, which Reynolds did not have time to hear, and asked again. The long-haired man smiled widely again and said that he had created an incredibly magnificent item. The boy looked straight into his eyes. Of course, he was incredibly pleased with this, and he almost cried. The blonde had never heard such praise addressed to him, and was stunned. After all the dirt that was poured on him, he could not expect anything good from others. Everyone demanded gratitude from him then, but did not give the same in return, which was truly disgusting. But now everything is different. Even goosebumps run down my skin from such memories. The boy couldn't stand it and started crying in front of everyone, hearing such recognition and truth from people he himself admired. Jeju just smiled back at him. It was incredibly nice to be surrounded by such a person. After this incident, time flew by unnoticed. Reynolds was finally able to give free rein to his desires and work. Jeju wanted to improve his physical fitness, and therefore organized small one-on-one fights with Palaham. Some viewers are already tired of watching the same thing and have started to rebel, demanding more diverse content. The guy plans to use the whole Lotanto set together, and said with a smile that he wants to practice a little more. This dagger he holds in his hand is the center of power that controls the army, and right now, it is very important to concentrate. He needed to relax his entire body and concentrate only on this. The ring began to glow slowly. Also, this very necklace on his chest began to acquire a little brightness. The boy tried to breathe evenly and not be distracted by extraneous noise, and he managed to activate the set effect. The abilities of the Shadow Army were strengthened. Kim began to slowly move his hands. Since he wanted to fully reveal himself, advanced functions became available to him, but still, it was very difficult to concentrate. Dark shadow began to flow down his dagger with a strange grinding sound. Soon, the brunette managed to create his clone. He stood right in front of him and in exactly the same pose. Working with a double feels like gaining wings you didn't have before, and being able to flap them, and if you're not aware of every move you make, they'll stumble and fall. This can be compared to programming. You need to move slowly and smoothly. Our hero takes a step to the right. The creature repeats everything after him, and finally Jeju managed to stabilize his movements the first time. However, there is one problem. He needs to activate Shaknil, but if he tries to use Latanto, everything could go wrong. Specifically, the clone will not be able to maintain its form and will simply fall. If you think about it, this is now the biggest obstacle that is preventing him from further development. The guy tries again and again, creating more and more copies of himself and trying to control them, but they disappear into thin air. He had already lost count of how much of a failure it was, and the audience was also tired of watching it for several days. He managed to flap his non-existent wings. It continues to haunt him. It feels like he's falling because he can't fly. And when this happens, Jeju feels like his body is torn apart and exhausted. But he can't give up now. This shadow still stands before him, sometimes returning to its original form, sometimes, on the contrary, blurring when failures occur. This was already more than the 100th attempt. The brunette tightly squeezed the dagger in his hand and activated the Shaknil. Trying again, the boy slowly raised his elbow up. His double followed him. And now, it was time to use the power of the cloak. He also answered him. This time, everything worked out, after a long time of torment and training. Our hero was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief and smiled widely. His fans were also happy for him and praised him. He tried to catch his breath, but after such a strong tension in his body, his legs began to give way until they could no longer support him at all. After some time, the boy found himself in Palaham's house and was resting after such intense workload. The little Papua sat next to him as always and worried about their friend's well-being. Han Sungmin was also nearby and was already chatting with him. The position of the senior manager had been confirmed, and if he was lucky, the next one would not be long in coming, which made him very happy. Our hero assumed that he might be very busy, since the clan leader's seat on the 20th floor was right under his nose. And as it turned out, the man was heading to visit Jed's purely by chance, and found him nearby unconscious, and his babies were crying over him. Of course, it was impossible to just leave him, and he carried the boy to bed. After such a situation, the question arises, where is this guy in such a hurry that he literally exhausts himself with those workouts, to which he only laughed? The brunette looked his friend in the eyes and said that he wanted to ask him for a favor. Of course, he wouldn't refuse him, and smiling broadly, Sungmin asked him to tell him in more detail what he wanted, because he was ready to fulfill any of his requests. After hearing this, even the fluffy ones who always looked at him with malice became very happy, and it seems they may have changed their opinion of this man. Jeju began to pet one of them and shared that he had 2 questions for him. The interlocutor listened to him attentively. The first thing he asked was to block user access for a while and to do everything possible to stop the spread of rumors about who Lakanta was. While they were chatting, work was in full swing in Palakam's workshop, and it could be heard even outside. Reynold looked very busy, looking from the tools to the paper with the drawing of the glove, trying his best not to miss any of the details. Our hero came to him after talking with Songmin and decided to observe the process. The task itself is not difficult, but with such power as the professional thinks, there will be no trace left of the original object. No matter how you look at it, even if you squeeze the maximum efficiency out of the glove you already have, it will not be more than 5%. This conclusion made Jeju seriously think about what to do with her next, and it seems he has no choice but to create a new one and say goodbye to the old one. But then his thoughts were interrupted by Reynold. The guy raised his head and looked at him questioningly. The magic engineer suggested that he take a course on strengthening the equipment he already had. Then, without any particular problems under such conditions, it would be possible to rise to the 29th floor. Of course, the brunette is grateful to him for his concern, but he still won't change his decision because he won't be able to tell a person who has known for less than a week that the administrator is trying to kill him. The bespectacled man became a little sad. He wanted to offer the best possible option for his client, but it was a bummer. Lachanta asked if he was still ready to help him, to which the blonde just nodded his head. He was just scared earlier that it was very dangerous. Since everything was decided, our hero was going to transfer him money for the materials. But then Reynold cried out in confusion. He feels awkward accepting payment this time. Last time, those 10,000 coins were enough for him. Of course, Jeju was going to object, but the blonde insisted that there was no need to worry now. On this account, and it was time to get to work, the young master promised to contact him when he finished the project. After these words, he immediately began to examine the drawing, studying how best to do everything. Our hero thought about what he should do right now, and he left all the necessary orders in the hands of the specialist. He got the idea to start climbing back up, which he is about to do right now. On this day, the weather outside was very nice and calm. Light snow was falling and the sun was shining, ideal for starting something new. The guy has already gotten ready and is moving on while the viewers discussed his lifestyle in the comments. Fainting has become a part of him lately. But even despite this, the brunette smiled and said that he had already rested enough, and now everything would be fine. Of course, they didn't completely believe him. He didn't want to think about the bad because there was so much good ahead, and simply smiling, he tried to smooth out the situation. On the 26th floor, there were already people sitting on a huge rock and chatting, trying to get to know each other. The blonde grumbled that waiting was literally tiring him out. Fortunately, he had money for food from the very beginning, and he was not threatened by the torments of hunger. The long-haired comrade asked him with a smile to wait a little longer, since there was only one participant left who needed to be waited for. These people are considered escapees, because due to the blackout phenomenon they were expelled from Taruka, but for the 5th day in a row they cannot begin to pass the floor due to a lack of people. The gaze of the two stared at the small group of 7 members. The dark-skinned one heard that they were from a small clan and had arrived here in an incredible hurry. Everyone already wants to start quickly and not sit rooted to the spot. The guys sat down near the statue. The participant with a scar on his face stared at the stone work of art and was already bored enough to look at only it. She stood there and stared at one point, but suddenly her gaze shifted to him. The long-haired man shuddered and even got scared. Goosebumps ran across his body. The man pressed himself against his friend and, just in case, asked again whether she had moved her eyes just now. But the blonde thought that he was slowly starting to go crazy. He tried to prove to his friend that he really saw her move from her place, but the knight looked at the notification in the system with a smile. The 10th person had finally arrived. Everyone looked towards the portal and saw a tall guy. The test began at that very second. It was Jeju, just in time. What a blessing that he literally saved everyone from the devouring power of anticipation. The first thing his gaze fell on was the statue, which stood quietly and peacefully, holding the scales in its hands. But then suddenly a strong earthquake began, and she began to move, frightening all the users who were here. The stone giant dropped to his knees and raised his hand with the large sword, still looking straight ahead. A man approached our hero, and for some reason concluded that he had already been here, since he had come alone to such a dangerous place. The brunette didn't want to tell him anything and simply agreed, asking him not to worry about him. The gray-haired man kindly suggested that the boy follow the 30,000 coin rule. And it's very good that Jeju knows perfectly well how everything will go. The participants need to place objects on the scales within the allotted time. After this, demonic beasts will appear on their way after the time has passed, and they will need to be killed. In addition, the difficulty level changes depending on the value of the item in the bowl. If the test is passed, everything will return to normal. Nowadays, there is a certain formula, and before, for security reasons, only expensive items were always used, and now he needs to calculate it. He became a little nervous, as he had no idea whether the administrator had given up after the last meeting, His agitation was noticed by this man, and he asked what was going on. Laughing slightly, he offered to take on the elimination of all the monsters, of course. Everyone wants everything to be that simple, and so does Jeju. Their timers started beeping. There were literally 10 seconds left before the most interesting part began, and they needed to get ready. The two men, who had already become friends, also tried to psych themselves up. And so, the time was up. The goddess of justice decided to bring one person as a sacrifice. Her eyes began to shine blindingly. Meat's hand jerked and one of the bowls fell with a loud sound onto the hard stone, breaking it. The old man looked at all this with horror and could not believe that she had chosen him to be torn apart. The guys weren't sure that part of the scale was supposed to fall. The men ran up to the girls and helped them get up. Our hero screamed in panic, demanding that everyone else immediately move away from this statue. Black smoke began to appear from the bowl, which constantly thickened and rose higher and higher. Of course, Jeju had his suspicions, but he never thought that they could come true, and now the rules are being ignored, which is very bad. People with horror on their faces ran away from here as quickly as possible. It's very strange that this thing appeared here, began to emerge from the disgusting liquid. It seemed like it had really begun. A controller and other monsters appeared in front of the guy, angrily examining the area around him and identifying their first target. But he just stood rooted to the spot and silently looked at them, doing nothing. The man, with whom Jeju had already become friends, demanded that he run away from there as quickly as possible, and he thought to himself that our hero was unable to move because he was afraid. All the people in horror begged him to move away. They would not want anyone to suffer or even die in the first seconds of the test. The monsters began to attack first. The brave boy managed to put up his barrier and defend himself from the attack. The guys who were watching this opened their eyes wide. It turns out that he was standing there like a pillar for a reason. The power of these nasty creatures was strong enough that it even surprised Jeju, but he continued to hold the defense. A couple of seconds later, he fought off the attack from the controller, who was already standing in front of him and trying to attack again. It seems that he already has some kind of plan and simply ran forward closer to it. Pushing off with his foot, the young guy chopped a hole through it. And it wasn't even a magic gun, but just a regular blow. This thing was definitely much more useful than he could have imagined. Before going into battle, he had a conversation with Reynold. He told him that he was able to strengthen the armor's magic circuit, and the power would be enough for a quick attack. True, the result is obvious. All the monsters lie on the ground without signs of life, dissolving in the vile liquid. Looking at the fruits of his labor, Jeju couldn't help but smile. He was very glad that everything worked out. But then a very strong pain in his arm seized him. It was quite annoying, but now after upgrading the glove, the recoil is proportionate to the gain. While he was sorting this out, that man ran up to him and asked if everything was okay. The other team members were also amazed at how one boy was able to deal with everyone so quickly. And that man with the staff stood and looked at that cup that had pierced the hard stone. It seemed to be giving him no peace. He turned to his blonde friend and asked if the test was complete. And in theory, if nothing came out of the scales, then they had done it. And since that's the case, the long-haired one is only worried about one thing. Why is there no notification about this, which should appear in any case? All the guys present here looked up and began to look around. It's true, Jeju remembered that a portal should appear that opens when a floor is cleared. In addition, the scale pan on which the objects are placed lies in the same position as before. Our hero's new friend was scared, like everyone else, and could not understand what was going on here. Suddenly the statue looked straight into his eyes, its eye sockets glowing red. The man couldn't believe what was happening. Why did this stone monster start moving? The goddess Meat swung her sword straight at him. Its tip was literally a meter away from him. He couldn't move. Kim Jae-ju shouted and demanded to dodge. You can't just stand there like a pillar in this situation. The people who were watching everything that was happening also screamed in horror, and a large layer of dust rose up around. In fact, the stone statue they encountered is a decorative item and a trial device, its role being to assess the value of the item and provide the monster. To put it simply, there has never been a case where a goddess directly attacked a user and even applied considerable force. This is all the work of the administrator. It was very good that help was nearby. Jeju managed to wrap his cloak around this man and put him in a safer place. The man still couldn't come to his senses with horror. He was even frightened by these moving scraps of fabric. Our hero managed to react in time and remove him from the epicenter of the attack. The admin really seemed to have gone crazy. The brunette looked at the victim with concern and asked how he was feeling. And if everything was okay, then we needed to get out of here as quickly as possible along with the others. Sedoy just looked at him in confusion, and he was slightly tormented by a feeling of guilt about being such a coward. Kim looked at him and smiled, asking him again to hide somewhere nearby. Other people ran up to the commander and helped him get to his feet after such a shock. This place is very similar to Little Island, so no matter how far the participants go, no one will be able to escape without a portal. Our hero was able to repel several more attacks from this huge statue, but still demanded that those men hurry up. They were still stubborn and did not want to run away like cowards, but since meat swung again, Jeju had already started shouting. After all, he can't protect them forever from this angry stone woman who is about to strike again. And then, the long-haired one hits the hard stone again, breaking everything around. The boy managed to jump right above her just in time. It was very fast, and now it was necessary to come up with a plan of action. He activates his mechanical arm and hangs in the air, waiting for enough mana to accumulate. 1 second, and the aggressive stone woman gets a good punch in the forehead. It was only during the attack that Kim realized that it was not like hitting a cobblestone. It was something else. After his attempt to damage her, the brunette looks at his glove, which was in a strange liquid, and at the same time hears a terrible crack. He had to quickly jump back to the ground from her head. The guys in the chat told him that this liquid is the black blood of the representatives of the demonic world, and his rank will definitely be higher than that of the controller. This time the administrator really went too far. Someone's quiet laughter could already be heard from inside the stone creature. This is a demonic being that commands monsters of a rank lower than her, and this black liquid spilled by the chief chamberlain cannot be allowed to remain unattended. And all because if this happens, it will lead not only to the summoning of lower-ranking monsters, but the boss himself will be reborn as a monster. The guy nervously opens the system. He wouldn't like to overexert himself right now, but on the other hand, he needs to deal with him as soon as possible. Reynolds himself warned that stable performance is a very small percentage, and the functions are not fully disclosed. Although our hero appreciates his help, he is not going to listen to him this time, and arbitrarily removes the energy output limitation. His sneakers transform and their blade-like spikes dig into the hard stone. To strengthen his attack, Jeju also wants to add the sun's mana to all this, and only then will he succeed. Meanwhile, the creature from the demonic dimension has almost fully revealed itself and is ready to attack. He smashed everything in his path and almost crawled out of the hard shell in which, of course, he was not comfortable sitting. The boy had already activated his mechanical glove and was aiming straight at this giant. His strength still continued to unpack, and from the intense strain and stress, his nose started bleeding as always. As soon as the demon approached him with his hand, he released a beam of mana and also strengthened it. The statue's face became so terrifying that the other participants in the test could not look at it. Jaju's eyes took on a yellowish tint, as expected. Destroying him in one hit takes too much energy from him. However, this is not important at all now. The most important thing is that the attack works. It is also important to stand firm at this crucial moment, and suddenly a monster appears behind him, so to speak, an old friend, the controller. Kim turned to him and looked straight into his eyes, into his huge and disgusting mouth. And after a few seconds, a loud explosion was heard, which even threw aside other participants in the test. When the smoke cleared, they began to look at each other. It looked like Daredevil was being attacked by an assistant who was born from the boss's bodily fluid. The dark-skinned man offered his friend to help him, because even though Jeju was incredibly strong, it would still be difficult for him to resist two high-ranking servants. The blonde looked at him with displeasure. It seemed that he would not like to follow his advice. An old man approached them and asked them not to interfere, as this would only hinder the young man's work. He still couldn't catch a single movement of the statue, let alone the attack itself, and so it was really better not to move. Finally, everything calmed down. Our hero, after such a new and at the same time dangerous experience, began to cough heavily. It's still not time to relax. The brunette looks around the area to make sure that everything is over. It seems like he almost won, but even so, Jeju didn't expect that a controller would be created from the body fluid so quickly. Now you can calmly catch your breath. Daredevil looked at those people from behind, and also, unfortunately, he noticed the living boss, the statue, the body that was corroded by the substance, was still walking and looking for its opponent. The boy had to hide behind the controller's body. He had literally a few seconds left before the bodily fluid covered the entire area. The power of his mechanical glove was still increasing little by little. It was time to use it. The brunette released a strong stream of mana from her at that very moment, and this attack should put an end to everything here. This time the flash was so bright that it almost blinded his eyes, and Jed's had to cover himself with his hand after aiming. The demonic creature really felt uneasy and started making nasty sounds while the guy tried to give it his all. This time he had to sweat a lot after a short break. His feet began to slide on the surface, and he activated the spikes that stuck into the stone floor. The monster began to literally crumble into dust before our eyes, and his pathetic attempts to resist were in vain. After a couple of seconds, there was nothing left of meat. She was completely burned by a strong flow of mana. This time it really was over. Jeju rubbed his eyes and watched as the red, tiny particles were still flying in the air, gradually crumbling. He was very tired. The increase in the glove's power took away almost all his strength, and besides, it was a huge risk to his life and health. He only had to look at his hand, which was incredibly painful, and strange flashes appeared in his eyes. He felt fine and was not overtired to death. After successfully completing the battle, the crazy guy just smiled broadly, even though he was physically exhausted. Looking around, it was impossible not to notice that the chief chamberlain had disappeared and the black bodily fluid had evaporated. Of course, such an outcome of the battle means that the test is completed, even despite the inadequate tricks of the administrator. Various things flew to the participants. The objects landed right next to Jeju. The boy looked at everything and did not find anything worthwhile for himself. He just tried to catch his breath. The only thing he could take for himself was mana stones, nothing more, and besides, he believes that the level of difficulty became such precisely because of him, he began to be literally haunted by a strong feeling of shame. The brunette got to his feet and was about to leave this floor, but he heard the shouts of others behind him. The guys asked him to stop for a minute. Still, he had to turn to them. Perhaps from their point of view, he looks like a savior, but Jeju himself does not think so. Everything was blurry in his eyes, silhouettes of people flashed before him, and yet he blames himself. The initially abnormal complexity arose because of him. And besides, the guy understands that if he starts a relationship with them now without any reason, he will only put them in danger, unfortunately. That's why he didn't say anything, stepped over all the prizes that fell out and went forward. Finding himself in front of the portal, the brunette stopped and began to ask for forgiveness for everything. He needed to go back to Taruha, more specifically to the workshop, and tell Reynold everything that had happened. For his self-will, the boy received a good reprimand from him, and, laughing awkwardly, tried to justify himself by saying that the situation turned out to be more dangerous than he could have imagined. The blonde was incredibly indignant. How could the output of firepower be increased by as much as 10%, since it is very difficult to withstand such a load, but according to the guy, he only feels a nagging pain in his hand. The magical engineer hit himself on the head and demanded to see it. Our hero gave him the glove, saying that it was in perfect order. But no, it wasn't about her at all, but about Jeju's right hand. The bespectacled man ran up to him and began to examine it. Now, everything becomes clear why he got so angry. In fact, the master of his craft was worried that the person using his tool could get hurt. Our hero began to warm up his hand, trying to demonstrate that there were no injuries. The bespectacled man sighed heavily and reminded him that he was currently experiencing a mana deficit, but not physical abilities. He doesn't have enough of it to ensure the performance of the machines, which could seriously affect future battles. And that's why Reynold gives him some useful advice to start learning some magical skills. In principle, this is what Jeju wanted to do, since magical engineering is seen as only an auxiliary tool and is more difficult to master. Directly controlling technology requires too much mana, and so if a person really wants to create something on their own and use it at the same time, they need to have these two skills. Soon our hero set off on his journey again, and the audience, with a little humor, asked him to take better care of his condition and health next time, to which the guy only giggled in response and promised to think everything over 100 times before using the glove. Now he enjoys the time when he can calmly and without haste walk the streets, and besides, there is very little time left before the restriction on connecting to the stream is lifted. The boy is in anticipation. He is very interested in how many people are going to join him. Before the start, he would like to check something in the bag. From there, in an instant, as always, joyful and full of energy, his favorite poppy jumped out. It was time for a little snack. The brunette smiled broadly and invited the kids to try the manna stones that they loved to gobble up. Laka, Koden, and Baron happily pounced on them and ate them with gusto. The spectators were delighted to watch them. One of the fluffy ones had already had a snack and began to look around with interest. The baby grew some fur in places, like little arms, and placed a small piece of stone on his head. It seems he asked how our Jeju was feeling, to which he only laughed, reassuring him that everything was fine with him and asked him to eat more. Meanwhile, there was less than a minute left before the end of the restriction, and he would like to look pretty respectable in front of the newcomers. But this pose he took looks like he is taking food away from the fluffy one. When the time was up, a lot of notifications about the guys connecting to the broadcast flew towards him at lightning speed. The boys are already tired of listening to these endless messages, as are his viewers, so it's time to remove them. The number of viewers was constantly increasing, which would please any streamer. But when the number hit 1,000 and even more, the popoi also became more cheerful. These figures are quite good because those who have climbed above the 40th floor have so many fans that he has a big smile on his face. At that very moment, a multitude of voice messages flew towards him, and in order to avoid the noise, he had to increase the limit to 1,000 coins. And it seems like everything really worked. It became much quieter. Among the new viewers, there may well be those who came because they were interested in seeing who he was and he had something to say. And of course, this is a greeting. Jeju greeted all the guys in a friendly manner, listing all the possible categories that could be among them. However, to make the beginning honest, the boy asked everyone to subscribe to him. In addition, the guy introduced a rule that all questions and answers in the chat would be available only to subscribers, and looked at the reaction of newcomers. But for some reason, even after his beautiful speech, no one subscribed to him, and so the boy went to extreme measures, starting to delete everyone who did not listen. This method worked surprisingly. Jeju smiled widely when his fan base reached 1,000. Blessings were now available to him. Finally, this moment has come. The boy was waiting for this to choose a mana point. At one point, he felt so light in his soul. It was very good that one problem was solved in time. The little popoi looked at their friend with a smile and were very happy. When he is happy, they feel great. After a couple of seconds, Kim felt inside himself how his magical power increased, and along with it, his cheerfulness and self-confidence. And only now the boy remembered that mana was definitely used in that very video. But at the moment, he needed to focus only on himself. And closing his eyes, the brunette concentrated his attention on his new capabilities. His body moved on its own, slowly and carefully. He himself felt what he needed to do now. All this took place in a small house in the city center. But then a loud explosion came right from him. All the viewers got scared and started spamming him in the chat, and he did something again. After this unexpected turn of events, a large hole appeared in the wall in which a thick layer of dust was visible. Soon the hero of the occasion himself appeared from there. Jeju began to cough violently, covering his mouth with his hand. And when visibility improved, he was finally able to examine everything here. It turns out that the boy himself did not expect the explosion and was seriously scared. And the first thing he remembered was his fluffy little ones, whom he had left nearby. Turning around, Kim saw them looking out of the backpack and crying, which made him worry. A caring friend ran up to them and took them into his arms, trying to calm the kids down. They seemed to be scared too. Suddenly, their sweet conversations are interrupted by people in armor who, in a panic, begin to ask what happened. The first suspicion that could come to their minds was that one of the travelers had started to act up again, which made our hero almost laugh. The evil guards came right up to him and began to interrogate Lashanta about who it could be, but the guy just giggled, looking away in a completely different direction. The brunette had to explain the entire situation from the very beginning and apologize for the inconvenience caused. And finally, the boy looked down and again asked for forgiveness for what happened. One of the defenders laughed loudly. It turns out that the strongest warrior still couldn't learn to control his strength. It turned out quite funny. It's very good that they took it all with humor and pushed him onto the wall, which was too weak and couldn't withstand his blow. This lifted the boys' spirits for the whole day, and now it's time to return to their duties, namely patrolling the streets. They also promised to fix the house a little later. Jeju just smiled in response and was glad that he wouldn't have to get his hands dirty. After his comrade said goodbye, he received a notification in the system about a new message. It was Sungmin who suggested meeting urgently. It turns out that something happened on the 30th floor. It's very good that the guy will be on the way. He was going to go to the 20th right now. And so, soon our hero found himself at the appointed place. He now knows the way to his office perfectly well. Upon entering, the first thing Jeju noticed was that his friend was lounging on the sofa and lazily greeting him. Laughing slightly, he hinted that the man looked rather tired, and indeed he did, since there had been more work lately. "Now it's time to get down to business," Kim asked to tell him more details about that incident on the 30th floor. And he was overtaken by a counter-question. It was important for Sungmin to know what his initial ideas about this level were. Most likely, in his eyes, it looks like a place where people are not allowed. It is possible to enter only in the residential area and then, for a short time. This is true, and what's more, its area is smaller than on other floors, as the bespectacled man said, so everything had to be done quickly here. Now his friend smiled and, folding his hands in front of him, told him that all the fuss had arisen because the fairy queen was looking for one man. Hearing this, Jeju just smiled and remained silent. According to Sungmin, there is one person that this lady trusts, and right now, it is nothing more than the concentration of power in her hands on the 30th floor. For a man, such an interesting plot is most like a fairy tale, but our hero, it seems, does not find it funny at all. The bespectacled man hinted that this whole situation was similar to the story of Cinderella, who ran away after bewitching the fairy queen herself. Others also say that there is a trace left that only this woman can recognize. Jeju giggled nervously listening to this and tried not to comment in any way. And that is why the man gently pushes him out and hints that they should go there as soon as possible. It is very good that the guy is on friendly terms with Sungmin. And the view of the next 27th floor resembles a coliseum. It is a simple team fight to the death. You need to cope with all the teams and win. And in fact, our hero had to act exactly this way. It looked quite frightening. He was standing with an axe over a man who was tearfully begging him to spare him and not to touch him. At the very beginning, Jeju introduced himself naturally, but after mentioning magical engineering, the views of all the team members changed dramatically. And soon all his assumptions were justified. These people threw him in as bait as soon as the test was declared open. All the people who were nearby pointed their blades at the guy. He just stood motionless. Of course, the boy needed to defend himself, so he created his own axe and attacked sharply. In a matter of seconds, Kim was able to put on the ground all the guys who had condemned him and also set him up. But behind him there were two more who looked at the whole picture with horror. They shifted the blame for those bad words about magical engineering onto each other, so as not to get hit in the head with an axe. However, they were both very lucky. Since the entire enemy team was destroyed, the test was passed. There was no point in wasting time on these fools. Of course, something went wrong. Jeju heard terrifying sounds from their side. They began to literally choke, clutching their throats, trying to take a breath of air. Their skin became so transparent that all the vessels and arteries were visible. Soon, the people who remained alive merged into one heap, taking on the incomprehensible form of some kind of monster. And even in this form, the guy heard their heartbreaking screams. Our hero sees such a terrifying picture for the first time. Could this really be the work of the vile administrator again? Who knows?